Hey, Naveen, how's it going? Check, check. Hey, Naveen, how's it going?
Well, good and some busy time. How about you?
What can I say? I'm alive.
Means?
One step at a time, you know?
Hmm, that's nice. So, are you, where you say, where you from? It's New York
I'm I'm in Toronto.
or Toronto.
Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I've DM you, so you not replied.
That's right. Zach told me he spoke with you. Uh, and you were talking with him. How's that going?
Who?
Zach? Remember Zach?
Like, not really.
No? He said he was telling me you and your project.
Oh, okay,
Yeah. So,
okay.
yeah. So the general
So, is
process. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this account is maintained by you or means there is a multiple person maintaining this account?
Oh no, I'm the only person maintaining this account.
Okay, okay.
Right?
No, in this account I have DM'd you, but I means couldn't get any reply. That's why I'm asking.
No, yeah. This do is when we identify a founder like yourself that we potentially think has potential. What we do is
Hmm.
we introduce that person as Zach, and Zach is
Who
the
is
person
that?
that you met him the same day that you met me.
Hmm,
You don't
I'm
remember?
not able to. Uh,
You
sorry,
you
but I
remember
not
you?
remember.
That's okay. Yeah.
Uh,
Um, because what he does is he works with the startups that we meet to make sure that they execute on their plan. Because
that's
because
great.
he he has a background with the military,
Hmm,
right? And so what
that's
we
all.
try to do is apply a military level type of decision making to startups
Hmm,
instead
that's
of
nice.
using
Means
yeah.
so Jack is already means only focuses on military type of startup or any other sector.
No, that's the beauty.
Hmm.
While Zach is in the military, what he does and what he specializes in is in applying the military doctrine to helping founders and startups accelerate product market founder fit.
That's awesome. So does he also means advise or consult about scaling or just means product about product or thing?
Um, his major value is in helping startup founders make the decisions they need to make today. Does that make sense? So, we have a group here called the Syndicate. And if there are people that need to solve for scaling, we can introduce those people. If those people need to solve for user experience or software development or prototyping, we can help them. It just depends what
Mm,
stage they're at, right?
Means you all kind of skill means skill type peoples around your networks, and
Yeah,
you just help out.
because a founder's success is tied to their ability to surround themselves with people who are strong where they are weak.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Means I and my teams, I also wanted to surround myself who are better than me. That's it. Hello.
Yeah, people shouldn't be afraid of the competition, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah, and competition.
Mhm.
I think my competition is good. It's not bad.
Well,
It's good.
I think there's competition and there's cooperation. And sometimes those things can turn into each other. You know, large companies sometimes engage in what's called cooperation, where they compete against each other in certain areas and they cooperate in others.
Interesting.
That's right. And I think that competitions enlarge the market. Means whatever you are doing or whatever the business is, if the competition is means huge or competition is large amount, then the market will be all means expand also. That's why.
Yeah, all I've witnessed in the crypto industry is a slew of wealthy whales like duplicating each other's art or legally plagiarizing the Bitcoin and Ethereum models. That's what they did to many small businesses, minorities, in the early days of corporate competition. They use easing where whales just buy space that the competition just can't afford.
Yeah, it's a way of competing. There's two ways to build the largest building. You can either build it or tear everyone else's down.
Exactly.
But whoever the building business means empower the others who in long run they are succeeding. But in short term they might not. But in long run they definitely will succeed.
Well, invariably there are positive and negative externalities, and what's positive for some person might be negative for another, and vice versa, right? So I try to take morality out of it, um, because one could argue everyone has a reason to do what they're doing.
That's true.
True.
So I'm like, yeah, morality, cool, that's nice, right? Right? I don't think you're gonna find an employee who's gonna have the same morals as you do, unless you want 50% of your business. Because if you don't, why should they care? It's
Yeah,
yours, not theirs.
and
Maybe if you were more moral, you'd add more people to your cap table. Turns out you're not as a moral beacon of light as you thought you were, because you don't want to have a decentralized cap table. I get it, but can we just move on?
and in initial stage means whenever we are founding the co-founders and all that, we are doing that as per you said, that giving the stakes and doing things that not in our control and all.
I mean, we like to use intelligent words to give us the impression that we have a degree of certainty about things.
Sure, but our words also should. I think there's a moral responsibility to create a altruistic um, platform if one is more responsible for the model of, let's just say, like a more worldview. But who am I to judge? I mean,
No, I think
everybody has
you're
their
right.
opportunity at. Yeah.
I think you're right. I've just found that if you look at the way blockchains um, evolve over time, and you look at the way that you eventually have this oligarchization and this centralization of value limits. Wasn't it that they said like one guy had like 9 of the top 15 wallets or something like that? It was like one guy, right? Using different email addresses and different addresses, right? So
Right.
although I love the idea of blockchain, I love the idea of it. The implementation, I think, is fraught with an attack surface that people aren't being honest about. And that's why, I try to keep everything just with my mouth, so to speak, right? Because
Right.
Anytime you wrap any arbitrary token, then if your token is denominated in money and it's decentralized, that means anyone with a lot of money can just buy up your whole shit, and now you're centralized. Okay, if we know that, then we cannot actually introduce a blockchain if we want to keep some sort of decentralization or distribution of value. We actually cannot do that unless somebody shows me a reason or a way that we could. But I'm highly skeptical because blockchains are not decentralized, they're distributed at best.
Nabin,
But
I can't even rebuttal that. Nabin, you go ahead.
no,
Right?
and I mean to say that means I am not a big fan of means blockchain and all that, because I not understand means in detail of all these things, so I not enter into this market and all in blockchain and all industry. But I trust that it will be is good for the society, but not in detail.
I think the key will probably be one of the introductory points in my uh, string theory of ideas is maybe if we can really improve the standalone ledger, the private ledger sector, maybe this can answer some questions in terms of pure decentralization, but the autonomy is what I guess would be the deciding factor. How would we continue to communicate with each other if everything was,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just don't want to artificially constrain things, right? Because whenever you introduce a process, you're like, okay, this is the process. You know what I mean?
Once you
And then,
introduce the process, everyone process really quickly.
or, or begins gaming the process or whatever. You introduce tokens, people start shorting and longing and syntheticking the process. Does that make sense? We have enough information over the past 10 years to understand the life cycle of distributed databases and their business models. And nobody's going to tell me that they're all bubble gum raindrops. You know what I mean? Tell it to the people you're selling, right? But you're not gonna. I mean, that's why people necessarily like us and don't like us, right? Because they get to have these bullshit conversations everywhere, and when they come to us, we're like, "No, not interested." They're like, "What do you mean? This explanation has worked on everyone else." It's like, yeah, take that shit elsewhere, buddy.
That's right.
We love you, but can't lie to us. I used to sell invest 15 years ago. I've actually sold more investments than you have. So I understand that anyone giving me financial advice is holding the equity that they want me to buy. Duh.
Boom.
Means you are acting like a VC.
Yeah, like a company contacted me saying, "Hey, you want to participate in the SpaceX IPO?" Why? Well, they probably are participating too. You know? Look, I saw Sopranos and Wabistics. You remember Wabistics? You guys remember that? I'm gonna find it for you. Wabistics.
So you said something so
No,
funny today, bro. You said something so funny on your
for me
page. I'm gonna find it. Give me 1 second.
वो है 10 साढ़े 10 बजे ऑर्डर कर डिलीवरी करे जब भाई अभी अभी तो आ रही है सब ऑर्डर छोड़ना आके बताओ अभी करे दे
All right, I put it to the top. Wabistics.
What is that?
So Webistics is basically the Web 2 version of blockchain,
Oh,
right?
I
So you
first
have a
time.
company who owns stock. Yeah, go ahead. Oh yeah, check it out. You'll love it. It's really funny.
Okay, okay, I will go through it. Actually, I first time hear the word holistic.
Yeah, well, Webistics was a joke in the Sopranos uh, saga, and it was about how they made money from selling securities and dumping them. What's going on, Ann? You on a plane yet?
Hey, Ann.
Guys, is it too loud? The background noise?
That's okay.
Oh, okay. No. Hey, listen. Hey, remember a couple of days ago when I was putting together my LLC?
Yeah,
And yeah. Who? I can't remember who had come into the space and said, "Oh, I'm an expert on putting together LLCs." On so many of them. I mean, I know you probably know a bunch of people, or you're an expert. Everyone's, or I can't remember
I
who's
would
done.
touch base with Casey first.
Okay. Oh yeah, Casey. Okay, perfect. Because I've got a couple of people here that actually have a lot of questions. So yeah, you're right. Casey would be a good one.
Yeah, I think what you could do is if you want to collect all of the questions, right?
Okay.
Then we can
Yeah.
crowdsource the answers.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
and then
Thank
we
you
can
so
have them
much.
all in the room at the same time and have a party, an accounting party. You know, welcome to
Yeah.
the feature, Casey. You know, and in case you see dances around the pole.
I love it. I love it. Oh my God, that's perfect. Okay, I'll do that. All
All right,
right,
sounds
thank
good.
you so much. Okay, right.
Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
it's getting loud. I'm just gonna listen. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Capadonna.
Capadonna.
I squeeze with the advantage.
DeFi. Dude. Oh my gosh. Did you watch that
Basic
live?
mind, arts and crafts.
Michael, did you watch that fight last night live?
Dude, 1 minute.
In 4 seconds.
1 minute.
Oh
You're
my
telling me
gosh.
1 minute. 1 minute? It's like practice. It's like Allen Iverson. Y'all talk about 1 minute. 64 seconds. We're supposed to be talking about basketball. Talking 4 seconds. Dude.
1
Dude.
minute. That's all it takes, man. That
Dude.
was
He's the new Michael Bisping.
yeah. That moments like that don't happen often, bro. That was fucking I was watching it round by round, going into the fifth, 1 a.m, man. And 1 minute left, 4 seconds. Fucking sets the cross up with the goddamn head kick,
Dude.
bro.
He threw it as a throw. It was a throwaway kick.
Yeah.
You think he wasn't trying to knock anyone out. He was throwing
No.
kick, right? And it should have actually hit the body or his arm. If
Yeah.
you think about it, if he just stood up straight.
Wow.
He moved into it. It was literally the perfect because he bit on the cross, and he kept leaning his head out like in this boxing style. So once he let he noticed that he let his head out, boom. I don't think Leon Edwards intended to hit him in the face, to be honest, like you said.
Dude, that is the craziest part of MMA.
It was I was watching it with my brothers. I was just sitting there like we were all just dead silent.
Dude.
I felt so bad for Kamaru Usman. I never thought I'd ever see him go out like that.
Well, I mean, this is where he really becomes a champion, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Amen.
It doesn't have to be the end.
But you know what's funny is it's kind of like because him and
It just
Izzy
means Anderson Silva is a motherfucker. That's all it means.
Yep.
Well, who was Kamaru Usman's number, like his, besides this loss, disregarding this loss, who was his number one opponent that was like his rival?
Kamaru Usman's rival was Colby Covington, but he beat him twice.
Wow. But he won, right? He won.
And those were not easy fights, though. He didn't just
No,
roll over, dude. There were times when Colby could have had that belt, dude. I'm telling
oh
you.
yeah, it was a contest of wills. That's
It's a
what war
dogfight
is.
at the top, dude. It's a dogfight at the top.
And yeah,
Okay,
the factor. Like,
I'm going to have some work.
Okay. Yeah.
take care,
Talk to you
Nabi.
soon, Abini.
Okay.
That my mind was blown. I woke up this morning. I was like, I gotta watch all the reaction videos, bro. Like, I don't know. It hit. Never seen made for a long time. Never seen a 1 minute left, down 3 rounds. Like, it's like the scenario that all like professional.
You're breaking up a bit, Kappa.
Hey, so you were talking
Bro.
to someone, man, and you said something and I can't find it on your page. It was like,
What did I say?
oh my God, you were having a discussion with someone else, and you were talking about the idea of inclusion, but I can't find it on your page. I'm looking everywhere.
Was it the diagram of diversity?
It may have been. It was a black backdrop. You had me laughing so hard. It was the most comical thing I've ever heard you say on your page. Comical yet very, very serious.
I had a lot of fun with the Bitcoin trading video. That was my favorite.
You just learned how to.
I'm gonna find
trade
it.
some
I'm gonna
Bitcoin.
find it. 1 second.
Here. Yeah, you saw that? I put it to the top.
Yeah, I saw. I went down a rabbit hole, learned a little bit of trading. My trading format is more so intuitive. It's not like intellectually backed. I never lost money.
Hmm.
I know a lot of people that, but I also never made much.
So either you learn or you work on.
Oh, I definitely learned. Well, pretty much everything in crypto follows Bitcoin. Like, if you take a look, if you just open up your charts real quick and you follow all the main cryptocurrencies, aside from like two mid cap coins, there's pretty much everything follows the flow of Bitcoin, and everything's reactive to Bitcoin as well.
I mean, it's true, but it takes a very unique mind to take advantage of that knowledge without getting wrecked every single day.
Well, have you found like a perfected algorithm?
No, what he's saying is if you find a bit and you have a coin.
He said a true magician never reveals his secrets.
Oh, he says the man who figured out he could predict the market is now divorced.
Well, they have these
I've seen it.
sniper algorithms that have like a pretty strong rate of success. Like, I think the best hunter algorithm I saw was like 70%. You follow the bot. The bot does the trading for you. This is actually, believe it or not, how most millionaires continue to just residually make income. They just put the money in the algorithm, and they pay a little nerd to go and watch the numbers.
Well, keep in mind, though, wealth is more about making sure you don't have your capital erode.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're not trying to make money. They're trying to keep what they have against inflation.
Yeah, some
Inflation scares
depreciation.
them
Yeah.
more than anything else. You can bot yourself to death if you're, gaining assets. Like, I remember talking to a Bitcoin guy, and I'm like, all right, so we're not going to use assets under management anymore. And he's like, what? He's like, yeah, why would we use $1? We're going to use barrels of oil. Okay, I only want you to tell me what under management.
Mm.
It just bypassed this thing.
What kind of effect does that have?
Just so we can focus on the right thing.
XRP is probably, to me, one of the most resilient assets on the market. If they can get past this hump,
they will.
I think it's going to be this shows a great a great level of resilience by them since day one, man. I've been watching them since day one.
XRP is the future CBDC currency, and well, not CBDC, but
I mean,
financial institutions and banks will be using XRP.
keep in mind that the one reason that personally I don't spend too much time on coins is
Mhm.
because it could all go to zero all overnight.
Absolutely.
And so when I looked at the market, it was like, I do not want to build a foundation on the shaky sand of
Mhm.
things that go from gold to shit overnight.
Yeah.
I cannot have my income determined by this arbitrary nature of
Mhm.
manipulated markets.
Absolutely. And this is why I always tell people, like if you're gonna like at least family members, for recording purposes, this is not financial advice, but I always tell my family that
Mm-hmm.
if they're going to put money into anything, take like $20, something you could afford to lose. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't ride on this like it's the future. Adapt and adapt to skills and figure out new ways to integrate those skills and making more money. Start your own business. There's so many other more secure routes than just giving your money. Essentially, what you're doing is you're giving money to somebody else, and you're saying, "Hey, please turn this into more." And you really don't understand the thoroughness of the process and what that looks like. So, therefore, you're surrendering your logic and hope that you'll gain a massive amount of profit in a certain time frame. KC, what's up, my brother?
What's up, Joey? What's up, Joey?
Hey. So I like that advice, Kappa.
Mm-hmm.
There's something like really interesting to me that if you go to the exchanges, let's say, CoinMarketCap, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can set up a fake portfolio.
Really?
Yeah. Just open up CoinMarketCap and go to portfolio. It's a little pie shape. And you can add in and pretend it's on Doge today. Let's say you put $1,000 on Bitcoin.
I did this in high school. We did this in sorry.
No, yeah, yeah. And it's a tool that's available for everybody that almost nobody uses.
Yeah, when I first got started in the crypto journey,
Yep.
I just dropped $200. Like I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm just gonna put $200 in it. It appreciated, reappreciated, went down, came back up, went down, came back up, and I ended up selling out when it was like $230. Um, I sold out of ETH, put my money back into Sol, and then took my money out of Sol, put it in HBAR and XLM. Um, and then I sold out of both of those for like a measly change profit. But that was like my little mock run to see like how well it works. And I think during that time it was we were in a very different form of a bear market. It was down, but it was coming up, going down, coming up, going down, kind of like how it is now. But it's been pretty steady now. Took my eyes off of it though, because you could drive yourself insane with watching those numbers.
Most people are going to die a slow yet quick death trying to time the market. That's just the
Hmm.
way the numbers work.
You
Jack
can't time the
Bogle wrote the
market.
thesis. Jack Bogle, I mean, you can. There's just a small amount of, like, think about people say you can code. Oh, yeah? Here's a keyboard. Does that make sense? And it turns out that
Mm.
like 2% of the population can code. Right? Even less of that percentage can figure out a way to trade.
Mm.
And in this market, $20 billion can evaporate very quickly.
Yeah.
So losers can be winners and winners can become losers very quickly.
Oh yeah. Have you? What do you? I'm sorry, Joey.
Yeah, guys, I think I just wanted to lean in here. This is my first syndicate or ever Twitter room, actually.
What's up,
Welcome.
Joey? Good to meet you, man.
Yeah. So
Welcome to outer space, sis.
thank you, guys. So just it was 2016 when we implemented Ethereum's ERC20 into PepsiCo's blockchain and helped PepsiCo basically start to virtualize their supply chain through that. Digital
Was
ledger.
that with Gothaman or Gothaman? With Group M?
This was with a company called Calypso that's now with Rockwell Automation. We
Okay.
used the digital ledger technology and started to do product traceability capabilities through PepsiCo.
Yes.
So this got me really hip to Ethereum. I bought $200, something like that. And the CEO of the firm said, hold on to that. So fast forward to a few months ago, actually, I had $120,000 tied up in Celsius's bankruptcy.
Oh,
So sorry to hear that, man.
Bro.
So this is where you start to realize, man, it's not just addition and subtraction anymore. The whole space, the crypto space. Unfortunately, if you talk to institutional investors or those who have been keeping their money in traditional types of investments, real estate, you start to see, and not to be a naysayer, but you do start to see how it's almost a Ponzi on a Ponzi on a Ponzi on a Ponzi. Except that the technology behind it is absolutely relevant and fascinating.
Wow.
that was some really crazy, man.
Well, and so here's the thing, man. It's like, I'm 33 years old. I could have taken $120,000 and bought, financed $1 million home. And what's a better risk? What's a worse risk? For me, I look at the ability to actually enjoy my life today, as opposed to a digital number on a screen that could just be someone's JavaScript running at me and telling me how much I made, this month in rewards or whatever. But I look at the actual physics around me and I'm like, I can use that $1 million house to Airbnb, to have pool parties, to invite friends over, to have house concerts and monetize those if I want to resell in the future, to have a family, to all these human experiences and connections that we can do with money if we invest in, something that we can actually sort of kind of make multiple use of, as opposed to one up or down. You know what I mean?
Depends on the blockchain, right?
There's no great blockchain.
It does
to do that
depend on
on.
the blockchain. Yeah.
Like Bitcoin's not a Ponzi, right?
No, it's not. But there's no greater platform to do that on than the Ethereum platform, in my opinion.
But the
Hell yeah.
marketing behind Bitcoin can be a Ponzi.
Bitcoin will go to zero.
Are you Michael Pena? No, Dan Pena. Sorry.
Dan
Sorry,
Pena.
sorry. I know you're listening.
Don't speak for your alter ego. Michael
I
Pena.
love Dan Pena.
No, me too. I
Isn't
think that.
necessary, but I'd love to see him do a podcast with Jordan Peterson. You know,
Oh fuck.
and they just yell at
fuck.
each other in different voices. It'd be great.
You don't know shit, Jordan. You don't know shit. You're pissing yourself. You're pissing yourself right now. I see it trickling down your leg.
But I feel what Joey's saying. It's and what he said about what you have in your account might not be value, but JavaScript is scary.
Yeah, I think blockchain in general, Joey, is like, outside of money, it's still looking for a use case. That's why Bitcoin, I think, is stable, but Ethereum's still super experimental, still pre-shift.
One would argue that. Sorry. One would argue that Bitcoin is the only reason Bitcoin is so stable is because of the people that have money in it.
I think it's so stable fundamentally because of hash rate. We are doing 20 plus exahash. That is unparalleled combined, biggest computer network on Earth.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Do you think that Bitcoin is going to be a household currency of the future, or do you think it's going to be like the gold of the digital world?
I'm a Pepe on Twitter, so I have no idea. But I can tell you what I want.
Good answer.
Yeah, what I want, right, is a world where Bitcoin is one of many reserve currencies, and I'll compete against Bitcoin. Because that's where you get to $1 million Bitcoin, $2 million Bitcoin. Again, it's all a question to win and what that $2 million is worth in real terms.
Yeah. How many barrels of oil?
But that's what I want.
Yeah, no, that's what you want. And I fucking love that response, man. I had so many people are like, well, it's gonna do that. They speak very assertively, and you led with the fact that
you almost started the impression. Can I hear the Bitcoin Maxi Kappa? You roared and then you stopped yourself. What happens after the roar?
I'm pro Ethereum. I totally am, but I just find it super ironic that the biggest platforms on Ethereum are about money, the whole DeFi thing. So blockchain DLT needs a real
Crowdfunding.
use case like supply chain stuff, like Joey was talking about,
It's
to
like
get real
crowdfunding.
adoption.
Can we change the semantics here just a tiny bit? And instead of referring to Bitcoin, can we just say that Bitcoin retains value?
I mean, fundamentally, the reason that how would you feel about this state? Bitcoin lost value because every time the interest rate rises, people go bankrupt.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
What's
I'm good with that.
I mean, it's been kind of a leading indicator of inflation, right? Like a year or two ahead.
So, like,
The surge to 60K kind of predicted where we're at now with inflation.
If Bitcoin never existed, guys, cryptocurrency definitely, and this is just my opinion, this is not financial advice here, but like Casey said, the sentiment is totally changing here. Everything started with Bitcoin, bros.
well, kind of, but it started with digital cash in general and digital transfer of value. Because there was like, what, three or four attempts at digital currencies before Bitcoin really kind of caught traction.
Yep. Eagle, Bcash, all that stuff.
Brad wrote a. Here, I'll put it to the top. Brad wrote a thread. We kind of wrote together after I just talked to him, and it's called "Bitcoin Fixes Nothing." It's good. He's like, you know, it's a I'll make money by its volatility, but if you ask me if it's solving anything, I can't say much.
Well, we should ask Senator Ted Cruz, guys.
Ha! Ha!
Does he have a Twitter? We can invite him into the room.
Do it.
Man, he will definitely rock out our room for sure.
All right, let me check it out. I think we're a safe. I think we're a safe space for Republicans and conservatives.
Ha!
I swear to God.
Yeah, genuine
You
question.
think I'm lying?
Could you say the internet solved anything?
Well, the Bitcoin solved nothing is, I think that's a U.S. perspective, perhaps even a
XRP.
professionally educated perspective. But if you travel down to South America right now and you buy a sandwich, and then you wake up the next day and you buy the same sandwich, it's $2 cheaper. It's strange how Bitcoin does have an economic need in countries with fluctuating currency. And currency, like in Buenos Aires, does fluctuate rapidly. And we don't get that in the United States.
It's practically, not to interrupt you, Joey, but it's practically saving third world countries, literally.
Wow. Yeah. Also pushes.
Here's the thing, though. The idea, but we have to separate the idea of how does it help people in the short run versus what people are claiming it is solving. We have to unbundle those two things.
Well, I think that people in general, much like, let's take religion, for example, right? Another hot topic. It's whenever people get involved with anything, we try to use our own interpretation. Selfish desires manifest into our perception of what's really happening, and those two integrate. Like meme, mimetic money. I think I pronounced that right. Like the way you said it, you were like, well, what I want is right, but Bitcoin maxis and other people who are out there shilling for certain cryptocurrencies kind of say this is happening, this is what it is, and I think it's important to realize that this is more man's interpretation, right? And you can't stop people from becoming that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think change at this kind of level takes a lot of time, but
you
Bitcoin
can't.
to me is evolution of money, right?
Yeah,
Like
you can't
I
shut
keep it
down
simple.
everyone's opinion.
Yeah, the world's been.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A lot.
The digital tracker BHEXXG receives standard payment intuitions license from MAS. So when you look around the world, companies are like really adopting this idea that this form of exchange can help stateless um, type of autonomous financial situation, you know?
And that's the lie, right?
Right.
The idea of the stateless thing,
Uh-huh.
because if you want to see if the state doesn't have to do anything, just ask New York if they can run institutional mining.
Hmm.
And you'll right and be like, oh shit, there's the state again. Oh, that's right, the state controls the electricity. Ah, fuck, maybe we can move to helium, and that's and so
Mm-hmm.
you know
Yeah.
Disguising it.
sometimes we feel like we're in a mature state, and sometimes we feel like we're in an infancy.
Zach,
Yeah.
What's up,
brother.
Zach?
I just think that, like, I've heard a lot of conversations about like Bitcoin's going to save the world through decentralization and yada yada yada, and I'm like, if unfortunately, right, if it was ever to get to that point where it would quo of the financial system, the government would move in, secure the servers,
Mm-hmm.
the rich would give up what they already have in Bitcoin, right? Which means that now it's the centralized government would then control the majority of it, right? Whether it's on chain or off chain, it doesn't matter. They're just going to say, like, if you have this, give it to us, secure it. They'll pay them in dollars for it. Has control of it, right? If the government goes out and says Bitcoin is now illegal, we will give you, 60 cents on the dollar for it. Every single person who's worth their salt in like the capitalist society is going to sit there and go, okay, here you go. Right? They're not going to take the risk of the government coming down on them and like securing their assets or freezing their assets. They're just going to say, here's my Bitcoin, give me money. And now the government has it all. And so what happens to your decentralized society then? Oh,
It's
guess
not.
what?
They started
It's not
deleting people's
decentralized.
GitHub accounts because they had tornado cash code on it. Like, we're seeing this play out. We just have to have our eyes open, you know?
Well,
Yeah.
Bitcoin is backed by the U.S. I mean, when you buy Bitcoin, you're buying it with a fiat
Tether.
currency,
You're
right?
buying it with Tether. No.
What
So if
What do
you
you
look
buy
at
Tether with?
you got to understand, like, when you just understand what's beneath everything.
The U.S.
Like,
dollar.
you have to understand Tether and where not necessarily. Chinese commercial paper is not the US dollar. So
And that's
just
what Tether is.
welcome to the rabbit hole of Tether. Some may argue that if you want to know if you want to ask Brad, and Brad will tell you that Tether determines the price of Bitcoin.
I've heard this, but I just always found people like, oh, like, my perspective. Like, everyone's like, oh, it's so decentralized. They get caught up in the decentralized, and it's like, wait, well, what are you using? What is the average consumer using to buy Bitcoin? Is it really Tether, or are they adding their credit and debit
The
cards
average
to
consumer
exchanges
doesn't
and buying
matter.
it with fiat currency?
The average consumer doesn't matter. This is an institutional game. The retail market is there to be dumped on.
Yeah.
That's how it's always worked. We need someone to buy up our garbage.
Well, there's
And
arguably
Bitcoin is a beautiful way to do what they have, because you take money that is being inherited by millennials and Generation X, and then you arbitrarily drop the price over and over and over again. And every time you drop the price, people get liquidated, and you're just, thanks. Thanks for
over
playing.
leveraging and
Welcome to the casino.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Digital slots, family. Digital slots.
I just think that like the rooms where people are saying we're going to create these like decentralized communities and these places where everyone's safe and we can grow and vibrate and do all
You mean
these
the Garden
things.
of Blockchain Eden?
Yeah, these utopic conversations where they are like, oh yeah, this is what we're going to do because the government can't stop Bitcoin. And I'm like, once they seize 51% of it, they control everything
Have
of it.
you said this in like a room before with other people?
I mean, yeah.
I was just wondering because
Yeah.
what kind of response you were met with.
Oh yeah, no, it's total blowback, but I don't care. Like, what are they
Yeah,
gonna
Of
do? Like,
course, it's total blowback. Of
un-
course.
like,
you're going against the grain.
well,
But
not
Yeah,
only
but
that,
Zach, and
but
genuinely, I think that's true for 99% of the cryptos out there. I think Bitcoin has a genuine shot. Its
well,
mining proof of work is different than
so, but
99% of other
agreed.
ones.
Well, we're not
yes,
using the original Bitcoin protocol.
yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that we've moved everything that anyone's going to create as soon as it becomes mainstream, it's going to become centralized to a
Mm.
degree where it
Mm-hmm.
cannot be
Amen.
used for these utopic
Yep.
versions of what people want, right? And the issue is that none of the people who are at the top, right, collecting it and in at scale are stupid enough that when the government says, hey, here's all the regulation, or you can give it to us for seller, they're not going to pass up on the opportunity because them at the people at the top have too much to lose to even risk it for Bitcoin, right?
Amen.
Can I
And
jump
they're
in?
going to
Big
push the
amen to that one.
narrative. They're going to push the narrative of this utopic Bitcoin saves everything
Mass
for the
adoption.
simple fact that the people at the bottom are going to eat that shit up
Mm-hmm.
and continue buying it to raise the price, which then they're just holding their Bitcoin until the government's going to regulate it, and then they're just going to sell it for 60 cents on the dollar.
And
Like,
then they become Apple
yeah,
because then their consumer base does all the marketing for them without even knowing that they're marketers. They're telling their friends and their family about it. Oh my gosh, this is the future. This is the future. Buy this. Buy this. This is gonna make you rich. And you just when shit starts to change, it's gonna be an observation to be made.
Can I jump in on that one too? So when we say government, who are we talking about? The U.S. government?
Exactly.
The
World
SEC
governments,
or
world government systems, mainly the United States government, but
So,
world
so
government systems.
if the United States government came at us and said we're going to give you 60 cents on the dollar, imagine how many Deloitte, Ernst and Young, and everybody else and their mother says, well, there's 195 countries in the world. Which one do you want to go to?
Yeah, in
okay,
30
so
years, the government's going to be filled with
can
NFT investors.
can I just say this is like Joey, like I love that. I have the sentiment of like, oh, there's 195 countries. Where are we going? But people said that when Trump was elected. People said
mm,
that before
mm.
about
Okay.
all the different things that they're upset about, and yet they're still here. You want to know why?
Wow.
Is because when push comes to shove, no one wants to actually take the fucking action. They just want to flap their gums on social media and say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to move if this happens." Right?
The emotional response.
If the U.S. government regulates Bitcoin, no one's fucking moving because they're too
Huh.
lazy to put their morals above the fact that they have a good life here.
Yep.
Maybe. I was in South America for 5 months of this year, and Puerto Rico is also in an awesome territory. But there's there's about I could tell you about 15 people in my life this year that I know who are traveling the world and working remote, and especially with remote work, there's a whole migration actually outside of the cultural stress or whatever of the United States at times, and
Can I ask you though,
people
is
are bringing
how
their wealth into other places.
many of those people that are traveling and working remote are working for US companies? How many of those people that are traveling and working remote still have all their banking in the US?
Well, but yes, and U.S. companies control the government more than the U.S. government controls the companies.
How many of those people that are traveling remote went and got visas so that they could go for citizenship somewhere else?
Most of them,
Mm.
because you get a free visa on the passport you have from your country, and the U.S. has like documents in the world for travel.
Yeah,
So I
but
think
now you're saying that these people will give up their citizenship, move somewhere else,
Oh, and
yeah.
and
especially if they're divorced. I
So I
mean,
add.
Colombian women.
I
Sorry,
mean,
go
it's
ahead.
happening all. I mean, not to interject without raising my hand and starting a big fuss, but yeah, I mean, just look at the amount of Americans that are moving to Mexico.
Dude, yeah, it's happening right now, and you give it 10 years, guys. I mean, you want to be 6 years old with a 20-year-old wife and live entirely on Bitcoin?
Well, here's the thing. Do you want to be that far away from 20% of the world's freshwater supply?
Mm.
I think it's just too late for Bitcoin to be illegal. That's its biggest advantage.
I'm
Yeah.
not
It's too late in
saying
the
that
game.
it's like, but here's my thing: is like
It
I
won't
don't think
become
it'll ever
illegal.
be illegal,
Yeah, it
right?
won't be illegal.
But
It's
I
too
think
good
that
of a
there's going to
way to
be
capture the world's value.
They'll
there's
buy it
going to
back
be
and centralize it.
regulation and tax that's going to make it that's going to make you go, oh fuck, well I can go for 60 cents on the dollar now, or I can wait for it to go to USD.
It's like
Didn't
someone trying
India
to buy your
implement that
business
already?
as
Yeah.
a startup.
Yeah.
I,
It's like
I just
someone
think it'd
trying to
be a
buy.
massive economic hit to the U.S. government to actually shut down Bitcoin because there'd be other places you can go.
Well,
Mm.
so here's the thing, right? Is eminent domain. The U.S. government can go and take it if it's a security risk, right? So all it takes for the U.S. government is for one day for them to go. You want to know what? Anyone who holds Bitcoin, we know who they are. We know where they are in the U.S. Go and capture all their servers, and that is they could take, right? All you need to do is be building and working on something that the government says, it's a national security risk. Let's go take it. And they can seize it all.
Mhm.
Everything that's in, they don't need to wait. There's no warrant involved. They just go and seize it. So
Or you
what are you
can
going to do with
or
it?
you can
It's a
pretend
possibility. Yeah.
or you can pretend that you're fighting against it when you actually own most of it.
Mm.
No, we can't have Bitcoin. No, you know what I mean? Like once you start creating media, you stop trusting the internet. You understand?
I'm just saying, like, my biggest point is, right,
Amen.
like, if they all move, if they take all the Bitcoin servers and they move them off, like, out of US territory, and they do all these things, right? I still think it's dangerous to put hope as this idea of this, like, oh, it's going to change the world governments and it's going to be this new thing, and like, because the people at the top of these groups are the ones profiting off of
Amen.
their of what they're
Yep.
saying.
But here's
Yep.
the real question. So, like, if someone came to you and said, "Hey, I'm trying to provide for my family in the long run. I'm trying to secure my position in this life by accumulating resources. I'm trying to do my own thing." Would you say go and buy Bitcoin, or would you say, "Hey, start a business, and really carry this out, and or find a business that's
A little of
existing?" And
column A and a little of column B.
yeah,
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 yeah.
exactly.
There's no one answer, but what I would say is I that the individuals, right? I think it's really hilarious that if I was in this group and I was saying, "Hey, everyone, we're going to create this like community, and it's on this land, and you can come and live, and we're all just going to live off of the interest that Bitcoin's bearing because it's utopic, and we're going to like live together." You're just centralizing a bunch of people with the same ideas.
Yep.
So then you're not decentralized.
Also, you just discovered NFTs, Zach. No, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think
I,
as long as we're honest with each other about that, we can invest in Bitcoin if you want, and then go back to the real world. Because if any of this shit stays at 18,000 for 10 years, which it can, right? As at least you're building something that's doing something in the real world
yeah,
while
and
maintaining a healthy
like
portfolio.
I'm saying all of this, and I am investing in Bitcoin, right? Like I am
Absolutely.
We all
All of
actively,
are.
us.
We all
Yeah.
yeah,
are, Zach.
Yeah.
Right?
right. So like I can have the issue is that the people who are not having the conversation and not opening their eyes to the fact that like, maybe there is some like, no, Bitcoin is Jesus. Bitcoin is going to save us. It's going to vibrate and give you a way to focus your energies of the world. Like,
How
fuck,
dare
come
you? I
on.
feel triggered.
I
Like,
love Zach, bro. I love you,
stop
Zach.
creating a fucking religion and a cult and start thinking like people,
Well,
right?
it's the Android iPhone war.
Mm.
And that's all it is. It's playing out again. It's just, oh, you have an iPhone? Fuck you. I Android. Oh, I got Android. You know what I mean? It's I got better camera quality. No, you don't. Fuck you. My camera quality is the best. Um, you know. So it's just more of the same, so to speak.
I have a problem with people that leverage others' insecurities and others' hopes to
A fucking man.
try and create something, a movement where they're going to be the ones that profit,
So
right?
my
That's
brother,
how devs get Lambos.
I was in a program. So I know everyone's come to understand who Andrew Tate is. I was in his program before he blew up. Back when he had 11,000
Oh
people.
shit!
Back when he had 11,000 people in his Hustlers University. I was in there,
You were
and
an early adopter.
yes,
Amazing.
sir. Well, no, I was. So this is what I
Yeah.
experienced was
Kappa,
it,
I am the anti-Tate.
you're the anti-Tate.
Yeah, so that's what we've decided is that I'm going to create my own program that is the anti-taint.
I love
Is
it.
that like your
Well,
below
Tate's
your
not
belly button? The
Tate's.
anti-taint, like the
Once you
opposite of your taint?
understand, once you understand like what's taught, like at least the beginning schematics of Hustlers University, it's changed probably since January like 3 times. Um, and Michael, you pointed this out to me, this crack in the shell, so to speak, which was the way they're taught. You're taught to perceive everything as hunting, and and one thing that really resonated with me is that if you can sound like you know more than the average person, then you can convince people to believe in your mastery, and that's what's going on. So like
Yeah,
once
that's
I
what we're doing with Zach, right? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
But the
Well, what
problem
you
is,
but
the
Tate, but
problem
if
is,
I may say, I will just really quick play devil's advocate. Tate's not the worst guy in the world. I truthfully do believe
no,
that some people have been saved by his rhetoric. And I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he says controversial things because it sells in this age.
the issue is that he ties a sentence of truth to two lies,
What do you
right?
mean?
So what he does is he'll say, you know, oh, being a father is a really good thing and I should always take care of my children,
Mm-hmm.
comma, this only if this bitch stays loyal to me,
But
right?
can you
And
see?
so,
Can't you see through it though, my brother? That it's
no,
all just it's the
right?
Jake Paul tactic.
But that's the thing, right? Is that what I'm saying is that there are a large group of individuals who are not hanging on to the truth. They're hanging on to the lie because the lie is the one that blows up. The
Yes.
lie is the one that
Yep.
gains follows. And with the clout that people are
Mm-hmm.
chasing, they're not hanging on to the truths. They're hanging
Here's
on to
the
the
thing, though.
lies.
He's, first of all, this has never not existed. Second, I think he identified a niche that was looking for a possibility model.
You're talking
Yep.
simps. His niche is simps.
Incel, call them what you want. If they're making YouTube videos, they're staying out of the school. Does that make sense? Let's keep them making YouTube videos.
Well, I think that if you can look at it from that way, absolutely, and I don't think there's any one right or wrong interpretation here. But I saw, and personally, I'm a testimony, right? I joined the fucking program in January when there was 11,000. There's now 150,000 members in this program. When I joined this
I'm
program,
changing my username and password because you're a
you
fucking
motherfucker,
heretic.
you motherfucker. I just want to, Zach, one thing. I know we haven't like talked as much as most people in here, but I want you to know that I always offer, at least for the sake of conversation, the 10th man's out's perspective, which is, if we all can say Andrew Tate's a bad guy, by duty, I have to say that there is some good in him.
No, him and his brother have flown 30 Ukrainian refugees over on their own dime because some of the humanitarian groups haven't.
Yeah.
But that's the Andrew Tate that people see. That's not the Andrew Tate that people will see because the way he's scaled his university is the controversy, right?
Well, it's the I don't know if that's the controversy. I think his statements made in a very assertive manner and spoken in certainty is what often causes the disconnect because he speaks assertively, right? We live in 2022. Oh my gosh, someone has an opinion and they're willing to stand by it. Oh my fucking god! You mean you don't believe in this?
Amen.
You stand the firm ground.
Unless your opinion is very far liberal left, like you're not allowed to have that stance and that pedestal that's solid, right?
Sir.
And I got that. What I am just saying is that I just have the way it's projected about women is, I think, is the only thing I have.
Yes, sir.
Where
I told the wife that you're the anti-Andrew Tate because you have family, you love your wife. Arguably, your wife is kind of more successful than you are. You know what I mean? Right? You're like the walking anti-Andrew Tate billboard.
And that's the thing, right? Is I think that you can embody masculinity and you can embody being an alpha and you can embody some of these very conservative beliefs while also understanding that women can do what they want to do. Like if my wife wanted to do an OnlyFans, I'd be like, go ahead, like
They just can't
empower,
drive.
whatever, right? Like I don't care if
Just
other
can't
men
drive.
look at my wife
Right.
because I know that at the end of the night she's gonna be laying in
Well,
my bed, right?
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
Hey,
Amen. And there's somewhat of a beautiful confidence there. But in my opinion, I really respect the Muslim culture for the fact that they withhold a lot from the average person. I think that certain things are supposed to be romantically preserved for the rights of relationship. And then often, like, so my girlfriend, I don't want to tell her how to dress, right? But I understand myself and I understand other men, and I don't look at other females. I control my eyes. Where the eyes go, the mind wanders as well. So I control my eyesight. When I see another man staring my woman down, I intrinsically have this desire to want to fight because mind your fucking eyes, my guy. Like I know this is my woman. I know she loves me for who I am, and you can't beat me in any day of the week, any fucking month of the year, any year out of the decade, and so on and
Cap
there.
eating too much
But
spinach.
Yeah, Kappa has that stroke. That's what it is. He feels confident in that stroke.
no, I just think you should mind your fucking eyes. I think that people in Western culture, we don't mind our eyesight, and I think that we get that part wrong.
hey, look, I can drive through the fucking McDonald's drive-through and not order anything, okay? I am allowed to fucking go through and look at the menu, okay?
If you glance, that's one thing. If I see you looking at my girl like she's a Salisbury steak dinner on your most hungry night,
then come and talk.
Well, I feel like just punching you in the face, to be honest.
Because guess what? When you come over, I'm gonna be like, "Good fucking work, my dude. Good fucking work."
And you know what? I've had conversations like that, but I can tell the difference between an innocent glance, an innocent glance versus a stare, right? And that
Versus trying to
stare,
punk you in front of your girl. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a difference.
But here's my thing, right? Is if they can, then you need to grow and work, right?
Yeah.
Is if anyone ever tried to punk me in front of my wife, right? And they were just staring her down, I'd be like, "Hey, what's good, man?" And they were like,
yeah.
Why is she with you? I was like, I don't know. And I just keep walking, right?
Well,
because
where
guess
are you
what?
from, Zach?
99.999% of the time, I'm never going to see that motherfucker again. So why am I even going to give him that space in my head?
Yeah.
But let me ask you a question. Guys, may I interrupt for 1 second because this is really like WWE.
No, go ahead, D. I don't apologize.
Yeah, it's great.
For the most part, I would rather hear you most of these motherfuckers. So
Damn, Kappa,
ahead,
don't steal my fucking don't apologize bullshit line, fucker.
Right.
I'm not stealing it. It's borrowed, Zach. It's a good philosophy.
I just want to say hi, little Vera. What's going on? I saw that you had in your profile IBJJF World and Pan Champion. That's fucking amazing.
I had a question for the room.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much.
Hi, welcome. Go ahead, Deepak.
Hi, Lovera. Hi, Joey. Hi, Jeremy. Hi, EJ. Hi, Bilal. Listen, guys, you caught us on a good day. It gets even better. Welcome to the Syndicate. Yeah,
we haven't even started fighting yet.
Right. Well, I just wanted to kind of just ask a question like, what if Kappa? And this question is for the room. I'm not directing it towards anyone. I thought the exchange of dialogue.
My name, motherfucker. No, I'm just
because
kidding.
man, because I hate you and I'm gonna find you, motherfucker.
Thank you, Bobby, sir.
So what if the question becomes? I think what I think we're all kind of saying is that like innovation is very important. You know, like the question doesn't become if I'm in public and someone stares down my wife and I have this emotional like roller coaster of chain of emotions, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what if I like to challenge everyone's thinking? What if the scientists in the room, what if I were in public and I was with my significant other, my wife, or my boyfriend, if I'm a extreme leftist, right? But another, let's just use the woman for the example.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure
let me
it's
The
so hard.
opinions expressed during the syndicate do not necessarily reflect those of the host or the other speakers. Continue.
Am I in a courthouse, B5? Why are you fucking?
We might be in a courthouse in the future when they change the rules and they call this hate speech. You realize in about 5 years they're going to be looking for us and be like, "Hey, remember the thing you said on Twitter Space
Oh
about
man.
BTC?
Oh
BTC
man.
is a one true religion, and you are pagan, sir. That will cost you 2 BTC."
Hey, you're
That
going
would
in the
cost-
den with the lions. I'm
So what's
going
the
in the
question,
den with the lions.
B5?
So what if I'm in public? The question is, Kappa, what if I'm in public and a guy and I'm with my lady and a
Mhm.
guy is staring me down, but another beautiful lady is standing right next to her. How does that affect my perception of his?
Wait, I got
Yeah.
lost. So
I'll
you
actually
said, what if
I
another?
got looked at it because I was like,
Yeah, because you said a guy then a girl. So wait. So you're
I'll
walking
ask
to
it
the
again.
store with your wife or your girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I see some guy, some bozo, bro. He's like all tatted up and like looking like $1,000,000 with a big cock, and he's like standing there and he's like looking at my wife, but like I think at my wife, but there's another beautiful woman standing right next to my wife. How should I judge that? How should I look at that? In
he's
terms of
saying
Don't judge.
if you react too quickly, he could just be staring at the other woman.
Absolutely. And
exactly.
I'm not saying that. Fuck,
Hold
man.
on, one sec,
Exactly.
Kappa. Lil Vera, you were gonna say something. Go ahead.
I just want to say that there are too many variables.
Mm-hmm. Amen. I was gonna say I'm not saying that if someone looks at my girlfriend, I'm gonna fucking just attack them, dude. I'm saying there's a difference between a glance and a stare, and foolish in the sense in which we all know what it feels like to be stared at, and we all can tell when someone's visibly staring. Like it's not,
But
you know.
why give them the space in your fucking mind?
Well,
Why? You're
because
never gonna see
I
these
live in
fucking
a
people again
I live in
99%
an
of the
area,
time.
Zach. I live in an area, Zach, where people do crazy fucking things all the time. They'll walk up behind you, knock you the fuck out, take your girlfriend. These are wild days we live in, and wild areas that I live in as well, where people you have to, and I'm sure you understand of your environment. It's not a thought process. It's more so like, I wonder what this guy wants, and I don't formulate a judgment, right? Because if you come up to me and say, like, I had this kid come up to me 2 weeks ago. He said, "That's your girlfriend?" I was like, "Yeah, why?" And he's like, "Dude, she's beautiful. How did you manage to pull her?" So I was like, "Damn, dude, are you kind of saying I'm ugly?" Like, but I laughed about it. We talked, and I walked away with a smile on
I
my
mean,
face.
you are a crocodile.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not like in all situations. I'm just saying that there's a difference. I think personally that people should mind their eyes a little bit more. That there's a difference between a glance and a stare. And I understand if you want to stare, like trophy wives and that whole terminology in its entirety exists for that purpose, right? People admire what you have. They view women as a possession. Oh, you possess this woman. She's an indication of status, right? I don't really believe in any of that. I just think that people are fucking weird, and sometimes people will do weird things, and sometimes on certain occasions, staring can be an indication of what someone's planning.
I move into every situation observing the tactical position myself into the best tactical advantageous place.
Oh yeah.
If they're staring, they're giving me data to use tactically, right? And I can use that to my advantage.
How?
Other than that, I don't give anyone the fucking space in my head, because unless you're my wife, my daughter, or my immediate family, you don't deserve the space in my head until you earn it. And
Can I
that's
ask you
all
something though?
yeah.
If someone's staring at you, right? If you feel like as a man, someone's staring at your wife, right? And you're like, oh, okay, duly noted. I'm gonna move on, right? And you walk through the store and you find this person's like following you and just staring at you, staring at you. You're going to your car, they're staring at you. You wouldn't give that like a thought at all.
No, I would say to my wife, "Hey, code black," and then we have a fucking tactical situation that goes for that.
I like that.
Sorry, it's just
No, I
I
like that. I
understand,
like that.
right? Is like I've had this conversation where like I don't give a fuck, like if people want to stare and that, like this, that, and the other thing. When it moves beyond that, right? When it becomes a danger, now you're putting me into a mode where I have to do it. But someone just staring, I'm not going to worry about it, because what happens is people see it and they're like, "Oh, they're staring at my girl. Oh, well, maybe she's going to go talk to him and give her number." And so what? If she does, like, fuck it. I'm going to move on. Like,
Exactly.
I'm going to find something else. Like,
Zach, what's your address again? Sorry.
So best advice for the ladies.
Sorry, guys. I
Kidding.
want to hear
No.
from EJ because we ever spoken to EJ. I don't think, and then Jeremy.
EJ.
Go ahead, EJ.
Hey, how's it going? How you doing, Monday? Long time no see.
What's up,
What's
EJ?
going on?
Sag, in the scenario you first said, if the person is looking at my woman staring, I would just show affection to her. If he's looking at her, maybe he wants it. I don't know what he wants,
That's
but
a
I would just show
great
affection.
answer.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
what I
great
do.
answer. That's
I'm
the
just
answer I
speaking.
was looking for. The answer is love.
I'm
And
telling
it's not like
motherfucker runs
because
up on you with a
I
my
think
knife.
first
the
thought
answer is
was
Kappa reading the book that Zach sent him and writing the fucking. What's going on with this marketing, Kappa?
Well,
You dropped the project?
Oh,
Did you just throw it out the
I
window?
got threads, my brother.
here's my thing, EJ, with showing love, right? Is I think of things tactically, right? I am not going to put anything out into the environment to antagonize that person. If they want to look, they can look. I know she's going to be with me later that night, right? She's not going to go home with them at the grocery store, at the club, right? If guys want to buy my wife drinks, she goes to me, she goes, "Oh, blue." And I was like, "Cool." And then I just walk to the other side of the bar, and guess what she does? She gets a drink for her, and she gets a drink for her girlfriend, and then brings me my drink.
I
Right?
like that.
yeah.
Fuck it, right?
There's a level of confidence to that. Yeah.
Jeremy, you had something to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I thought it was interesting, and coming from a guy who's been married for 25 years,
Mm-hmm.
that's a young man's game. Like, I mean, I completely jive with what Zach is saying, and I'm the exact same way. Everything that I do as well is complete, and I have a plan for everything. But guys that are looking at my wife, like whatever, it doesn't matter. But what I want to know is, you talked about you talk about like the place where you live. People are doing things behind your back, and then they'll steal your girl or whatever.
No. Like
A,
people.
what my question is, where do you live that it's a war zone? And B, what kind of
No.
girls are you dating that would go with a guy like that?
So you
Crypto
must
Twitter.
have misinterpreted what I said. So what I had said is that where I live, people do weird things, and I think that can be very generally applied to, regardless of where most people live. I live in a very heavily populated, densely populated area of New Jersey, South Plainfield, to speak assertively. Secondly, I do not fear somebody stealing my woman. If like I said, I'm confident. I think that it's a respect factor.
You
I
feel
keep my eyes
insulted.
to myself.
Yes. You
And when
feel
I see
insulted.
another man do the same, do otherwise, I feel insulted. Because I think it's a
You
respect thing.
have to feel insulted.
Yes, and I feel yes. To that is the
You
perfect
think
explanation of my
you
expression.
you think feeling insulted
That
is
provides me.
productive?
No, it's not. And I've noticed
Okay,
this
so
about
it's just an
myself.
emotion then,
Yes,
right? So
absolutely.
I
This
think
is
it's
not correct.
natural to feel insulted. I think it's also an opportunity to put a gap between stimulus and response. I think it's
Yeah, like
natural to
I don't
feel
respond to
insulted,
it.
but there is a gap between stimulus and response, and that's
Yeah,
where your power is.
Well,
I
in
don't
my
Now,
respond to it.
insulted if the guy came onto you?
Would I be insulted if the guy came on to me?
Yeah, if he was staring you up. How would
No.
you feel then?
I mean, borderline,
Like
somewhat.
trying to get with you, not the wife.
I think that would be more so a question for my missus rather than me because the situation now changes.
But how would you feel? Would you feel
Dan, you had
insulted?
something you wanted to say?
First of all, I want to welcome my good friend Joey here. He's a great guy. I can't wait to get him talking about this. Personally, my answer to this is that I would be engineering that mostly because I would be getting off on that for the most part. I would love the juxtaposition between, her sort of luring the male gaze in and then capturing the resonance of that sort of lust in the moment. And then it would be fun to sort of milk it for as long as you can, just so you could watch the agony or the possible release of the guy, knowing full well that if she wants it. In fact, I would want her to want it. So
Yeah,
that's how I would approach it.
I'm not in any means insecure or threatened. I hope that the people in this room can understand the difference between an innocent glance and a stare. There's a
Yeah.
fucking difference. One is predatorial and one is innocent.
Have you ever played phone number lottery with your girl? Like gone to a bar and whoever gets the most numbers gets to choose what you do on date night the next night?
No, that
Nope.
sounds fun as shit, bro.
Oh yeah. You will never You will never
She'll
know
beat
how
me every.
you will never know how strong your relationship. Well, so every number a guy gets is worth 5 of what the girl gets. So that's you got to come up with your ratio, right? Based on what you how good you look, right?
For the
My wife
handicapping, I like it. Yeah.
right? My wife and I are a 2-to-1. Her 2, she gets, I get 2 numbers for every one she gets, right? But you go and whoever gets the most numbers gets to pick what you do for date night. So sometimes when if you're real confident and you're real secure in your relationship, you can come up with ways to just kind of go out and feel comfortable, but feel like you're still worth, the attraction of others.
Wow.
So,
Kappa, I'll lean in here. This is Joey.
Hey, Joey.
Hey, yeah, I keep coming back with these thoughts about U.S. perspectives versus other perspectives, and also I'm hearing a lot about, your wife versus your girlfriend, stuff like that. Like, Kappa, like, is your girl like your girlfriend or your wife?
She's my girlfriend, soon to be wife.
There you go. So I, not you or anybody else in here, but I've dated a girl that's 10 times more attractive than her, and there's a humbling place that you get when other dudes are checking out your girl and you're like, yeah, I won. There's a whole confidence booster actually, where it's like you kind of feel good as a guy that like, your girl's attractive.
Mm-hmm.
But now put that in the context of a long distance relationship. If your girl's 2,000 miles away from you, you go to a club and her employees are there or her coworkers are there and they're checking her out at the club. I've been in a situation where like 2,000 miles away, you visit and like the employees are looking at your girl and they're really just staring at her.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden that brings a whole new wild of, assumptions and ideas and thoughts and stuff, especially under the influence of whiskey. So like, especially in another language, right? So I've been in a situation where like I got thrown out of a club one time in a foreign country because I'm sure that this dude that was on her team had been more than just her out while we've been in a long distance, right?
Uh-huh.
And so other employees come up and validate the fact that, yeah, they had something going on. It wasn't necessarily crossing lines, but you find out information by tactically responding as well.
Mm-hmm. Amen. Jeremy, you had something to say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, man, like coming from a guy who's been married for 25 years, man, like I will tell you that the peace of the mind begins when you understand the control of what you have over your own versus the outside world. And the second that you realize that, man, it doesn't matter. And all these things that these guys have been saying, 110% true. Like, and I get it. Like, there are some situations like he mentioned at the club, like that's a very valid situation. But then at the end of the day, I also have to think about, my girl and be like, well, is she as dedicated to me as I am to her? And you know what? And if she's not, I don't got time for that. I got things to do.
Yes. But once again, so this conversation kind of steered more so into like a generalized method of adaptation in certain environments.
We're just telling you you're wrong, Kappa. Fuck.
No, I'm not wrong and I'm not right, and you're not wrong and you're not right. I have my way of life. You have your way of life. This is how wars start. You know what I mean? But
you don't want to go to war, Kappa.
No, I don't. I will be the first to admit that. But I'm not gonna, I'm also not gonna just compromise my position here and make myself, lie to you guys and say, oh yeah, like I believe in everything you're saying because I do. But all the meanwhile, I think that we strayed from the original subject, which was that there is a difference between a glance and a stare, and when someone's staring, it's usually an indication of something. In my opinion, I feel insulted
because most of the people in the room says it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, so it doesn't matter at the end of the day. You're right. It doesn't matter. But I think that men in general, and myself, right? I practice this myself, do unto others as you wish done to you, right? So when I control my eyes and I know eyes are going, and sometimes I glance, but I quickly take my eyes elsewhere as the mind follows the eyes, right? I think that it's a fair respect. If you want to glance at my girl, yeah, it does make me feel good, right? But there's a difference between a glance and a stare. That's where I feel like,
wait, Kappa, wait.
Yeah.
Is this some type of weird allegory to like Bitcoin and Ethereum?
You're staring at Ethereum.
Well, wait, Kappa, you said do unto others as you would have others. So if I said I don't really care, and then I just stare at your girl, I am doing unto others as I would have others do unto me, right? But the issue is that you want it to just be like I'm supposed to read your mind and then I'm supposed to fall into what your perception
There should be a
of
common
what people
respect.
should do.
There should be a common respect amongst men, to the point where
There
if
is
you want to,
not a common respect amongst men.
and there's not.
Here's at the end of the day, when you bump your knee against a chair, the pain that you feel is occurring in your knee, not occurring in the chair.
Stop saying that, Mike. No one fucking understands what that means. All right. God damn it.
But yeah, let's talk about the RDSP. Continue.
RDS, yeah. Rapid decision making synchronization. Yeah.
Oh shit! This guy is reading the book. He just isn't writing the marketing. Okay, I figured it
Shut
out.
the fuck up, Michael. It's taken me a long time to say that to you. Okay,
It
but
is
shut
taking you
the
a long
fuck
time.
up.
I know. If only you would stop qualifying your statements, then we'd really make progress.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but I think you're absolutely right. It is natural to feel a way if someone's mentally undressing your wife. Where I come from, I wouldn't necessarily do anything because the people around where I'm from have guns and knives.
Exactly.
So you have to be careful with who you have beef with
And where I'm
arbitrarily
from,
on the street.
I'm not
and
saying
so
once again.
wait, hold on. May
Sorry,
I
Deepak.
interject? And
Sorry, Deepak.
where I'm from, historically, the women walk around shirtless.
Where are you from, DeFi?
Atlanta?
Where?
Yeah, ATL, shout it.
But I love this,
No,
guys.
I love Atlanta.
I love the fact that we can all have, and once again, I think that everyone's like, because we started with the Tate philosophy, right? I think everyone's thinking that I'm like this masculine dude who's like, oh, you look at my woman, me fight you. No, I'm not gonna fight you. In fact, I think and in every situation I lead in kindness, because I think that kindness is always the best approach. If it transcends beyond the situation, then you can deal with it tactically and physically. I could fold your kneecaps in with an elliptical kick. That's an option, right? But I'm not gonna fuck. I'm not weak and I'm not scared. I just think that it's a respect thing. So like, if you glance, okay, you respect. Once I stare at you, like if you're staring at my girl and I lock eyes with you, most men look away in respect, because it's an unspoken respect. It's like, oh, okay, this guy just noticed I'm staring at his girl. Let me move on, right? But it's the people that will continue that I'm like, okay, in the back of my head, as I'm moving through this store, I have to keep this person in mind, so to speak, because I don't even know if they're staring at my girlfriend for sexual fantasy purposes. They could be plotting something. They could be trying to catch her when she walks down the aisle outside of me, right? Like, people get abducted all the fucking time. You never know. I just think it's weird. Like, that's all. Like, and I don't think I'm wrong for saying that.
You're not wrong. No one said you ever said you were wrong, Gavin.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
By
Sorry,
them staring, you are gaining intel. They're conducting
well,
reconnaissance.
now I know your focus, right? I know where you're focused.
Wouldn't it be more dangerous? Wouldn't it be more dangerous if you had a bunch of men that weren't staring, because you wouldn't know where the threat's coming from?
You want to know if you do
So you want
recon, the last thing you want to do is let the other person know that you know more than they think you do. That's your one advantage.
Yeah.
If your interest is in defense, I wouldn't let the person know that I knew what they might to do, because then I lose the element of surprise.
I suppose in that realm, I have a little bit more growing to do. I'm definitely open and transparent to that. I'm still young. I'm 25. I won't sit up here and bullshit you and be like, oh yeah, this is exactly how I handle it.
Dude, when I was 24, 25, bro, every single person that looked at a girl that I was with, I was walking over and being like, who the fuck are you looking at? What the, right? Like,
Yes,
I was the same way, right? It takes
It'll come in age.
It comes with age, with the length of your relationship, right? It's like you learn, right? Every guy that's staring at your girl.
What are you trying to say about Kappa's length? I think that's a little.
You guys have to get more than one wife, man. This is.
We're arguing over
We
pets.
finally solved it. We finally solved it, guy. We have
started
to
with Tate
become
philosophy,
Mormon.
and we brought it back to Tate
The one
philosophy.
true religion. Yep.
I mean,
Joseph Smith was right, guys.
This is the other thing that I learned when I was in my Kappa, is that every guy that's staring and every guy that walks up to your girl and is like, hey, can I get your number, right? They're doing you a favor, right? Because they're giving you the information of, should you marry that one, right? If all of a sudden your girl's like, yeah, sure, okay, he's gonna be a friend. Okay,
A
fine.
fucking man.
Right? If he's gonna be a friend, fine, right? But
Well, I don't
if
believe in male friends, but carry on.
I don't give two fucks if my wife has a male friend, a guy friend, them
Oh, yeah,
friend.
from
I
a
don't
security
care, right?
standpoint.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
my
But
girl,
I also know that my wife has like met many people who she gets their number and right male photographers because she's a photographer and they've
oh yeah, that's
sent her
different.
presets, right? And like
Yeah,
male friends, right?
yeah.
But
Oh, I
that's what
wouldn't
I'm
call them
saying.
friends. I'd say acquaintances. But
You're right. So like one of my wife's best friends is her ex-boyfriend for 5 years, right? And I honestly, him and I text like once a week, probably, just because I'm one of his best friends too,
that's
right? Like,
amazing. Yeah.
so like,
Amen.
Well,
Amen.
yeah, you broke through the average.
but that's what I'm saying though, right? Is like every single guy that's ever looked at my now wife, but when she was my girlfriend, right? Right. Every guy that's looked at her or tried to get to her number or done all these things, right? They are just telling me if I should marry her or not. They're doing the research for me.
Yeah.
I don't have to go through her phone. I don't have to go do anything, obsessive. I don't have to be controlling. I just let her do what she does and let her just enjoy her life however she wants to. And then I can go, wow, she has all these guy friends and we're still good. We're not fighting. Our relationship's strong. There's no toxicity. I go out with my buddies. She goes out with her friends, whatever, right? And they're all giving me the info of whether I should trust her or not. I don't
Collecting
have to
data.
nothing.
And that's
Vera,
amazing.
go ahead.
I just want to comment that I think it's very, very, very rare when a female and male can be just friends. I think if, for instance, like I can speak for myself, if a woman has a male friend, so to speak, it's most of the time just a boyfriend to be waiting to be, for the most part. But it happens, but it's very, very, very rare.
Amen.
So I would never hold somebody else's intentions against my wife's attention.
Amen.
Right.
As well. There's two.
So,
I just like to make it clear. I think it's to say we just friends and it's just pure friendship. I think it's very, very, very rare. I think that's someone sometime wants to have more than that, and it's just
just because the guy wants to. I mean,
I
if
agree.
the guy wants to sit there forever, I only care about what she does. Right?
Yeah, but that just make it clear that it's not just friends. It's not. Everybody desires someone at some point, so it's not just friends.
Yeah, if you so like this was proved. I know this is a terrible example, but the Fresh and Fit podcast, right? There's this one girl who's like, no, I got a best friend. He's my male best friend, right? And they're like, no, he would fuck you. And part of my vulgarity here, but they say it like this. They say, he would fuck you if you called him right now and said you were horny. And so she's like, no, I've known this guy for years. He's not like that. He's just my friend. So they're like, do it then. Do it. So she does it live on the podcast. She calls him and she's like, oh, hey, I'm horny. Would you want to come over and fuck? He's like, yeah, I'll be there in 10. Come on. Like, you know what I mean?
But that's my thing, right? Is like, if he's there to support her and to be a friend and deep down he's just like, I'm just waiting for my chance. Fuck it, whatever.
That's desperate. Yeah, that's lonely as fuck because you're sitting there on the off chance that one day, Bitcoin Jesus will come from the sky and and make it rain Bitcoin for you. But what you're coming from is a confidence standpoint in the relationship that you share with your woman and the confidence and the adversity that you guys have faced for enough trust to be established to the point where you say, you know what, he can have his attentions all the fuck he wants. He's gonna live a very lonely life because my woman loves me. And
look, if my wife calls him and goes, do you want to hook up? I'm horny. And then all of a sudden I'm going to know something changed in our relationship. People don't. What you do is you end up going like, oh, well, I want to stay in this toxic relationship because it's the only one I have, even though why is all of a sudden she treating me like shit, blah, blah, blah. Like, right? Like, and even if she did hide it, right? If she kept it completely hidden and everything goes back to normal,
Revert to speaking
why
about
the fuck do I
Bitcoin.
care? Why do I care, right? Like, let's just let people be people, right? Like,
Yeah,
if she's calling him and going like, "I love you, I'm gonna leave my husband for you," cool,
that's
go
just what it
ahead.
is. Yep.
Let me know so that I can move on to right.
I have
Like,
synchronized. I embody both perspectives, so I see it from that way, and I feel the beauty in that statement and that trust that's been established through adversity and situational awareness, really, because what that means is that you've been through so much with a person that you trust their reaction in each situation, and you're also at peace with the fact that sometimes people change and intentions can change and motives can change, and if that happens, that is what it is as well. The only thing that's guaranteed in life is death and change, my friends.
I don't know my worth, so like if she wanted to go do that, I'd be like, all right, cool. Like, I know your ex and what he's doing with his life.
Yep.
Cool, good for you.
Amen.
Like, I've got,
Yeah.
I've got other things I can focus on. Like,
Yeah.
give me
Absolutely, brother.
51%. Give me 51% custody, and move out. Whatever.
Amen.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you're
because you know the
confident.
reality. You know the reality, Zach, and I'm so glad that you said that. That was like a very mentally healthy thing to say.
Flip the coin.
Yeah, flip. Yeah, in other words, like if a woman is not specifically your wife, because what I've learned is that like my grandma was married to my granddad for 50 years, and so I had a beautiful example of a healthy relationship. But that doesn't guarantee that I'll have the same success.
Mm-hmm.
I think it comes down to understanding that greed can cause eager desire or longing for excessive personified uh, desire for sex, wealth, or just to simply just please one's own will. So I just wanted to say that to you, Zach. It may not, like you said, it may not be you. It may be her.
I was also just gonna say, part of the insecurity comes from these voices telling, some of these Tates of the world. So just to round the circle, is that the lies being told, hidden behind truths,
And
cause
that's where
people,
it started, right?
cause people to have some ideas about relationships that aren't healthy long term, right?
I think that's a figuring it out process, though. I think that if you're for young people, at least, so many young people lack leadership and guidance that it's pretty much like men bowing their heads to whatever they're being told, because ultimately at the end of the day, if you're a man with urges and you want to become closer to females, but you're anti all the rhetoric, that you're basically submitting to a life of loneliness. And while we may all find comfort or solace in that because we're confident men, there's a huge proportion of men out there, young men, who lack this confidence, who lack this guidance, who lack this structure, and are completely being torn apart, having their hearts and their minds destroyed by young females in relationships because they're saying, no, this guy's just a friend. No, this
And the
guy's just
same
a
thing is
friend.
happening from men to women, and it's called
Exactly. Yep.
growing up and learning about what the world is like.
Amen. Amen. But ultimately, at this day and age, certain ideologies have risen to the surface of new norms, and that has suppressed the voices and thoughts and feelings of many other people as well.
I think I have a different perspective too, because I spend almost 9 months every year apart from my wife, right?
Oh
So
yeah,
like,
life
there's
experience.
there's a level of communication when you spend 9 months every year for the past 10 years at distance, like thousands of miles apart, and for you know between 30 to 90 days, sometimes you're not even getting to communicate. You can't even call, right? And when you do get to call, maybe it's 30 minutes, maybe it's an hour, right? And then the times when you are gone, your life is on the line. She doesn't know if you're even going to call back, right? So there's a level of learning
Respect.
that you go through, um, in those moments. And so I just think that there's a lot of people that are like, if my girl's not always around and with me, then she's stepping out and something. And I think that
Mm,
you just have to find the right person that
yeah.
trust. And I only learned to trust her because all these other people testing that trust gave me the data to go, I can inherently fully trust her, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just different ways to look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that what we've done throughout this conversation is we flipped a coin perspective wise, heads and tails, and the duality of perspective and how we all interpreted these situations. And yeah, I think we all have our ways, and I don't think there's any right or wrong, but there is somewhat of a basis of comfort in your approach and your perspective, Zach, in which
I
I
think it's
do.
I think it's cool seeing the linear, I think, of learning how to be healthy in relationships, right? Like
Yeah.
your age and what you've been through versus, you know, where'd they go? Jeremy left the room, but like, someone who's been married like 25 years, like him,
Mm-hmm.
like, right? Like I've only been married 10 years. Like my wife and
Mm-hmm.
I like signed divorce papers in an envelope, like ready to get sent in, because of
Wow.
the issue of infertility, right?
Mm.
The issue of I am a man and impregnating my wife is like the one thing I was put on earth. And her saying, you know, being a woman and carrying a baby felt like the one thing she was supposed to do. So how do you feel about that? Right?
Mm.
5 years of unexplained infertility, right? But then going to therapy, talking through these things, right? And
Mm.
then, right, not saying, oh, wow, like, we were tested on multiple levels with what was going on. And,
Mm.
infertility, infidelity, there's a lot we've been through. So, like, I don't know. I think there's a lot to learn. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that having the conversation is the first part.
Amen. Amen. I love your perspective, Zach. And I do think that you are 100% correct in the realm of confidence and learning through life experience and building that trust through time. It's just like in my observation, I think that as certain trends rise, people feel an obligation to kind of match that trend in the opposite way. So you have feminism, and there's really hasn't been no counter to that in an organizational level for a long time. And I think that that's what we're seeing kind of with the whole Tate speech and Tate, um in a very a single mind perspective. It's not embodying both. It's more so formed as an opposition of such. You know what I mean? EJ, I'm sorry, I rambled.
Nah, it's all right. I just wanted to jump in and like provide a perspective where I was reading this book. Well, I'm reading this book called The Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes, and he mentions that I can see how this applies because he mentions there are three different routes where men, and I guess you can say women, find themselves in conflict. He mentions is competition when two men decide one thing that the other cannot have, and then
Mm,
there's diffidence when someone is only concerned for their safety, and so they attack another one under the notion that, oh, they're gonna attack me first. And
mm,
then the third one is glory when violence or conflict results from a concern that you're not being valued or put on a high pedestal as you thought
mm.
you should be. So I think this applies to it because
Yeah.
if you're in a constant competition to win over your woman, or not to
Mm-hmm.
win over your woman, but to prove yourself something, then I think it lacks some trust. And that also transfer over to diffidence where you're not self-confident if someone is looking at your woman and you feel some type of way towards that.
The lack of self confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I,
Well,
oh,
I would just want to add to that. It's not only that we lack confidence. I think there are a few words that I would like to present to our conversation here, and that is vision, um, cognition, and sensitivity, and lastly, perception.
Mm,
Um, and the reason why I add these four words is because what I think is very essential that we haven't really mentioned yet in this conversation is that our wives, first and foremost, a real man never mentions and discusses his wife to others. He never makes her vulnerable or makes her name and likeness. He never exposes her name and likeness. Number one, that's first.
What happened, DeFi? You rugged out, brother.
And secondly, can you guys hear me now?
You rugged out, DeFi.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So my first take is this, Cap, is that, our wives, or a man should never really mention his wife amongst other men who don't share the same exact gift of relational value. It's not worth it. Because it's gonna always be one side, is what I've researched and discovered, which is very profound. Another part is this: is that your wife, our wives, are a reflection of us. This is something that we must very hold hard to dear to our hearts. Is that when you're looking at another man's wife, you're really looking at him. So yeah, go ahead, Zach. Sorry.
Okay. So my wife used to send me nudes, and they would get. She said she used to send them to me, and her comment was, "If anyone else looks at them, they just need to tell her what they think." So they had to say to her face what they thought. And she's like, "So if they want to look at it, that's fine, but they have to give me what their opinion was." And I was like, okay. And so that was her way of saying, like, if they really want to look at it, they have to look her in the face and say what they thought of her, what they thought of her body, what they thought of her. And I was like, okay. So one of the guys at my team was like, "Oh, can I see those?" I was like, "You're gonna have to look my wife in the face and tell her what you think of them." And he was just like, "Okay." He looked at him and he told her, and she was like, "Okay, cool, thanks." Like, that was her thing, right? Is like, so name and likeness. Like, my girl kind of falls into the same group of confidence, which is one of the things I love about her. She's owned 2 businesses since she was 19 years old, and built like a
Amen.
bunch of fucking. She's my inspiration for starting a business. So like, fuck, like,
Wow.
I don't know.
That's beautiful.
She's the breadwinner.
That is definitely beautiful, for sure.
Yeah.
That is.
And then the second part I was going to say is that it's like, I do think that your girl, or your husband, or whoever it is a representation of you. But I have a new perspective on relationships since my daughter was born. Right now that my daughter is born, there is only 2 people in the world that I need to ever impress, or I ever need to live for, and that's
Come on.
myself and my daughter. Right?
Come on.
Because regardless, like, you can end up having a second wife less down the road. You can end up having a second marriage, but you can't end up replacing your kid, right? You can't just say, like, I'm going to trade this one in for a new model, like, with your kid. So like,
Amen.
now that my daughter's born, and my wife knows this, is like, I dress nice not for my wife. I dress nice so my daughter has a vision of what a man should be, right? I treat my wife well now because I want my daughter to know how she should be treated. I treated my wife well before because that's what she deserved, but now it's only empowered. Why I treat my wife so well is because not only does she deserve it, but also I need to be that measure for my daughter. And if I had a son, I would need to be that example for him. So I think that it changes when you have kids. And I also would leave my wife in a heartbeat if things were getting toxic, because I would want my daughter to understand that no matter how long you are in something, if it is turning terrible, you need to get out. So just
Agreed.
my perspectives.
Yeah. Amen. Dan?
Yeah, I think I'm just kind of loving the celebration of the primal, here, and the spirit of what drives a man. We not only are we our masters of our sort of sensual connection and desire, but we also will reframe reality however we see fit to manifest our end state. Both of you guys have different opinions on it, and that's what I love. Everyone has their perspective, how it would work, because you shape the reality He will conquer. He will move any mountain for her. You know what I'm saying?
Well
Yeah.
said.
Identify with that, man.
Well said.
Seriously, identify with that magic. I just love that.
With
Yep.
that being said, and I wanted to let you know that I have a Mirror Mix Fernando inflatable blow up doll for you, man.
So I didn't hear anybody speak on this. And I mentioned it briefly. I just want to gather your perspectives on it.
No, Bitcoin is not going to save the world, Kappa. God, stop. All right.
No, Zach.
Sorry.
But do you think that the philosophy and like kind of the whole brand identity of Tate formed of feminism because feminism has pretty much been unmatched in the sense of mainstream media and the social norm?
You could say it's the rise of feminism. You could also say that it's the rise of male feminism, let's say.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is like is for a long time now. It's been oppositionless. It's been no. This is the norm now. This is what we do. This is how we behave, and there's been no counter to it. And now
That's incorrect.
Feminism has never gone unopposed. It's
well,
been rising because of its opposing the already toxic culture we had prior to.
No, I mean, I think it's clearly been it's had a response, and it's
Yeah.
had the classic primal male response, which is typically not easily seen or understood at first, right? I
Well,
mean, the
can
whole
you?
Roe v. Wade and everything else. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, every day I feel like every woman out there has to be a fucking warrior right now because
Mhm.
every system is designed to start to fuck you, put you back in the box. We're gonna put
Really?
you face down, ass up in that box. Fuck yeah, that's what the whole society is like trying to say.
Have you seen women? And once again, my perspective is a little biased because I've seen women get away with far much more in the legal system. And I've communicated with that
There
prevalently
are
with many people, where women, like from my instance, right? So my brother was dating a female who became a drug addict. The state became aware of this. They drug tested her before court. She had a warrant out for arrest. They still mandated that she had like supervision of the kids and had more time with the kids than my brother. My brother had to fight like hell to be able to win custody. It wasn't until she just completely disappeared one day, went to another state unknown to the state that I live in, that he was actually able to gain custody. And I know this story to be shared amongst many men where they are not given the rights in custody. They have to pay child support. Their lives are pretty much spent in servitude after going through the legal system. So I can absolutely understand the duality of perspective, and to say that, and this is just my opinion, Dan, to say that women are just getting what you said. I think it's
well,
incorrect because in the legal system it's actually set up more so to protect the
Yeah,
female and
but
incarcerate the male.
men can't set up a system that allows you to go to work and progress through a career and then go, oh, but also they're giving my kids to my wife when she leaves me, right? Like you can't have it both ways where we've created a system where you have the advantage of creating this budding career and right. So just as women's careers are now starting to progress,
Mm-hmm.
you men are now getting that thing in the legal system. It's a balance, right? That
Well,
pendulum's going to
hold on a
swing.
second. You guys are talking polarity, which is also short for noise, which is also short for your. I mean, it's cool to go in polarity if you want, but you're just
You talk about
basically going
strip
to be
club
doing
again, like
shots.
polarity? Sorry.
Well, hold on a second. What I'm trying to say is that Kappa, you are correct. However, you could be seeing that interpreting it purely as a feminist controlled mechanism at that point.
cognitive bias, yeah.
Once you enter the legal system, do you not think there is a whole $1 trillion empire that's built on the monetization of the polarization? That is fucking America. Oh, say,
Amen.
can you see
But who pays
how I
more?
can't wait to fuck thee? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but who pays more in child support? Can you answer me that?
No, I get it, but I mean, okay, so they're getting even. Like, what are you pissed
No,
about?
but what
I mean, first they get
organizations
fucked
exist?
over, then they get
What?
the vote, then they get fucked over again. I mean,
Yeah, no, absolutely. I absolutely understand. But what my point was to bring awareness to was that we understand feminism. Does anyone have a categorical terminology to depict the opposition? Is there anyone that's
I
commonly
agree with
known?
that. 100%.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's people that stand against it, but what about organizations? What about mainstream media pushing agendas to support mental health? And I say mental health, emphasis on the MEN, mental health. And what about men? Men that go through so much, and
Yeah.
we don't have outlets. We don't have people to talk to. Most
Well,
men
it's the
that
new
commit suicide
generation
are
of
men.
character,
Most
man.
people that die in workplace incidents are men. Most people, you know what I mean? This is
I
the
got it.
Jordan Peterson philosophy.
I get it. I
You
think
know?
it's the new generation of character, man. I get what you're saying.
Yes, sir. I just think it's an unfair
Yeah.
balance. You know, if one
Yep.
sub gets all the hype, all the talk, all the rhetoric, and the other side just goes, you know, they're men. Who the fuck cares about them? You know, they go
But
to war,
Eric's
they die,
proving
they
that.
build our houses, they do all this great things for civilization and society. And you know what? When it comes to legal matters and opinions, fuck them.
Yeah, but man, I don't know. We play unfair. For as
But
much as I
I
want
get
Can
to
I
tell
say
you what my
something real
name
quick?
on my
Kappa,
email is,
Kappa,
once
no.
again,
what?
10th man,
Where
just the 10th man out.
where does my daughter get to look to say she could be president one day? How many CEOs does my daughter get to look at and say, oh, there's an inspiration for me to be the head of a
Where
giant
did Jeff
corporation
Bezos
one
get
day?
his inspiration to become Amazon?
Because of all the fucking men that have been in charge of all these things, because we've
So you
created
think he
a
formed
system.
Amazon because other men were successful? That's what gave him
Jeff Jeff
inspiration
Jeff Bezos was able to say it's possible because other men were in positions like
to
that
do
previously.
exactly what he did was never done before, though.
But
But I also
I'm just
think
saying, this is
Not,
like,
not
hold on.
exactly the same thing, but to a certain degree, someone got to that place of success.
Absolutely, but it's not to be focused on, like, I think in a gender standpoint. I think that if we think that way, we will drive a wedge in between our differences and commonalities.
Well, hold on.
do you know
Women
how
kicked off
many
their toes like 20
like
years ago.
what I'm saying, Kappa, is that like you
I get what you're
can't,
saying.
yeah, I'm just saying is like I got where you're coming from for like masculinity and men need to have like an outlet and all that things,
No,
right?
we
Like
just need to be
we
emotionally aware.
we're the worst offenders of telling men to fucking keep their emotions in check because
Exactly.
guess who's the fucking people saying that kind of shit? The fucking Andrew Tates and the Jordan Petersons, right? Oh, you got to be a monster, right? And then control your, right?
Not
All these
necessarily,
things.
my brother.
I'm just saying is like that's the issue is that men interpret it the wrong way
Well,
because
what's the right way to interpret it?
they're not digging any deeper that you can be a monster and have emotion, right? Like
Yep.
Well, is
I've
kindness? Let me ask you something. Once, and I think this philosophy is true. If I, as a poor man, can only eat apples, and I go to the farmer's market every day of the week and I get apples, do you think that I appreciate apples more than someone who goes to the farmer's market 5 days a week and grabs apples 3 times, but has all the choices in the world? Who
I
has the
have an
true
answer to that.
appreciation there?
I have an answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
You in that same frame of thought, you cannot you cannot well, let me not say you cannot. I think it is not wise to disregard the value of this.
Mm-hmm.
You
Amen.
know, and so I think in terms of your perspective, I know like we're all growing, we're all entitled to our own opinions, and we should be encouraged to speak our minds. And I just don't believe
Mm-hmm.
that women has ever have I don't believe outside of the American context of a few short centuries, maybe 3 centuries, that women never had power. Let me explain something to you. Women
you're in the
You're bugging out a
matrix.
little bit, DeFi.
have always had power. Women like I'm out here with Rambo in the jungle. Yeah, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So basically, I agree to Zach's point and your point as well. But I think we must always understand that the apple always fell from the tree, and it always has had a level of value. A woman, remember, a woman was the first thing scientific has been explained. So the context. In the context of the X and Y chromosome, the X being the first and the Y being the second, and Y being the male chromosome, which is a deformity of the X chromosome. And so when we look at the power, the infrastructure, the scientific explanation of a woman, she's put in the front. And then when we look at
Agreed.
history,
we see the same thing. We see Anne Stuart. She succeeded her brother-in-law, William of George, as the ruler of Scotland and England, and was queen at creation of Britain with the Act of Union 1707. And I mean, even look at the Queen of England, look at the Queen of Sheba, look at all of these beautiful, strong women who, though they were misrepresented, their power
Power
superseded.
nonetheless.
Yeah, man. So I think when you live a little bit longer, you allow life's and time experiences to kind of help shape and redefine your perception of a much misguided reality that is perceived here in our society. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Would you
Ega,
say
you had
that the
something to say?
idea of divine has something to play with those women rising to power in those times?
A divine right? What do you mean?
The idea that just because she was born or she's the same or this color skin or this race, she deserves to be in that spot. When you compare it to other women that don't deserve to be in that spot just because they're not from the same, I guess you can say, heritage.
So your question is that there's a somewhat of a birthright?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, would you say that had to play a role and for those women to rise to that position?
The instinct of survival is a mechanism that no man has yet to suppress. I think everyone in this room is has an instinct to survive. I
No,
think
yeah, I'm talking specifically about women though, because
yes.
yeah.
Well, to answer your question, yeah, the woman's instinct to survive, I'll say, has been so determined and so embedded. It's evident in our historical context. I think it's almost hypocritical to look at a woman and say it's because of her skin color that she went through this or that versus the current opportunity of freedom that exists for us to recognize those things and improve the future, you see. So yes, I agree with you. Color and nation and nationality did exist, but in context, every minority, every race, every ethnicity on earth, women have always had to fight for their power and their right to have a voice and have a say.
Yeah, of
So
course, of course.
So do
What I'm
lesser
saying
men.
is maybe those women that got to being a queen maybe had a little, maybe had the road a little easier than those that weren't born into that kind of lineage.
Well, keep in
If you
mind that
look at
like
it that way,
women have only had this much political power going back to like Cleopatra.
why was
Okay,
that?
like Cleopatra's. Well, if you look at Kamala Harris and her technical power, the only time someone's held that power in history is literally Cleopatra.
Hmm.
And Cleopatra had more power, right? We're only returning in the last, what, 20 years into a position where a woman can be a CEO. And if you look at the performance of women CEOs, they're actually better than men. Now, you might argue because it's so hard for them to get there, they have to be motherfuckers.
Well,
Well, I mean,
it's
look
also the
at
traditions of the current time, right? So,
no.
like after World War II, and for a long time in the traditions of the society, um, the man went to work and worked, and the women helped take care of the children. There was nothing wrong with that. It's only because now we economically are forced to where everyone has to have an income, right? That the tradition is now changed, and where
Keep in mind,
women are
women
becoming
couldn't own their
CEOs. It's never
creation,
been I don't think it's
right?
ever been something personal. I think it was just a traditional
They,
value of the time.
they weren't able to own their own creations. Albert Einstein's wife was a mathematician, a physicist, but she can't publish. She's not allowed to own anything she publishes.
Oh yes,
He has to.
and we've grown from that, but that's not our fault
We're
right now, right?
starting to grow from that. We have not grown from that. We are
Correct.
beginning to grow from that.
Yes. And to answer Zach, to your point where like the Peterson logic, it's not about being a monster in general. If you finish that sentence, it's that kindness can only be appreciated when you also can be a dick. And that joy does not have its meaning without pain, and so on and so forth
Yes,
through the
Kappa,
polar opposites.
and I'm doing exactly what 90% of the men do, and they focus on the lie because we have a society that relies on TikTok, and our attention span is not long enough to go deeper.
Oh
And that
yeah,
is
you're
why we
preaching
are
to the choir
going
there, brother.
and that's why we are going in the direction of my daughter has less rights than her mother, right? That's
I don't.
where
Yeah, I'm interested for you to put like send some policy over because I know that you know a lot more than I. I just like I said, I go from my life experience, my observation, and from what I do know minimally historically. I lead in that radical transparency. But what I do say is that there is always a struggle. And as Dave Chappelle put it, struggle is incomparative. If we sit here and fight about who had it worse, who deserves it more, it will lead to conflict. And this does not solve anything. I think it's fair to say everyone struggled. We're trying to make life better for all, right? But in that same sentiment, we must realize that this is the harsh reality of the world. You cannot make life easy for all because if life becomes easy, then it loses its value, my friends. And if you
Yes.
and that's just what it is. If you don't struggle to get to a position, you won't appreciate it. And I understand that women have been barred and prevented from certain opportunities. I understand that. I understand the traditional values and life that cause those discrepancies in opportunity. But
That's
now
American, by
there
the
is
way. That's
nothing.
an
There is
American tradition. Not to interrupt you, but that's an American traditionalist
absolutely, and this is
perspective.
why
That's not a global
American.
perspective.
That's
Exactly.
right.
Exactly, because look, the Queen of England, right? So if you wanted to give your daughter a good foundation for that, I would say, well, look at the Queen of England. Look
so
at
you're
this
talking
woman.
about a woman who literally is just a figurehead and does nothing.
Well, so is the president, right? You said what would I use as an
Wait,
example to tell
how
my
many
daughter she should do?
orders were signed into law by the president?
Which one? This one?
You
Yeah.
mean on the first day of office or the second day?
Like fucking
Or how
100, bro.
many women vice presidents or presidents got to sign executive orders into law? And how
I
many
don't know,
times
but
has
I
the
think.
Queen of England signed anything into law in England?
But you
The
see,
answer
my
is
brother,
zero.
I
The answer is
don't,
zero.
and I bet, and I do not
How many
discourage that
women get
fact.
to choose and sign policy in either country?
Okay, yes.
Zero. Margaret Thatcher, maybe.
This is more of a class issue and also a psychological issue because women inherently typically don't desire that type of format.
False.
There's a reason.
False.
There's
They
a
Sorry,
don't.
reason
They
that.
don't.
can you
They don't
define
desire
format?
that because we've told them not to.
How do you know that?
Right.
Right. Kappa, let me lean in real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You could fly into Cartagena tomorrow and walk down the street surrounded by maybe the upwards of 800 street prostitutes legally right now,
Mm-hmm.
basically providing for their families because feminism does not exist
Mm-hmm.
in Cartagena. It's a man's world, and
So you're
all
saying
of the
men don't struggle there either in different ways?
men impregnate and leave typically.
All of the men, all of the men
Mm,
do that.
the vast majority of the culture of Cartagena is around
Can you?
anti-feminism,
And I
basically.
don't mean to.
No policy for
Yeah,
supporting women, really.
I got
It,
you. So can
it,
you statistic on that, please?
you could source it. You could also just travel there and see it. I mean,
Well,
there's
life
a
experience and cognitive bias is pretty blinding, as I recognize within my own mind.
well, you find that the majority of the police are men. I would
Mm-hmm.
say 98% of the police are men.
Mm-hmm.
And when women are in trouble,
This is great.
they are raped. They're called thieves and raped by the police.
Mm-hmm. And when men
Um,
are, and I'm just asking, like, because if we think like this, if we think like, oh, women have it way worse and men are, nothing's happening to the lesser men on that scale, because I truthfully do believe it's all a class thing. Once you go above a certain level of income, some disparities start to decrease because of the economic status. So you're telling me women get raped, and while I understand that is fucking terrible, do you not think that something equally as harmful is happening to the men in that area that's maybe
it's
less visible? Maybe
it's
drug
absolutely
addiction, maybe
not.
What
mental health.
are you
It's
saying? Someone's
absolutely not.
raping the men?
No,
I'm
it's
saying that if
absolutely
we
not.
look at it as, oh, it's life is just attacking we will also turn a blind eye to the struggle of men as well, which has been happening at least in Western
I
society
mean, I think
for
No, I
if
guess
for a
we've
while
been
now.
paying 2,000 years to the plight of men, maybe if we spend 20 years on the plight of women, you know what I mean?
yeah,
No, I
That's all we're
and
understand.
saying,
I
Kappa.
mean,
it's
but
a
Is like
also
modern
look at how
day.
many men have died in war, how many men die every day in workplace incidents, how many men struggle to provide for their families.
At least they can own the title to their land.
But Kappa,
What does that mean, though?
say
It's just a
Kappa, you
title.
can't say that men are
Kappa.
incidences when
Good
we've
question.
created the system where we are the ones in the workplace. You can't say that oh, we
Yeah,
should
but
go
what's
back
his
to
whole
where
point
men
though?
are in the workplace and women are home, and then also say, oh, but men get into accidents in the workplace. Like
Yeah,
you are fighting both sides of your own argument,
I don't
right?
think I
Right.
am. I think I'm also I'm bringing up what my attempt is here is
You're
to
going
Here's the
to
thing:
act
circular.
is
if you
to act
haven't, if
if
you
you
haven't
act.
had a friend who's a prostitute providing for children,
I mean, no, I've talked to women before who were
well,
prostitutes providing for their women. So I
right, right.
think that you shouldn't assume that
I mean,
my
just in
life experience is
general.
outside of yours or the
No,
perception
no,
of
no,
How
no.
such being
many
right.
male
I mean,
prostitutes?
just in the United
Male
States,
prostitutes,
most
men go
men,
around. If a man fucks a woman and leaves them, he's going to be paying for something. So it's less likely for that to happen.
not in Colombia.
Not in Colombia. I
There's
understand the
no laws
system's
to
set up
support
different.
that.
I understand.
There's no laws to support that.
Yeah,
And
but
and
I'm
and,
saying
and usually, what happens in that anti-feminism society is that men rise to power and are
yes.
above men. And as any male born in the United States or even around the United States, you immediately go there and you're like, oh shit,
So
I never saw my own power.
yeah, no, we do have power. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is if we fixate on all that one category does not have and how much they've been mistreated, we can equally flip that and say, well, look at this. Because there are lesser men that are on a lesser scale that do the same fucking things in ways. Of course, you're not going to solicit your body. That's not something that you were given to. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's not, but there's going to be an alternative. Risk cannot be destroyed, it can be transferred. So in essence, men are probably enduring through something else, and we could look at it as, oh well, they get to work.
You know what
Oh
that
yeah, because
is? You
they
know what
get
that
to
is, Kappa?
sacrifice their
Kappa.
bodies every day for something that they're unhappy with, that damages their spirit, that damages their mental health. And you want to say that
Kappa. You
because
know
the
what
woman
that
doesn't
is?
have the opportunity,
You
that
know
that's
what that
somewhat
is? But you know
wrong.
what that is? But you know what that is?
Hmm.
What are men from women? You ready for this? There are many, more than likely, those men that have that perception have been rejected by, they have had a very bad experience from a woman. Think about
Amen.
it.
Well,
Some of the wealthiest men in the world, the top five most billionaires in our United States country,
mhm.
hated their mother. Okay, so and they said it from their own mouth. And
Mm.
so when you talk about experience, you have to understand that just because a man is okay, I'll say it like this. Let me ask everyone a question: who do we think's more powerful, and who do we think's who has more strength?
This is all
It,
perspective, brother. This is a
no,
very.
no, 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 it's not. No, it's not. Let me finish because you're
Mhm.
interrupting me, and
I
I'm just
apologize.
yeah. Let me finish so that I can completely explain myself. So
Hmm.
basically, the question is who has more power and who has more strength? Does a woman have more power, or does a man have more, or does a woman have more strength, or does a man have more strength? I think
Define
this is
power.
right, right. This is the question. Not not to be rude, Capo. I love you. I'm just saying,
I love you too. Yeah. No, I'm not.
It's a
who
I
has
biological
love
really
this.
constant.
more?
Yeah.
The question I want to raise is who really has the most power
I,
in
I
our perception.
I
I
think
think.
men have more power, and I think women possess more strength.
Yeah. Amen. That's a very accurate description. But I think that if there's no policies or government structures literally intervening between the option of opportunity for certain people, that we cannot say this is my fault and I'm to blame, because that's what's happening, right? Is like if you voice your opinion now, it's like, oh well, you're a man, you don't fucking understand shit, you're a could be rapist, you're labeled as all these things. And this is what I was trying to bring up was
I,
is that there's somewhat of a mainstream takeover in a certain set of ideology without and in that process, in the absence of opposition on a mainstream level, it
Mm.
leaves a lot of men to end up like the men you just described, DeFi, which become men who hate women and don't see the beauty and don't see the strength in their power and in
Bill
their
Gates hated
intelligence.
his mother.
And
Bill Gates, he hated his mother. He had a
yeah,
great disdain. Yeah, he had a
but
great
the
disdain for his
absence
mother.
My point is the absence of a mainstream opposition and ideology will create this hatred and this brewing hatred in between men and women that will only further segregate us, because we're all talking about, well, I go through this, I don't have this, and then
but
men are like, well,
Kappa,
that's not my fault. This is,
Kappa,
what I mean?
you're falling into the same extremes, right? Is like
I'm not
I've
extreme, brother.
dude, what I'm saying is that the women who say those things are on the fringe, but they're the loudest voices that you hear and accept.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
It's the same thing as Andrew Tate's. He's on the fringe, right?
Yes, sir.
You're
Yep.
saying so all these women that you're saying have this voice, like faces. I speak what I speak, and I say what I say, and no one
Mm-hmm.
comes up and goes, "You're a rapist," or "You're a this," or "You're that." Like,
Well, yeah.
because, but so what
The
I'm
form.
saying is like you are conflating an ideology
Right.
that I think is small to be an extreme point of and to be the prevailing point of view. You are saying things that go circular. You're saying that the women only are you said something about women working, right, because of the fact that we have this society where you have to work, you have to have two incomes to survive,
Yes, the
right?
economic. Yes.
But you also said that, right, the entire legal system was you're saying that the legal system's wrong because women have more rights in the legal system. That is not because of feminism. That's because of the way the system was previously, where the woman was in the house.
Mm-hmm.
That's so
Yeah.
you can't say that that's a bad that's
But I
a
never
better
drew that
system.
line, my friend. I
You
never
said
said that that's relating to feminism.
that.
It was
I'm
something I
curious
brought
to
up.
hear what a woman would think. Sandra, how do you feel about her?
Yay,
Well,
Yeah, seriously. I
it's
Sandra,
love you,
it's
Zach. I just want you to know that, brother.
Oh yeah, no,
we love
I'm
you. We
sending
love
you a message.
everyone.
I gotta go on a client
see
call,
how
but
they
all
talking on top of me.
Mhm. Say again, Sandra. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. The guys
No,
were talking over you, and I'm just joking.
Oh, you fucking dick.
They're just Sandra. We're just being guys. That's
We're
all.
trying to work it out, Sandra. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to figure it all out. This is what it looks. It's not a
We're gonna
fucking
kill
smooth
ourselves trying to
process.
figure out how to promote women. I think is what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
well, look, this is how you guys have to resolve all this. You know, line yourselves up, measure your dicks, decide who wins.
Fantastic.
I
There
love
you
it.
I
go.
think you know what. I think that would be a great topic for the next show. You know,
No, that's not a way to do it. I think
the
it comes
longest
down
yard.
and it comes down to policy.
Mm-hmm.
I like a guy who opens the door for me, but at the same
Amen.
time, I respect a guy who, considers my opinion equivalent to his with respect to,
Mm.
my ability and, my background. So,
Amen.
I think that it's important to kind of think about the whole picture in general as opposed to just saying okay well gender is because gender is more of an artificial construct in my mind. um it's something that's been established by society, and we can you know either choose to have it exist the way it is, or consider looking at it a little differently and go from there. But in any event, men's rights with respect to child custody has changed radically over the last 10 years. I'd say, like, previously it would be true to say that women are the primary custodial parent, and the father gets whatever is left, and normally it's not much. But
Mm.
I would say over the last at least over the last that, especially in I'll say blue states, maybe perhaps. I know in New Jersey that now there's like custodial plans that the parents are supposed to submit,
Mm-hmm.
and as the kids get towards like 6 years old, 7 years old, in New Jersey anyway. The
Mm-hmm.
more time that the father can spend with the child, but that it's a scheduling. I mean, they go to mediation, and the parents sit down with the mediator, a schedule that
Mm.
works for both parents. But
Mm-hmm.
now that is this, but that doesn't mean I would say for the most part that it's the custodial parent who receives child support is generally still the woman.
Yes, I
That
agree.
I agree with. Now, alimony is a different thing. I mean, nationwide, if you look at it, for the most part, women get alimony, but even when they do, but yeah, I mean, what you hear about on the news and these TV shows that oh, she's getting a ton of money from alimony, but the reality of it across the USA and states anyway is by and large, even when they get alimony, they're still falling below the poverty line when they divorce. husbands,
Yes.
husbands. So I hope
Zach?
it's helpful.
I'm just gonna say that I think that my biggest uh, my biggest
Mhm.
point is that we don't need a mainstream opposition to feminism. We need a mainstream voice that promotes the things you're talking about, like men's mental health
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
and
Yes.
advocacy, right?
And
You,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you don't hold on. Don't pose it as an opposition to feminism. Feminism is not the enemy to men's health and wellness. It can go concurrent, right? You can have one and the other simultaneously. It is not a give take that feminism expands and mental health retracts. That doesn't have to happen. The
I
issue
agree.
is that you have a lot of voices
Come
that
on.
are saying things that go against that,
My
right?
brother, may I ask you, when's the last time you saw a news channel talk about men's mental health? And when's the last time you saw them speak of feminism or give some news coverage to the
Yesterday.
ideologies?
Are you talking
Yesterday.
about the last 2,000
Yesterday.
years or the past 10 years? Which one?
The past 10 years, we'll go with that.
Yeah,
Oh, not the last 2,000 though.
Well, Zach,
yesterday.
No, because there was no news
Yesterday.
happen.
organizations.
Keep in mind.
Yesterday, I I don't get my news from these individuals, right?
Me as
I'm
well.
so like there's plenty if you seek out what you're looking for. The
Hmm.
issue is that I mean Andrew Tate said on his show that he doesn't believe in men going to men need to be stronger. Men need to just go look inward, right?
Hmm.
Uh, why? Why are we? Patty Pimbley, fucking Patty the Batty was like, men need to start talking. Men need to start asking for help. They need to seek therapy, right?
I agree.
That's that's the voice that we need to raise. That's the
Amen.
voice we need to elevate. Not
Yes.
Tate saying, "Oh, Robin Williams killed himself because he was dealing with something. He wasn't really depressed."
Come
Right?
on.
Like,
Yeah.
so I gotta run.
Absolutely.
I got a client. I love you, Kappa. You know that. I love our disagreements, but
I love
everyone
this.
tell
Yeah.
him he's a fucking idiot and help prove my point. No, just kidding. Love you.
If I agreed
Thanks,
with you
Zach.
guys, I would have no reason to open these spaces.
And real quick, by the way, that's not to say that feminism isn't, well needed in this era. I mean, things have changed a lot since the early 1900s.
Mm.
You know, even correlate that to dress styles. Women wearing these long, elaborate dresses from the 17th century up until now. It kind of it keeps movement.
And now Bad Bunny wears the long
Yeah.
dress.
But to finish, yeah,
But
maybe. But
Young
to
Thug
finish
did
what
it
I was
too.
saying, gentlemen, to finish what I was saying, I still think that, feminism, it can be seen as an extreme, it can be seen as toxic, but we still have a long way to go with respect to recognizing what women can offer in terms of being a CEO or a CTO, whatever that may be. And we still have a long way to go with that yet.
So, yes, I absolutely agree. So, if anybody that came in, at a, like kind of in the middle or anything like that, or anybody that was here the whole time, what I started and what I led with is that I play the 10th man out in a situation where the first 9 agree. All I was doing was merely bringing up the idea that the birthing of this type of identity and the succession of this type of rhetoric was caused due to the fact that there is no mainstream emphasis on the mainstream opposite to the organizations that quote unquote represent the word feminism. I do not believe in my heart or my mind that feminism is a truthfully bad thing. I believe it's something that is a ideology that became an organization, and organizations can become hijacked, and they also can become um, more pushed in the forefront than other things. So when I hear people say, well, this is all bad, I just merely question the fact as to why this came in the first place. Why as controversial and as accepted as it became? Well, it became because there was no opposition, and this created a void in so many people's hearts that unfortunately Andrew Tate came along the way, and he filled that void for some men
You
in a
can't
very
just
bad
stop the
way.
pendulum from swinging in the middle, though. These things are pendulums, and so
Yes, sir.
sometimes you start to yell at the pendulum from going to the extreme. The pendulum swings.
Yeah, but yeah, but I just wanted to, once again assert an emphasis on the fact that it's not my personal ideology that this method of rhetoric is correct. It's just merely to question why it was birthed in the first place, right? And that's where my mind goes. It's like, well, why did this happen? Why do so many men believe in this way? It's because I think intrinsically, and I could be wrong, right? I'll lead with that. I could be wrong. I just genuinely think that it's because of, when I turn on my phone, I see a lot of empowerment from one side, and we don't see it from the other side, which creates this disconnect and this almost feeling of like, oh well, like, well, we're being shit on now. And I can see where that can drive men to people like Andrew Tate.
I
I
don't
can
know.
see
If
it.
you look at superhero movies, who's in charge, men or women? Even in Fantasyland, we can't imagine a woman leading.
I don't know. You ever seen Wonder Woman? You ever seen Captain Marvel?
Oh, you're gonna bring up the one exception to prove the rule? Go ahead.
It's just that there's primal. There is, and this is not respectful to say that
I'm just
there
saying, we
are
can't in a
primal and
fantasy land,
intrinsical qualities, and I
even
know
in
you understand this, Michael.
superhero land,
Because
even in
Peterson,
superhero land, we don't want to see a woman in power.
Peterson mentioned this, that there are an intrinsic, on average, too, as well. There's exceptions to averages. There are personality and quality traits that are on average adopted by men and women, right?
Not necessarily, because the politics of ownership has only changed in the past 20 years, effectively.
But so you're
For
saying
the
that
past 2,000, women have not been able to own anything.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, my brother, I think you're going a little bit astray from what I'm trying to
Tell
say.
me.
So I'll clear it up. Is that men typically throughout history have been seen.
But give me 1 second, Kappa.
as
But Kappa,
gaining their strength.
Big Kappa.
Huh?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but can I just say this? You mentioned earlier. You said that there was no movement, or there was no mainstream movement to combat this cynical idea, and that's just absolutely false.
What's the oppositional terminology for feminism?
Masculinism.
That's not. I just recently heard of that. I've been hearing of feminism for a very long time, my friend.
Yeah,
and
but
it's not talked about in the
masculinism
news
is the
media,
opposition.
and it's not pushing. I don't see it in any. I don't see it in any
not
media
true, dude.
organization.
That's just your algorithm. That's your algorithm. Trust me, that's not true. That's just your algorithm. That's what you're experiencing.
Well,
because
maybe. Can I ask you where to point me in the direction? Can you show me a news agency that's reporting on men's mental health statistics and how to
absolutely.
navigate mental health?
TBN just did a
Soul?
statistic. TBN just did a statistic. They just set out a statistic that 1 in 4 men are struggling with mental health in this country. I mean, even when you look at it,
statistic, that's nice.
That is a statistic. That's a very true statistic. 1 in 4 men, American men, are dealing with mental health, and to give you a little bit of assistance and be the bridge instead of the barrier here. I would say that when you look at the WIN Summit, if you go to www.winsummit.com, there's 100 lists there's a top 10 women's movement list for over the last 100 years of how women have been in the mainstream media, fighting for their rights, including the leaders of extremist leftist groups. So to say that there's been mainstream, that is absolutely. And I mean, if you turn on the television now, have you seen what just happened in terms of like the abortion ruling? Have you seen how women all over the world are coming together? They're getting ready to plan something really big against this machine. So I just wanted to feed you that information to help you cognitively understand that women have never been weaker than men, ever. That's a perception that it needs to be addressed, and that's where we agree.
I think that we all agree. I think we agree on that standpoint. But what I feel like is failed to understand is why I'm bringing up what I bring up is because I've noticed somewhat of a disparity in the raising awareness, or the infinite loop of raising awareness, as I call it, where one set of rhetoric over dominates the other via certain algorithms.
Is it possible that what you're experiencing in social media is different than the rest of us?
Yes, sir.
Kappa, agreed. Kappa, I agree with that statement.
But if
by the way, that last statement.
if it's happening to me, right, and I talk to Joe Schmo down the street, and they say, "Well, yeah, this is also happening to me," and I say, well, what do you think about this? And I see no conversation. Like I could go down my Twitter right now and see and find something. The fact that I have to go out and I have to seek for statistics and oppositions to feminism in the sense of masculinity. Who's doing this for men on the equal side, right? I shouldn't say the word opposition because that puts us at a standoff, so to speak, correct? But and I get that. But all I'm doing is saying is that there is not the same representation. There is not. And I think that if you say that, it's you just have
I
to go
agree.
watch a fucking news
I
channel.
agree.
That's
I
all you got
Can
to
I
agree.
do.
say
I
I'm not
agree
something?
saying
with
I
that.
get
I
my
agree with that.
information from the news. I'm saying there is a shit ton of people that do, and because of that, there is a void in a lot of people's hearts and minds, and this is why brand identities such as Tate's end up filling that void.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, EJ, what's up, my brother?
I just want to say, in my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion, the reality is that all men will want to deal with their own shit and speak on their own, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't seek out help. Because I think it should just come down to us as men to lend a hand.
Right.
And if you
Right.
see a friend that
Right.
they may not
Exactly.
even tell you what it is, but you look for cues. Like I do this with my cousins and my friends. Like I may ask, "Yo, how you doing? Like how you really doing? Like you good?" Like and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes they may not even tell me, but that comes back with what I said. I think we like to deal with our own shit on our own. We like to pull ourselves up from the ground. Because I don't know about you, but I would feel some type of way if someone just picks me up and stands me up. I want to do it on my own, and it's not a
Amen.
thing of pride. It's a thing of I want to feel like good for myself.
And
And
even
it
Yeah.
and even and even and even Kappa just said himself. He just was like, "Yo, like, there's going to be struggle." You know, he's like, if there's no necessary, people are trying to like get away from the hard stuff, and even Kappa said it. He's like, you're not going to get away from the hard stuff. You have to. And so, could it be that women are just have to fight for their own freedom as well?
Yeah, and like, it's a thing of like we just have to acknowledge all they've been through, and also I want to say too, I think that when you say that men don't have representation for this, I have a thing against that necessarily. When we
Mm-hmm.
look for somebody to be our savior, somebody to be our representation, I think we should be our own representation, and I agree with you with
That
organizations
fails
always.
politically.
Yeah, and I agree with you always. Organizations sometimes take the wrong turn and just take ideologies and just put them out of concept.
Forced diversification.
In Kappa, the number one opposition to feminism is actually the number one book sold in the world, which is the Bible.
I don't think the Bible. I think the Bible is a construct. It's words on paper. So the personal
I
interpretation from.
totally disagree with that statement.
Bible is prophecies. It's not to be interpreted.
I mean, ultimately, in the
It's just prophecies.
identification of, and this is coming from someone who believes in the Bible, in the identification of what's identifiable via the senses, it is quite literally words on a
How many
paper.
books
And
in the Bible are named after women?
A
I don't.
whole lot.
If you
A
think
whole
like
lot.
that, my brother, if you think like that, you'll go down a very dangerous rabbit hole.
Guys, I'm a Christian. The number one book in the world, the Bible, is completely anti-feminist.
I don't. I disagree, but I agree at the same point.
Guys, I mean, if you look at any example of woman in the Bible, she is put in a role that is not executive CEO. Like
Not
she is
true.
not the writer.
But
She
now
is
we're
not.
placing a
That's
value on a
not
role.
true.
Yeah,
That's
because
not
Virgin
true,
Mary had
guys.
no
And then
Wait,
importance
wait,
in
wait.
the
Hold up.
birthing
Hold on.
of
Hang on,
Christ.
guys.
You know,
Hang on. That's
take it
not
into the
true.
Mormon church.
That's
Take it
not
in the Mormon
true.
we're
church.
back deep, boys.
Yeah,
The
let's go.
only
Let
spiritual leader in the
We're
Mormon
about to get
church,
deep.
the only pope in the world, the only spiritual leader in the Mormon church can be a man. The only pope can be a man. Our ideology from
that
a
has nothing to do with the Bible, though.
Wait,
Those
This
are
is
wait.
man's
religious
interpretation.
organizations.
So
This
are
is
we saying that for a woman to be seen equal as men and have value as men, we
Wait.
should
Let's
just
stay
give
on
them
the
an
subject.
executive role?
Let's stay on the subject. He just said that
forced diversification.
women aren't represented in a
feminist.
in a feminist. They're represented, and that's not true because the mother of Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world, according to the Bible, was a woman.
A
She's
virgin,
a
by the way.
virgin woman. Doesn't I
Amen.
She
mean
wasn't
that?
even allowed to have
How
What's
much
sex,
wrong
sense
with
does
bro.
this
that
make?
though?
Right, right. Of
What's wrong with
course.
being a virgin?
She wasn't even allowed to have sex, bro.
That's not his point. He's
She
not
wasn't
saying he doesn't
allowed, or
care.
did she
He's
not
not.
choose
Yeah,
to?
he's not saying that it matters if she's a virgin or not. He's just making his own statement.
Yeah, an
What I'm saying
interpretation.
is, right. It's just his own interpretation. What I'm saying is to say women aren't represented in the Bible is the source of the defeminization of women. I think is a very incomplete statement. You
Well,
know,
look at
Yeah,
the church.
Look
The
at
church
one
is not the
church. Look
Bible,
at what
brother.
church though. So you could
The
find
Bible is not the church, brother.
it matters on where you look, right? So like if you
Look
look
at
at
the
if you
early
studied
church in
all
the
the
Bible.
salons, I think if you studied all the salons in America, right, you'd find that more females own salons than men, right? Or is that wrong? No comment. Okay.
No, I don't know anything about the salon industry.
Exactly. But would it be fair? Would it be fair for you or I to take a guess that maybe women flock towards fields, STEM fields, not STEM fields, but more so fields where they are
Okay,
generally.
one sec, guys. I just want to get a woman's take. So, Allie, as someone who led the largest
Great,
Christian
but
on-campus
let's talk about it more.
organization in
Maybe I'm opening up
Canada,
the spaces to more to really talk about what.
yeah. So, as someone who led the largest on-campus Christian organization in Canada, Queens, what do you interpret the Bible's attitude towards women is?
I think that the written word as it started was very feminist. And if you look at the description of God, there are so many descriptions of his femininity.
Really?
And I think it's beautiful.
Like what?
Amen.
Talking about how he is a mother and how he gathers us under his wings and protects us.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like a beautiful imagery of like all of these mothering instincts, but that's not, sorry? But that's not often brought up. It's because, and also the tough part is that it's all funneled through the culture at the time.
Okay.
And the tough is that we often interpret the cultural bits as the word of God. So, for instance, when I think about the New Testament and how they would scold women for talking out of turn, but it's not because of it was a woman talking. He was talking about the church structure in that men and women sat on different sides of the temple at the time. And when a woman had a question for her husband, she would yell it across the temple.
Oh, wow.
Right? Because, like, how would you whisper to your husband in a room? You can't stand up and go to his side. You're not allowed on that side. And so, you know, the women would get admonished for yelling out in temple, but it's not because they were women and speaking in church. It's because of the setup. And the way that we interpret it now is like, women cannot speak. It's like, no, that wasn't the intention.
It was a
So
cultural thing.
Tough because a lot of it is written in cultural bias, but not necessarily the intent, if that makes sense.
Right. You have to separate Jesus' teachings from the cultural environment in which he existed.
Yes.
Because we live in a different cultural environment.
Because if you listen to the way that the Pentateuch was written,
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot of God wanting things, wanting it a certain way, humans being butt fucking stupid, and then God being like, okay, well, if you really do want it this way, I will give you XYZ, but you're going to see how it turns out.
Right. So he allows himself to hang himself.
Could I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Do you think the Bible is something that should be interpreted, or it should be taken as it is?
Well, here's the question. Are you taking it after the original written?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand. It kind of.
Stop.
Yeah, it's like rugging out.
Let me ask you this. Which language are you...
Let me, all right, go ahead. Now everyone's muted. Go ahead.
Okay. The question that I would ask is, are you literally interpreting the Bible in its original language?
What language are you reading? Are you reading the Hebrew or the Aramaic?
Both. So I don't believe in reading the Bible in English because that already abstracts it so far from its original intent.
Uh-oh.
So if you're asking me if I literally interpret the Bible, I mean, if you're reading it in English, you're already not interpreting it.
Are you
So I guess
Aramaic?
I'm talking back in way back in the days, before all these religions branched it out, before the first man took the Bible and interpreted it in his own terms and ideologies and beliefs. You think that was incorrect approach, or should have they just taken it as it was?
I think they should have taken it as it was. I mean, there's so many books that didn't make it into the Bible because of the human agenda.
The challenge is...
That's why it breaks my heart that Lilith never made it into the Bible.
Christianity was adopted because it was a means to govern for Constantine. not necessarily just because of the doctrine. So we have to separate Catholicism as a political role figure for the new Holy Roman Empire versus what was in the Bible, right? Even the Greeks moved on from Hestia to Ares when they wanted to be imperial.
Yeah, and it's also fair to point out that it, to some degree, it definitely serves a a certainty of servitude amongst the population, to get a whole bunch of people to interpret things literally, like, oh, I should just surrender myself. Like, and I was just talking to you about this the other day, Michael. Like, kind of like the Gnostic approach. Like when Jesus says, "Surrender all and follow me," he doesn't mean to leave your family, your loved ones, and all your possessions. It
Ali,
means
Kappa's about to become a Rosicrucian in like 45 days. You see it happening? He went from Buddhism. He went from Buddhism to the Bible, to Hebrew to Aramaic, and now Rosicrucian.
So
Yeah,
correct path.
yeah. It's going really fast.
It's going really fast. Like most people take like decades to move through the walk that you are doing right now. And you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it in months.
It's gonna be
fucking do it in months.
well, it's just intuitive. Like certain things that I read don't make any sense if I literally translate them, and I've always had this intrinsic understanding of, at least like to somewhat sum it up, it's like a heaven and hell, right? Like I used to always tell my friends, heaven and hell are perceptions of life. If you perceive life as endless suffrage, you live in eternal hell. If you perceive life as its greatness and all of its blessings and the things that are given to us instead of what we don't have, then you will live in heaven, my friend. And what that philosophy did was it led me to more of a, I think you call it Gnostic approach on the Bible, and my interpretation of it being so transcended beyond the words on paper. There's just there's an intuitive feeling within me that says this is not the original translation and this is not how it's supposed to be taken.
You should go back to the original Hebrew. And like, I've been okay, I'm not saying I can read Hebrew at all, but I'm learning. And I cannot speak Aramaic, but I'm learning. And I honestly want you to go take a look at the Talmud and the Torah in Hebrew. Like, oh, it will blow your mind, dude. The way it's written, the way it's laid out, the numerology behind it, it's gonna blow your fucking mind.
I definitely want to do that. That's one of my life goals. EJ, I'm sorry, I keep talking.
So yeah, EJ.
I just wanted to say I agree with what she said. That's just something. But mind you, I've never read the Bible, but I do believe in God. I believe in God in my own ways, like everybody does. But I agree with what she said that God has feminism traits because if you think about it, he is he is this figure that's supposed to be or that looks over us, right, and cares for us. To some extent, a man does have feministic traits that it cares for his offsprings in some way. Although we care in different ways, I do believe that men do have feminism traits. It's a balance between the both.
The way that God weeps over us and like the beauty of his soul. Like when I read the Bible, I cry sometimes at just seeing a father desperately wanting the best for his children. It's so beautiful. And we don't often get to celebrate the femininity of God. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
I think that a true man, a true, genuine through and through man, embodies the best realities of both perspectives. What it means to be a caretaker and what it means to lead in strength so that you can caretake. And I think that for a long time we've isolated our perspective to a gender specific role in that department. And now what we're seeing is that women, especially like now, like I said, with the economic reality of the situation, at least in Western life, like it's not common for one person to just work anymore, one person to caretake, one person to fulfill a role, and the other does. It's like it's shared amongst beings, and I think that that's also teaching a lot of people about the duality of what it means to be masculine and feminine in the same degree.
And you want to speak, Anne? I see there's some women in here to speak.
I think Barnes had his Barn.
Okay.
Yeah, had their hand up.
Barn ass.
Barn ass. Sorry.
Or Baroness. Gosh, you guys kept moving too fast in the flow of things. But the reset of the room was the argument of the Bible, the scriptures versus how people interpret them and make them too masculine. Is that it?
You came in at the wrong point. We started with Tate philosophy. We led to feminism. We led to so much. But currently, yes, I'd like to say that that's probably, well, it's like It's like, is
Yeah,
the
where I
Bible
arrived at.
Okay.
anti-feminism? Like, that's really like the root of the conversation, I think.
Yeah, I was looking for the
But
greatest opposition to feminism in terms of traditional roles or those types of things.
Oh yeah, Joe, you did start this. God damn you. No, I'm just kidding. No, I love it because this needs to happen. And I'm sorry, I won't talk anymore. Kit, is that you, by the way?
yes, it's me.
Oh
Damn it.
my gosh, I knew your voice. I was like, yo, I know it, but I don't want to say it wrong and be an idiot. Didn't want to risk that. Nice to hear
Well,
your voice again.
yeah, I haven't seen it in a while, so I thought I'd pop up. But yeah, this is a very thought provoking. Mikamoka already touched base on the interpretations and what the actual true Bible is, and what scriptures and what chapters are already actually compiled based off of even the prior to King James version. Um, but in general, if someone actually sits down and reads the makeup of the biblical scriptures, they can actually see that it is not biased off of gender roles, but it is a people can argue it's fictional or historical of documentation, but what is true is the documentation of the times and the era that's applied, and whoever's writing it is trying to shine enough light into the time frames of not being biased of his or hers, but in a general what is. And that's why the Bible has been so open to huge interpretations over our eras. But yeah, I also want to say, Kappa, you know what, you can be a Christian and Buddhist at the same time, because
Oh,
Buddhism
I am.
is not a religion, it is a way of life.
It's a practice.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's why Buddhism led me, and once again, like, not to sound too preachy, I believe that God led me in that path because me trying to lean on my personal perspective um was burdening me from and blinding me from being able to see the truth in the matter, which was that I it's not just about surrendering yourself, because like I in this one book, it says that to find yourself you must lose yourself in something bigger than yourself. um and might I add too as well that we are living through very new times. For a very long time, people thought from the perspective of how am I going to survive. We are now transcending into a civilization that thinks what makes me happy. That is very that I think that looks very different from a thought process, because for so long we've been focused on how to get by, how do we provide, how do we make sure we have food, how do we make sure we have water, and now we have this privilege of being able to sit back and say, well, what makes me happy? What do I want to do in life? And that's also got a play in the interpretation as well, I think.
There's a general concept which is not religion itself. Sorry, so you want to one moment. General concept in the idealism of what you're saying, and instead of coin it as one religion, it's called metaphysicism. So you can go to a metaphysical church, and it's where people can come from all backgrounds of religion to sit down and communicate with plausible discourse over what their belief system is, but all of them can unanimously agree upon there is something that is in the works of a higher power that we don't see but does happen.
Yeah. Michael?
Sorry, I just wanted to chime in about the whole feminism thing too. Sorry, we kind of got off of that topic, but one of the most beautiful things that I think of is the way that Jesus tries to bring up the women in his life. Like, if you take a look at the story of when he resurrected, he showed himself to the women first and then asked them to tell the rest of the town. So he left it in the hands of women to spread his good news when he resurrected again, which is like such a way to rise the women and let them be the speakers. And I think that was really beautiful. And if you look at a lot of the ways that he tells stories and the ways that he lived life, he was a true feminist. And I think that's pretty cool. Anyways, that's it.
Yeah. I'm interested to hear people's thoughts and views on this I made about, like, the way we perceive life now, like from more so transcending from a survivalistic perspective to a what makes me happy perspective, which I think is very different. Any caretakers?
Some might argue that we're about to enter back into that survivalistic period.
Some may, yeah, but that's speculation on what can become, and I think in a large part it also, once because if you expand your realm of thinking to beyond just your geographical location, you'll find that there are still people in this world that live in a survival based mode, and those people tend to not really have as much thought and opinions on the matters in which we speak, where we think from more so a what makes me happy, what's my purpose in life perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we won World War II. That's why we get to think about happiness instead of
Well, yeah,
survival.
this is a privilege, right? Like this is
It is a
just the
very
fact.
big purpose.
This is a like. There's so many people in this world that don't have this privilege of thought. Like, what makes me happy? Like that's a blessing, and I think that it also causes a huge amount of discourse because we're all trying to find what makes us happy, and I don't know what that looks like in the future, but it's definitely interesting nonetheless.
What makes you happy?
I'll answer that question right after I give the floor to Ahmed. Ahmed?
No, Kappa, go ahead. How are you? Well, first of all, hello to everyone. And then the second is go ahead and just answer that question. I had some thoughts about happiness and the realization of you know how people perceive and what thoughts have been around being happy. But please do answer that question, then I'll jump in.
Yeah. What makes me happy is being able to spend time with my family, being able to learn from others, sitting down with people with different life experiences than I. I can conversate and lose a whole day when it feels like an hour. So like what I think is that that's my term of happiness because that's kind of like my state of flow. When I'm conversating with people or conversing is the right word. When I'm conversing it even in forms like this, I find that the time flies and I walk away with this thought that really brings me, or this feeling that brings me this joy because I've just connected with humans. And where I come from, we disagree and it leads to physical altercation, and that kind of hinders the process of education, so to speak. So that's what brings me like through and through joy, and being able to uplift others as well, and get them to see life through a more so beauty perspective rather than like all of this happens to me perspective, which really does keep a lot of people trapped in circumstances, speaking from life experience. Sorry, I talk a lot. What about you, though, EJ? What makes you happy in life?
Doing what I love.
What do you love?
Hmm. Teaching and writing.
Why do you love teaching and writing?
I love teaching because you don't always be you don't just be a bridge, but sometimes more often than not you learn more that way. And writing because as we were talking about mental health earlier, it's an outlet. Sometimes I feel when I write, it's not me putting words to paper. Yeah,
Like
and like you said, it's a flow state. That's how I feel. I also believe that happiness is a constant, like you don't just be you don't just be happy and then stay happy. That's also that maybe something that a lot of people struggle with, where they think, oh, I'm chasing happiness, I want to get happiness, but happiness is always there for you to take it. So that's another thing that you were talking to, that how do this society that we're figuring out what makes us happy. I fear a lot of people with happiness and economic stability on the same conversation, and I think that never leads to anything that's good.
Wow, an interesting perspective, nonetheless. That equation itself is interesting to dive deep down. But happiness is also changing, right? So like, what is life but constant death and change? You can look at that from the constant loss, or you can see that as a constant rebirthing process, or gaining lessons from tragedy, which I necessity to make us appreciate what we have to some degree, which also in its own right provides a pretty pretty certain path of discourse, so to speak. But happiness will change, like what makes you happy today may not make you happy in a year from now or even 10 minutes from now. We're constantly changing our mindsets, what we think. There is no one mindset that we walk through life with. And yeah, that it's just constantly changing. So
That's why I love Buddha religion.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's not so much a religion,
Way
Ali
of life,
pointed
yeah.
out, or as Kit pointed out, as it is as a practice, because I practice Buddhism to reunite myself with my Creator, and the beauty and the blessings in life. Crypto Swarm, I see you raising your hand.
Yeah, so as the great Trenton Reznor once said, happiness is slavery.
You're a slave to our own happiness. Is that what you mean?
No. As the great Trent Reznor has once said, happiness is. I said it's a quote, but yeah, so happiness is slavery because if you're a slave to happiness, you determine what happiness is. Happiness is relative to what it's a construct, really. Like, what is happiness? Just like evil and good they're just constructs. So I would just say that going for to happiness is a fool's errand because like happiness is a construct. That would be my
But if happiness is a construct and it's used for good, does it then become
that's the
something real?
problem. That's the problem. You said good. Good is a construct. So what is good? Like, what is bad? They're both constructs. So it's all just a big gray area that you can't really put a determination on.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, but I also believe that to some degree, there needs to be at least in society, right? This is why governments exist, I believe. There needs to be somewhat of a broad consensus on what we shouldn't do to each other that would cause harm on one another. And I think that if you want to define that as good, or you want to define that as, or you want to throw whatever your human language terminology depicts it as, that's okay. But um, what is good and what is bad, um, I do agree that they are constructs, because if one person, well, I mean, shit, take a look at the Christian Crusades, right? Like this, we are doing the work of God. This is good, right? Well, wrong. All
Or the
past pain.
Mongol Crusades. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, well, they say that what does it say? The path to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So while you think you're doing good, you may not be, or your good may come at the consequence of someone else's perceived happiness, right? That word again. But yeah, I think you're right. But there's also somewhat of a definition on what brings us joy, right? And to live in the present moment, and this is where Buddhism comes in as an essential practice, I think, is to just be grateful for what you have in this moment. And one can define that as happiness, or you can define it as being at peace with what is. Whatever the categorical terminology for our need of understanding may be.
Here's how I see it. I think everybody's good. It's just some people may be portraying a behavior that you don't like, and that's. But
Yeah.
like, I think everybody has good in them. Just how you can say that we're surrounded by darkness, but there is light in the absence of darkness.
Yeah, and what is evil but the lack of good, right? Like
Exactly. Yeah. That's
evil
what
is
I
not
wanted to
the
say.
abundance of one; it's the absence of such. And Ahmed, like I'd love to hear you speak about this too as well, because I remember having a conversation on what's good and what's bad and what's right. And you once introduced me to the ideology of well, you must ask yourself, if everyone did this, would it be a good thing for most people? And I think that's somewhat of a pathway to a general establishment of what we should do and what we shouldn't do, because if we didn't have any type of order, it would be just strictly chaos. And I think that human beings are a ordered chaotic system. We are not chaos, we are not order, but we are ordered chaos.
Thomas Hobbes calls that the state of nature.
Yes.
Yes, I was borrowing at that time from Kant, right? And
Yes, sir.
and the thought that in terms of pursuit of let's not to become sort of Wittgensteinian in my linguistic discourse, because I disagree with Wittgenstein on his fundamental principle that thought is a consequence of language, which is what his entire philosophy was. But okay, so let me just step back a little bit and create and create a distinction between things that we can easily talk about through language and things that are hard to or difficult to talk about through language. So an example of things that are easy to talk about are shared physical experiences. For example, being being dunked in water and feeling wet. I mean, we can reasonably agree that two individuals would have a similar type of ability to describe what that feels like, and it would feel about the same. Or, for example, if I was to say to you, and point to a particular corner and say there is a red car there, and we were imagine a red car, then we would both be able to draw a red car that looks reasonably the same. Or if we were to show that, and the way you would test that is to show that red car to a third person and say, what is it? And, the idea would be that the third person would say, oh, that's a red car, or something to that effect. Right? But if I was to say to you, God is light, am I talking about the reality of God, or am I talking about the fact that God is gravitationally challenged? Right? It's very difficult to kind of put that in perspective. Right?
Yes, sir.
So esoteric topics like God, divinity, happiness, those are very personal truths that we carry. They're not so in terms of objective truths versus personal truths. Just keep that in the back of your head when I say what I'm about to say. Um, there's been a lot of uh, thought and debate around what is happiness. And I think that most ancient and philosophies that ancient in the sense of tried philosophies that have sort of prevailed over the course of human history in the last 10,000 years at least, seems to think that happiness has something to do with the ability to be content within a circumstance, right? So whatever the circumstance is, if you are content with it, if you are okay with not changing that circumstance, then you're reasonably happy within that circumstance, right? I think that that's probably the closest we can get to an agreeable definition of happiness. So whatever your circumstance.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask you a question really quick.
Yes, sure.
Has there been much thought professionally surrounding the idea that maybe happiness is a language description of what we feel when something releases dopamine in our body?
I think that it's better to define that as pleasure, happiness.
I like that.
Right? And because we can get dopamine through things that are really harmful, and the idea of pleasure, so for example, cutting oneself if one is very depressed releases endorphins and dopamine, and would we generally agree that somebody who's depressed is cutting themselves is happy? No, but they are pursuing pleasure in order to overcome whatever sadness that they might be feeling, right? So I think that it's very difficult to these are difficult questions, and they're hard to answer in sound bites, and one has to. I think that what Crypto Swarm was saying earlier in terms of happiness is, one can become a slave to happiness. I think the word pursuit was missing there. So the question is, if you are pursuing happiness, that means that you are not content with the circumstance that you're in. Right? Because if you were happy, you would not be in a pursuit. Does that make sense?
It does, but it also burdens me because what that means is, for me at least, and this is my fresh mind trying to absorb this information, is that should I just, what does the application of that look like? Does that mean I surrender the pursuit of anything and I just live in the now? Or what does that look like? I'm genuinely asking too, from like the bottom of my heart, because this has burdened me for some part of my life. I don't want to chase money because I know money's valueless, but I also understand what money can
No,
bring, you know?
it's a push and pull, right? So you're thinking of it in terms of a static, and this is where I think the trouble comes. We think of happiness as a destination,
Hmm.
and it doesn't need to be a destination. It can just be the journey. And what I mean by that is, don't think of happiness as a static state,
Hmm.
but as it is a condition as you are moving through various objective states. So, for instance,
Gotcha.
if you are, so poor that you cannot nourish your body, or you do not have shelter, and your life and your health is in danger, and the fact that you are sad about it, it means that you want to be happy about that condition. It means that you have to move through a state where that is no longer a physical problem that or a physical objective. So it's not really the happiness you would gain by shedding this core survival worry that you have, right? Is it's the movement to that new state that makes you happier and happier. So, and when you get there, you are now content about that state, and therefore, that you found equilibrium around it. And I think that can be um, titled as happiness around that change of state. So happiness is not, and you would say, am I happy? Well, then what you are basically looking at are the objective sort of realities that you are that you exist in, and then you say, okay, within these objective realities, is there something that I wish to change um, in a drastic way? Well, then if that's something that you wish to change, then you're not happy about that particular thing. And I think that if you are reasonably okay with the states that you are in, whether it's work, life, relationship, friendship, ability to veg, pursue whatever those things are, then your happiness is basically a measure. Let's say if we were to do quantitative analysis of happiness, you would give different degrees of acceptance of various objective states, and you could say, okay, am I overall in a happy place? Okay, reasonably I am, or no, I'm not. And then your specific weights that you put on a particular objective state will skew that. So, for example, if you have thirst for knowledge and you are not reading or pursuing knowledge, then you might be unhappy about it, right? And that if that is extremely meaningful, that means that you're giving that a lot of weight in your overall happiness calculation, which so now you're overall unhappy, and therefore that's something that you may want to pay attention to. But if there are other things that are giving you a satisfaction. For example, if I am an entrepreneur and I reach a particular level of income, and I can now spend time because money is used to buy time. Now I can spend time with my children and with my family. Then I may not want to become a billionaire. I may be okay with like a $10 million savings account that's paying me enough interest that I can just do other things, right?
Yeah.
So I think that it's okay to think of happiness in those terms, and not put that pursuit so much on a not treated as a perceived state of perfection, but rather as a dynamic measure of your journey.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Ahmed.
so I was gonna ask you a question, Ahmed. Did you think that happiness is the journey or the destination? And you kind of, I was gonna ask you that question. And I also agree with you, like where you can be. See, I don't like the word happy, so I would say where you're content in a certain aspect of your life. Like if you have all the different categories, you categorize your life in different ways. You're like, is your sex life all right? Is that a happy? Is that a smiley face, or is that or a bored face, or whatever? And you just kind of like categorize each thing, and you can say. And then the other thing is, I think you have to be very cautious and aware of the things that are out of your control. Like, don't put happiness on things that are out of your control, because if you do, then you won't have many smiley faces on that calendar.
So would it be fair to say that there is a huge confusion around the assimilation between what's pleasurable and what actually brings thorough genuine happiness? Oh, there's so many hands going up.
I think there's too much of a focus on control there. Who says that control is attractive? Well, I'm sure that there's a sense of one party has control and the other party may not have control. That could be attractive. But, like, pulling in and reaching for control is so possessive of you, so very obviously human of you. You know what I'm saying? There's a part of me that says that, in the reach of something sublime, you should try to, reverse engineer what's already obvious to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've already played that record 6 million times. Maybe you want to play a different record, play a different frequency, be open to something by chance within that chance order. But that's because I'm a wandering explorer. That's why I like. I enjoy it.
No, you're bang on there, Dan. But I think that when Kappa, was it you who was talking about control?
What, talking about what?
Control?
No, I didn't bring up control. I brought up a question that where I asked, would it be fair to say that there is a huge confusion behind the assimilation of what causes pleasure being something that brings happiness?
Yes, that there is, but they're well understood psychological. Like if we study clinical psychiatry as it stands, and we sort of get away from some the Freudian sort of psychoanalysis. The psychoanalysis has been shown as being debunked, right? Psychoanalysis doesn't work. So, but if we look at some of the clinical studies around it, we chase pleasure when it's pain, right? So the quickest path.
Yeah.
So there are two
We associate
aspects of
that.
that.
Dan, you want to turn your mic off?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right, brother.
So, in terms of the pursuit of pleasure, whenever when we are in objective discomfort because of either risk or perceived risk to our being, we tend to pursue pleasure, and that's very innate in human beings. It's part of our little lizard brain. Now, the question is, do we conflate it with happiness? Absolutely, conflate it with happiness, because pursuit of achieving more difficult goals. Let's say if you are not exercising and you need to exercise, eventually when you reach that goal, the level of dopamine and endorphins that reaching of that goal will release will feel very much the same as, let's say, if you were to eat a chocolate cake. It really would in that moment feel about the same. The only in case of the chocolate cake, it's not really sustainable, right? It's not so. But in order to get to that harder goal, you have to go through a bunch of pain, right? And that therein lies, I think, the difference. And not that everything that you would make you happy has to go through some type of pain. But so don't take that example as the universal model. There are things that will make you happy, which are reasonably easy. One fantastic example of that is about the story about the guy who's sitting there fishing at a lake, and a young man comes and looks at his catch, and he's very impressed. Like, you got all this fish, you can turn it into a business. You can go out and you can get a boat and then change it into a trawler. And the man keeps on asking, okay, what would I do about that? What would I do about that? And eventually he says, well, you'll be rich and you can retire and do what you want. And he says, well, I'm doing what I want. Right. So the question is, what is he's sitting there fishing and he's content in that. So the pursuit of contentment is monks are very good at it, right? The entire idea of a moment and taking a breath and just being in this awareness of where you are is and being and really just enjoying that presence in that moment is extremely that's the core exercise. That's the core capability that if you can build that up, you can basically take control away from external knobs that would affect your emotional state, and because the question is, are you reacting or are you responding to a circumstance? If you are reacting to the circumstance, then it's probably because of a heightened emotion, whether good, bad, whatever the situation is. Emotions are there because they fed our survival, and our neocortex is very, very, very young compared to our lizard brain. There's like 80 processes going in your neocortex in a fully developed frontal lobe versus 2.5 million processes per impulse. So that's the idea, is to recognize when an impulse comes from our lizard brain, whether it is seeking pleasure, whether it's running away, whether it's freezing in a situation, whatever the case may be. I don't think that it requires us to have a consensus on what it is. I think that it is okay for it to be an extremely individualistic experience for every human being that has existed. I think it is okay for you to decide for yourself whether seeking pleasure is the state of happiness that you want to pursue, right? Or the path of happiness that you want to pursue. There is a for example, hedonistic living is about that, seeking pleasure after pleasure after pleasure, and that can be, if that is if you're content with that, then you're okay, and then there's nothing wrong with that. Or if you want to live a life of service because you feel that if you can make someone else's objective reality a little easier to be in, where they do not they gain health or they gain um, some resource access because of the work that you're putting in. um, that is a life of service, and that's okay too. I mean,
So I'm sorry, Ahmed. So in other words, contentment is different in each individual, and we should not worry so much on what a generalized application of that looks like, more so than just coming to the determination that it looks different in all of us.
I would say so. Yes, that's where I think my stance is. I mean, why would I? So whatever is happiness for me may not be happiness for you at all.
Yeah.
Okay, extreme example. I like kids and I like dogs, right? But you may be a person and you may not want to have children. And those two states are diametrically opposed. But in both of those circumstances, both of us are happy, and that's okay.
Amen. I definitely agree with that, and I love this conversation about because the pursuit and if I may share, recently I've gotten to do some work with Zach. I don't know if you're familiar with him, Michael. And you mentioned something earlier, like get to work, and I
Not
was
to
I've been
fuck with you.
no,
I
I
tell
know,
people
but you were like a voice in my conscious that arises in occasions, right? Because I'm constantly like, oh, like when I get out of work, I'm like, oh, I gotta get home, I gotta get home. But I find is when I'm so objective based in my practice, it becomes more of a pursuit rather than an existing of like I'm just going to write, and I can't do it when I enter a certain state of mind, which is also why I will continuously battle with my own ego and self interpretation throughout life because I find that when I enter these states of mind, which Buddhism has helped me realize, that I can actually sense the way my thoughts change, even by the way I sit, by the way I'm thinking of what I'm doing. If I'm writing, I'm like, oh, I gotta write because I need this testimonial. I need to grow my business. I need to build a brand. I need to be able to get clients. I need to be able to get myself out of my situation where I'm at. And in those moments, I absolutely suck at writing because I'm just so fucking worried. So what I've been doing recently is this is kind of borderline an explanation, but I will share it nonetheless. I've been just leaving it alone when I enter that state of mind. I just completely leave it alone, and I try to live in the moment. I have enough people around me to the point where I can go find some conversation. I'm noticing myself finding the beauty in other people's ways rather than comparing my way to theirs. And it's causing me some I guess on the outside
it just
perceived
depends. Would this be
procrastination, but
would this be a reason or an excuse? That's the only you have to decide. Right?
and that's a difficult thing for me, my brother, because I don't know if I'm excusing my
Only,
behavior
only
or
you
if
will know
I'm
that answer, right? Only you can know that answer. It's something that Zach really understood, right? Is this a reason or an that's your question? Right?
yeah. Like so for me right now, I told Zach myself, like I'm like for me, I'm actually benefiting exponentially from consuming this content and what it's doing to my mind. I feel like this is the first purpose for to allow myself to become before I can then shed this light out into the world and be able to really describe the process of how this light has entered me and how it should enter
Will you
others.
make it a year or 30 days or 15 days, right? Like, I think the most challenging thing to do sometimes is to move forward with incomplete information, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would be nice for you to wait until you were a sergeant before you wrote copy for Win the War, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think that for my personal position right now, it's kind of like a learn and write, but it's also a mixture of, like I told you, when I enter that state of mind, which I find myself, I'm no saint by any means. I'm this enlightenment phase is by no stretch of the imagination been like a sudden rainfall. It's more so like walking through a fog. Um, and it's taking me some time. So I noticed I try to pay attention to myself when in these moments, I'm like so caught up in the aspect of what
Well,
I'm
keep in
doing.
mind, we end up back. Remember, this is where we started.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, when Zach first gave it to us, we
Mm-hmm.
talked about it more than we wrote about it.
Yes.
And so it's one of those things where I will always have a bias towards action because I know that so many of my great ideas fail immediately. Does that make sense? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, and it's like I don't trust myself to know what the impact is going to be of what I create, and so I just release it in small doses, and I
Yeah.
discover and learn and discover and learn.
I think. Hold on, really quick. Actually, I think you said something the day. It's like we build things halfway just so we can see the windowsill of the window of opportunity, and then we go balls to the wall and finish it.
I mean, it's the kind of fin framework, right? Remember, you said the complex space. You has the complex space is complex because you cannot figure out with certainty the input process output relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a healthy respect for the mystery, and so I try to get a lay of the land through making small but safe experiments. Because I could spend a month trying to write the best thread and have it fall on its face, or I could try writing five tweet threads and then after a week, and then say, all right, which of you think I should move to 10 tweets, or did all of them crash and burn, or should I completely abandon threads completely because there's something else I could be doing?
Yes, sir.
Like
I
for
got it.
example, I thought about Zach, and I was talking to Zach. I'm like, you know what? I feel that people are more interested in Zach than they are Win the War. But I think if they're interested in Zach, they'll really be interested in Win the War.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I think the best thing we could do for wrong
Introduce
is
them to Zach.
introduce them to Zach. Exactly. But I could
Wonderful
be wrong.
conclusion. Oh
I could
no.
be wrong. But I created a microsite, and we're looking at it right now. In my head, Zach represents everything that Andrew Tate isn't.
Yeah. Yeah. You say that like you say that like I don't want you guys to think of you with the perspective. I just question the existence of such.
He's now closed his Hustlers University.
Has he?
Yeah, he closed all of the affiliate marketing link Hustlers University.
Oh, that stopped. That stopped a couple months ago, brother.
No. It says that he just closed it yesterday because of Instagram shut him down.
No, he did. So in the program, I'm in the program. I have the Discord on my phone. They changed the
infiltrating with the war.
they changed the affiliate program so that the people that were in it that were already pre-existingly doing it, they were grandfathered in, but anybody else that was new could no longer do it. And you're saying he closed the entirety, like the entire thing of it?
I'm trying to read the article right now. It just says that he closes it. His community where dozens of war room soldiers learn to make money through.
Yeah, there's somewhat of a interesting similarity, huh?
That's why I think Mike just keeps calling me the anti-Andrew Tate because
3.0. What we have is Andrew Tate 3.0. But as we enter the age of Aquarius and Zach holds more crystals close to his heart, he'll become the Andrew Tate 4.0.
Yeah, and I think it's a warrior of a ring versus a warrior of I guess it's two types of warriors, right?
Yeah,
like I won't take anything away from the guy. Like a couple of things, like he's a gracious loser when he loses fights, and he's definitely knows his market, and I think that he does a lot of good things, but I am always one of those people where I don't want anyone to clip the lies with the truth. because I only want my truth to be the loudest voice, right? Like,
Yeah, you don't want people fixating and harping on like what you used to become popular instead of like the reason why you became popular. Like what, like you set out on this mission to help the youth, but in order to do that, you had to say controversial things, and now people are paying more attention to the controversial things rather than the actual entirety of your message.
yeah, and then he gets to say like, oh, people don't listen to me all the way. No,
He doesn't understand. Yeah.
You've allowed that to happen, right? Like if I, like, let's just say I was him, right? And I saw an affiliate cutting the controversial part of it, I would say that is not the message I'm trying to get. You are, using me in bad light, whether it gets followers or not.
Yeah.
Because the real message I want, my truth, right?
Yeah.
Now, does he believe what people are saying, right? Does he believe that men can cheat because it's not really cheating, but women cannot, right? Like,
yeah,
does he really believe that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Not
And
necessarily,
that's a
right?
fair.
He understands that the most interesting thing about Andrew Tate is the way that he was able to go on else's podcasts and take their followers. That
Yeah.
was fascinating.
Well, it's
That's something that can be observed.
I knew this was gonna happen. Like, and I'm not trying to sound arrogant by any means, but I knew it was gonna happen because the scale. Like when I joined it in January, and like I said, 11,000 people. Um, and every week you see more and more people. And don't get me wrong, like I said, a lot of people used his affiliate marketing, and what he created was very smart. And it's been done before. It's like kind of like somewhat of a pyramid scheme, right? Like, oh, you get someone to sign up, I get a percentage, right? And then but ultimately at the end of the day, I don't know. The make $60 million in a year off of $50 subscriptions, and he just built a fucking business in less than 3 years that's going to be valued at $60 to $100 million. That's insane, and I think he's very, very smart, and he did it intentionally. Excuse me. He understood what the affiliate sales would do. They would go out and they'd spread the word because it brought them money, right? And it also allowed them to benefit from it, which gave them the best testimonial you can get in business, which is word of mouth and exposure to the product yourself. And then that transcended, and then all he needed to do was go on Aiden Ross's stream and start going to other people's streams in these outlets, and they would accept him because he already had a following, right? And then he piggybacked off of their following and rose to fame, such as the power of controversy in 2022. If you take a look at Jake Paul is a great example of how to use controversy as a marketing tool. You just say outlandish fucking things because at the end of the day, there's no such thing as bad publicity.
Can I ask, were you in the affiliate marketing program or one of the
No,
other programs?
I couldn't do that. I couldn't. It's just something that
which one were you in?
Oh, I was in the copywriting. This is where I began my journey in copywriting. And then I met Michael. And it really is a good course. Like, it teaches you a very good template, but it's like half the pizza, Like when I met Michael, he put it together for me. He questioned my moral imperative and was like,
so wait, so what you're telling me is that all I do to create a copywriting course, Dan can do a tech sales course, Brad could do a Bitcoin day trading course, maybe Sandra could do a course on something, and we could just replicate if we just had the right personality.
Yeah, in a much better, more efficient way. I just think that like for Andrew Tate, he just wanted to. I think it was an ego thing, to be honest. I think it was like watching how I do this. And he took all of the steps from Sun Tzu's 5 factors and implemented those very wisely. And he understood the landscape, he understood the environment, he understood what people would take and how they would twist it. He thought of every little fucking way to bring his name to every. And I told my family about Andrew Tate. Fucking at the beginning of the year, they had no idea who he was. Now everyone's like, "Oh, do you see this Andrew Tate guy?" I'm like,
"Oh yeah, I've been following him since. I've been following him for 2 years."
Really?
Like, trust me, when I speak, I don't speak from a place of, "Oh, I just found this fucking guy."
Yeah.
I speak from a point of, I've been following his journey for 2 fucking years.
Yeah.
Like before anyone knew him.
Yeah. I kind of
Because
feel the same.
I'm a combat sports fan, right? I am a
Mhm.
huge combat sports fan. That's how I knew him. I
Really?
didn't know him as a personality. I knew him as European kickboxing champion, right? Like I knew him as a because I was living in Europe for 4 years, right?
wow.
I went to European fights with one of my best friends from the army who did Krav Maga and kickboxing, Thai kickboxing, like in Europe for the United States, and like was a U.S. Combatives champion for the army, and that's how I met Andrew Tate. Was not personally met him, but that's how I was introduced to this guy. Was through combat sports.
Yeah.
So I always knew him as this very humble, you know,
combat specialist.
very combat specialist, right?
Yeah.
And so seeing that change, I was like, "Fuck, oh god." So,
Well,
but that's my thing is like, I think it's we could replicate. That's what I want to know is could we replicate without the controversy? That was what I brought to Mike the other day. Like, can you replicate with truth only without controversy?
Can I tell you what, like the basis of his the basis of how he transcended to it's like so like he says it was a phase process, right? But the first phase that launched him into the realm of like possibly going on podcasts and getting his name out there was the affiliate marketing. So, and I know that a lot of people have a perception or perspective, excuse me, behind the authenticity of affiliate marketing and what that means in the sense of business and how you're using others' need for money to drive sales and recognition for your own brand. And I know some people had that issue with Andrew Tate. Some people don't like what he says, but ultimately what got his signups and what brought him millions of dollars was affiliate links.
Well, and yeah, no, that's I said that to Mike. I was like, look, like all you need to do is create something where a bunch of people create affiliate marketing links for the same thing that they were learning how to affiliate market, right? But like if we created the Syndicate as a mastermind and then created an affiliate link and people are learning from the mastermind how to create the affiliate links and it's a fair wage where they're getting a piece of it for in perpetuity, right? Instead of it being, hey, you get it for 1 month and now you have to build that pyramid out, right? There's a way for this to work where it doesn't have to be
illegitimate.
It could be a very legitimate way of doing it, activity instead of controversy. That's my question, right? Does love conquer that? Does love conquer it if we do it with positivity and people actually learning, right? That mastermind group being something that people, right? Like we could create a Salesforce. We could create a Salesforce that helps sell Ahmed's piece and build a group, right? And we could help build the group that does Dan's master, right, for the Syndicate, and then Mike's collecting people's information for him to go and do headhunting. Like, could it work?
In my opinion, real quick, Ahmed, in my opinion, I think that Andrew Tate could have been just fine running his business off of the affiliate marketing. And then if it didn't work, like you could ask for your money back if it didn't work. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand that as well. Like in Hustlers University, if you feel like you're not making the most of it, you can request your money back and they'll give you the money back. But I think that the controversialness was more so an egotistical path. It was more so like, okay, I've scaled to this level. What else is there to do? I mean, the guy sits around all day, doesn't really do much, you know. So he's kind of like, okay, now I'm gonna fucking interject myself into this realm of social media, and the best way to do that and reach that scale as quick as he did, is by being controversial. As much as we love, right? Like the goodness of love, of such. I think that it's a tough thing to sell people on because everyone uses it in such a negligent manner. You know, like, oh, we're doing this at it. Like one prime example is NFT communities, and the way it's community, it's a community, this and that. well, who's got all the money? Who's benefiting the most from this? Who has the ability to pull the plug on this? And I think that, yeah, it can be done. And the affiliate marketing, when it comes from a good place, I always say sales transcends when you're selling a thirsty man a bottle of water. Um, and that's like, I think, the true genuineness of sales. When you have people that have worked with the product itself. Like, the reason I think I'm going to do great work for Win the War is because I'm benefiting greatly from the rhetoric. So that will make me one of the most powerful marketers for you because it's benefited me directly. You know.
No, yeah, that's why I wanted to, like, I just see the picture being clearer of what they could do, especially now that we have an inside guy that knows how to build this. So
I could honestly, I know it may sound like a sleazebag thing. I could screenshot the whole fucking thing. I can, and
hey,
also
hey, 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 spy, stop talking. All right,
Yeah.
stop talking. It's recorded.
Shit.
Oh, jeez,
It's
Matios
NASA
is
looking
up.
at this stuff. It's not Andrew Tate, bro.
Ahmed, you had your hand up.
Yes.
Oh, did Ahmed have to walk away? Ahmed, you there?
I'm here.
Oh, you had your hand up. What's up?
Oh no, I think the point that I was going to make is already covered.
Oh, amazing.
Oh, geez. Matios came up. Fuck.
Also, Zach, another thing he did in the affiliate program when he was teaching
Got him.
when he was teaching the course of the affiliate program, what they did was they said, if you don't have a niche, if you don't have a skill, right, you create websites and you redirect them back to our website, which is our main sales page. So it's basically like he taught a whole bunch of people to sell for his brand, go out and create YouTube channels and create Twitter accounts and fan accounts, all in hopes of driving sales up for themselves. But the main purpose behind that, I think, from his perspective, was to drive the audience rate up. That's all it was. It was just.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing, though. To be successful, audience.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
think we need to abstract away the plan, strategies, and tactics from the objective. Does that make sense? There are sound strategies and tactics. It's just we may have a different intent.
And he's a fighter, so he comes from a place of discipline, right? So he comes from a place of hard work ethic, and you take that and you apply it to a good business model. It's absolutely no fucking surprise that he rose to the level he did.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, this room right now, we have the team to create the exact same phenomena, but with drastically different results. I mean, think about it. If we are
You have to take
targeting,
your shirt off and smoke a cigar on camera, Zach.
I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. You guys
Hey,
send me a Cuban cigar right now, and I will
I'm
go out
bald
there.
too. I'm bald too. Fuck. But think about it. Like, we could be driving, startup, entrepreneurs, individuals who want to build things in this ecosystem that, Big Kitty Labs is benefiting, the mastermind's benefiting. Ahmed's, what tech founders who need Big Kitty Labs also need what Ahmed's doing, right? Those individuals also need what Win the War's doing, right? And they need talent, so they need what Mike's doing. They need, just like, I think that if we know what everyone's strengths is and we know how to leverage it the right way, and we can drive community that do the same thing, I mean, there's nothing that we can't do, I guess.
Yep. I think it's a matter of who's the captain of the ship, right? Who's steering the ship? If we can all come to the conclusion on what our roles on the ship are, then the ship can take off and sail in the right direction. And I've always had this idea too as well, so it's fascinating to hear you bring it out loud, because I've always thought about it as maybe being interpreted as a not so genuine approach, but really just coming into a forum like this, knowing the strengths of everybody around you, and ultimately what it comes down to is the reiteration of content. How many people can share it and get other people to share it and get other people to share it, and that's how you break through the algorithm. You have to interact with Twitter 240 times a day for you to actually break through the algorithm and start reaching other people's news feeds, which is something as well that I learned in Hustlers University. The Twitter algorithm in its entirety is set up to a certain way, And with that being understood, you can navigate it.
That's together alone. Have you ever wanted to be together with other people? You just hated being with other people. They didn't brush their teeth.
Matios!
You know? What are you? Hey, don't call him out like that. You know, he's not this guy.
I fucked you up, bro.
Together alone. See, who would want to be with Kappa? The guy's fucking interrupting you all the time. He's just saying some hate courses, and then he's like, "Here, let me tell you about the world." And he's just like reading off the copy from Andrew Tate, trying to wait for that time to DM us the referral. That's why we should be together alone, because who
shit.
wants to be together?
I love it.
Have you
Another one.
noticed that he's mastered Casey's sound too? So he like has the same frequency of Casey now when he goes
Which is fuckers, man. I think this was by far one of my funnest fucking days in these spaces, because it was a testament to the humanity of the situation. For so often we agree and we get along, so it's always beautiful to see and have these conversations where we're all offering different opinions, and you get to see how great our characters are too as well. You see this guy trying to cut me off?
You know what I mean? It was easy to disagree with you because it was like, that was like just so easy. So we were kind of having fun with it.
Yeah, and I was having fun with it as well, because where some people are thinking that this is my certainty of belief, I'm literally on the opposite side of my phone with a smile on my face, because I'm getting to learn from other people's perspectives and absorb their input.
Mm-hmm. How has it changed you? How has it changed the way you think now that you've graduated with a PhD from Syndicate University?
Wait, what was your question?
Now that you've graduated with a PhD from Andrew Tate University, what perspectives do you have?
I didn't possess any ideology. I just think that there's and I won't notice this change unless I see it in the practice of how I react in certain situations and how my future conversations go, right?
Are you saying you don't possess an ideology?
You can progress an ideology, but ideology dies in the lack of practice.
But are you saying that you don't possess an ideology?
I do, but I don't, to a degree, allow it to take the form of certainty. So therefore, I cannot say me have changed in this way, because I don't know if something will happen 10 minutes from now that will reiterate a different perspective, you know? Turns his mic on. No, but I have changed in the way in which I've thought of different perspectives and different viewpoints from the actual constructive quality of an organizational movement that can bring good to a certain spectrum of people that, in a certain perspective manner, have been mistreated and maybe withheld from certain opportunities.
I will vote for you when you run for office. Your ability to stand on all lily pads at the same time is fantastic. I love it, and I think it's the way forward.
Thank you, brother.
In sort of picking up, us helping each other kind of grow, I've put something on the nest, and there's a concept of kiretsu in Japanese business. I don't know if anybody's familiar with it, but essentially it is a mechanism to organize separate concerns into a loosely tied group that works together towards a goal. And it's a very interesting model, and I wonder if there is a modern way of doing it.
Yes, it is called Sogo Sosha. Professor Richardson taught me about it. I'll reply with it. One sec.
No, you're talking about Soko Sosha. I'm talking about Kiritsu.
What would be the difference?
Well, the difference is that in Kiritsu, the groups, the members of the group don't have to have the identical goal, and they can actually have competing goals. But it still works.
Yeah, I think as long as we can allow for people to pursue their personal interests, shout out to Adam Smith, this can work.
It's not a matter of allowance, right? So that's where Kiritsu becomes very interesting. It's not a matter of, okay, do I have the permission from the group to do something? It is to insulate the overall effect of no matter what we do. The group is not is the overall risk to the group is minimized in that structure from both internal and external factors. It's a very interesting construction,
So,
and it needs study.
so is it kind of like, surrounding yourself with people that have such a shared belief system that no matter if they act independently or together, it's still a shared vision?
No, it's not that. It
Okay.
is a it takes into account that the people who are working together towards a goal may have different belief systems, and they could be in contention with each other, and yet the group achieves the goal.
Wow.
And it
So Matios, you got to match back with the same energy, bro. So in essence, yes, brother, yes, I need that, bro. I needed that in my life today. So in essence, it's kind of like having two captains saying steer left, one saying steer right, but somehow they end up at the destination they both wanted to go.
It's something like that.
I'm
It's
sorry.
something like that, but it's not quite like that. There is still a mode of consensus, but the mode of consensus takes into account that not everyone will have that everybody may be holding different cards, and that not all it takes into account that not all factors are known by the group, even from each individual. So it takes it takes into account that there is partial input and it's not complete, and it doesn't need to be completely honest either. And the lack of honesty may not be malicious. It just may be that there is incomplete information, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so because that construction takes that into account, that's what made Japan so successful during the late 20th century, and that construction still kind of exists in Japan. It's kind of outdated now because of the way Japan has other issues, right? So it's trying to deal with those, but that construction was very, very it provided interesting insulation against disastrous activity that is external to the group.
So in other words, sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
So in other words, it's kind of like food for thought almost. Like it's offering a new way, because like when you think about it, it's actually interesting. Because Zach, I feel like this kind of goes in a certain way against the RDSP process, which is where the synchronization of all levels allows for a effortless moving of different units and divisions towards the same destination, but with different observations from different levels of experience and intuition.
Well, you see, so if we were to take a military analogy, we should not aim to become a single fighting unit. We should aim to become coalitive fighting units, if that makes any sense.
kind of does, but I won't lie to you and say like, oh, that makes perfect sense. But it's thought provoking. Causes some contemplation, albeit but it's interesting because like I said, like as I'm journeying through the rapid decision making synchronization process, it kind of has a call for people to understand things in different unique ways as well, though, because like headquarters is going to understand things differently than how the people that are actually on the ground are observing what's happening, right? So in essence, it's kind of also it's disproving, but it's also kind of proving rightness towards that.
Okay, so I mean, if we take a combat example,
Mm-hmm.
right? The ground truth that is happening at the battlefield that let's say a platoon is experiencing, that is very different from the strategic picture that let's say HQ has.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as HQ is concerned, that ground unit is a single entity that has either met its objective or it has not, right? And but within the unit, uh, there could be forces that are affecting the overall like for the platoon commander wants to make sure that all of his soldiers are alive, but that runs counter to the requirement that someone actually that unit needs to be sacrificed in order to meet an objective, right? Those two things are in contradiction of each other, right?
Yes.
But the question is, how can you set up a system where, despite the fact that there are these two counterbalanced, these two contradictory things exist within the overall system structure, that the mission is achieved, right? Uh, and there has to be a mechanism, a process in place to make that happen, and it cannot just be left to chance. And that's the idea, right?
So
So
the idea is to create a path of certainty.
idea is to reduce the effect of external factors on towards the achievement of the mission. It is to reduce it's risk reduction. It is
So
not it's not it is not mission assurance. It is risk reduction.
but wouldn't you and this is just me questioning because I want to understand it. The risk reduction process that would look different to the headquarters, the boots on the ground, like we were just using in the metaphor, right?
That is correct. But in this particular case, the risk reduction is to the individual units. So the particular idea is that in a kaitsu is the idea is that if 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 we work together, then each one of us is different from the sum of the parts. I didn't say more than, but different than from the sum of the parts,
Okay.
and that reduces overall risk to each one of our concerns because it is armored. So the idea is, so it was built to the benefit of the members. So it wasn't. So a kaitsu is not like saying, "Oh, the group should benefit." It says the members should benefit, right? And that's the difference that we have to kind of decide. Are we looking to build the group up, or are we looking to build each individual member up? And I think that the latter is more interesting.
Well, isn't a group just a composition of individuals?
Yes, but the group's goal it matters, right? So is the group's so is it my goal to make sure that Dan's company, like as a member of the group, I want to not make sure that the group succeeds. I want to make sure that Dan's succeeds or Kappa's goal succeeds. Do you do you there's a difference between there's a difference in priority there.
I see what you're saying.
What's the difference between a Keiretsu and a syndicate?
Sounds like an AI question.
The syndicate is measures its success by adding up the overall losses of the members and gives itself a scorecard saying, okay, Ahmed lost $1 billion, but the group together made 4 billion, so the group's okay. Whereas that one loss of $1 billion for Ahmed was devastating for Ahmed, right? And that's the problem with the syndicate, construction. Whereas in the kaitsu, what you're trying to make sure is that all members succeed, and they are not no single member gets devastating harm.
So
that's the difference.
In a business structure, would this look like so like when I first entered my first sales position, one of the things that I was asked to do was to rank these things in order: growth, environment, and success. Um, and success being more representative of the amount of money that's being gained. And for me, I ranked it growth, and then environment. Well, actually, no, I ranked it environment, then growth, then um, then success. But I know that many different people answer that differently. So what this looks like in a business format would be someone who wants to, who perceives their success as, maybe the free realm of creativity. So they're allowed that wiggle room of creativity, and they're allowed to be themselves. And then others that may look very different. But ultimately, in those two people pursuing their own separate journey, the group that they're a part of benefits greatly because they benefit.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. No, I think that's I think that's what more people in this world are pushing towards. Like Elon Musk. People notice Elon Musk. Obviously, he's a renowned character, so to speak. And when he goes on television or on social media and says, like, I hire video game players because they have this creative mind, and they have a fine understanding and interpretation of the beauty of the process. They don't necessarily have the college degrees, but they're good for this thing, and but I wouldn't make them be this job because this job requires strict discipline, and like, it's almost like every piece of the car moving in unison, but understanding its role and its own different role to play, which ultimately still drives the car to the same destination. KC. Mm-hmm.
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 What's up, Kappa? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Brother, yourself?
I'm doing all right. I'm recovering from walking around in Boston yesterday, apparently. Fuck.
You walked. Apparently, were you not conscious?
No, I was kind of hoping there wouldn't be a recovery cycle on the day after, but yeah,
Oh,
cobblestones and bad backs. A horrible combination.
your body's hurting from walking. That's what you're
Oh
saying?
yeah.
How old are you, Casey?
47.
27?
47.
Oh shit! I took 20 years from you.
Oh my God, the man said, "Oh shit!" when you told him his
I know.
age.
No,
Jesus,
no, no.
I
It's
know.
rough, bro.
it was my
That's rough.
incorrectiveness that I said, "Oh shit,"
No,
too.
it's okay. It's a Freudian response. I get it.
Fuck you, Mike.
Another Freudian response. You're gonna have to get in line, sir.
You're in the trap now, Kappa.
Oh yeah.
No, I love this idea of the karetsu, the sogo chosha, the syndicate, because there are aspects of all of those things that overlap. And this idea, Simon Wardley had this list of what he thought the new paradigms would be, and he talked about the swarm intelligence and the leaderless organization. And so Ahmed brought up a great point. I put I think it's a lecture about Keiretsu and Sogo Sosha vis-a-vis Mitsubishi and the other Japanese interconglomerates. I think it'd be a great thing for us to look at.
Yeah. I just I wanted to understand it a little bit more, but now that I feel like I have somewhat of a basis to go off of, it's definitely, I think, something that also happens by accident, like without us being conscious of it. Like we're all kind of meeting here and gaining something from this without the actual like kind of like what Ali said, right? Like education is what happens when when you're having fun. And in these situations it could kind of come off as fun, and we're all like kind of talking about a whole bunch of things, and we're learning without even knowing we're learning. And 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 in this individual existence, so to speak, we gain something, and with these gains we go on to progress ourselves, and we are a part of a group, so therefore this group flourishes because what we've gained from the group also has made us individually flourish. Yeah, I think I don't think it's a theory. I think it's pretty much established in somewhat of a truth, because I mean, what's happening now?
Have you by chance ever looked at the difference between truth and fact?
Interesting. I've never looked into it, no, but I can tell you that they're different.
Time seems to be the big factor there.
Whoa, say that again. The difference between truth and a fact is time, because facts can become unfacts given the addition of time dimension.
You got it. If it's unchanging forever, that might be a truth.
So in other words, I'm surrendering myself to age-old religions.
That might be a fact.
That might. No, you're absolutely. That's actually one of my bases of in my belief, which is that if consistency is credibility, right? So if something stands the test of time and is still here, there's got to be somewhat of a truth in it. Oh, I just got an email saying that Hustlers University 3.0 is launching in 24 hours.
Incredible! Congratulations, Andrew Tate. I told you, the thing is, I told Zach that censorship drives stardom. We saw it with Andrew Yang. We're seeing it with Donald Trump. We've seen it over and over and over again. We saw it with Joe Rogan. The thing, I would pay for people to come and censor us. Does that make sense? Are you kidding me? I get to like market this idea that people are trying to shut our voice down. Someone, please, if you're listening to us, please censor us. We'd like to grow faster, and if we could just tell a bunch of news outlets that we're being censored, then that would be the best thing we could do to launch our brand. So congratulations for Andrew Tate. I wonder if he's the one that paid Instagram to shut down his account. Or maybe, would be crazy if you told a bunch of your inner affiliates to Andrew Tate until they shut you down, and then you got to rise up against the people who were trying to suppress you. It's fantastic.
It's a Phoenix story. Yeah.
It's how to make a martyr. That's what it is.
I was just thinking that.
A
PR
martyr.
martyrdom. Yeah.
Oh my God. Someone, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, I think it's also a testament to controversy. So like if I'm on the street corner telling people to believe in whatever I'm saying, right? And then one day people see me get removed from that corner, and the police come up and they take me out in handcuffs and they say, "You're not allowed to talk on this corner anymore." I think a lot of people get bothered by that, and they are intrinsically driven towards the things that like they're told that we can't have. It's kind of like what they're starting to think about, like psychologically, regarding drugs.
If you want someone who wants something, totally tell them they're not supposed to have it.
Yep.
Like that's
like where I am, we use this program that I always think back, and I think it's ironic, and no one else liked it with me, and you guys probably won't either. But we had a program for drug awareness back in high school and middle school. It was called DARE, and I always thought it ironic to be that they were using the acronym of DARE in the same sentence of drug usage and why to avoid drugs. It's just it's like, oh yeah, this program's called DARE. Stay away from drugs. This is what this acronym means. Why would you use that in the same sentence, DARE and drugs?
Well, it's catchy. and I actually know people that collect anything involving Dare from that time frame. So
Really?
yeah,
It's like
serious.
the antique roadshow in 20 years. Hey, what do we have here? Oh, we have a button from Dare. Oh, if you look at it on the back, this is a one of one. You know?
We'll go look on eBay. You'll see. I mean, it's
Oh, incredible.
it's
Dude,
thing. Like '90s is vintage now, which is
yeah.
kind of yeah.
Oh,
But
man,
if
I'm
you think
fucking
about
over here.
Mantis, who just crawled on this table and is now dancing in front of me. I swear. It's looking straight at. Oh, a fly just landed right next to it. It's looking at it. I'm sorry, guys.
man, what are
Oh,
you
my God.
smoking?
Are you getting a sign from the gods?
Dude, this
That's
praying
probably true.
mantis just turned around. It's dancing in front of me. It's like
Matthew,
literally.
how do you interpret that vision?
Uh, I don't. I'm merely observation.
Now, Dan, how would you interpret the vision of the grasshopper and the fly? What's the
That's
fable there?
Oh, it's not a grasshopper. It's a praying mantis.
I
you have
apologize. The praying mantis and the fly.
you have a slice of divinity unfolding in front of you, given the fact that you've given it reference here.
Hmm. It's just staring at the fly. The fly's not moving either. And oh, it's moving its lips towards it. It's about to make a move.
Is it
Oh my
moving, or is your mind
yeah.
moving it?
Oh, fuck you, Dan. Um,
Yikes.
this thing just
At
waved
that
at me,
moment,
bro.
that Dan turned into a cloud and seeped
The
under the seal of the
the
door.
fly flew away and it waved at me. It was like, fuck, man.
It waved at you. Wow.
These things are awesome looking, like
I,
up close.
I think what the universe is telling you is that you need a shower, Kappa.
I shower quite frequently, my friend. What I need to shower in is in a abundance of affection, love, and understanding.
You still talking
Matthew,
about feminism, or is that
yeah,
topic
no,
over?
I think
No,
he's trying to
Dan.
invite Matthew for a shower.
Hello.
Hell,
Hello.
get some of that.
Hey, there's been some of those videos of him in the shower. Is that what, like, that might help him out?
Which one?
I just posted a video of him singing in the shower, didn't he?
Oh, there you go. Hey, Kappa, you want to get
The
a little
best of
together
Kappa
alone? Yeah.
Unplugged.
You want to get a little together alone?
Yeah, a little alone more together. Yeah. We're,
Would
we're
you like a little
we're
bit
all
of
together and
Kappa?
alone in the dark. Yeah.
I do have something to add. I'm sorry I'm taking off the funny topic, but it's been.
It wasn't really that funny.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
whatever.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
It just became funny.
It's been such a pleasure listening to your evolution, Kappa, and like hearing where your energy was when we first met you. Like you vibrate. It feels like you're vibrating at a different level, like more solid in your steps, if that makes any sense. And it's just a beautiful thing to watch. That's all I
Thank
want to
you.
say.
Thank you very much for that. And I am nothing but grateful for the amount of people that have come into my life through this, that have enhanced this perspective, that have helped me break through the shell of what I'm to some degree bound to in the sense of where I live and who I live with and the perspectives that are offered here.
You think he's really changed all that much, though?
Michael,
I
it's
said
a
how
fair
much?
question. It's a fair
Don't
question.
set me up. It's your fault.
No, I mean, it's beautiful because, like even today, right? Like we had this wild conversation at some points, and it felt like everyone was getting a little tense. But the whole time, I was just learning, and also the wonderful fact that Twitter kind of removes the threat of violence because after a conversation reaches a certain level, people tend to throw the fisticuffs, or just walk away and yell and say, I don't want to have this conversation anymore. And I think that you got to stay, like you have to stay and you have to talk it out. You have to hear people. Like if you're willing to express yourself, you also have to be equally as willing to listen to others express themselves. And that's a process I'm completely foreign to, due to my life experience. Whenever I express myself in a certain way, even in a way in which I lead with my own self humiliation, it's met with very harsh resistance, and there's always just an abandonment of the conversation rather than a conclusion met.
And
Such as politics.
it's humility, not humiliation.
No, I humiliate the shit out of myself, my brother.
You show good humility, but never feel humiliated.
So to speak.
With love.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are my influencers. Like I said, this path is no coincidence. God knew
So
I
I
wasn't.
think maybe the point is clear that if it's possible to bring Kappa into the fold, right, from Andrew Tate University, maybe that's the user flow. And we always ask ourselves where you get your customers from. It's kind of an adversarial question, and some people don't like it. But it's always interesting to ask yourself, who are your current customers leaving before they come to you?
Hmm, that's a
So
good
let me ask
question.
you this: what were Andrew Tate? What had you ever bought an online course before
Never.
Andrew Tate? Never. Okay, isn't that interesting?
It is. Do you want me to tell you how?
I would love to know. And this is with no judgment, right?
Yeah.
Because in a lot of ways, like, I really enjoy Andrew Tate. And this is where
Yeah.
I disagree with Zach. I have a great time watching him talk to
Me as well.
Fortnite fucking alpha males. You know what I mean? Have you ever seen a Fortnite alpha male? It's the worst.
All panicked and very quick and jumbled. Like that's one of the indicators
Uh,
of someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. If they talk really quick like this and they got to get their points out like this and they got to talk like Ben Shapiro almost like I mean it's like they got
you
to
sound like
jumble.
Buster Rhymes, but an incel. You know
Bro,
what I mean? Remember that
fucking
song? Doo-doo-doo.
yeah. Every time you got to
Doo-doo.
go, then
Sorry,
you got to
again.
get it, then you got to blow, then you know. Yeah.
Matthias, do you know the lyrics? I bet Matthias knows the lyrics.
If he could send me the lyrics, I could probably get it done.
I don't though. Just the cadence.
Every time I gotta go, then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, then I gotta. Kind of sounds like that.
Hold on. I think I think Casey knows the words. Go ahead, Casey. Sing it for us.
Kappa, I just want to know when we're doing free NFT giveaways.
Oh.
I gotta go. I'm just kidding. I'll be back later.
Take care, Casey. But yeah, so
Did Casey really just jump in to say, when are we doing giveaways? I gotta go. Just kidding. Bye. Like I feel so confused by that one statement because it was like such a toy with my heart. Was he? What happened?
I don't know. I just met
Quit
him.
playing games with my heart.
I literally met Casey in person like yesterday. I don't know why he ran away right there. That's going to affect me.
How many IRL meetings have happened from this through the syndicate?
I don't want to meet none of you fuckers in real life. No, I'm just kidding.
That's because most of us would slap you in the face.
That's Michael speaking through me.
Yeah. I have no interest in meeting any of you. Go on.
So what I was gonna say was what originally took me to a program of Hustlers University was his there was a video that I saw passing through on YouTube. And it's like if you're hearing this message, you know, like the universe is talking to you. It's telling you to wake the fuck up and to start taking charge of your life today. And you know, like in that rhetoric, I suppose I kind of lost myself in something bigger than myself, right? And that took me to Hustlers University. But it was only like about like maybe 2-3 weeks of Hustlers University where that momentary had reached its end that I started to realize and recollect that yes, I may have learned all these things, but there's no actual application process in which I can do these to the point where it aligns with my moral imperative, which kind of led me down the route of NFTs, which was something that nobody in that department was doing in Hustlers University. Then that led me to you, and the rest is history. But it started with a YouTube video with like a direct speech kind of, you know, like basically taking the
Who's saying the
concept of an
speech?
avatar and speaking to that person as if you really knew them in such a generalized way in which it made them feel understood, kind of like zodiac signs.
So,
So we have Andrew Tate to blame for your fucking appearance.
well, I want to know, like, was Andrew Tate speaking in the thing? Was it like voiceover of Andrew Tate with like
No, it was
moving
him.
images?
It was his
So it's
video.
him looking at you.
Yes, in the video. It's him.
Can
It
you
was him looking in the video.
Could you paraphrase the script? You don't have to get it perfect. I'm genuinely curious, right? Because he was effective in what he was doing, and I
Yeah.
don't care what his intent is. I'm interested in the technique. So,
So he
what was
spoke.
the? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he did something that's commonly used in business, but he applied it in a different way, right? So you create an avatar. You have to know your audience and know who you're speaking to. And he did it in a way in which he said, like in my best paraphrasement, it was as soon as I turn onto the video, it's Andrew Tate standing there, this big, huge dude who's got some women with him, and he's like, listen, if you're seeing this video right now, this is the universe telling you it's your time to wake the fuck up. It's your time to start asking better of yourself and demand and take from the world what it does not want to give you. And that was kind of like the rhetoric of what it was, and it was basically, it also touched a little bit upon like the loneliness of a man. No one's gonna come and help you. No one's gonna come and save you. You have to pull yourself out of the situation. Join this program, and I'll teach you the most. I think it was like the 7 most common wealth generators of this era. And that's what got me into Hustlers University. And then what lost me from there was kind of like just more of a continuation of a generalized process in which I seem to thrive in. Oh, voice crack. I seem to thrive in more so individualistic environments where I'm able to communicate and learn from people one on one rather than just read from a Discord service. That's what took me away from that.
What
Like
were the
that.
7? What are the 7 things? The 7 wealth generation things.
Okay, so I think it was actually, you know what? Bear with me a second. I'll go into the Discord itself and tell you for a fact. So here we are. Okay, so there is. I have to get through this fucking thing. Because there's different.
Because I think that we could create metaphors for the syndicate off of these, like
There is a
comedy
design. There
on
are design
Sirius
patterns.
XM.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's copy. So there's copywriting.
So that's comedy on Sirius XM. Okay.
So there's copywriting, there's personal finance, there's stock and trade options, there's e-commerce, and there's Amazon FBA, whatever the fuck that means, and the other one is stocks exchange.
So if we just do trading Bitcoin, personal finance
crypto
with
trading.
Casey.
So what these are though? These are a class
And
of
freelancer.
occupations.
Sorry, there's a freelancer category as well.
So think about the class of occupation. What do all of these occupations have in common?
It's
They're
individuals.
occupations that are exactly individuals that you can do in your basement. You can do Amazon fulfillment from your basement, day trading from your basement, freelancing from your basement. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So it's the
And that was
niche
his
thing.
rhetoric. I'm
Well,
sorry.
not so much rhetoric. Everyone has rhetoric, so we all do, right? That which we repeat, let's say. But if you look at what it's focusing on, is there is a large portion of the U.S. I mean, the largest demographic cohort in the U.S. are millennials. Many, at least what, 50% are men? And how many of those men are able to get a job with a FANG? Right? And so they're probably like working at an Amazon or something like that, right? Nothing against Amazon, but you know what I mean? They're looking for a way out of
individual purpose.
They could be on a forklift. Does that make sense? They're looking for a way to supplement their income so they can leave the job they have.
Yes.
Because maybe they didn't get a chance to become a software developer.
Yes.
Right? Or a
And
computer scientist or whatever.
What I was going to say before about the rhetoric was not in its entirety, but a certain phrase that he would use commonly, is that there is no excuse as to why you're not at least on the pathway to become rich if you have access to cell phone and the internet, and that all these methods, all it's required of them is a cell phone and a connection to the internet, and that also in its own entirety fulfills this this desire for the crave that most humans have, which is quick and easy, right? I want a 6-pack. I want it to be quick and easy. Well, it's not going to be quick and easy. Well, what if I take the nutritional supplement? What if I take this? Everything's about the expedition of conveniency. And as humans, now more than ever, we desire this quick and easy process, and we're susceptible to people taking that and exploiting it.
So Zach, this is what I was thinking. And the question is that you might ask is, where are the customers coming from? Right? And there are more individuals just like Kappa who are looking to do something great with their life, take care of their family. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Maybe break things that have happened generationally. And when they don't find it with Tate, imagine the commercial was for, hey, you've been with Andrew Tate University for the last 6 months. And I know you haven't gotten what you want. What you really want is this. But what you're unwilling to accept is this.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry, Zach.
And then we turn them into sales assassins and fucking sell.
And now they're affiliate marketers with, we don't even have to train them. They got the affiliate marketing training on.
Yep. And they will go out and create they'll create YouTube channels, Twitter bot channels where it just like literally retweets Andrew Tate's tweets, and YouTube videos where they push out the content, they clip it, they make, and that's how it started a while, right? Was on the ground.
You're on the blockchain, yeah?
And I know that may be distasteful for some, but honestly, I think that we're driving more towards. I mean, I think that big businesses knew this a long time ago, but the ordinary entrepreneur is starting to understand this more. Is that there really is somewhat of a strength in the actual meaning of what it means to be community driven.
Imagine if we could do that. If we could do that as a service, create FOMO as a service for every fucking startup.
And I mean, essentially, that's copywriting.
Yeah, I mean that's all the commercial was. Like, look at Elizabeth's commercial, right? It's not FOMO, but it's the opposite. It's FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Can you afford to get into your car without calling Elizabeth first? Probably not. That's right. Dispatch justice. Afraid to go in your car because you're not sure if you'll ever be allowed out without handcuffs? That's right. Dispatch justice. Call us today.
Yeah, and I think that where Win the War succeeds in the long run is the personal approach. I'm definitely curious to see what that looks like in scalability, because the more people, the more access to real people they'll want, and if that's the purpose of joining, maybe converting it to more of an AI algorithmic response type of thing would be distasteful for some. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, but I have access to tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people, all that speak the same language, all with the same training, but diverse backgrounds in other areas.
Yes,
that's the difference, right? There's one Andrew Tate, but there's tens, if not hundreds of thousands of staff sergeants who have the exact same training to an extent, right?
Yeah.
And all I need to do is create the content that's related, and now I can reproduce the effects.
I promise you, I can pretty much replicate the same exact course that he created in paraphrasement for a copywriting course, where people can just understand, because it's only half the piece, right? Because ultimately, what it comes down to is, do you really want to write copy for this company? What do you know about this company? Is it really helping people? Are they really providing a service that's solving a problem for people? Are they creating a fake problem just to introduce a fake solution to this fake problem? This is Copywriting is just it's essentially what the news does. It's creating clickbait and creating fear and preying on the fear of a specific type of person. But that transcends itself.
Does he give you the companies to do copy for, or is it just like
no?
You got to go out and find them?
Yeah, so they came up with this algorithm of a guaranteed success rate where you the template is basically like you send somebody an interesting like a 3 to 5 word subject in the email, something interesting or unique to the person's brand that causes them to open it up. And in there you pay homage. You start out the template. You start out with a compliment, and you say, "Hey, it's not a bad template. It's so it says like, hey, like I really love your product, and I can see how this really helps people in your niche. So in me liking this so much, I went ahead and I came up with 3 mock emails for your business. Can I go ahead and send those over to you? And now the process in the perfection state looks like, yeah, go ahead, send those over. Okay, send them over. They work great. Okay, hey, would you be interested in getting on a sales call and talk further about how this helped your business and how more I can help your business? Yeah, sure thing. And then that's where you get into the sales call process. And then the sales call process is basically like, just asking them, pretty much generalizing the process of the why of purpose, what they have tried before, what kind of advertisements have they ran, how successful were they, why weren't they successful, if they even asked those questions to begin with. And so there is somewhat of a truth to the template, but the application, one would argue, is the purpose, and how well it goes on to work for somebody. Because ultimately, if everyone starts doing this, right? If you have 100,000 people sending out the same emails with the same headline format, business owners and entrepreneurs and very well-established businesses are going to catch on, and then the times will change, and then something else will replace this new template.
You literally just explained the first 400 emails in my LinkedIn message cache.
Yes. Yep. And that's probably, those motherfuckers are probably all from Hustlers University, bro. Because they just take the template and they don't make it their own.
I don't open a single one of them.
I don't, and
The challenge is that Mohit really recognizes that nobody else recognizes this. Nobody cares about Andrew Tate University. They cared about Andrew Tate.
Yes.
They
Their
don't
personal
care
brand.
about. They don't care about Echelon LLC. They care about Jocko.
Mm-hmm.
Right? These are personality cults with
Yes.
a product on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If people, you know what I mean? Like,
wow, that's perfectly said.
That's why I've been so that's why I don't want to be the personality, because when Andrew Tate dies, it dies. When Jocko dies, it dies.
Unless you create more sites for the, you know what I mean? Like, see that microsite we did for you? What if everyone had their own?
Well,
You know what I mean?
one would argue that the adoption of certain philosophies and ideologies and the perception of reality becomes and manifests itself within the individual. So if the individual goes on to live in the world and speaks the way that they speak, and in the way in which they've been affected by certain ideologies, then that in its own right carries on.
Okay, if that was the case, when's the last time you heard about Mamba mentality? Rest in peace.
Mamba mentality?
But here's the thing. You hear it through all of the people who now follow his teaching.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
may
what
not
I'm
be
saying is
redirected
that
to the source.
the Mamba mentality school and everything has been on a
decline.
It's not scaling. It's receding.
Well, because those people probably took the ideology and they said, I'm going to adopt this. I'm going to adopt these principles from life and start my own things. And now they're carrying that Mamba philosophy without even knowing or calling it such.
Yeah, the memes are still all over Instagram. The idea is that the immortality is when it transcends even your own name.
Mm-hmm. It becomes an idea.
It becomes a force of nature at that point.
Well, yeah, because ideas are things, and things are constructive or destructive, so therefore they play a purpose in our lives, which therefore makes them to some degree existent.
So the ability to have 10,000 Zachs who all are expressing similar yet different asymptotes on the same vision vector, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I see as most resilient. You know, I never wanted to have this around me because I'm only one perspective, which is obviously wrong in myriad of ways because of box, right? So the idea is that if you can push people up, push the people you believe in, then you're going to be able to implement your ethos.
Yeah. Like,
in a way that's better than you can personally, because everyone, we forget that there's no way to create the most course, because some people just don't want to listen to certain people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who the fuck wants to listen to me? You know what I mean?
The
Who the
power of
fuck wants
relatability.
to listen? Relatability is so big,
Yeah.
right? So just because I create some course that I think is great doesn't mean I shouldn't have it voiced by many different demographics if I want to reach people truly.
Exactly, and that's what happens with successful brands, right? It's like kind of like you could see it in religion, you could see it in the Android versus iPhone cycle, right? Like how that began in its origin, how it became like almost two communities carrying this brand identity. Like, oh, I am my iPhone. I've merged with it in the sense of identity and what that means. So I carry this throughout life, and that causes the competition, and also just continues to raise awareness of the product itself. Like, oh, hey, I have you ever met somebody that's been like for me at least, what put me onto the thought of religion is I once met a man so kind and that was so enduring that I asked myself, how does this man operate at this sustainable speed of love and compassion? And so I questioned what he believed in, and then I took what he believed, and I said, you know what, I'm going to adopt some of this for myself.
Thanks for giving me such a high compliment, Kappa. I appreciate it.
Oh man, that to some degree as well, Zach. Though, jokes aside, I was speaking about my pastor. He met us when we got kicked out of our house down the street, and I was cleaning my room on my birthday, and our whole house was destroyed. They ransacked it, fucking pissed on all of our stuff, freaking dickheads. But he was just so kind and open and compassionate, and he was willing to work with my family, and even me as someone that was within the family kind of deemed my family worth not helping because of our attitude and our ungratefulness in the help. Um, and yet he understood this. I thought he didn't understand this, but he did understand this, and he still moved forward with compassion. So that kind of made me be like, you know what kind of gas is in that car, and maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing if I tried to put some of that gas in my own.
And that's very moving, Kappa. I'm glad you told us about that.
Absolutely, thank you, Sandra.
I mean, it's super cool that you went ahead and you've come this far with it. It's amazing.
Yeah, and it's honestly, it feels like different worlds, honestly. And I ask my parents all the time, who are 45 and 47. I say, doesn't it feel like you lived in so many different realities by now? And it's like that exists naturally, but minus the technological revolution and everything, it's got to be crazy.
Oh, I agree with that.
Yeah, we are the people. This is why I sometimes say, and I know that it's not like correct in its entirety, but I say that we do have the potential to live forever, because if I do goodness to somebody, right, and they're affected by that, that causes them to go on and do good in their life, and then the person who's affected by that goes on to do good in their life. In a way, we live through people forever.
Absolutely correct. I believe in that. Maybe it's idealistic, but I do really believe in that.
I don't even think it's idealistic. I think eventually we'll be able to scientifically explain it through the power of like frequency, and like a certain part of our frequency enters in others, and that library in the bookcase is you pull from the bookcase, but yet the dust still remains. Um, and that's just a testament to the fact that we are touched by our experiences, and then we have experiences with other people who, as a byproduct of the original experience, are experiencing something for themselves, and that carries on through life. It kind of ties into Jordan Peterson's philosophies that we all have a duty to be the best versions of ourselves, because we have no idea the amount of change we can bring just with a single conversation.
That's true, and I agree with it. But in practice, especially when life, smacks you hard, that it's the practice of it consistently can be difficult. But one does the best that they can do, and
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the whole that's the whole conquest for me right now in my life. It's kind of like, in moments where my belief fails, does that make the belief wrong in its entirety, or is it the applicator, right? Like if I tell you water fights fire, and then you see me on fire one day and I'm not trying to use water, does that make the fact that water fights fire irrelevant, or is it just a piss poor application of such?
you maybe you got to understand what kind of space you're in. That's where the kind of thing comes in. We're looking for this. We're all looking for this place of certitude and certitude where we can finally say, if I do this, I will get this result. Finally, I could possibly, with some level of prediction, say, if I just do this today, I will have this result. I have not been able to find the industry for which that can be true.
Well, the only industry that exists for that is the one of predictability, right? So that's your 40-hour work week. That's your 9 to 5. That's your, if I exchange 1 hour of my
It's not
time for
even
this
this.
pay.
The thing is, it's no. That used to be an option, but now that companies are starting to lay off more and more folks as the cost of borrowing money rises,
Mm-hmm.
that even that 40-hour work week certainty has gone away.
Wow. Yeah, you're so
And
right.
that's why they need, for example, Andrew Tate University. Does that make sense? Because it offers them an opportunity. Even if they fail, it's worth trying. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's really what it is, and it's set up on the backbone of that philosophy or ideology, so to speak, which is, hey man, if you can't fucking do this, like, there's some kid, and this is the rhetoric once again, borrowed rhetoric, not my own, but there's some fucking kid in Thailand with a cell phone that's making thousands of dollars a week because he's willing to apply himself, but yet here you are fucking over contemplating each action that you take before you take it instead of just fucking doing it. So you know I guess a broken clock is right twice a day. And there is some truth
Those
within
are
a lie.
sentiments that we've shared with each other.
Exactly, and that's why earlier I was kind of dying on the hill, so to speak, which was introducing this. Like, it's, of course there's a controversy, but to understand why the controversy was applied the way that it was, or applied the way that it was, excuse me, um, is somewhat interesting because there's a method to the madness, and the method fucking worked.
And there is a reason for the demand.
Yeah.
The thing
Yeah.
is, the pendulum swings, and the pendulum will continue to swing. It's not for us to yell at the pendulum for swinging, nor to try to get in the way.
Yeah.
It's just to see it and understand, are we going to embrace it, or are we going to wait for it to swing the other way? In
Yeah.
what way are we going to relate to this pendulum? Maybe we'll walk away.
Yeah, and it's also like the personalization of brands, right? Because like we're also coming to a time now where, like, going back to like the whole Android iPhone thing, right? It was like those kind of became the identities of a social status or an indicator, right, amongst people. But now we're at a time where it's like, well, my affiliation with this product may depend on the CEO of the company, right? And I think that's the power of relatability that we're seeing right now. But I suppose to another degree, that kind of contradicts itself, because who the fuck likes Jeff Bezos, but how many people are using Amazon, right?
Well, Jeff Bezos is a genius. If people don't like Jeff Bezos, they should build their own Amazon.
Yeah. Good luck, guys. You can't build another Amazon, because the landscape in which birthed Amazon has already changed.
The next Mark Zuckerberg will not create a social media site.
No. Quotes from Michael.
Quotes stolen from other people by Michael.
It's funny. It's like I quoted you, and you're like, "Wait, I quoted somebody else," and then that person's like, "Wait, I quoted somebody
Wait.
else."
Look, this is all footnotes to Plato at the end of the day. Matthew has
Yeah.
told me that.
Yo, that's fucking so true. Like, every time I have a conversation where we're talking about something that, like, somewhat to a degree really matters, it can all be traced down to like a Plato quote, which is why I find it intriguing that I was drawn to Plato and Socrates' philosophy intrinsically.
Hypotheses are dropping their democracies, these. Sorry.
Socrates, yeah.
Lyrically performed armed robbery.
Yeah, all that.
Possibly they spotted me. I'm sorry.
I remember you used to do that more often. You used to. Sorry.
Yeah, but then I was like, man, is it kind of racist for me to like? And can you imagine every time I heard Web3, speak, I'd be like, dung, 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 dung. You know what I mean? Like, right? You know, when you realize, oh shit, I'm only racist to people darker than me. You know?
Oh gosh.
No, nobody else knows that. No, just me. All right, well, whatever, guys. Whatever.
We got a bunch of listeners in the room. Fuck, man. Anybody have any interesting things to talk about? Takeaways from the dialectical discussions from today? I had fun. Guys.
I grew as a person. I learned a lot about Kappa and how you have the same as KC, which I actually feel like a lot of people might be getting that kind of thing going down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. That whole like that.
It's a way to speak without speaking.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's pretty cool. Like, I agree with Soyu on like the evolution of Kappa. Although I think it's probably going to come out like you know how these things work, trends and stuff. So there'll be like Kappa the motion picture, which will probably flop. Right? It won't do well initially. And then there'll be like Kappa the next generation, which will probably bring the brand up a little bit. You know what I mean?
What
And
about
then they'll be
Kappa
like,
Starbucks Galactica?
right. There'll be the Kappa Strikes Back. That's my favorite. The Kappa Strikes Back. Like that scene where he comes in toward the end, where he's like confronts everyone. He's got the flamethrower and goes like, "Stop!" Kappa said, raising the flamethrower. "Don't make me do this, man. I like you, but I can make you butter crisp if I have to." They paused. The girl looked at him. She was a voluptuous Colombian girl. Beautiful green eyes, and she had that way about her. "Don't do that, man," he said, trying not to fall under her gaze. "It's not fair, man. I'm going to make you guys butter crisp corn." And then so you jumped into the glass, cannon rolling on the floor. "Kappa is just an illusion." And then he fired it off towards them. That's when Kappa went to jail.
Oh, Jesus.
Torched these two kids. There was a VR game gone wrong. But, I mean, it's your best work, though, man. You go into prison for, like, 5 seasons, right? And while you're in there, like, you help a whole group of people, like, transform and, like, become better citizens. And so what happens is that they go out, and while you're in there for, like, 20 years, when you come out, they've actually laid all the groundwork for you to be president. So you actually come out of prison, and then the last 3 seasons are you sort of rising up into the arcs where you actually have full governance over the people. Huh. Yeah, it's a big, deep story.
You talk about House of Cards? It's
kind of like House of Cards at the end, yeah. But he has to go through the hardships. Yeah. Well, maybe House of Bards, like they're all saying. No, that's
I like the way your mind works. Sorry.
Yeah, man. I mean, you gotta, I believe in the, like, you gotta have that critical arc, If you don't have any criticals in your arc, then, like, is it just a cycle of nature then? In other words, there's no nuance of change, and if there's no nuance of change, then there's no nuance of difference, and if there's no nuance of difference, then why do we care? And therefore, apparently, it wasn't attractive at all. You know what I mean? Yeah. These and other deep thoughts.
Sandra, you had something to say?
I already said it.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, my evolution as a being will be the constant cycle of, as I constantly reiterate, so much to learn, so much to forget, right? The constant filling of the cup.
I actually have a challenge for you, Kappa.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to play a game called Truth or Tale.
Uh-huh.
So you have an option. You can either tell me a truth, or if you feel you have a degree of mastery, you can tell me a tale.
Huh.
What would you say? Could be anything, really. I mean, the more you flex your mind, the better you spend your time.
What, like just saying either saying a truthful statement or proposing a truthful statement in the form of
Well, no, I mean, you just have to either. I mean, that could have been it right there. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Truth or tale is what it is.
Give me a second.
I mean, this game's open for everyone on stage. Everyone kind of come up, play some truth or tale. I think we've done enough pontification as to why we belong in the migration. Let's do something stranger. Truth or tale.
I
Approach the
sometimes
stage. Yes.
I sometimes think that I am discovering something, some form of enlightenment, and in this process of a illusioned realization, do I realize something else, that my perception of this new enlightenment is only going to cause my mind to be cognitively biased towards my own growth, because I'm perceiving myself as growing. And in that, there's so many realizations, huh? In that realization, I come to terms with the fact that I'm here. I'm here now. I only exist in this moment, and I can't stress about things that are outside of my control, and I can't worry about tomorrow. I try to live for today, and I'm constantly conflicted between what it means in the application to live today like there was no tomorrow. Should we spend all of our money and make more money tomorrow? Should we send all of our love today and not have enough to love tomorrow? Many questions.
That all feels like truth to me. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that was
all
true.
Right. Sweet. See, there we go. First came down. All right. Huh.
Yeah. It was interesting today, though. Today was probably one of the most prominent, real life experiences where you got to see, where I had an experience outside of my own, which is where we can all kind of be disagreeing and agreeing in different ways, but no one's running away from the conversation. No one's calling each other's names. No one's trying to insult one another. And today really actually not to sound sinister, but today actually gave me hope for a future where human beings can communicate in a way in which we understand that we're communicating with more than just a thought process, or there's more to it. There's a composition of the being that's in front of you talking.
I think Ahmed pointed out the biggest truth, which is the truth is larger than language can contain it, and it's larger than either of us will be able to contain. What that means is that we're all wrong. Doesn't mean we should keep talking, but we have to have a healthy humility towards the mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, a healthy understanding of the mystery. That's why I always tell people, I lead in the statement, once again, I'm wrong most likely, or I'm right, I'm wrong. You know what I mean? No one's right or wrong. But the problem with that is that so many people, as my previous self, I know a spade when I see a spade because I once was a spade, is that people need to crave this certainty. And in somewhat, that's drove us here to this day. But to some degree, that also causes us immense frustration.
True that. Of course, bias can be used against people too. So if you know it's there, you can use it against them.
Yeah.
But
manipulation,
yeah. I don't know. Manipulation doesn't seem as fun as inception or orchestration. Orchestration is merely infatuation.
Oh, wow! Say that
On
again.
a slower timeline. That's all.
It's the Weltschmerz of it all. The German word is encompasses the feeling, the dissonance between the way that you see that the world should be and the way that it is. And that's where, what was it? Which Buddhist philosopher said that that's where unhappiness comes from, in that dissonance?
Ooh, tasty.
Desire causing suffering because we desire for things the way we wish it to be. And then again, it goes back, I heard this through Jordan Peterson, which is is ought dilemma. Just because we know what is doesn't mean we know what ought to be.
I
We'd
get
like
brought
to
back there
think
every
we
day,
do.
Michael.
We like to think we do. And we talk to people as if, this is how things are and this is how I'm going to change it. And I, swing my sword of change at everyone.
It's a
Well,
daily
all the
practice.
more reason why the craft of orchestration should be celebrated and worshipped in some
Facilitation is
ways.
the invisible power. Yeah. Dan, you're absolutely right.
So it's like, for me at least, to lose yourself, you must find yourself in something bigger than yourself, and only then can you get what you want from this life if you find it within yourself. But that process, it can become confusing if you look at it as like, well, yesterday I meditated, I was calm yesterday, right? But
Well, every
because I
time you get what
meditated
you want,
yesterday,
you're gonna discard it as useless and then
exactly, it'll
search for
lose its
something else.
value. Yeah,
So
because
that's why, like, Casey will ask me, like, "Hey, are you excited?" No, not really. Why? I don't know. You know what I mean? Because like once you go through enough things, like it allows you to kind of be
indifferent.
humble. Well, it can be snatched away at any time arbitrarily by macro forces. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, you're so
right
right.
now we're talking about all this startup bullshit. But if one of those missiles were to short circuit over Taiwan, none of what we're talking about is relevant overnight.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
you're so,
Right?
yeah, you're so
So
right.
it's like, so we have these conversations, but if you look at the movements in the southern China Sea and stuff like that, it's look, it's the same reason that the U.S. has a strong relationship with Japan, even though Hiroshima existed, because you know what I mean. If you don't
Yeah,
think Japan is looking at what's happening in Taiwan, they fought before, and it was not pretty.
yeah. And it's even more of a reason to be grateful for where we are right now, here,
Oh
present in
my
this moment.
God, are you right?
Because this phone, even in the like when you were talking, I was thinking about it. I was like, even the phone I'm talking on right now, the internet service can be taken from me. And this connection can be stolen from me. Which makes you just a lot more appreciative of what it is now in this present moment.
Yeah, when you wake up, right side of the bar is right side of the ground. You're good.
I think that's why,
Yeah,
like, you know,
Volunteer and see the world.
because I don't think I realized how blessed we were until I lived for a couple of years without it.
I hear that a
Right.
lot.
Right.
To be in a position where, like, you are now the witness of Mother Nature and having to catch your own water, to come back to North America and then turn on the tap, like, I'm
Right.
so
Right.
fucking
Good point.
blessed every day, and this completely
Mm.
Yeah.
And it's so, yeah, it's so refreshing once you and you find out that truth, right? The truth and the certainty and the uncertain, so to speak. It's just like I don't know, and it's cliche, right? Well, at least for most of my life, I heard people speak these things, but I looked around for the application, and I found absence. It's like, well, oh, you live every day like it's your last. Da, da, da. Well, why are you angry right now? Would you be angry if this was the last day you had on Earth? If this was the last moment that you had to interact with a person? Seeing people die, and that's life trying to reiterate that point. It's like consistently trying to let us know that, like, look, even your own life, the one thing that's guaranteed is death. Appreciate what you have in this moment because it can all be gone in the next.
Gregory Isaac said that death is a gift that God gives to all mankind.
I believe in that wholeheartedly. The thing is the trouble comes in explaining that to a mother who just lost her son, or like, and you really it's in those moments where you find like the stress on the, I guess, the application of this of what it is, right?
And that's where religion comes in, because religion provides you the military decision-making process for grief.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? You want to talk about doctrines? Lindy doctrines, as Nassim Taleb would say. These seemingly inert, Aesop fables, yet have lessons to teach us.
And yet it comes back down to perspective as well. My mentor who took me through teaching and like really, that's everything I know, he passed away a few years ago, just out of the blue at 50, dropped dead. And
Wow.
I remember being at his funeral, And somebody said something that like the deep well of pain that we feel with his loss is the measure of joy that he filled your lives up with. And just, you know, that sadness is the reflection of the immense joy that he brought to my life. And just to be lucky enough to be in that, and just having that perspective, I think really changed the way that I saw or see relationships and tragedy.
I was sad about my dad dying until I realized that, oh shit, Quinn didn't even have a dad. I should be thankful. Oh, that's right. You know what I mean? Like just that bang. Oh, I get it now.
Yeah. It's so wickedly mysterious the way that life teaches us these lessons. And tragedy, you know, I think I said there is no true killer of hope, absence of the purpose behind tragedy. And what that
Yeah,
meant to
I think DMX said that, right?
no,
Slipping, falling, can't get up. You know, remember the? Yeah, right.
That song makes me cry every time I listen to it.
Yeah. That's a deep
Like,
song.
I have to
rest
get
in
up.
peace.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's tough because have you ever been put in a position, Michael, where you see somebody suffering due to their perspective, but you have to come to the realization that you can't change their perspective, but you know.
Yeah, it's called a syndicate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
On a deeper level, though, you know, like
Yeah.
you ever seen a
But
mother
it doesn't
mourning the
have to be.
death of her
You don't have to go
child,
that
and
deep. Go on.
you know, like you ever seen a mother mourning the death of her child, and she's really hurting, and she's angry with God, and
Dude, I saw a mom fall over her casket because her son died by drowning at summer camp.
Yeah.
You know how senseless that is, dude? That's
It's
one
hard
of the
to
first times I
extrapolate a
really cried.
meaning. Yeah.
Dude, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? And what do you mean you're like, my buddy, he was like playing with the steel drum band. Amazing drummer. Sick drummer. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean your little brother is no longer with us because he drowned at summer camp? Like, that doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah. No, it's a tough.
People who have these amazing perspectives. My roommate in college had twins, and then one of them died. And I was with her at the funeral, and she said, "I know that God gave me twins as a blessing, so that when I'm getting cheered up. When the one died, I still had the other to feel that love and to pour my love into." And I was like, "You were strong, yeah." This, you know, so perspective, right?
Allie, the irony behind the fact that you just said that when I just lost my one of my best friends, roughly 3-4 weeks ago. He was a twin. They both came in a package duo. They did everything together. And my friend, I come to see him in the hospital. I'm expecting to see a broken man, a man that doesn't understand much. And this guy, he's so strong. He reached this conclusion without ever going through the phase of guilt and shame and doubt and survival. You know what I mean? And he just came to this conclusion that God put me here so that when my brother left, my mom would still have me. And Michael wants me to be strong for that reason alone. And oh man, when you just said that, uh, the weight, you know?
I feel you.
Yeah. And that also, it's like I've observed that certain people extrapolate different lessons from death. And I could be wrong, and most likely am, but I just feel like when someone really meant a lot to you, that something changes in you, and the way you move changes, the way you see changes, the way you think changes. And when I see people go back to the same old patterns and routines, it bothers me because it honestly causes me a great deal of frustration because it's like, how can you not slow down? How can you not love? Why are you still steadfast in anger? Why are you still treating people like this, Makes no sense. Life is constantly trying to tell us to stop this bullshit.
It is, but a habit's a habit.
I know.
And people, in my opinion, I think people fall back into things that are even destructive because it's the comfort of what they already know versus what they know.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of courage to change. You know, whether it's a good change or a bad change, it still takes courage to change. And, you know, people have to evolve into that. You know, I always use the word evolve because I think that change is more of a process as opposed to like a cathartic experience or some sort of revelation that, you know, causes a sudden change in somebody.
Yeah.
You
Like
know,
sudden enlightenment.
right. That's
Wow.
true. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, the one thing that's getting all biblical and so forth once again is during the time of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ was the one scripture where he said, "Lord, please forgive them for what they do not know."
Yeah. And that shit, oh my gosh, that almost brings tears to my eyes when I think about that sometimes, because I'm not trying to in no way, shape, or form bring myself closer to Jesus, or say I'm anything like him, but the ideology I think that Christ spoke of and wanted people to carry with them in life, I think I'm close to it now more than I was back in the day. And when I see these things, I'm like, why are you not seeing it? Like, God is literally, like, life is speaking to, however you want to call it, the universe, you want to call it life, you want to call it science, whatever you want to call it. It's speaking to you. It's trying to tell you to slow down, measure yourself, understand yourself, be grateful for the things that you have, and even in death, Jesus still carried that. Yeah.
And then also, you know, I've had my share of being forced to go to church and so forth. And
Oh
when I
yeah.
actually was being a rebel, because I was force fed it, unfortunately. And I thought, well, you know, kind of trying to run away from it, but I'll try the other religions. And had my share of my roundabouts. But I did, gosh, years and years ago, I did lose twins. And I had that, I thought in my head of anger and aggression and so forth, and nobody understood, to where, you know, self-pity party for a while. And then I had two children afterward that basically my justification was God gave back my kids, you know.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's a little bit too deep for my sharing.
I'm sorry that the conversation went there, but it's kind of like a Bible story, right? Like when you read the Bible and you read these stories of like how everything plays out for certain people, you could see that. You could take those stories and look at life, and if you observe long enough, you'll see that everything kind of has a return, and no action goes unpunished or unrewarded. It just, we perceive things as instant gratification. Well, this happened. Where's this? You know. And I think death is often perceived as a loss instead of the gaining of a lesson, or the gaining of, like, okay, so this happens, right? So like maybe we should extrapolate a lesson from this instead of just letting it be all sorrow. You know, and I know
Hey
that looks.
Kappa,
Yes, sir.
I put a poem to the top. Would you mind reading it?
Yeah.
I think it'll make a lot of sense to you. It's called "I Am the Great Sun."
Yeah. I'll scroll over. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry. My internet cut out for a second. I just want to make sure. So I am the great sun, from a Normandy crucifix of 1632. I am the great sun, but you do not see me. I am your husband, but you turn away. I am the captive, but you do not free me. I am the captain, but you will not obey. I am the truth, but you will not believe me. I am the city where you will stay. I am your wife, your child, but you will leave me. I am not I am not God to whom you pray. I am your counsel, but you will not hear me. I am your lover whom you will betray. I am the victor, but you do not cheer me. I am the holy dove whom you will slay. I am your life, but if you will not name me, seal up your soul with tears and never blame me. Wow. Wow. turning of the cheek, right?
Poetic people get away with murder. You know what I mean? They just like lay it to waste, and then you like get to sit around for a while and think about it until you get to attack next. But it was a really good piece. I loved it.
Yeah. No, it's a very, very personally
Moving.
resonating message that kind of captivates a certain level of like the 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 message, like just the message, you know. It puts it in a way in which, you know, it's very hard to take away something else, and yet I somehow do not doubt someone would read that and extrapolate a different meaning. Such is life, my friends. Ah, but it's not all bad. You know, I think that people are getting closer to God without even knowing or speaking to God, and I think that in that I realized this, like the like people, especially in times of tragedy, you know, people flock to the idea of religion, or they speak the rhetoric of religion without actually knowing what they're speaking on, because intrinsically we understand the power. Our minds play tricks on us because we think that we should be able to fully understand things and integrate it in with relatable subject matters and what we've observed and identified via the senses, but all of that is just merely physical plain stuff. There's something beyond this, and if you want to argue that can't be seen, take some LSD or take some shrooms or something, and you'll see that there's definitely more than just what we perceive.
There, or listen to some Smashing Pumpkins, because godliness is loneliness. Loneliness is godliness, just like me.
Wow. Yeah. And it's beautiful to see what that looks like in each being. You know, I really do connect with the quote that Plato said, you know, have you ever sensed that the soul is immortal and never dies? Throughout my whole life, I felt this way. Everyone's merely going about their days, and I'm looking at people, and honestly, all I've ever looked at was the wrong. And I think that for a huge part of my life, changing my perspective as oh, that person's doing wrong. But what I realized was it's very easy to point out the wrong in others, but it's quite a difficult task to take that same lens that you skeptically put others under and turn it in on its own self, such as introspection, right?
Oh, I agree. I agree. It's tough to do.
I told my buddy, he had a huge amount of friends come after his brother died, and I said, don't take this any way, Kev. I said, most of these people will soon disappear, um, and you'll be left to know who truthfully is there for you. And over the course of the past 21 days, the people that were all around him at his house every single day, they slowly disappeared. The contact disappeared. Everything disappeared. And we were talking the other day, and he said, "I see now." And I said, "Well, it's not all a negative thing, my brother." I said, "Some of it is about themselves, right? You know, it's about trying to feel this connection, trying to get that connection to something bigger than yourself, and you're trying to some degree do that, and also to another, you know, make it about yourself. And this is where you find the faultiness of, I guess, indiscriminately said, false friendship, and maybe not false friendship, but more so different purposes of friendship for each individual."
We don't always know the role we have in each other's lives.
That's
It's
the
an
best way.
important,
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
very important thing to keep in mind. Sometimes you're in somebody's path.
Yeah.
For them, sometimes they're in your path for you.
We have a responsibility, yeah, to and to understand what that looks like is different than the application of it, because I think that in each moment there's an opportunity that presents itself to the mind that's ready and open to perceive opportunity. But if you look at it as, you know, I've met many grown people it's not my job to teach another human being. It's not my job to teach them manners. It's not my Well, why don't you make it your job? Wouldn't that
Yeah.
make it one less person to deal with, one less asshole in the world, one less rude and angry person, one less gun pulled, one less knife stabbed, one less, you know, like it's the power of responsibility.
Those people are empathy jacks. They basically go through life and they get sort of high on the the notion of empathy they can create in a bridge, but it's really it's sort of the bridge through that person to have empathy for them is like the initial high, and then they have to find another person.
Yeah.
It was a short story I wrote once called Empathy Jack. It was a pretty cool idea. It's about this kid that goes in. It's in the future, and he's like an audio engineer. He's new kind of audio technology. And there's a big push in the future to go back to some of the older buildings that were left in America, where they played the original raves, because they found a way to sort of rescan the geometry of the buildings in the interior and capture the essence of the energy that was played there once before when the music was played there. So they harvest that signal, and they sort of go back in time and grab that resonance and that energy, and then they sync it to the current time when they play the current rave. So they sort of hijack all the raves that have maybe ever happened in that building at the same time. It's kind of a trippy idea. Anyways, that technology, the basis of that technology, the concept is that it's used for Alzheimer's to help people sort of rekindle their memory and the paths in their mind, so they can sort of retrace things. And then the technology sort of spills out open source and gets leveraged by the DJ and the music scene and gets modified so it can be used with larger buildings to create these larger fields of resonance. And then it goes bad when the guy like devises the technology, and then he's actually devises a way to actually ride into the empathy of each person. So while everyone's dancing in a night club, he actually can jack into each person, and it's like an abuse thing at that point, where he basically feeds off of your energy. It's a weird story. You might be like, "Damn, were you going through some hard times back then?" Maybe. I don't know. It's interesting. It was actually a dare I kind of put to myself, where I wanted to learn how to write, and I was like, okay, I'm going to write 3 stories about music, and this piece was just because I had done music stuff before for raves, and I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool thing. But it starts off with this, degen kid who has no ability to really feel, so he sort of has to learn about, what does it mean when people say they're attracted to each other? What does that mean exactly? So he has like, you know what I mean? I know a lot of people like that who are just sort of, I don't know, they've sort of been stripped of their understanding of what they feel. Instead, they've just gotten to the action of it. You know what I mean? But they don't really know what scars they made along the way.
I think in part this is due to the perspective of reality, right? If you view life as all that's been done to you, all this struggle that's been put upon you, and you feel alone in that struggle, then you will intrinsically, as a consequence of that frame of thinking, lack empathy, because you feel like the universe lacks empathy for you. So why should you give out to others what you have not been given yourself? And I think at a point in my life, I was there as well. I was mad at life. I was mad. I grew up very dysfunctionally. We constantly moved around from house to house and hotel to hotel. So with this came, the need for solitude, and I kind of perceived people as like worthless to me, because I was always in one space. Like, I remember there's one memory, and I know that it changed me, because out of all the memories, I can remember this one. I had a friend. His name was Michael Cancelleri, and I was going to Thomas Jefferson Middle School one day, and I got called down to the office. And my dad says, "Unpack your locker. We're getting evicted. We have to move." And this was the one time I had truthfully actually found a friend, and I didn't get to say goodbye. I didn't get to, you know, close that chapter, so to speak, or even continue the friendship. I just moved around from hotel to hotel to hotel to hotel, and sometimes 6-9 months at a time. No friends, barely any family coming by. Just what I had within my own little ecosystem, which ultimately led me to lack empathy, because I thought that life lacked empathy for me. I got beat over frivolous things and wasn't taught the lessons behind them, which also drove self-doubt into my consciousness, like the being constantly told to apologize for things without understanding why you're apologizing, being hit or strucken for things that you don't understand why these are happening to you. Which is why I have a extreme amount of empathy now, I feel, for children, because I can remember that perspective. Like, why is this happening to me? Like, I'm not being educated on why this is even happening, and discipline without purpose becomes abuse, I think, and it fucks someone up.
Oh, that's really difficult, Cap. Sorry about that. I'm glad you got through it. Not a lot of people truly get through something like that.
It's God's doing, I truthfully do believe. My girlfriend, she lives with me now, and she lives amongst this chaotic, ordered system of life. And she asks me quite frequently, she says, I don't understand how you became who you became. Everyone here is just different, and you're just like different in the same way, but you're different in a different way. And your perspective is just so far from what's accepted as a truth here. Um, Thank you, Michael. Uh, um, but yeah, I just I'm grateful for it. For a long time I was mad, and but I turned that in on itself, and I used to argue with my mom. My mom at one point even told me, she looked at me in the face and she said, you're going to be the reason that me and your father get divorced. And that's just no thing you should speak to a child. But I love my mom. I hold no hatred in my heart for my mom. I know that they are just souls that are suffering due to the perception of reality, and my whole life's goal at some point was to change that perception of reality. And now I feel like I've finally done my part. I see my parents growing more patient, understanding a little bit more about their struggle. They're no longer heavy handed in the discipline approach. Um, and I feel like I've done my part.
Well, awesome.
Yeah. This is why it's soon. Like I tell my family, I don't mean to sound arrogant, but as I said, I will become rich someday. It may not be according to my time, but I will. I am already rich. Kind of the thought process behind becoming something is to become it now, right? Is to not say like I'm going to be this. No, I am this now. Time just merely needs to catch up to me. Um, Once again, you can get what you want if you find it within yourself. If you seek wealth, perceive the wealth within your being. If you seek health, perceive the health in your being. If you feel a headache, be happy you feel a headache. This means you are healthy. This means that you don't walk around in a state where you don't even interpret a headache as a headache. It's just what's normal to you now because you're so ill. Um, it's just what it is. Yeah, and I think that a lot of people can take the power of perspective and really help turn it on itself. And I see how it affects different people. Like my older brothers are bitter. They harbor hatred towards my parents, this unspoken hatred that manifests itself in arguments and discussions, that comes out in the form of verbal abuse and attack. And I see it for what it is. I see it as you have never come to peace with this. You still see life as what's being done to you rather than what's been given to you, rather what you've been allowed to endeavor, so to speak, or endure. Excuse me.
Well, thanks for talking about that, Capper. I know it's probably not easy.
Oh, Sandra. To be honest with you, it is quite easy because I think that in true peace of mind, all it is a reiteration of the principles of practice. It's like when I speak about it, I'm like I feel joy. I feel an immense amount of joy, and I've always been this way. I can communicate with strangers on the side of the road as if they were friends that I've known my whole life. I can speak about my flaws as if they are readily apparent on my physical body, and I think that leading in this way draws people to me. And I often run into people who tell me about their issues and tell me about their problems because of this, because I lead with my own. But I thank you nonetheless. You ever feel like every day you die and you're reborn?
Once in a while, yeah.
I feel like every day these past couple of days for the past
Quite
month,
often.
every day I start out with this I
Oh,
say thank you.
I thought you were going to Rosicrucian, but it turns out that you're gonna have a little bed and breakfast with Hinduism and reincarnation. Welcome to the subcontinent.
Actually,
A little bit of all, my
it
friend.
should require a story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's
Kappa
a Steve
suddenly
Jobs story.
exploded. Kappa suddenly exploded in the taco bar. The blast went everywhere. The police showed up. Ah, fuck. Is this Kappa again? Yeah. It's the third time today. What the fuck's going on with him? I don't know. Where is he? I don't know. He's over at a Panera. Near the Panera, Kappa stood in line, suspiciously looking around, trying to act like nothing had happened. So you turned to him. Looks like you've been having fun. Shut up. Where are we sitting? Over here. They sat down by the fireplace. I sat by the fireplace figuring if you wanted to explode, you could just climb in there. That way we could at least get the warmth out of you at the same time. Fuck you, man. The police showed up. Kappa, can we have a word with you? Kappa went outside. He was wearing his brand new Keds, the ones he had collected. Sandra actually purchased them with a 10,000 Bitcoin she had saved years ago. They had animated NFTs. Every 16 hours, a little skit would play out on the shoe. They would fight characters back and forth, no matter where he was. It was like a little LED battle, an 8-bit fight all the time, every 6 hours. He wondered why he was wearing them again today. He could explode at any minute. They stood in the parking lot. Look, I'm sorry about that. It's all right, Kappa. We just wanted to let you know they're out for you. What do you mean? Who's out for me? Them. What do you mean, them? You know who they are. Okay. Well, thanks. And that was it.
I can kind of see myself in there, you know.
Of course.
It's amazing your storytelling capabilities, dude. If you were born 100 years earlier, you'd have like 1,000 people sitting around a campfire, looking to you. Um, it's a it's a
Just lets
superpower,
my
right? It's kind of
stories.
like the other day, right? This is Dan's superpower, but
It
it's a
just
real
allows
one.
my it allows my stories to marinate longer. So when the audience does arrive, it might be even a little
You're
bit quicker, a little bit tastier.
you're an intriguing case study, Dan, because I've never met anybody like you. I never met somebody who spoke in story, and quite it's quite a refreshing um, presentation of information, so to speak. Um, and I think that you
Try not to
achieve.
make me too special here, because the
I'm
more
really
special
special.
you make me, the closer I get to the noose. All right. So can you just get me back?
Oh, jeez. No, my friend, not you. You know, it's quite often some sort of difficulty, I suppose, when people are giving us compliments to maintain our ego perched on our shoulders to be just an observer of this journey rather than involved directly. Um,
Yeah.
Borrowed
It's
knowledge, you know.
it's something that I have a complex with,
Yeah, but
and I
it's
know that I'm not
unique.
supposed to have a complex with it, but it's like I just do. I just have that complex of like the minute you actually recognize the power you have, you lose it. You know.
Oh
And I think
man.
it's partially because it's I've never had the right explanation for some of the things that you can come up with, and you've been in all these moments where someone asks you that, and then you're desperately looking for the excuse. You know, what's your
Yeah.
degree in, Mr. Rockwell? It seemed like a pretty good idea on what we should do with our mesh network IP. What's your PhD in? Uh, Gardening, actually, and I worked at a 7-Eleven. I gotta go. You know what I mean? I hate that. I hated that when I was in commercialization. But at the same time, it made me even more strangely unique, and that made me. He actually gave me a lot more power. I was able to talk to academics that everyone was afraid of. Right? Huge, these prima donnas that would bring 150 million a year to the college or whatever, that everyone basically feared. you know, I could tell those people off. And it was cool because it was truth.
Yeah.
And I was known for the wisecrack and the truth, so it seemed to work.
Well,
And I
there's
didn't tell them off, but I was able to say, "Hey, dude, I get it. You gave me this thing that you sneezed on. You want to pat me on? I get that. But what with the 650 million pieces of data that come every day into the wound center, where you guys are working on the new electronic bandage technology? Are you ever going to get me close to that shit, or are you just going to give it all to J&J? Because I know J&J is here every 5 minutes. So if you want, you can act like they're going to take the lab, but they're not going to take our research. So you can decide. You can either choose to be with the university, or the university will gladly remind J&J that the data is not only ours. The patients came in through here, and this machine we actually built. We built it in 1805. So maybe if you want to do the valuation on what we've done to date, you can rethink about your approach to how you work with university. You know what I mean? Isn't that cool? I miss those days where you could say things like that.
Yeah, I think there's somewhat of a power in doing something effortlessly without consciously thinking or processing about your emotion, right?
Yeah.
So I tie this back to like the Zazen story of the monk that returned to the ministry, and he only discovered that when he was in the ministry, um, that it was merely nothing, right? It was just day to day life. But when he returned to the ministry and saw it from the outside, he said something special is happening here, and it's only when you go to that outer perspective, so to speak, that you realize that something powerful is happening, but you can't be in that outer perspective while in the motion of practice, I think,
Yeah.
which is like when you're storytelling, right? You're not thinking consciously, I am storytelling. I am telling a story right now, and this is my superpower. This is what I love to do. You are just merely doing it effortlessly,
Just
which thus
riffing.
gives it its
Yep.
power. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's and riffing, is something we need to sort of to learn and to practice. It's just I kind of it's funny when I worked in commercialization, I did so many doodles back then, mostly because they were like the best way to sum up the current situation and how things were screwed. And I look back at those days and I think, wait a minute, was I more artistic when I was in total like stress? Was
You
that
know, there's no
is that
better
the
use of
formula?
time. There's no better use of time than diddling. You do know that.
What'd you say,
What?
Hugh?
There's
True.
no better use of time than diddling.
Yeah. Amen. How are
Yeah.
you? You're a new face to me. How are you, my brother?
Oh, hello, Kappa. I'm fine. I know Dan
Awesome.
from back.
Amazing.
Now, Kappa, what does that mean? Now that if he just says, "I know Dan," what does that tell you?
That tells you that he has experienced the power of your storytelling, your effortless power of storytelling.
I don't know. I think like that. That takes me back to the early days of Delicious. I had an infatuation with Delicious long ago, where I was obsessed with how people discovered things online.
Hmm.
I wanted to sort of know, like, they found this website, and then 2 hours later they were on this website, and you could sort of see that. You could see their bookmark history, but you could see the time and frequency. So you could see, oh, okay, it started around 10. And then, man, from 10 to 11 p.m., they go through like 40 links. You can see that sort of like awesome burn of energy. I was just into that. I wanted to find other
Yeah,
people like
the
that.
web had a real lore to it back then. And
Yeah, it did.
Hrothgar, son of Ginchek, it's like Tolkien. Like this, like reading the web was like kind of loric
Brother
kind
Yeah,
man.
of
absolutely.
aspect to it. And Delicious came along, and Joy Ito rode from the heavens, and along came and yay, Nick Denton came along, and
Right.
it was
And then we had the Lonely Girl 19,
yeah,
right?
exactly. It was just like it was like reading the Book of Genesis, or the Iliad or something.
You're right. It does feel like that. It feels like I'm like, hey, where have you been? Well, I was in Genesis, and then I was in Old Testament, right?
Yeah, or like those kind of like Viking Norse what are those Norse tales? What are they called?
Right.
The things that came out of Iceland in the 9th century. What are those things called? Those Norse legends, like Beowulf and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
They kind of felt like that.
Right.
I was alive during the time of the Legend of Kathy Sarah.
Exactly, Cat Sierra and what's the name? Corey Sisha and Liz Spears and these people.
Right, during the era of the blogger.
Yeah,
I
you,
remember
you,
those.
you can like just drop their name. That's all you needed. You didn't have to have a conversation. You have to mention names. Just go up to somebody at a party. Just go, yeah, Joey Ito, pal. Yeah, fuck you, Nick Denton. Oh yeah, well, yeah, like a secret.
Dude, I know Kevin Rose.
Yeah,
Whoa!
well, that's nothing. Me and Gary P are tight, Yeah, yeah,
Man, it seems like old magic back then. That's
yeah, it
before
was.
Kane.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago. You do realize that was 20 years ago. That was like 2000, 2002, 2003.
Now we have to deal with the modern generation.
Oh, lucky us! Yay!
That's what
Yeah,
Kappa represents. Kappa
Yeah.
was then decided to be the conduit for the elder degens in the room. Guys, I'll help you understand the chain. Don't worry about it.
I was thinking about like the way Mark Zuckerberg is trying to be like a regular person online. It's like watching Pinocchio trying to be a real boy. It's just kind of. Yeah, yeah, like he has these kind of like has all these friends from Casting Central. Hey, Mark, are you coming to the party? Where do you find these people?
He does seem like a decent guy, trying to, get through life with an abundance of success and.
I met him once about 20 years ago, 15 years ago. He was fine. He was just an ordinary
You guys
kid.
you guys are speaking on Zuckerberg?
I met Zuckerberg, I don't know, back in 2006, something like that. He was fine. Just your typical earnest Silicon Valley.
Dude,
What?
I just realized that Bezos wrote a VC check to Google.
Is that true?
I didn't know that.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Could
that
be.
makes sense.
We always obsess over these rich people's lives. You know that? Oh my god! Did you know that he got his fourth nipple sawed off in 1984? No way.
Oh yeah.
To be honest with you, I know this may sound somewhat pessimistic, but I couldn't care less about what any of these people do. I mean, I care to the degree in which it impacts society, and of course, I pay attention to the degree in which I think it or determine it to be somewhat applicable to my situation. But if it causes some sort of speculation or unneeded worry or contemplation, I find it better or to be more at peace with reality when I'm not fixating on the movement of others. But to some degree, you must, especially when you're in business and certain
Dude, we
things
just
follow.
spent 7 hours fixating on the movement of others. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, not necessarily, because what we
What
were
are you
doing
talking
was
about? We spent maybe 9 hours talking about the movements of others.
not
Well,
necessarily in the sense in which we're
somebody said.
following.
I heard the other
Sorry.
day that envy is very local. In other words, if you see the news about some billionaire Chinese person, you've never been to China, you don't really care. But if like somebody you went to high school with becomes a billionaire, you're really envious.
Oh yeah.
So or your next door neighbor went to law, you get envious. But it's just like some rando across in another country,
Right.
you don't care.
As long as Jeff Bezos isn't your neighbor, you're cool with him inheriting the earth. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
I actually love the stories of the Chinese billionaires that get taken. I always think those stories are fascinating.
You mean like Jack Ma disappearing? What do you mean?
Well, there's always these tales in China. There's rich men that have money and they get disappeared for a while. They get taken and they're like CEOs or billionaires or whatnot. It's just like a weird. But China's also got about 21 ghost cities. So I get it. I mean, there's a lot of things that could be out of whack.
Did you ever see the speech that Jack Ma gave before he disappeared for like a year? Dude.
No.
Oh man, you can actually watch the translation. Jack Ma's speech before he disappeared. It makes everything kind of make sense, but it puts things in perspective.
Many scientists, and I know this may seem like some tinfoil hat stuff, but many during the era of COVID when it first started to come out, briefly before that, there were many Chinese scientists trying to warn the world that just disappeared. TikTok accounts disappeared, were taken down as soon as they were posted. It's strange, the act of disappearance.
I had a weird kind of marker for fame. Is I think the last time I counted, I had like 4 or 5 friends who've been on Joe Rogan's show. Like I think that's the new indicator of being famous or having famous friends. They're all on Joe Rogan nowadays. But he's kind of
that's a good indication, ain't it?
Well, I've been saying for a while that he's the biggest story in media for a long time, and then one day he was, and that kind of surprised me somehow. It seemed like anticlimactical, a bit like the Cubs winning the World Series. Oh, he's big after all. It's like
you're yeah. And what I meant relatively before was not necessarily the I guess not necessarily the mentioning or contemplation of celebrity status or success, Michael, since you so heavily burdened my mind with this conscious thought.
Man,
We were what I had spoken of was the applicability of like why we're discussing something. Like I don't know, and I'm radically transparent in this process, may I add before speaking. I don't know if it's okay to like see where a conversation is going and kind of be like, you know what? I don't have anything to listen to from this because it's kind of like borderline worship, like with Bitcoin and stuff like that. And it's like, I feel like this is all we're all just talking to talk, But then there's somewhat of a depression in that realization because it's like, should I not interact and have fun?
It's why are you interacting?
That is, yeah. And I think I struggle with perceiving that thought as selfish to a degree.
Well, don't you find certain kinds of people kind of interesting? I do. I mean,
yeah. No, absolutely. Great bridge right there.
My grandfather was always good at that. He always found people interesting, regardless of who they were. He just liked people. He always found them interesting to talk to, no matter whether rich or poor. He always found people interesting.
Yeah,
and always try to talk to them the same way, no matter who they were.
Yeah, but like in a sense, like have you ever entered a Twitter space, so to speak, and like, you observe the conversation and the way like what's being talked about, and it kind of takes away from the beauty because it's honestly to some degree you're kind of just hearing the reiteration of a programming from like a cultish following to a certain degree.
Yeah, or like everybody's just kind of like dropping like status markers. Like urinating on hydrants, Look at me.
Like, oh, Bitcoin's great. Oh yeah, Bitcoin's so great. Let me tell you how it changed my life. And it's like Bitcoin's so great. It's like okay, we understand. May we transcend the subject matter, please.
Or it's not Bitcoin. It's North Rally property prices or school fees or fancy cars. I don't know. Art.
Yeah. I love people. I find them to be extremely interesting. But when we gather in certain forums, I find that the leaders of the conversation somewhat do a poor job of stowing it in the right direction. And Michael, I kind of correlate this to what you told me once. It's like, okay, we've talked about it. Are we going to do anything about it now? Oh, we're not. So we're just going to talk about it.
Yeah. So we're just gonna like stare at the platonic solids and imagine what it looks like when we turn it upside down. Yeah, I'm out.
I'm finding that the more I perceive to know, the less I desire to interact.
It can lead. The thing is, knowledge will lead you to be alone, but then but it all inevitably, the knowledge that you have when you're alone becomes clarified when you're with people. So it's kind of like a give and take. Together alone.
Because who wants to be alone together?
All of us and none of us, but kind of.
It just clicked with me, bro. It just clicked with me. Like what you just said. Like I had all these thoughts and suspicions and ideas and ideologies and methods of thinking and these were all confirmed and taken away when I entered this space. Like I was like, oh, so this is kind of cool. Like other people believe in this too. Oh, okay, I could keep that. Oh, this is shit. This is just me thinking I know shit. Oh, okay, I'll scratch that. It's like, it gives some truth to like my brain works in like metaphors, so I have to like tie it into something relatable.
No, it works. Like, look, I never did computer science. I never did philosophy. I took like a couple courses of history, right? I'm a
Mm-hmm.
recruiter, right? And so most of the people I'm talking to know infinitely more than I do, right? And whenever I talk to someone who really knows what they're doing, it feels like I'm a child, like with regards to like how they destroy the billions of articles I may have read on something. Does that make sense? It's like, oh, so you mean YouTube and university and this blogosphere is just like icing on a rotten understanding, so to speak? And when you talk to someone who actually has lived that life, the truth is almost either dangerous to publish or couldn't be handled by language alone.
Yeah, because it's the what was I gonna say? Something about the just the way that we like belief, like bad belief dies in the practice, and good belief thrives through the practice. And that practice looks like measuring your capacity of so like intelligence, so to speak, with others and comparing it with others that you know have spent more time in certain fields and saying, "Well, I have this hunch. Is this true? Oh, it is true. Oh, that's fucking great that I feel like I reached that destination without having to even endure the process you did." And then there's some things that you think you know that someone who has endured that process is like, "I used to think that too, but let me tell you why I don't." And it's a beautiful thing.
I used to think I could get to this point where I knew everything I would have to know. And I found that I don't think I'm going to reach this place where I know everything I have to know.
Yeah.
Because every day I wake up and I talk to someone like Zach, I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't know shit. Never mind.
Yeah, but is that kind of liberating? You know, you can just say, yeah, I use
It's a beautiful, once you get used to that process, you can enjoy that, you know, because if you come to some people come to these discussions as an omniscient, all-knowing being, and it becomes very uncomfortable for them.
Well, there's a guy called a Buddhist guy. He died about 2 years ago, called Lama Marut, and he had this wonderful book called Being Nobody, because he said his basic premise was, why do you want to be somebody? Everyone tries to be somebody all the time. You're much better off just being nobody, because that way you don't have any baggage. You know, you
Yeah.
can just. And,
That sounds like a very wise man. A wise man considers himself a fool, and a fool considers himself a wise man.
Right. So he was just like this kind of like so just Google Being Nobody. You know, find Lama Marut. He's a
Love
nice.
it.
An empty cup.
Speaking of nobody, hey, Zach, what do you have to say?
Yeah, hey, Jack. Speaking of nobody.
Fucking I love it.
I have a new business idea that I just thought of while I was
Wicked.
not on the call, and I think it's a winner.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, ready? So
Shark
it's like
Tank it.
Omegle, right? It's like a video randomized chat platform, but you're provided a business profile and a product, and you have to pitch the other person. So it's for salesmen to practice pitching different products.
Wow.
And getting, and then on the other side, right, it'll say you're the pitch, you're the like pitchy, right? And it'll tell you what objections to, like, what objection line you're supposed to use, so you can see if the other person has the correct response to the rejection. So it's a full sales training with different products.
What about money over pitches?
What do you mean money over pitches?
Oh, no, it's a money over bitches is a rap thing. Sorry.
I have the best business model ever. I'm obsessed by this business model. I mean, NFT, forget about it. You know, selling to Google, forget about it. Okay. Who here's been to Texas? Anybody?
I live there right now.
All right. Well, you know the road Houston and Austin, right?
Yep.
71, right? Well, you know the scenic route, 290, right? Through the hill country. Through the not the main route, but the scenic route through Brendan. Yep. Exactly halfway between Houston and Austin, you come to a wee town called Chapel Hill, okay? Which is like a single traffic light gas station kind of place. And you stop there because you're exactly halfway. So what do you got to do? You got to go pee. So what do? You stop at the gas station. Well, what's at the gas station? The Chapel Hill Meat Market. What do they sell? Sausage and jerky. Oh, that's great. How much jerky do they sell every day? 1,500 pounds. Oh, okay.
Holy shit.
How much does a pound of jerky cost? $10. How much does it cost to make? $4. How much where do they live? Chapel Hill, Texas. How much are they making? what is it, 60,000 a day, just profit on beef jerky.
Just on jerky.
Yeah, they got like $1,000 rent and 2 employees, one Billy Bob and Bubba, just working in the back of the smokehouse, and Darlene at the cash register. That's all they got to worry about. And they're just like clearing 1,500 pounds of jerky a day at $10 a pound.
I'm hoping Mike's over there coming up with the plan of how we're going to launch this
Well,
sales omegle.
here's the thing.
Syndicate jerky.
The first step in this
Yeah, and sell
is
jerky. Sell jerky halfway through.
I want us to get on a Zoom call somehow and listen to your dad plow through these 43 numbers. That is going to be the craziest sales experience ever for us to all just be a fly on the... Like, if you've ever listened to a headhunter or a salesperson really that's amazing on the phone, holy crap, it's like, I can't believe you said that. Like, every 2 seconds, you're like, oh, wow, that dude's really confident. Or it's like, how does he even know that? You know what I mean? So I think it's a great experience for people.
The reason I thought about this is that Grant Cardone's mastermind group charges like 10 grand a month. And like every day they call you at 5 a.m. and you have to pitch them something for like an hour. And that's like part of like the 10 grand a month that you're paying for is just like an hour every day of pitch practice.
Well, it's, we have a lot of people who would like this, right? And I know that they come in every day, folks that are looking for this type of service. But your dad is from an era that I don't want to lose their lessons. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think that there's someone who can sell, $200,000 worth of fucking printer ink. It is valuable, right? Especially because
valuable, dude.
They learned it from he learned it from the School of Hard Knocks, right? But I think that there is something to be said for the new age of selling, because the way he sells is very different than what it takes today. I think he'd still be effective, but I think that the attention grab in that first couple of seconds is so much more vital today than it was back then, because the attention spans are so much smaller of individuals,
It's interesting though, because like I used to have the number one headhunter in the office I worked at. This guy would purposefully speak slow. He'd be like, "Hey Sandra, how's it going?" Like how Casey talks to like someone who's about to sing.
Yeah. He does that whole baby talk thing, like.
Well, if you live in the South, I live in North Carolina. I mean, you definitely talk. You want to make a sale, you definitely slow down, and you play golf, and you talk very slowly.
Yes.
Whereas you live up in Connecticut, you talk very fast and be very sharp sounding.
So he was selling to this guy was trading chief counsels of medical device manufacturers like they were baseball cards, right? And it was just and you know what he did before that? He was the manager of a hockey store. He didn't have any background in life sciences or go to business school, none of that.
I thought you were talking about my dad, and I was like, I didn't know that about my father.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they didn't have any. This guy didn't have it, but this guy did the work it took. And I remember when he started out selling, people used to tell me that he didn't even want anyone to listen to him speak on the phone because he was so embarrassed.
Who's that?
My headhunting mentor, the guy who I sat beside to learn how to headhunt. I just used to listen to this guy on the phone.
Sell, you don't need any capital. You don't need an office. You don't need a capital. You don't need a
You
don't need any collateral. You just need a phone and a Rolodex, and you're on your way.
need a phone. That's it. And the Rolodex is on LinkedIn, and any one of the free services, you can bounce around a 1-800 number and then get a phone directory and get in touch with that person right then and there.
But you need a certain something. You see, my wife's a recruiter.
Yes.
You need a certain grit to it. I mean, it doesn't just
Oh
happen.
yes. The grit is like I'm a recruiter as well. Like the grit is not like you. It's almost like getting a PhD in sales is the quickest way not to make any sales.
That is profoundly
I'm
humorous.
a terrible salesperson, but I never tried either. So there you go.
I did business to business sales in Patterson, New Jersey. I let that stand alone in its resume.
Patterson.
did
Wow.
I did 2 years of Cutco just so that I could learn how
Oh
to do
shit!
door to door sales.
I did Cutco too. So did my brother. That was like the beginning of our understanding of like entrepreneurship.
Oh, I did Cutco to get over my phone phobia. That's
Yo,
hilarious. Do we all sell knives? That's so fucking stupid.
and I still have those fucking things. They are quality knives.
Sandra, did you sell Cutco?
No, I haven't. I've sold all kinds of other things like Nishika cameras. I don't know if you ever heard those. They're like 3D photo taking cameras, and JC Penney credit cards back in the day. And yeah, I've sold all kinds of.
Were you cold calling or?
They would give us well, at first it started out with like sticker sheets, like back in like the late 80s, early 90s, and you'd walk into telemarketing place and it'd just be a wall of cigarette smoke. That's how long ago it was. But yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, you're in a bullpen.
Right.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
a friend of mine used to sell newspaper subscriptions in the bullpen of the Houston Chronicle with Michael Dell when he was 14. And Michael Dell, when he was 14, was like outselling the rest of the room like 5 times over. He was so good back then.
Hey, boys, ladies and gentlemen, I must take my leave for a
All
short
right, thank
while.
Happy. Hey, Zach, have you emailed me yet, by the way?
I am typing an email to you right as we speak right now.
Oh, yay, magic. Great.
No, it's all right. I just wanted to give my little departure speech.
Oh, yeah, Captain.
I love the way that today went. Honestly, I learned a lot about myself and even the difference in opinions and perspectives and how we express those and the conclusions we reach and just being open to the conversation without necessarily feeling obligated to reach the same exact conclusion and perspective. It was very refreshing because often in life, as I mentioned earlier, you have the threat of violence, you have other things where people just leave situations entirely instead of continuing the speech, and we all stuck through it and transcended and elevated the conversation, which was a beautiful process. And I also got to open you guys up a little bit about my past as well, and I've learned a little bit about your past as well. So it's been a pleasure as always. Michael, Dan, Sandra, Zach, Hugh, Casey, and Kit, and Alice Goshi. You never really talk much, but I love you, brother.
Hey, Papa, you have to give us the title, the old school title.
The old school title. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
you didn't post any threads today, so good job.
No, it's an exchange, my brother.
We thought it was an exchange, but we didn't see any threats. So it's just like a one-way exchange right
just
now.
because you don't see them, don't mean they don't exist, my friend. The things that are created are made from the unseen. Yeah.
You sound like a lot of the startups that pitch us.
Oh, fuck you.
I got it. The threads are posted in the metaverse. Sorry, I just
no. This is the building.
In the ether, I think.
This is the building. So what I've been doing recently, Zach, is I've been really honing in on myself and my personal, my personal time, because I spend so much of my time stressed and just so worried about getting things done that I feel in the process of getting them, it's tainted, and I don't do good work. In fact, I will sit in front of a piece of fucking paper, kid you not, with a pen in hand and write one sentence and contemplate the shit out of like why I'm even writing, what this means, what I'm trying to get from it, and it's objective based practice in the summary of it, right? So what I found is that on certain days, I go with the flow. I'm not going to stress myself out. I'm not going to tell myself I must get this done, because it's only in that I create this stress, and then I become angry and I don't necessarily react to situations in my personal life the best. So I go with the flow, I will write today, and I can get a lot done when I finally achieve this state. As I mentioned, I feel like I die and reborn in every day of life. At least in the past month, I reach this stage, and then it all becomes clear to me, and then I can write effortlessly, in the moment. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but for some reason, it feels right to me.
Yeah, I told my lieutenant the same thing the last time we were in a firefight. I'll return fire when I feel like I'm in the right state. Just kidding.
Fuck
Just
you.
kidding.
Fuck you, Zach. This ain't a firefight, though, my brother. This is in that
And
situation,
that's
yeah.
the
And
problem.
this is building me towards that firefight, Um, and uh, and I gotta.
That's so funny.
I'm the person that's writing, right? And if in your metaphor, I'm gonna be the person that's firing the gun. I need to train myself to truthfully appreciate what it means to hold the gun, the weight of the gun, how to clean the gun, how to compartmentalize the gun into pieces and put it back together myself and understand what the gun
Man,
looks like,
just
what
got
it's
like
gonna.
you just got 3 headshots by the time you're gonna finish your explanation, dude.
Sticking with the metaphor, live by the sword, die by the sword.
It's just one of those things
All
where
right, yeah. I was
there.
just
Yeah, we're fucking with you, but at the same time, this is the same conversation where we started with that, which
Yeah,
is let's make sure we don't talk about Zach more than we write threads,
yeah,
right? Because let me tell you something. It's the same reason that people fail at sales.
yeah,
It's because you can look at the product you have, and then you look at the phone number, and you're like, "Fuck, are they gonna hate me? Are they
yeah,
gonna like comment on this thread and like destroy it?"
yeah.
And what happens when that
I'm not.
happens?
And you see, the thing is I become aware of that, and via your perspective and introducing that to me, and I've become aware of that. And if I may so say, I truthfully do not believe that's what's happening to me. I feel like I'm really learning about myself and like what I need from a day, and I don't want to say like that takes the top priority over the threads, but to a degree it does, because one day I will be with myself and my thoughts waiting to die, and all of these moments and all of these times will present themselves in my head, and I'll be left with just those, right? And just knowing that I figured myself out and I was able to achieve, I know that I will be able to achieve much more greatness in the understanding of myself. And some days I need this, you know?
I know, no, I disagree completely. I think what you're going to find is that all of that thinking that we do here is only clarified when you apply it. And when you
Yeah,
don't apply it, you just end up staring at
yeah.
platonic solids and turning them inside out. And the
No, but
worst thing that could possibly happen is if we just talk about things.
we've said the same thing in different languages, I feel, my brother, because I I understand that. And I'm not thinking about writing in this moment. I have not thought about doing threads or thought about writing at all today. Why? Because I'm living in the moment and I'm using this song for what it's intended to be for me, and which is to break out of my shell of where I live right now in the moment, and to be, just surrounded by certain perspectives and energies, to be able to just break through that and be able to be here and confirm my path, so that in an hour or two I may go on to write the best threads, or just write in general, right?
Right, exactly. Why not?
Yeah, it's just, and it's my view. I guess Buddhism instilled.
I just don't want to smile you off a cliff. Does that make sense? Like that perspective can lead you to believe that there's this window of opportunity that remains open forever. I just don't want to smile you off a cliff. That's all I'm saying. Check, check.
Would you care to expand on that? Is there something you'd like to say?
Myself or Kappa.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I find that there are always infinite reasons not to take the next step.
Right.
And publishing is one of the most difficult things to do because it kind of like puts you out there for criticism,
True. That's for sure.
That's why
right?
that's why
Yeah.
I gave him my account and I gave him, like, hey, carte blanche, go ahead, fail, succeed, do whatever feels Right. Like, as long as you're not posting anything vulgar or going to get me canceled on Twitter, like, post whatever. So.
Yeah, he just has to ship.
I don't want to sound arrogant. I don't want to sound arrogant here, but I found in my experience that when you're ready to publish, when your stuff's ready, getting published is easy. Just bam, the world just opens up to you. But
well, it's not a book, Hugh. It's like a Twitter thread.
Oh, okay.
I gave Kappa my whole company's Twitter to say, go do your marketing, use your marketing genius and prowess that you say you have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the opportunity, and I'll write you a glowing recommendation to other companies, right?
I misunderstood it. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. And so that's all I keep saying is, and I think that's Mike's point is like getting an opportunity, right? Like whether you fail miserably at it or you succeed, great, right? Take the next step.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I want that opportunity. I want to write at least 10 tweets. I want total win the war, sort of like, candor. I want to go up there and say something, I don't know, pretty cool. Like, something like, if you struggling, are you struggling? Well, good, because you've earned it. And maybe you want to struggle even harder. You know what I mean? You could go to A to Z
I've earned it.
in 16 steps, or you can go 0 to 100 and fuck yeah and own it all. Who says you want money from a bald asshole? Work with me. You know what I mean? I don't know. It could be fun. Be audacious.
Yeah, I like it. Dude, in this crazy ass upside down world, that might be the most effective way. You know what I mean? You know how many people would rather listen to me express these UX ideas through the Rositas video or through the Hitler
True.
meme video? It's such a better way to explain stuff.
I think it's always cool to have. I think one of the things that's really hard for people is to work on their own personal brands. Like when I worked for my brother for like 12 years in design research, it was like, he could go to Brazil and research what rubber meant, to Samsung for the next 50 years. But for some fucking reason, we could never get in there and get our brand out, you know what I mean? And just get our message out. And one thing that was funny back then was, it was a research company. So he was really against having an opinion. And we're just starting to get into the web sort of era. And I was like, man, you're going to get trampled because, it's the people that have an opinions that, even if they're like terrible opinions, they still get awake. You know what I mean? Like the people that have the worst opinions, like still get to go to like warp 3 just because they hang around the warp core enough to get that residual glow. You know what I mean?
Well, it seems like every niche has like 5 or 6 people who decide what the conversation is going to be about, and he'll talk about them, and they don't talk about other people. And if you're one of those people, like if you're like, I don't know, my first big marketing breakthrough, I started doing tailoring, social media for an English tailor who sold $5,000 suits, and it's like a real niche product. People who spend $10,000 on a suit, but they exist and they have a network, and we were able to totally own the conversation is because none of the other tailors were blogging. But
Yeah, I totally feel that. I feel the gravitation of niche networks that sort of seek you out,
or
sort of
like if you're
seeking
like
your frequency.
or like if you're the guy who sells swimming pools in North Raleigh, you know what I mean? You're like Mr. Swimming Pool.
Right.
That's who people talk to, Or I knew this guy. This guy, he had a niche. He does air conditioning for super yachts. That's his niche. He's the guy. He's air conditioning super yacht guy. So if you're like Abramovich and you got a new 100-foot yacht or 300-foot yacht, you call up this little 60-year-old English dude who lives in Antibes in France, and you write him a check for $10 million because he's the guy. Because there's no other guy. Because he's the guy. Because he just decided he's gonna go to the super yacht air conditioning business one day.
Yeah. It's funny because that's what I feel like Columbus does to me sometimes. Like, oh, you know what? Oh, startups? All right, Dan, he's the guy. And I'll be like, how did I get that, man? Like, what did I do to get that? How did I get it? But now that it's funny. It's like I've had that for years, and in classic Dan fashion, like ignore
Like, it's almost like someone came up to me. It's like, hey man, I found Excalibur in your parking lot, and it only works for you. Here you go. And
Yeah,
I carry it around, and I don't even know the fuck I'm carrying it about it. You know what I mean?
yeah. Or like there's like these groups of people go around, who like say, hey, let's try to go the whole evening without saying Jordan Peterson. Ah, that's too hard. That's too hard. Yeah, or whatever. Or not Jordan Peterson, somebody else, But
Yeah, no, man, that was pretty awesome.
yeah, or no, but I mean, I moved to the suburbs like 5 years ago, and I just noticed this kind of whole suburban subculture, where it's just like, hey, swimming pool guy, these people exist, or like tree surgeon guy, they exist. These guys make $500,000 a year just like being the swimming pool guy in North Raleigh, in this little suburb you never heard of,
Yeah.
and just like, okay, because that sounds easier than trying to be the smartest guy at Harvard.
Right.
Or the, rich, or the richest guy at, the richest guy in Silicon Valley,
Yeah.
or the
Well,
prettiest babe in Miami.
Yeah, and I think like in a lot of ways, that as a city kind of matures and there's more money flows in from different groups, mostly because we have this big giant Intel plant going on, but you can feel the affluence sort of coming down. The affluence is also upgrading the infrastructure. They're going in.
Right.
Well, why is it we don't have any bourbon bars? We need at least 4 bourbon bars over here.
Yeah.
Now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where's the and I need a zinc bar for my bourbon bar. Where's Mr. Zinc guy? I need to meet the zinc guy because I need a zinc bar in my bourbon bar.
Right.
But I need an artisanal welder to come in with the zinc, and like, and I want Parisian tiling on my floor. Where's Mr. Parisian tiling guy? I want I want Lebanese tiles. Where the fuck are my Lebanese tiles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a friend that's kind of in the he's sort of in the 1%er sort of area, and I lately I've been joking with him because I'm like, look, I want you to be a stand-in VC for me. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, like I want to sometimes fuck with people, when I come, having them pitch for me is only so good, but if I can, have them swing by your place, we can stop by your pool, right? Where here you are with your 65-inch plasma outside. You know what I mean? Like, he's a tech guy. He just has everything,
Yeah.
and he loves that excess, side of things. So he plays a good stand-in VC if I need one.
So like a scene out of, do you ever see a movie like Mulholland Drive? So you take the little Hollywood hopeful in, and
Pretty much.
like do the creepy thing with the Hollywood hopeful.
Well, it's so fun. I'm always trying to liven up the scene. It's like our most of our VCs will only meet with you if they're on the stage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I just want to fuck with that. And so I've been telling them, yeah, you got to get this going on. And what's funny is we talk about the Palace scene actually evolving, and we actually were talking about that. Yeah, now there's 3 bourbon bars, and supposedly the new bourbon bar has a speakeasy that then is a connection to the swinger club. so now that's like happening in this region as well, and it's hilarious. It's like,
where are you?
we're in Columbus, Ohio. So this is in
Okay.
Powell, Ohio, which is kind of, it's just funny because Ohio's in it's sort of a Roe v. Wade, strike down,
Yeah, where that gym is, where the famous West Side Gym. Is that where you are?
Right.
The West Side Gym. That where all the lifters are.
No, I don't know that, but
in Columbus, no. Okay, it's just like this insane powerlifting gym where all the most insane people in the country.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're in a very meat and potato part of the world, kind of Rust Belty meat and potato kind of place.
Well, we've been under the magnifying glass lately because of Les Wexner, who is the billionaire backer.
Oh, I got a funny story about him.
Yeah. Please.
Well, I got a. Remember my friend, Taylor, the Taylor guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was Wexler's tailor for a while, right? And my friend has made suits for like Sultan Brunei and Saudi princes and the Prince of Wales, people like that, And so he's making a suit for Wexler, and Wexler takes him out for a drink in New York, and goes, "Hey, Tom." My friend's name's Tom. "Hey, Tom, I got a question for you. Yeah, everyone's scared of me. Everybody kisses my ass. Everyone kisses my ass except for you. How come you don't kiss my ass? And my English friend just goes, "Well, you see, sir, I make suits for real royalty."
Yeah, I never met Les directly. He's an icon in our town. His name is on half of the buildings in the region or whatnot. And I don't know, Columbus is sort of doing sort of the distancing dance. But I do remember one time we had a focus group one time for Victoria's Secret, and we had doing something with the checkout process of the product. All I know is that we had like 34 models in the back of this focus group room, and they were going in and doing some sort of thing, but I'll never forget that. We'll go back. Sometimes we have like a book of memories, our book of research memories, and I'll be like, Dan, what is your top 10 research memory? I'll be like, that time when we had 34 models. Oh my God, it was insane.
The other thing I'm fascinated about, this is not really connected, but these people who like become like a Victoria's Secret model, or like get to join Cirque du Soleil, or let's say what's the other one, UFC. They get the UFC, right? On one level, they're living the dream. On the other level, they are in a cattle truck.
Totally.
They are just cattle. They are, they're
the smuggler. They're gonna carry that whatever you want across whatever border.
Yeah, I mean, they're just mules. I mean, they're just like they're living the dream at the same time. They're just cattle at the same time, and they have they don't have a B plan, because either that or go back to Toledo to be a stripper or something, or a bartender or a waiter or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or to work in Cinnabon or whatever.
Yeah, it's not that much different than sometimes meeting the people in your own tech scene. People who either have totally gone for the check versus the people that haven't, I guess. Although I never feel like, I don't know. It's not like I totally didn't go for the check. It was just kind of like, I always feel like, sitting isn't the hard part. It's living with it. You know what I'm saying? It's not living with it. It's the hard part.
What's kind of interesting to me was, I went to University of Texas, so Dell was a big deal, and Dell was your ticket to stay in Austin, because before Dell, you had to leave Austin after graduation. You had to go back to Houston or Dallas, or worse, Waco. You had to go back to Waco. But you got a job with Dell, you could stay in Austin. So so it's not the greatest tech job in the world, but hey, you got to stay in Austin. That was a major recruiting thing. Austin, Texas was still cool back then, and so that was like the great golden handcuff of Austin, was like this, like, yeah, I got a job with Dell. Yeah, well, I know it sucks, but whatever. Hey, I got a nice 3-bedroom in Hyde Park. And I get to drive an Acura, so fuck you, I'm set. That was just the way it was. Now, and that was what Dell was for many years. I mean, it's been years since I was in Austin, so I don't know what. I hear Austin's like really crazy these days, so it's completely different. But
I have some family down in Austin, and it just gets more and more expensive every year. So I don't know if they're going to migrate out or what.
Yeah, well, it's kind of been when I was there, you could rent a little house for $300 a month and go out for dinner for $10, and $2 beers, and everything was just great. I was 22 years old. What's not to like? Buy a car.
Back in the days of Shiner Bar, right?
Yeah, Shiner Bock. Yeah, Shiner Bock, and actually Shiner Bock's expensive beer now. It used to be cheap beer, and it was nice. But then that what happened was Dell opened, and then Facebook opened, and IBM opened, and everything else opened, and wham bam, thank you, man.
I got a funny Houston story. I was in Houston in the 90s, late 90s. I was down there working for a Japanese animation company called ADV Films. We buy Japanese animation cartoons and edit them and whatnot. But I'm down there. I'm a single guy, and we're in a you're in a small group. You're in a group of probably probably 12 people. So you're gonna start to create strong friendships and probably stumble into stupid relationships along the way because you're in your late 20s or whatever. Anyways, one gal I got to know really well. Her name was Laura. She was the art director, and I don't know. It was like a time where I didn't really knew who I was, or it's like just there's those times where like it's funny. Like I feel like today people figure out who they are instantly, almost as if the search engine will tell them or the camera will tell them instantly. But man, I did not know at all, and I was just there for her when she needed, when her man wasn't around a lot. I remember one time though, I'm hanging out and we're drinking Shinerbach because we had to go out and get a new case. I would just remember that Shinerbach, and it was a big deal. We had to go out and fill the cooler. Gotta get that stuff iced down and everything. And I remember, the guy, her husband, like pulled me aside, and he said, "I know you make her laugh, but I just want you to let you know I fuck her." And I was like, "Oh, oh my god!"
That's kind of
I was like, "Man, I'm sorry, I make you insecure." I was like, "Not my intent." I was totally oblivious to that notion of whatever was sort of.
Well, you gotta be careful with another man's wife, even though.
Yeah, but it's like it was weird because it was indicative of what was going to come to the end, which is like 3 years later they have divorce and a bunch of other stuff. But it was just kind of like you were there, like you were this part of the inertia or gravity that would show the cracks in the relationship. But at the same time, like I was completely oblivious to that. I was like, no, man, like she's the art director and like I'm the editor, dude. I was getting still frames for the, you know what I mean? And we like shine a box, dude.
God, oh man, there's so many adulterous affairs that start in creative departments. I mean, it's unbelievable.
It just makes me think of that memory though.
Yeah. Other people's women are no, thank you. Yeah. But I understand what you mean though. Yeah, he sounds like a bit of a douche, to be honest.
Yeah, it was just it was a weird time. It was the same time where I was just out of high school, so I just didn't really know anything.
Young and innocent. This guy was probably, how old was this guy?
Oh, he was he were probably, I don't know, I probably was 27 and they were probably 29, 30 or whatnot. But it was just it was a geek, it's like she kind of found a clique of friends through this place, so we had like a geek resonance,
Yeah.
And that created sort of a wedge. And then it's like there were other guys in the clique and everything, but you're gonna pick out the guys the loudest in the corner. I'm gonna guarantee it's gonna be me.
Where were you in Houston?
I was down by let's see, probably Westheimer near the mall.
I know, by the Galleria. Yeah, I used to live out. My
yeah,
dad lived there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never spent a lot of time in Houston, but my dad lived there for a while.
So many hilarious memories there. Like I remember arriving, and I always told people like, people back home here in Ohio would be like, "What's Houston like?" I was like, "Well, there's a restaurant on every corner, so you're surrounded by food, and then there's a strip club on every corner as well. So that's where we went to lunch."
What's really interesting about Houston? It's got really good artists there for some reason. I don't know why. They always had really good art there. I don't know why.
And then it has a really big Pride, gay center inside Loop.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, Montrose. I don't know much about
Montrose. Yep. Montrose had the best music scene too. I mean, that's where you could go and get all the best vinyl. I was big into vinyl back then, and
I'm told though back then being gay is very exotic and alien and very. I mean, I'm straight myself, but I just remember you didn't really go down there, even if. Because you just didn't, because it was.
Yeah, and there weren't such things as gay clubs. There was just like it was straight up club. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And everyone was taking ecstasy for the most part. And that was the other thing too. I remember being like, "It's like, do you want to take some ecstasy?" And I was like, I'm already pretty stupidly funny. I'm good. I'm not gonna take that right now. I was self-aware about that.
I was in Chicago in the '90s. That was kind of a weird time. It was a pretty good time to be in Chicago, but it's a weird town, Chicago.
How about
It's,
it's?
it's
I
like
mean, that's like mafia metropolis, right? I mean, it's kind
well,
of cool.
it wasn't so much about it's just like you know, it's just kind of like a town of well, you know, have the town of brotherly love. This is kind of like the town of mutual loathing. It's kind of like you know, the Irish hate the Jews. The Jews, everyone hates the blacks hate the Hispanics hate the Albanians hate the Russians hate the Ukrainians. You know, it's just like all the different neighborhoods, and they all hate each other. So it's kind of like, okay, so just make sure you stay in the right neighborhood because it won't go well for you. You know what I mean? It's just very those
Hmm.
neighborhoods those neighborhoods do not mess around. You know what I mean? And then you had the yuppies on the north side, and the Sox fans on the south side, and nobody liked each other. That's what I just remember that about Chicago. Everybody hates guts. You know,
I just feel like
and
I was just searching for frequency. Like, what am I
yeah,
looking for
Boston,
now?
Boston, Boston was like that too. These little aggressive little. I used to call Chicago like New York's shitty little brother. Yeah, it's like New York's shitty mean little brother. That's Chicago.
Yeah, I spent about a year in Portland, Oregon, because I thought I was gonna go to. I went to B movie school. I was like, let's see if I can really edit. And I went to this B movie school and got to work on a B movie called Glissando, which is about a
Okay.
trucker that goes off and
Oh god.
decides to make his way into someone else's life and do a bunch of stuff. But anyway, but that was kind of cool. Portland was pretty wild. That was definitely a free love kind of hippie town experience.
Is that bit was it a bit kind of like everyone's having and having such a nice life, they don't actually get anything done. They're too
It was
busy.
just There was just kind of like they had that was the first place I've been to that had a train, where it had like a train go through the town.
Yeah.
There was like a Pete's coffee right across the street from Starbucks every 48 feet, like doom, doom, doom. But I was with a clique of artists, so everyone was sort of like going through the stages of like just doing really deep stuff. I like my roommate was a guy who was just like every day would write 5 songs and was like always carrying a boombox that was like the say anything guy. He was like at any moment he was ready to do say anything. You know what I mean? Like say
Yeah.
anything as a service, right? And then
Yeah.
another guy was really into songs and so when I was sort of like this guy there was taking the film class, and so it was I don't know, it was just like that one year where remember that one time you spent a year in Portland? Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting when you're around art like real artists, and they're very usually pretty when you're young and like real young artists, but the real artists, they're all amazing, functional. It's all kind of crazy, and
Right.
then
Yep.
30 years later, you go, wow, they're all famous now. What the fuck happened to me? Or you know what I mean? Or some of them ended up doing interesting things, but at the same time, they're like, when you're like 25 or 24 and you're just like totally unhinged and totally crazy, but doing like really creative work at the same time that nobody recognizes at the time, but it turns out to be
Yeah.
like really, really important stuff you're doing. It's kind of strange.
Even I kind of look back at that when I sort of go through my stuff, and it's not so much the things I made, but the accelerators I made, or the accelerators I sort of came up with during that time that were really the kind of things that I kind of go back like, oh, that was that old technique of like how I would get past things, or that idea was totally stupid, and everyone thought it was racist as fuck. I gotta do that one, you know what I mean? Shit like that.
Well, the thing is, when I think about my 20s, is like, yes, I was doing creative work, but I wasn't actually that interested in the work I was doing. I was more interested in meeting girls and having beers and trying to have fun, trying to get a fucking life. I just wanted a fucking life. I didn't want to be Mr. Serious Artist Dude, No, I just wanted to be like a regular guy with a nice life. But
That's cool, man.
yeah, at the same time, I was actually doing some pretty formative stuff back then, but it
Yeah.
didn't seem very formative at the time, I suppose. I don't know, but it's just, yeah, I always like to say, well, had I known how good I had it, I would have spent a lot less time being miserable, I guess.
Does that include the time that you sort of emerged on the scene, sort of doing the cartoons on the back of the card? Is that what you're talking about?
This is before that. This is
Okay.
before. That was like, this is kind of pre-Excalibur day,
Yeah, pre-Excalibur days.
No, there was definitely pre and post Excalibur. There was the stone, the pulled out pulled out the sword of the stone. I remember when that happened. I was completely different. But I mean, you know, in order to find the stone, I had to fuck around a lot. You know, I had to try a lot of things. I didn't just I didn't just stumble on it. It took work to get there. And so, no, this is more in the kind of before that. Like, I knew I wanted to do something one day, and not just be a, not just be a putz, not just be poor.
Yeah.
Poor and miserable like everybody else I knew. And so, no, I wanted to advertise. I left college, went into advertising, got a job writing TV commercials and radio ads and stuff like that. And that was kind of interesting in a kind of bogus kind of way, corporate, bogus, interesting.
Yeah.
Very good training, good education, but still kind of weirdly bogus somehow. It gave me made me realize that there's a kind of inherent artificiality to corporate life.
Sort of the short course on many layers.
yeah, and just when I go to these big corporations for these big client jobs, I just understand the artifice of it all, I guess. But that makes it easier for me because then I don't take it too personally. If that makes any sense. You just realize these are just people with $800,000 mortgages just trying to not get fired. That's all it is. And just try to find a way not to get fired, basically, and try to figure out a way to be useful doing something. That's all they're trying to do.
Well, you were sort of the meme in the scene before memes were memes, man.
Well, it was kind of happened, but the internet came along. I don't take any credit for it.
I know, but it's in my head.
Well, that's nice.
The subtle reminders of these, these things started to pop up, and next thing you know, there was this strangely frowned character that had just the wittiest, motherfucker wisecracks across your face. You know what I mean?
Oh, thank you. Well, the thing is like I could make jokes that nobody else could make. It makes any sense. That's quite nice. It was like I did this one joke that just said, I can't. It just said, I can't take. It's like two guys talking, right? And just said, basically, Facebook discussing strategy, and there's like two guys talking. One guy goes, "We're not shit enough. Yeah, we should be more crap or something." You know what I mean? Right. we got to be more shit. Yeah, we do. We're not crap enough yet. We just need more. Just and the thing about America. I was living in Scotland and I came back to America, and the thing about America is everybody's so fucking polite all the fucking time. There's and they're just they're all awash with platitudes. So it doesn't really, you don't have to be that clever to say anything rude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or to say anything witty, because the bar is very low. Because everyone's just.
It reminds me of a cartoon I drew when I worked in commercialization, working with lawyers. It's three guys, and they stand around a big pile of crap, and the line underneath basically says, "Well, I'm glad we all mutually agree that this is a pile of crap."
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like lawyers have to do that, right?
Yeah. Just and and the thing is, they're all playing the game, but they know it's a game, and you just play the game, and it's fine.
Exactly.
And it's just and guess what? If you work for a literary magazine in New York, it's a different kind of game, but it's still a fucking game, so you play that fucking game instead. Or if you're a bartender in Miami Beach, guess what? There's another fucking game going. You just kind of I'm fascinated by that.
Yeah, I know. Same. I love the game within the game and the people that go through the insanity for the game.
And what's the rules? What's the game? And do you have the right tattoos, or do you need a fucking tattoo, or like in Scotland, right? If you're part of the upper classes, right? If you're the kind of alpha male, kind of frat boy, kind of guy from the rich family, you wear red trousers. That's what you do. You just it's kind of a weird thing because they're the only ones who wear red trousers. You know what I mean? No one else wears red trousers except for them.
It's wild.
So you're walking down the street and go, "Oh, excuse me, did you go to private school?" "Yes." "How could you tell?" Red trousers gave it away. You know what I mean? It's just one of those weird badges. And so you kind of okay, we're playing a game. They're playing the red trouser game, and they all play rugby because that's what you do when you wear red trousers. You have to. Whether it's like a upper class Scottish thing, or whether you're, like I said, you're a bartender in Miami Beach, or a DJ in Miami Beach, or whether you're I don't know, in the advertising scene or the club scene in Chicago or the club scene in Houston or the real estate people in North Raleigh or whatever. They'll have they're all playing the game, whatever it is. I don't know. There's somebody write a book about that, game theory for real games. Yeah.
Well,
Totally, man. Totally.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever noticed that? Like, just like everyone's playing a game, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I'm not saying, oh, they're all hypocrites. No, they're not. They're not playing. They're not hypocrites. There's part of the dance. It's like, when you go to New York and you're looking for your first apartment. You just left your Ivy League school, and you just moved. Your daddy's gave you some money. You moved to New York to get your job, and you're looking for your first apartment and get your job at your first publishing house. You're joining the dance. You're part of the dance. There's a dance going on. So when you're part.
But but I mean, you're also looking to master your own craft. So if you already are adding to your own delusion of things, right?
Yeah.
Which means you're applying your own perception and reality mastery. So yeah,
Well,
you
you're
play
you're bringing
games.
your own moves to the dance, but it's still a dance.
Yeah, completely.
You're not by yourself in the dance floor. There's a thing going on. Yeah. There's a kind of like I don't I don't know. It's just kind of, it's or it's just human. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
man.
It's interesting to me because I've been to a lot of dances because I'm old and I've moved around a lot. I've seen a lot of dances, and they don't change very much if you look at 30,000 feet. You know what I mean?
So
Because
where's
the
the
dancers aren't changing,
Sorry, what?
right? Because the dancers aren't changing, right? Like the dance moves, you know what I mean? Once somebody has like a good feel of like one dance, you'll find them able to pick up
Yeah,
other, you know what I mean? Same thing like with a musician playing
yeah,
different keys. Okay, we're moving to the bridge now. Oh, okay, so we need some optimal amount of friction to break up this
yeah,
bubblegum C major scale.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's kind of interesting. Hey, I've got to go. I gotta go pay attention to my wife and my kid. I'm afraid because I got
Later,
family.
Hugh, man. Have a great week.
Drop me an email
No, I
anytime.
love it. Appreciate it.
All right,
All right,
Grant. All
man.
right,
We'll do.
cheers. I gotta go. Bye.
Cheers. See ya.
Hi.
Always gonna have that guy around.
Yeah, he's very nice.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. He's got kind of a nice nervous twerk in there too, like a little bit of a. I don't know. He's got a lot going on. You know what I mean?
So flighty, you mean?
I don't know. Just he's got a lot of thoughts going around. He reminds me of like a Ruben, but different in terms of just all the different experiences and other things. I'm kind of envious of the experiences he's had in his life a little bit. At the same time, I know he's seen like things that I'm sure he would like to unsee or unfeel at times, just because what he had to probably go through, before he's ready for it.
Man.
It's been a deep Sunday here on the Syndicate. Thanks y'all for watching and listening here at 6:27 p.m. And I often wonder what is going on with Alaska Oshie. What is going on with that guy? He's always down there lurking in the shadows.
He's a lot of fun, actually.
I think so too.
He'll talk all about his coin.
He's got kind of like the mysterious face on right now, but I kind of like it when he's got his like Ranger American face, where he's got the flag going on behind him. I don't know. It's like a stronger brand to me because Alaska is like, how you like what's more American than like Alaska? You know what I'm saying? Like, isn't that like where like everyone in America went to get rich, right? Everyone basically went through the Klondike, trail of death, right?
Right.
To where they went to Alaska and then they hung out. Have you ever seen that show, The Klondike? It's a little 6-part series. It's such a great show. Anyways, yeah.
And I've seen, I think who hasn't seen it, that Life Below Zero, like parts of that.
I'll have to check that out.
But I asked him about his what he does, and he was really, he has a real dry wit.
Yeah, extremely. And I kind of don't know completely what all he's doing. I know he's got a consultancy business and does innovation, XYZ, PDQ. Everybody's going to do innovation. I'm going to have to change up my game. I'm going to have to get into something else. Like, what are you into, Dan? Well, I'm into the capitalization of your letters. What is that? I basically help you find the right letters in your life that you need to capitalize and what frequency to capitalize them in. And only then can you achieve the greatness that you need. Without the excellence I have, forever you'll be in doubt and forever in sorrow. I feel sorry for you. Can I help you? You know what I mean? It has to be like,
I like it. I like it a lot.
yeah, you like that? All right. You gonna sign up for that service, Sandra?
You want to swap like like
Oh, we can swap time.
like entertainment sort of.
Sure.
Sure.
Sure, we can swap it sometime. I mean, here's my schedule. Let's see. Take one Dan hour, right? And we take Sandra hour here.
Well,
All right.
a raw end of the deal. I'll give you 2 hours.
You give me 2 hours of Sandra for one hour at the end? Really? Man.
I might give
Oh,
you.
wait. Do I have to be an equal exchange? All right. It's coming up on 6:30. Welcome to the Syndicate, everybody. That's right. Entrepreneurship, education, and books. We're learning about the ABCs and about how not only did Mary have a little lamb, but Mary was, I don't know, she was a little lamb. Is that Mary had a little lamb? Mary?
Very,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like the Little Red Riding Hood story better, I think. That's
I
a
like
better story. Yeah.
with
Let's
the
go.
and so forth, or bears. I don't know. She was a whore too.
All right. What else is happening? We got Alaskan up here. He's going to say something. Speak to us.
Hello.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. I'm in the car.
Sandra had.
Right
Oh, that's cool.
Are you really in Alaska?
Yes.
What do you do up there?
Well, I just came in out of 19 in the primary for U.S. Senate in Alaska.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you were doing that. How do you feel about that?
Mm-hmm. Feel okay.
Cool. Well, you didn't advertise, right? Like you didn't advertise or anything, so.
No, I didn't campaign as such. I just filled out this candidate questionnaire each week. Didn't even use my real name here. But I was talking in a space with Ruben and some other people a few days before the election. Sort of pointed out how state charged me with felony. Filed run 2 months ago, charged me with felony. Less than 2 weeks later, and so he'd have me send him some stuff about it, but I need to look at this. Avoid.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what's going on here and here. Making art today, screwing around there. Music, screwing around making music. What was the newest thing we learned how to make today? I forget. Oh, there's a new upscale mode in Midjourney. It's really cool. Gives you really high upscale mode. It's kind of nice. I need to talk to Brad next time about the art engines. We have to explore probably something. I don't know. We need to explore something. So we got to break out the developer signal. Put the S in the sky. Bring the developers together so we can ask them the questions. But yeah, a lot of cool things happening.
I'm trying my hand at rewriting Zach's book, starting with the preface.
You should be using AI tools along the way.
Yeah, I'm sure I could.
Like you could put in the preface, you could pick the tone, and then it could write all your ghost pages, and then you could go in and modify that versus.
So I have this line that humans, just like deers, get killed when they get stuck in the headlights of life.
Interesting, like that.
Dopamine, DOPAMEAN. I've seen deer get hit by cars, trucks, and even motorcycles, and I've seen deer killed by vehicles, but I've never seen a deer killed by a car. I'm not sure if I'd be able to describe what happened. It's just one big thing. I am not a biologist, but I can tell you that there is more than one way to die. Great example of how a single data point can be misleading.
That sounds like a
This is a
line from Allie.
conversation from the AI. This is
That
the
sounds like
AI.
something Allie would say.
Yeah, this is the AI saying. Oh, so you're right. You just never know what's going to come out.
There's more than one way to die, Zach said, jumping off the stage, ripping off his Chippendale pants and sliding over to the girls. What do you want to say? You want to win the war or you want to win this dance? She blinked. I'll take the dance. All right, then. Zach put her in the chair and broke out the ice cream. You all right? It's marmalade. Well, whatever. Actually, it's 31 flavors. This ice cream melted down her shoulder as he did the dance. He was in control. He was winning the war. It was Zach on 5. That's right. Call Zach today. 555-645-ZACH. That's great that we recorded that, though, if you think about it, because that should be saved.
So he's like Baskin Robbins now?
I don't know. I always think of like that. What's that ice cream flavor that has all the different? It's like the one that comes in sherbet, but it's like
Neapolitan.
It's got like strawberry, vanilla.
I clip that, by the way.
Chocolate. What's that called? That has all those flavors. I don't know. Napoleon.
I know
That's
what
it.
you're talking about. I can't remember.
I think it's Napoleon. You can get it Napoleon, and it has like the 3 flavors in it or something. But that also sounds like something you could ask for at a bar. Give me the Napoleon, or something that you could. I don't know. If you like flag down, so you just before you got on his plane, you could go like, dude, I just need. Can you just give me 2 Napoleons? And he'd be like, fine. And he would give you these 2 Napoleons, whatever they are.
Oh, yeah. I like ice cream, but no one likes ice cream anymore. But like me and President Biden, it's kind of sad.
Again, I'm lactose intolerant, so I mean I can take the lactate, but I mean, what flavors are you talking about here, Sandra? What kind of flavor do you like?
I've been vegan for the last several months now, so I'm confined to anything non-dairy related.
Well, okay, so if it's give me some flavors. Are we talking like talking like lemon, strawberry? Like what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, sherbets and fruit-based
Okay.
ice creams. Well, not really creamy because of the milk component, but mostly sherbets and anything that says vegan on it. I like.
Okay,
I
but
don't like
you
rice.
haven't given us any specific flavor so far. So
Like raspberry.
help a guy out a little bit here.
Well, I mean, raspberry, strawberry, passion fruit, mango. There's a lot of mango.
Cherry, right?
Yeah. Lemon is good.
Yeah, that's good. But you can't have whipped cream then.
No, but that's okay. Damn. Well, no, they have actually. That's not true. I've seen vegan
That's
with
true. There is probably some sort of vegan.
you can like pressure. It's got the pressurized thing at the top. Yeah, you can. I've seen those.
Definitely, we can find some pressurized things for you.
I had to make sound effects. I'm sorry. I can't remember what it's called. They can. Jeez.
Well, I think for me it would be okay. Assuming we had the lactate on hand, salted caramel. That's always a good place to go. And then malted milk. That's another a big like you can judge a man's character by what he considers to be a malted milk ball. You know what I'm saying? Like he would say he is a man of character. I would say, okay, yeah, but show me your malted milk ball. If he like got out a box of Whoppers, I'd be like, fuck, there's no way I'm putting this guy in this firefight. You know what I'm saying? There's no fucking way I'm putting a Whoppers on the fucking field. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? But
Exactly.
if he had like Brock's, right, I'd be like, all right, not only can you get, not only I'm gonna drop you in that firefight. Actually, I'm gonna let you just take the whole castle yourself, because man, you just brought out the biggest stick energy I haven't seen in weeks, right? And not only that, I want you to date my daughter. So look at that. Simple. You go in, you get that bastard, right? And you get the bomb, you save America, and you come home and you fuck your future wife. And what do you want to do? You want to win the war? Right. That's the we're doing new pictures, Zach. Sorry about that. But it just depends on what you want to hear. Sandra, you haven't really told us the pitch. You want to hear for your brand.
Oh, I'm still working on all that. Jeez, I know.
Yeah.
Let's just get rid of this bitch. Jesus Christ.
Whatevs. Whatevs. You're the Bitcoin girl. The one with all the graphs on your
I
site.
know. I'm all huddle knot today.
So what's going on with the Bitcoin? Give us the stats. What's your prediction for stuff to come here?
We're going to the moon for sure, at least someday.
Yeah, we're going to the moon one day. Is it really going to go up to 100,000 one day? You think?
Oh, I think so. I'm not worried about it. I mean, a lot of people worry about it by the hour. I have more confidence in, our dearly beloved whale.
I see. Our dearly beloved whale. What? Who's that?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about the
door,
you're talking about the Shiba whale. Yeah, that's true. That's right. You can have a whale nearby. I don't know. There's probably is a couple whales in this group that are, into whaling and stuff.
Could be.
You're probably into whaling. Probably out there stalking.
Really?
Well, I mean, isn't that what it's about? Like you were in that room earlier with Lauren and everything, and it was like, I'll do a quick reenactment. It was like, oh Lord, let us thank the ones who have come before, for we are yea with the one of Bitcoin. Amen. Amen. Yea, on this mountain I shall tell you all that I, a Bitcoin, know of Bitcoin. Those that do not know of Bitcoin are neither near nor there, but simply shallow and sinful. Amen. Let us now all go in the circle and take our toe clippings and clip them together so that we may gather them for the few that may no longer know their financial ways. How can we help those who have money but not know of Bitcoin? Nay, I will support ye. First of all, we will give them the holy truth. What is the holy truth? That Voyager people are suckers and that they have been burned. No, I'm just kidding. I don't even know anything about that stuff. All I know is that there's like Voyager versus Celsius versus, Fettuccine versus Tentacle. You know what I mean? It's like everyone's got something.
Yeah, I just remember seeing a bunch of memes get it off the exchange, and but I wasn't into any of that. I was on Coinbase, but I don't think Coinbase has run into any problem.
Are you honestly trying to sell the sort of like goody two shoe image with that whole accent and the fact that you're in Bitcoin? I mean, come on.
Why? Yes, I am.
I don't know. It's mafia style girl here. People, be careful.
I only brutally attack and beat up women, who happen to be interested in the same guy that I am. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Or the
That's a
same
little baseball
currency.
bat to the head, like,
Mm. Does that happen? Do Bitcoin bitches go after other Bitcoin bitches? Fight it off.
Why do you think we have a bar on every single corner in Gloucester County, New Jersey? You gotta chase these bitches, Like, don't hide behind that bar, bitch. I'm coming after you. Yeah, it's fun.
I think you're also in charge of security for Syndicate, right?
Well, yeah, maybe. I try to keep that secret.
Yeah, I can see
And
that.
security and all.
Security.
You think the unicorn would be some fucking help over here, but
Unicorns are special,
they are. They truly are.
I kind of wonder, like, where in the hierarchy is, like, the Pegasus? You know what I mean? Like, is the Pegasus just sort of like the bad bitch sister of the unicorn, or what?
Well, now which one has wings? I think the Pegasus does, right?
Yeah, the Pegasus got wings. Okay, so maybe she's just more. And of course, we're assuming she's a she. I mean, it could be a he, right, or a binary, I guess. But I was just trying to stick with any one particular universe that was going to work.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I think either one works fine. It's a flying fucking horse. And actually, I think Richard Pryor said that in the beginning of a movie. I'm trying to remember which one it is now. I think it was Paramount. Who used to have the flying horse in like the 80s at the beginning of the movie.
Now, if you were like any particular animal, right, in sort of the fantasy future world, what animal do you think you would be, like, in the forest?
Oh, it has to be like a fantasy.
Yeah, like, this is, Excalibur, this is a fantasy kind of world. It can be anything. But what do you think you would be in the forest?
I think I'd be like some kindly, gentle dragon of some sort, but with like some badass
Whoa.
power just in case.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, that doesn't say high maintenance at all, does it?
Yeah, not at all.
Okay, so I was thinking, oh, she's gonna pick like a doe. I think I'm gonna be a dragon, motherfuckers.
Well, you said,
I can see that.
Well, how about well, I don't want to be a siren because they're not very nice.
Yeah, I know that when I did the whole mermaid story before, you weren't really into that too much.
Well, they're murderous. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought unless I'm like the kindly little mermaid, she was.
But you're too close to Medusa at that point, and that's already a bias on the whole Jersey thing, and that's just not fair.
People have a lot against Medusa. I don't think that's really fair.
Yeah. I just think that her hair just gets in the way. Like, if she put that stuff like in a bun, right, and like just covered it
Right.
up a little bit, she might have been able to have a lot of first dates that could have been a great time before everything just went to shit.
Yeah, she's got trust issues, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
What about you?
What about me?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I don't know. I think, okay, fantasy creature. Like, right away, I kind of go right to the treant, right? Because there's just something about me that's just sort of like, okay, I feel like I'm old, like I've been here for a while, and at the same time, I like to step on people, like, if I can, right? If I just have the ability to, and then I like it when people like hang out. They hang out on a branch, hang out, they get to, like, walk around and everything. And at the same time, I have like a certain degree of elvish that, like, other things, that people can't say or easily say. So it's kind of cool. I think I'd be a rabbit. That's the other thing, because I like bunnies. Like, bunnies are cool.
They're definitely cool.
Yeah, but I guess I would be like, if I was like a big treant thing, I would hear about this dragon. I'd be like, oh god, man, did you guys hear about that dragon? The fucking Jersey dragon bitch that moved in town by the valley. I'd be like, yeah. and everyone would be like afraid of you, and so I'd probably have to go down and, you know,
Was
get
it
Zach and Heroes. By then, Zach would be an explorer. He'd be
right?
like one of those like super pompous humans, like, you know, I know that humanity, right? Because, you know, he's not like that, but again, he would kind of represent that for the most part. So you would be a monk. He'd be like one of those soothsayers that shows up and says everything in riddles. Most people die, and then he's in the end credits. That's like his role. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah.
Why does he always get a part like that?
I'm sorry.
Why does he always get parts like that?
I think it's because he's kind of like he's always going to be sort of a bit of the puppet master in my mind. I don't know, because he's always the instigator of shit, or he kind of is, and then he isn't. Like he kind of like I don't know. He helps create the gravitational pull that needs to be sort of in place. He's key. You can't let him, you know. But then again, all the key, I mean, everyone's sort of I mean, the key cast now is up to like 30 of us. There's like 30 of us that are sort of like we can all hold a syndicate for the most part if we choose to. We don't have to. It's just, but we cannot kind of have a following, right? We're all getting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you're the mastermind of all this stuff.
No.
I you like your front man.
I'd like to do the propaganda. Sure, that's fun. I don't know. It was called Squarespace before. I mean, that was a cool name too. I kind of don't know where the syndicate came up at first. I just never remember started saying it, and then when we started to get like early effects, I loved it when So you would just kind of like explain it like so simply, and when people are like, "What's going on?" and he would just say, "Oh, syndicate." It's like it just cut people off. Like that's what it is. Of course, it is that. So I don't know. It's fun. It's manifestation. That's what I love to do. It happens. Like if I'm in your proximity and I'm happy, then I'm gonna manifest. You know.
Well, you're excellent at it.
Uh
I've been able to
well,
do things because of you.
hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, I enjoy your company and everyone's company. It's cool. Nice. The Jersey accent though is kind of hard to navigate sometimes.
It is. I'm sorry. I try to sound homogenous, but it's not always possible.
It's funny because I put a tweet out, thanking some of the folks for the technology that I've been using to get MP3s of the spaces, the APIs, all that kind of stuff. And I had someone reach out, Melwell, reach out because I think it's she wanted a copy of um, everything she said in the space.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, doesn't Zealous do that? Or
exactly.
okay,
Right.
well, that's good.
Yep. So I just said zealots over, but the demand is there. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
The demand is there for people to not only access what they've said, but maybe even to get a best of what they've said. That's the next hypothesis.
Well, that would be awesome. I mean, that would be especially good for Zach and Dan and a lot of people. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because Zach's telling me that he's growing his following through the clips that are being created. Right? So he says something smart, I clip it. Every time you press the scissors, it captures the previous 30 seconds. So I've even been in the background fucking counting down to the 30 seconds so I can try to time the clip right. So I know that's working for him. All right? I know the threads are working with Crypto Swarm. Like, I just know that. he's grown by 100 followers in the past week, right? It's his most popular post, and we just did that like on a Twitter space. And I guess I didn't realize that being a recruiter is basically explaining people better than they explain themselves.
Well, you're good at it. You're you're a good facilitator. You know, I mean, it's interesting how you're able to navigate everybody.
Took me reading a lot of books. You know what I mean?
I can imagine, yeah.
Oh,
But I mean, you bring out
God.
the best in people. You know, you're able to kind of extract gems and get people to come out and talk about themselves and how that relates to what they're trying to do.
Yourvoicesmoney.com. That's right. Your voice is money.
I gotta head on over there. I know.
No, it's okay. And it's one of those things where actually, like, you and Dan both expressed interest. How would you guys feel about being in the same class? Because we're thinking about putting together a small class of, even if it's just 3 or 4.
I love that if that's okay with
You
him.
guys know each other, but the thing is, like, we need like a small community of practice for the class. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's just you and Sandra and 2 other people, right? Now, naturally, you have to, pay for Christian's time. It's about like 600, 650, whatever, right? We can work out the money. That's not the problem. What I want to work out is I want to be able to show that we can take people from the syndicate and give them like the animation level voice acting training, and then they create something that makes a lot of money. That's what I want to see happen.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Dan will be the star graduate, but that will make me happy.
Whatevs.
Well, the thing is, like, one of the people who went through the class, he is playing a detective on a show on NBC. Right?
That's awesome, man.
He just called me out of the blue. So it's like, it didn't happen overnight. But now that I've seen it happen, I can tell people that it happened. Not that it's going to happen for them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so apprehensive about telling people what something can and cannot do. Does that make sense?
That makes total sense.
Right? But now that it's like, okay, well, if you're on playing a detective on NBC, and what do you do for a living? You're a director of sales? You used to sell data centers for Lenovo. All right, guys, this works. Not saying it's going to work for you, but it's worked for others.
Wow.
I'm in like a Flynn. You know what I'm saying? Lauren's in the house. What's going on? Lauren of Light, Terminator style. I hope she liked that video. I think she did.
I
had to use her first because I knew that, like, the first time I met her, it was like just on energy, and I figured, out of anyone, out of all the gals I know, she'll have the most resilience. I don't know, because I'm nervous about that. You do a video on a girl, you gotta be careful about the story you say.
Dude, that
Probably.
video made my day. I saw that, and I got it. I saw it like after I had like moved and traveled and all this stuff, and I'm like all like sleepy and and then I see that video and I'm like, whoa! It was like right when I needed it too. I was like, hell yeah, that's me. I'm a bad bitch. It was awesome.
No, I'm wondering if it's okay for me to say this, right? Like, I'm wondering, and I'm hoping if it's okay for me to say this, right? Dan Rowe, etc., seems to have this kind of like ability to talk, in a certain manner, and almost like a certain manner. Like, I'm just
Yeah, man. I don't know how I got that ability. It's an experience. I've seen it for a long time and observing it, and then having a great upbringing and a lot of just a lot of humility and funny. I was always in a funny household,
and at the same time, I was always sort of the grand observer, and I had to. I always was the I was the Christmas elf. Every year for Christmas, we always had the youngest kids, go and be the Christmas elves. They would get all the packages and get all the gifts to everybody. I was since I was the youngest kid in the family, I was like that fucking elf until I was 38.
You sang that, Dan? You sang you were a Christmas elf. That was a spiritual synchronicity for me. So I'm really glad that you just said that. And also, can you guys bring up Bitcoin Shaman? I really want to talk to them and say what's up.
Yeah, so you bring that guy up.
I've never
This is
talked
the
to them
thing. This
before.
is the thing. No, this is the thing, Dan. Like my actual name is Daniel. I'm like an English Daniel. I'm like an English Daniel, sir, and it's wonderful to meet you. But like I found you to be an incredibly um um uh talented person, and I'm very lucky to have encountered because you can do these sorts of things. Like I've always been able to like I'm hoping like guys can I try to do an American accent, right? Because I'm an English guy. Is
Please.
Yes, please.
okay. So which state?
South Carolina.
Well, guys, I'm from South Carolina, and I'm not sure entirely about the but tumbling is a very tumbling society. I'm kind of sure, like, I'm gonna do this, guys. And I honestly cannot begin to describe the whole problem with the problem of the South Carolina society. And I'm honestly not really completely sure. And I know that it's almost, it's almost that kind of place in the world.
That was awesome, man. That was great.
No, I apologize for any South Carolinians that are offended.
I mean, all accents are sort of speed and velocity at the start. You just got to go right into them. Don't try to say anything or apologize. Hell, then you say something obtuse. Like ain't nothing like putting your finger in a hive. You know what I mean? Especially if you got butter on it. But don't use the fake butter because they chew right through that. You know what I mean? You say just enough to plant something in someone's mind. They go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And then you stop.
Well, this is my problem. I've got a total problem. The issue that I have, right, and this is totally an issue, and I do not mean this. I do not mean it to be the case. The way I confront the issue is that, like, oh my goodness, right? Oh my goodness, I cannot totally believe that this is a problem that I have. No, no, sorry. Like, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, that was fine.
It's cool, man.
No. I'm almost being offensive. I'm almost being offensive.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing. I'm pretty dense. I don't pick up on that stuff right away. I'm one of those kinds of guys that when you go to an event and I know people are going to fuck me over, I just kind of go up to them in advance and say, "Hey, how you doing? I'm here to fuck you, and you're here to fuck me. But here's where I want you to fuck me later. And let's get about 40 minutes of drinking in, because then the bar closes. You know what I mean? But
I'm
I don't
wondering.
know.
I'm wondering. I'm wondering. No, I'm wondering. I'm wondering. Right, if you guys have got the ability to have an English accent, like if you've got the.
Well, it's got some English. I mean, it's depending on what you're looking for. I mean, it's not so much you want an English accent. You want a voice of concern. It's not so much we have a problem with so much the east side of town. It's the west side of town. It's just a bit too many people of the wrong side of the religion.
I mean, that's very good. That's very good. That's very good. That's very good. To me, that's very good. It's very sort
That was
of.
impressive. That was very impressive.
Yeah, that was very. That was
But
very
I think it
impressive.
also depends on what kind of voices you want to hear. It's not always. Hold on a second. No, I don't want that. No, I want two cookies. I'm not gonna get back here. It depends on what you want to do in life. If you want to be like alone, or if you want to be like hanging from a tree. If you ever hung, have you ever been hung before? How
No, but
hung high?
now you're making it sound like, hi, guys,
Yeah,
yes.
no, it's just a high pitched voice. It's just
You gotta find range or something, otherwise you get boring.
No, that's a very different thing. Like I
Yeah.
think it's just a very different thing.
I love that. That's great.
Well, you have to explore the fullest state of your self. I go to the high ones just because I like to do like my wife's voice, or I have to do a female character, or my only cat that I can do is Hazel, and she's a tabby, and obviously she's a girl, so I have to do a girl voice, right? But I don't do. It's hard to do a good low voice. Oh, unless you're doing like, if I do this voice, you know what I mean? You know, first right, free speech, come on site often. He's real cool, not hurt, you know. But that one requires a mindset, and it works best with a filter. That's what's great about today is I can not only can I do the voice, but I just get a filter and I just create a character, and then I create a whole continuum around
The
them.
question I have, Dan, the question I have, if it's possible for me to ask a question, and
Please.
I hope that you do. Like, what accent is yours? What's your natural accent? What is it? Which part of the states is from? Like, I'm wondering. Like, I'm almost like questioning like which part of the United States is your accent from? Like, and I know
Oh,
that.
well, I'm glad you asked. I'm from Ohio, so I don't know, man. I'm in the neutral.
Ohio, no problem, no problem, Ohio. Like,
Right.
I love the accent. It's perfect.
I didn't
It's
even know
like
what that
it's
is. I
so
think
general.
it can be a little bit of Southern if you get down to Kentucky, but I don't want to do that. I mean, otherwise, Ohio is kind of like. Also, this is Ohio intellectual. This is Ohio brought to you by the people that brought you NPR, National Public Radio. Radio is so safe that odds are you'll be heard by a hamster before you'll be heard by us. You know what I mean? It's like it's a neutral part of the world, but I like it.
But I actually find it to be wonderful. Like, which part of the country are you from? Actually, like, really? Like, I know that I'm honestly
Well,
like.
my family's from California, so I guess I'm from my origin. I guess I'm from the rivers and the seed of father. The seed of Dan was first found in the issues houses of California. Yeah, so it was found in California, and he was dragged to the Midwest as a young prophet boy. As a would-be carpenter, he too worked with Jesus alongside the other elves. Right?
Is it like is it really that difficult? Like, it doesn't sound like it's that difficult. You seem like you have a problem with that, but like I know
No, I like it.
I understand, like I understand
I
why,
kind
like.
of like the notion I'm from California because people, when they meet me and they hear all the stuff I do in technology, they always like, well, "Why aren't you in Why aren't you in California?" And that's just it. I had to be taken to the promised land to
Where's
help the meek.
where to you is the promised land? That's my wonderment, right? Right. Where is the promised land to you?
The
Answer my
promised land is
question.
wherever I am standing because I am the
No,
promised
but like
land.
you seem to have the issue with the and I'm wondering where that might be.
No.
It's hard.
You know what I really like is that at the end of every question, you kind of raise up your voice with a joke. It's an interesting interview mechanism. It sort of eludes the notion that you're interested, although you're probably not.
No,
One
I'm
being,
totally interested.
are
Honestly,
you
I'm
sure?
really actually I'm
Are you
completely
sure? I
interested.
don't feel you're being genuine. Can you please give me alphabet backwards? How well can you do that? How do I know that you're real? Say
Z
the alphabet
Z
backwards.
Y X L etc.
Look at that. You stopped. I got etc. How long was that, Sandra? That was less than 7 seconds that time. Another nominal. Interesting. You keep getting more advanced every year. Bring it, Elon. Elon, bring your worst. But anyways, we should bring up the what was it? The Bitcoiner, the Bitcoin shaman. It was at that minute
Yeah.
that the Bitcoin shaman stood on the stage and whipped out the Bitcoin and threw it on a plank table. It went on the table. That's a pretty big Bitcoin, they said. Sure is. Who wants to touch it? No, I don't want to. No one wanted to touch the Bitcoin. The shaman put it away in his pocket full of holding or something.
I know. I do have a serious question about Bitcoin.
Brilliant.
What is it about?
What's the question? What's Bitcoin about?
Yeah, what is Bitcoin about?
Oh man, don't ask me. Like, come on, you can't be doing that. That's like, dude, are you doing like trolling? What page are you on? Like, is
No,
this
I'm not.
like
I'm not. I'm not. No,
trolling for
the thing is,
beginners?
no.
Go to our channel and
I'm
ask what
done. I'm
Bitcoin is.
done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm from Northern England, right? My name is Dan, and I'm from Northern England, and I'm wondering what Bitcoin is about because I find it to be fascinating, and also kind of idiotic.
I think that
Now,
we should explain it, but it should be explained in a movie. So, Lauren, could you describe Bitcoin in a movie? What movie would best represent the notion of what Bitcoin is?
Can you guys hear me
Oh
now?
my gosh. Yeah, we can hear you. Describe Bitcoin in a movie? I don't think that, I don't know. Um,
Come on, it could be like, the
yeah,
Wrath
because
of
it's stupid.
Khan or
It's stupid
something,
as well.
So how you guys doing? I'm from
good. How are
Colombia.
you?
We're doing good, Shaman. What's up?
This is the Bitcoin shaman, and well, I was just talking to Lauren. She said she had a vision and she's building something, the Ark. So I guess everybody, like many people in the entire world, are having this kind of mystic missions or visions, or let's say um, channelings of information that they come from the same font. I believe Bitcoin is one of those, and well, I started waking up. As I said, I've been into shamanism for some years now, and yeah, Bitcoin is the answer for so many things, I believe.
¿Dónde está mi abrizo? Bribarcito. Quiero beso. Quiero.
Well, you have a great Spanish. Lauren, can you tell me
No,
about your vision?
no, mi español es súper limitado.
Can you tell me about your vision, Lauren, about the Ark?
Yeah, so I've had a series of them. But the arc essentially, I would call those my September prophecies. So I
September?
saw where, yeah, so I had a flood of visions that happened last September.
Where were you?
And I was in South Carolina at the time.
Okay.
And so there was a giant wave that was coming, and the wave was, I believe, metaphoric. And that there were all of these people, and was told to lead them up the mountain and to get them on the ark, and that there were going to be many people that were blind by it, and we were to leverage everybody's top talents on the ark and build decentralized communities. And then I saw a world with Bitcoin, and children were given weapons with one arm tied behind their back, and they were like sitting ducks. And I saw a world with Bitcoin, and it was decentralized. It wasn't war torn. People were working together, united, to build for the future. We were teaching each other, and so it was like everyone was kind of coming together in these small communities, and that's kind of like what inspired. And there's so much more. Like I have it all typed out, journal entered with date and time stamps. There's a lot more to it that would take a long time to explain the depths of those visions, because it happened while I was going through fasting for 10 days. And
Amazing.
yeah,
So, and let me ask you: Are you building? Are you
like
building your
literally,
vision?
yeah. I mean, are we actually building the ark as far as like building the ship itself? No.
Because the ship is not the ship. It's like a
Correct.
metaphorical ship. I understand
Correct.
it because I used to say something is Bitcoin is an ark for the flood of fiat, and we are building an ark with Bitcoin, but we also need to build communities. We also need to build villages in different parts of the world because we do not know where the shit is gonna come. So if we have to move, we have to have the village. So let me ask you, that's the question. Are you building it or
Yeah, we're building it. We've been building it since February. I have a community. I just added you to it. But we have a community on Twitter. We're on Clubhouse. Uh,
good?
gosh, I can't even think of it. The other Discord.
Good.
Yeah, we have a chat, all kinds of stuff. So it's just something that we've been kind of doing for a while now and tapping into, like, everyone. We have people that are all over the world that are experts in many different fields and subjects, all kind of coming together. But we're just kind of yeah, going with it. But you'll see, you'll check it out. I just added you to it.
It's amazing. Thank you. So, I have noticed that the world is changing a lot and there is a lot of risks in so different subjects right now. I'm feel very blessed because I am in Colombia, so I will never be missing food and water, but I will never freeze. So, but people in Europe is gonna be fucked up pretty close, and then people in other places, and for some people here in Colombia is gonna be fucked up as well because the economy is gonna go down. We all know that. So, but we are vibrating in a different frequency because we're connected with prosperity, and I've been learning about the jungle and about the medicines of the jungle for about 12 years now. And I have come to one conclusion, and I said Bitcoin is a spirit, just like ayahuasca spirit or, the spirit of nature, because actually Bitcoin is a force of nature, and it's all connected. It's all connected. And we are building also here close to, I cannot say like the exact place, just in Colombia, because we need to take good care of ourselves. And I would like to connect with you and with your community to see, the possibility to travel. I love the States a lot. Uh, Maybe you won't believe this, but I spent 6 months in Mississippi. I used to be like a goddamn redneck a little bit. I went there to be an exchange student. So I would like to go there and maybe bring people. I'm talking about this new subject that I call it like spiritual language exchange. So we can teach people to learn English and Spanish, and at the same time, we can go through spiritual process, so they can become better version versions of themselves. And I would also like to bring people, if you want to come and everything, we'll set something really beautiful and really amazing, really secure, something really cool, so we can connect and start making these kind of changes. So it's a real pleasure to meet you guys, and Lauren, especially to you. Um, we'll keep in touch, okay?
Yeah, sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's funny because I think we're all involved in Bitcoin in one way or another. Some directly, some obliquely. You know what I mean? And although I don't um, build my entire uh, business around it, I don't think there's anyone with a net worth over $1 million that isn't holding some amount of BTC.
I think that is true. Sure.
Now whether we can use it to get more fresh water, that is a different, discussion. Is it possible? Sure. All right. But it's going to take forward thinking people and people that are willing to maybe look like idiots in the eyes of other people in order to succeed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and there's
It's worth it.
there's other sources besides just the planet. There's evidence of interstellar water. according to some, physicists out of the University of Chicago. So there is hope besides just our planet, but that's, harvesting that would probably be, fairly well off.
Returned with water, didn't it? Like
The what?
the Hayabusa 2.
Mm-hmm.
It landed on a comet and came back, didn't it? Like last year.
I have to look.
We're already doing it.
We're already doing
it. Well, because we already know that we're going to be out of fresh water, so they're already mining comets and asteroids.
Dude, I didn't even know that 20% of the world's fresh water is like within driving distance of us.
Yeah.
What the shit, dude?
Yeah.
So you're saying that we could potentially be a war zone if people don't figure their shit out?
Well, because the thing is that most of the fresh water is bound up in glaciers. So that's why.
Oh, shit. All right. Never mind. So we're fighting over our neighborhood and Alaska. Or the Northwest Territories, let's say.
Basically, all of Canada is all of the world's water.
Fuck. Never mind.
You're listening to the Syndicate. That's right. We're coming up on 7:20 p.m. here on the East Coast. Weather outside is a little rainy, but the leather on the inside is doing great. Did you say leather on the inside, Dan? That's right. The leather on the inside of my pants is pretty fine. Have you ever worn just fine leather pants before, like a really good pair? I remember one time a friend of mine said, "Why do you like leather pants so much?" I said, "I don't know. It's just something you only see in the movies." And that's when the day she decided to wear leather pants to the sushi restaurant. That's right. I'll never forget that pair of pants.
I've worn leather pants before.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, like,
I'm
I
not
mean,
I'm not a fan of leather pants. Like I always feel like at least okay, and here's the thing. I'll wear leather pants in the winter time, not in the summertime. I mean, I don't know why anybody would wear leather pants in the summertime that I think about it. But it's just so uncomfortable in the summertime.
Yeah, you'd be swimming for sure, right?
Yeah, it's
They're
like,
too
well,
and you
that's
can
what I
hot.
just like,
mean. So she wore this in Houston. I mean, it was like 100 degrees out, and she's wearing these leather pants. So obviously, she had an ulterior motive, which was to date my roommate. And it worked out. I mean, it definitely worked because he fell for it. I fell for it. I was blown away by those pants.
Now I'll have to find a vegan pair. I don't know how that's going to look, but we'll see.
I mean, I think it was fine. I got over it. I mean, they hooked up, right? It was like the classic scenario where it was like, hey, how's Craig feel about X and Y? And I'm like, dude, the guy is like a sous chef. That's all he is. I don't know. You know what I mean? He's got 2 jobs. That's not like I knew anything, but no, always,
Dan,
you know.
I showed Allie some of your Midjourney stuff. Do
Cool.
you have
Thanks.
any more invites?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
don't
yeah,
even have. Do you have the discords?
yeah, yeah.
I think I have the Discords. The students made me get it so I could talk to them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I don't. So I don't. Yeah, I'm one of those like non-tech teachers until the kids are like, "Get it, Tenyuk," and I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All
No, I'll
right.
shoot you guys an
So,
invite real quick.
all
Anyone
right,
else you
wicked.
want, just ping me.
Yeah, the Midjourney stuff that you're doing now is I know you've been using it for a long time, so you have like a symbiotic relationship with this shit, right?
Well,
But yeah,
I'm kind of like, I don't know. I've been sort of exploring this vibe of like 70s anime
the color
slash.
palette is gorgeous.
Yeah, and I have like this affair with color in terms of like I like to pick a dark extreme and then a bright extreme, and then how I describe it. Um, the AI interprets how the range sort of works, and then I sort of play until I get the right, scene that I like with the right juxtaposition, and then kind of snap it. But I have a lot of the times, most of this stuff is sort of like what I call my storyboarding. I'm like I'm making
I'm making really great sort of anchors so I can come back to this memory when I do know, okay, it should be 16 by 9 and it should be, you know what I mean? Like I don't know all those parameters just yet, but
Hey,
yeah.
Dan, I gotta ask you a question. What is the first date? No year, just the first date to pop in your head.
Wait, what do you mean? What's the first day? What was that? That was
No, like a
I was
date, like
17 years old and she was 19.
no, like a date of the year. Just give me any date of the year. That the first one to pop in your head. Or Sandra.
Oh, I don't know. How about 6/18?
Thank you.
I had the first thing that was in my head was 1988. That was the first thing that just came to my head when you said year, and I was like, oh shit, was that the right year to say that? I was like, I don't know.
I said not the year, but 6/18 will work. Thank you.
But a date, I would go with whatever let's use. How about I give you the word or 2 letters, whatever numeric value the letter A is connected to, and then add 18. So I just don't know what value.
January 18th.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Thank you. So 6/18 and January 18th. Got it.
What does that mean? What are we doing?
I have no idea.
Don't worry about it.
It's like a numerology thing. It's going to be like, okay, now, so apparently you
I
guys
think she
will.
has a Dan doll and she's going to poke it in the ribs.
No, I'll explain it when I'm done. Just give me a sec.
Hey, Catherine, what's going on? You're feeling good? You're feeling nice? Oh, I came up with with uh uh I'm, I'm pitching Zach on the idea that I want to rewrite his book. So this is what I have so far. So this is the preface. When that the general is not like the hive, to whom the foragers shall all repair, what honey is expected? That's Bill Shakes. Humans, just like deers, get killed when they get stuck in the headlights of life. Bottom line up front, your company is going to fail if you don't become a leader. And there's not a university on the planet that teaches leadership. The only place where leadership is taught is the military. Business school teaches a diluted version of the military doctrine, and this is why founders fail to succeed. If you don't learn how to lead like we do in the military, you're going to be destroyed. There's just no other way to put it. Win the War teaches founders how to get their head out of their asses and take action before they get run over by opportunity. Dave Snowden pointed out the most uncomfortable fact in business today. The companies that fail do the same things that the companies that succeed. The only difference between the companies that fail and the companies that succeed is leadership. And as we know, a pack of sheep led by a lion will defeat a pack of lions led by a sheep. Harvard doesn't create leaders. Princeton doesn't create leaders either. There was one organization on the planet that creates leaders as a means of survival, and that's the military. So you can either attempt to start a company as a sheep, or you can learn how to become a lion. I can't decide for you. It's a decision you're going to have to make for yourself. Quote, I find myself facing the same obstacle over and over and over again until I figure out a different way to respond. That's the preface.
Fucking amazing.
That was really good, man.
Where can I sign up, bro?
Yeah, I would buy that.
So I wrote a first version. I showed it to the wife. She's like, "No, it's shit." I'm like, "All right, fine." Let me write another one. And that was the second one.
Second one's much better.
Yeah, thanks, man. So like, I think what I'd like to do is like just go through his book. I read it. And it's like, man, because you know there's a difference between who you know Zach to be and what you see on the page. Is like, no. That's not Zach. I know Zach. I've talked to Zach. Go ahead, Vince.
I think I'd like to disagree. I agree with a lot of it,
Beautiful.
but I think I disagree with some of it because I think that there are people who you can grow, like people who have ability to grow that do not flourish in a space like that, in that environment.
Absolutely. And for those people who don't flourish, they're going to have to go somewhere else because we can't help them.
No, you can.
I don't mind alienating people to embrace others.
I'm serious, man, because sometimes people need that extra, they need extra attention. Somebody, like, we don't know what we don't know, and that's
My brother, you're talking about text messages, real life pictures of yourself up at 5 a.m., pictures of the meals you're eating. I don't think you get more attentive than that.
But I think my point is that,
I'm kidding.
I know it's okay, but I'm just saying, like, you don't have to, like, sometimes, like, being super direct is actually gonna shut somebody down.
No, so I'll be serious real quick. And when you're writing, you have to write with a specific person in mind. If you if you're writing on a very generalized basis, what will happen is people will lose that sense of like they're reading something that was written for them, and then it loses its value throughout the reading, and someone just throws that book into a basket of other books that have never been finished, and they don't really walk away feeling anything from it. You know what I mean? Like if you go too
I
generalized,
hear you.
then you lose out on the specific identity of the
You lose
person
the
that you're really
voice.
trying to reach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think like, if I'm looking at it in terms of it just being a book, then yeah, okay. But if it's in terms of being like a strategy, then yeah, maybe you just take that angle, and a lot of people will gain a lot from that. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying in general, I don't think everybody. But yeah, okay, I hear that.
Yeah, it's very hard to write with everyone in mind, my brother. It's very hard. Speaking from somebody who tries to do it, that's when I have the biggest amount of writer's block. Is when I'm trying to write. Like, oh well, what about this guy? Well, oh well, what about this? It's so tasking.
That's why there are only so many great writers. you know.
Well, the greatest writers made someone feel something, and they spoke in such a way that it moved a certain audience. But if you were to put that same book, that same great book we are talking about, in front of somebody with a completely different life experience and interpretation of reality, that would look very different, you know?
100%.
Like the Bible. Like if you put the Bible in front of an atheist, number one top selling book in the world, right? you know?
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of great writers who people are like, yeah, I don't really like that guy, so they like somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
get it.
think your point is I think
I think you cut out, or I did. Listen, I love, like, I think when, like, Zach comes in and gives the military perspective on things, like, I actually really enjoy hearing that because it's just boom, like, that is what it is, and it is accurate generally, very very accurate. But maybe just, I guess my point was just saying it's not for everybody. That's all. But I can't hear you. I'm not sure if you cut out or what.
He's just swearing his ass off, I think. Could you imagine? I'll tell you something. No. Yeah, it's I think you're totally right. The only reason I say that is because I went to business school, and I wish I went to Zach's school. I think if I went to Zach's school instead of business school, I would have ended up because my mentor from business school had a military background, right? And I think I gravitated to him because his doctrine was so clean. You know what I mean? It was just without fat, and I appreciated that. Yeah, Richardson. Yeah.
So I basically Jerry Maguired out of, like, a business that I was in at one point, literally, and because I just thought that things weren't going the way that I wanted, and I just did my own thing, and because I just the there's I think things are just so established in a certain way that if you can think about it in a different way, how else like how else are you going to succeed? Do you know what I mean? Like you can do the same thing, right? I mean, that'll work. It's proven, but where are there other opportunities is kind of I think my point. So you don't need to, it doesn't have to always go like a certain way. I can give you an example if that's what everyone's waiting for.
Yeah, sorry about that. Now go ahead.
It's fine. No. So in the industry that I'm in, there's all kinds of meetings, and you're encouraged to go to these meetings and these trainings, and you're surrounded by people who are in the same goddamn industry. And I just thought it was a waste of time. I'm telling everybody it's a waste of time. Like, what do you do? No, I know what your career is, but like, what do you do? Oh, I like to sew. Okay, go to your sewing group. Go there to sell. Don't be here. Why are you going to this meeting with all these other people who are doing the same goddamn thing? Get out of here. Go do something else. Do everything you do. If you want to golf, go golf. Do whatever you do, but just make sure everybody knows what you do.
Just I'm having a problem adding people. I tried to add someone and it said for them to try again. I don't know. Just so you're
Get
aware.
up. Let me try. One sec.
Elizabeth
But
one.
did that make sense to anybody though? Like in terms of these your events to go, and I guess you can make friends and be nice to everybody, but does anybody know? You know what I'm saying in terms of not having to be in the space with all the same people that do what you do all the time?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm bad at golf anyway. No, kidding.
It makes a lot of sense. I'll tell you. I'll tell you, it makes a lot of sense. It's very successful.
And what is that?
Go ahead, man.
Oh, he's talking to us. Sorry. I think it depends on the career that you're in, though, because I love going to teacher conferences, and that's where I get some of my best ideas, talking to other educators who are, at the top of their fields and really engaging students. Like, give me ideas. I soak it in. I love to learn more about how to be more engaging in the classroom. So I think it depends on what your background is.
I 100% agree with you. I also really liked doing the teacher. We used to do like all sites, and I taught outdoor ed, and I would 100% be going to those to learn how to teach these kids, because it's kind of a different. I guess I'm speaking of sales, like in business, but yeah, totally. Teachers together, that's a fun room. I'm there, 100%.
I just realized the title says 90-Day Bitcoin Fiance.
That's what I thought was. I'm like, yo, I would love to come to. Where are you, California? Yeah, I would love to come to California. I believe in everything you're saying. I'd like to be the first animal on the ark. I'm like, damn. You know, she like maybe you can get the dowry in Bitcoin. 2025, motherfucker.
I would love a Bitcoin dowry.
You want a Bitcoin dowry?
Hell yeah.
You don't want to take. What about fiat? Fiat's the future.
Is it?
I don't know.
No. No, that's hilarious. I think it might be like the energies today, because I had a space earlier and like 2 Bitcoiners got married on my space out of nowhere. Like, we were talking about decentralized communities, and then all of a sudden this dude came in hot, and he said to my girl, like to my friend, he was like, "Hey, so where are you from?" And it was hilarious because like his Bitcoin friends were like trying to coach him on how to talk to girls at the same time. So I don't know, it was just really funny. I guess she had to be there, but
Oh, that's so
yeah,
cute.
it was cute.
Get engaged or get married?
Well, he got Twitter married. Kind of like
Oh,
what Ruben should have been there, because they did need an ordained minister. But we witnessed it, and it was beautiful.
oh.
So
Yeah.
there was actually a wedding on chain. I don't know if y'all heard about that yet, but the Bitcoin fiance, or they should try getting married on chain just to like go full circle.
Damn, that's I hope they know it's immutable, you know?
Hi, Crypto Bella, I
Yeah?
see you.
You're saying you wouldn't marry me on blockchain.
I mean, I'd have to think really hard, right? That's a blockchain. That shit can't be deleted. Nothing.
Right,
You know
but
what I
like,
mean?
so that's the question. Would you be able to like do another transaction after that to like maybe mute?
Or maybe you can like prepay alimony. You know how prepaid legal? Yeah, prepaid alimony.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's what I was thinking, and I said it in other spaces that like you can then split up the assets ahead of time, but like won't like take into account like things that happen during the marriage, like the contribution of one spouse or the other, and things change over time. So I
Or
don't
if you
know,
could
but
like,
it's kind of
if
interesting.
you could verify infidelity on chain, you could like,
Oh my god!
right, right, to buy on the chain. Be like, if right.
Yeah, my prenup will be real simple. A big fat 0. I don't want anything.
I want it all. I'll take it all.
Okay.
Just kidding.
I
So
mean, I don't believe in like setting someone up like that. If you're at 0, there's no way you can possibly think you're being taken. Well, I guess there are ways, but I like to think that person's like, all right, I'm not getting taken advantage of here.
Well, I think if you're going into it with thinking that you might get taken advantage of, I don't know. Actually, as someone who's not married, I'm probably not the person to speak on this issue. But Alex, I also agree. Conferences are awesome. I love them. Every day, all types, even sales conferences, I'll do it. Is she there still?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, sorry. The brains of the operation. Let me walk back over. 1 sec. It's so funny because it's like I'm really just a Trojan horse for her ideas.
He's a cute little pacer, so he walks around the house all day.
Yeah, that's it.
What's going on? What were they asking?
Oh, they just want to not talk to me. And
I think Dr. Carey down there had a question. I'm not exactly sure.
Hi, Dr. Carey.
Hang on 1 second. Sorry, I didn't have a question, but I just have a couple of people over. I'm sorry. I didn't have a question, right? I didn't press any button. Anyway, how's everyone doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good.
I'm okay.
how's it going? Positivity.
We just went to dinner, me, Duke, and Lagatha. So I just got back, and then I'm like, oh, they know Lauren of Light. I'm gonna come say hi. And Lagatha was already in, and she said something about like Lauren of Light was trying to get men to be simps. Is that what it was? I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that was a great
And
show.
that's why I love her.
that was a thought experiment. So what we did was we started did a thought experiment that involved something that we called the feminine dictatorship. And so it was a room where only that men were only allowed to speak when they were spoken to. And
That's awesome.
It was so freaking funny. It was hilarious. What we found
Do you have
was
rules for it? Okay, what you have? Sorry.
yeah. So this is how it worked, right? It was an interesting experiment, by the way. Like it gained a lot of traction with the people that were involved. But with the thought experiment, so we wanted to see, because the reason behind it is because we've grown up in a society where like men kind of rule the society, right? And women in the past didn't have a lot of rights and weren't able to kind of speak to everything. And you go back far enough, and a lot of them were like murdered or burned at the stake or whatever, right? So the rules were that men could speak only when spoken to, and they essentially had to do whatever we said. If they
rules were bullshit.
They talked, so like right there, Fitz would have been punished, right? Because he talked out of turn. So and we have to give them permission. So if they have to raise their hands, and then we would say, you may speak. And if they got out of hand, then women would punish them. And it was very interesting.
Did you have rules like lined up beforehand? Because I'm thinking like, did you have them say something and then like not acknowledge it, and then a woman would say the same thing, and you're like, yes, I totally agree with what Dr. Carey said. Did that happen? Sorry, I just find this totally fascinating. This is amazing. Do you have it on tape on Twitter Space?
Absolutely not.
Okay, we could do this again. See,
One day.
Props to Michael, because he, that's like, and sorry, there are people singing behind me, but
I would love to get the guy's perspective of it, because it was really interesting.
I think that's awesome. Oh, Lagatha
We
said it's
actually
recorded.
have the recording. Go ahead, Lagatha.
Well, it's a bit weird. We have echo. Yeah, it's difficult. I have to go elsewhere. I just wanted to say hi, but yeah, it was recorded. I believe at least parts of it were recorded, and yeah, Fitz really didn't like any rules. Surprise, surprise. And Fitz was just asking for punishment, really.
Yeah, so that was the other thing, right? So only the women had rights. And so one of the rules that were made up, this one girl, Sinbags from Australia, she said that the rule was that if men misbehaved, then they would have to be our pets. And so we had to select our pets. And then the pet owner, so like Lagatha selected, I believe Fitz was her pet. And I believe that she said that he had to wear sand in his shorts or something like that.
Never come up when I hung out with them in real life last night. Like literally, this never came up.
It was great. It was hilarious. It was really funny. Fitz did terrible at
I
this
think that's
game.
amazing, because today I was like leading a relationship space with two guys. And I was a co-host. Oh my God, I apologize about the music in the back. And I was just telling Lagatha, and they're really nice people. So, but one of them was like, "This is what women want." And this guy Salman from Dubai, and he was like explaining these are the 4 things that women want, and it wasn't based on research or anything like that. And it was just very interesting. Like this happens a lot, and women don't talk like that about men, right, Fitz? Anyway, I'm interested in
Sure.
it. We should do it again. Sure. You say that now. Fitz, whose pet do you want to be? My pet or Lagatha's pet? He can't answer that. That's too
No,
mean.
no. The whole thing was garbage. I'm not. Nobody's. I just will. I just didn't listen to the rules, basically. Kind of.
All right. Sorry for invading your space. I had a couple glasses of wine.
Yeah, surprise.
Well, Fitz was very disturbed by this game, I must say. Like, anytime Fitz was like trying to he was just like, no, this is not, like, he took it very seriously. Fitz took the thought experiment very seriously, and what we learned was that he would not do well in this type of environment.
Kind of like everyone in Massachusetts. I think it's interesting that Fitz is from Massachusetts, because it is very, you think it's liberal, and it's getting more, it's weird. Women we have a long history with voice in Massachusetts because of the Salem witch trials, and we were persecuted for saying things that weren't, male friendly. And it's just, I find it, can you hear Walk Like a Man is playing outside my house? But anyway, I think it's funny that he's from Massachusetts and had the most difficult time, because we always say that we live in such a liberal state.
So Mike just posted a little snip of it, and it's freaking hilarious. Or I don't know if that's the one that we did or not, but basically it went like this. Like, we would say we only had females that were, well, for the most part, except for the one that we didn't hear, only the females were co-hosts. But what we found was that very quickly, the men started to listen to, because at first they were very like tyrannic. They did not want to listen to the rules, but it only took them, being held accountable like one or two times to start to abide by the rules of the game. It did not take long at all for them to completely alter their typical BAU like way of interacting or engaging with people on Twitter. And in fact, they started to request it. They started to request
No.
it.
I was mutiny the entire goddamn time. I was going for a mutiny and trying to get Michael to agree, literally the entire time. And then you assigned somebody else like a security job, and I kept getting in trouble.
You guys should make it into a game or something.
I
Game
was willing
night.
to help. I was willing to help though, Fitz. Remember, I did try. They took away my rights too.
Oh, I just wanted to check if Fitz heard the question that Carrie asked earlier, because it didn't sound like he answered the question. Anyways, hi Casey.
Sorry.
What? I was wondering if you would rather
I
be
gotta
the head
run.
of.
Hang on.
You gotta run, of course.
I want the crickets.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, it makes me happy.
See, I got to confess something about the dictatorship. I immediately went for the long play, and my goal was to become the indispensable pet that you would fight over. And I was trying to lure you into arguing with each other.
That's funny.
It is. It is. It was a thought. It was a
should have
try.
did that. We should have did that.
They made me the spy right away, and I was gonna play it up as the double agent. I was gonna bust a bunch of the guys and like, okay, Dan has to only say negative things about AI, so you can only speak in slang, no proper English, and just tank all the guys, and then turn that back around. Yeah.
But see, the guys wanted to be the spy, right? And so I got yelled at for making you the spy immediately.
Oh, if I'd only had more time.
The interesting thing is that I'm trying to so I've studied women's research and women's development research, and I wonder a lot of times when women start to feel stressed out about being controlled, they start to turn on each other because that's the only thing that they can control is other women. And I'm wondering if any men were controlling each other in a certain way.
They did. It's funny you mentioned that because the guys did. They started to call each other out. So it was funny because if one of the guys talked out of line, one of the other guys would be like, "Hey, Fitz just talked without raising his hand. Are you going to punish him?" They would get really upset.
That's so funny. That's
awesome.
That's exactly what it is. That's where the whole Mean Girl shit comes from, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mind blown.
Well, and it just goes to show, if you're in a dictator type environment, it's survival of the fittest, right? And so people just gotta figure it out.
See, that's my only trouble with the exercise in general, is that it's a mix of sexism and dictatorship. If it was a pure dictatorship experiment, you'd have a man and a woman both equally in charge.
Why couldn't you have two women?
I think it's just interesting to see what it's like probably for women all of the time. I remember I did this cybersecurity documentary, and some of the people in the room were women, right? And I asked the women, "Hey, what's it like being a woman in cybersecurity?" And they all said lonely. Right? So I think it was just interesting to see what happens when the shoe's on the other foot.
I feel like this is I don't know. Lagatha's like, how do you not know about this? I'm like, I don't know. I've been busy doing stuff, I guess. I was trying to lose like 12 pounds and then I gained it all back in the last week and a half, eating like everything. Because women have to have good bodies. Otherwise, people won't love us.
Lies.
Just kidding. Anyway, it's
I
fascinating. I want to learn more.
I would also argue that men feel a slightly similar type of they have to have good bodies. If you watch like Thor or any of the Marvel movies, I think that there's unrealistic expectations on both sides.
I do. I agree with that. I also agree. I also think that men typically make more financially, so they can be a little bit uglier. So there's that.
I also think that it's weaponized against women more than it is against men. Like it's weaponized in an industry of beauty products and makeup and things like that. Instead of like there's no makeup industry for men to weaponize, right? Except for maybe GNC supplements, right? Like
GNC supplements is the fucking olive oil, eh? And
I
L'Oreal admit.
spend as much on GNC as females spend on makeup.
I love it. I love it. I like that.
Counterpoint, smell like a man.
Oh, trust me, I smell really manly. I just finished working out and I haven't showered yet, so I smell. But I should just bottle this and sell it. This is the
Telling you, the Japanese market, man, they buy some wild
the
stuff.
anti-Tate musk.
You guys.
Why should Elon be the only one with Musk? You know, come out with your own Musk, Zach.
I'm really getting ready to start selling my bath water. That's all.
Wait, that's my idea already. Don't steal that.
Oh, stealing ideas. How typical.
Maybe you can mix your bath waters together.
Hold on, wait. I am a straight white male. I am entitled to steal any idea that's presented in this room. Okay.
Yeah, you can get fruit. That's not happening.
All right.
That's the American way.
Yeah, Mike can't steal it, but I can. All
I
right?
can't steal it. I'll carry your bags at the train station with the cash.
Yeah, I came back at the right time.
Can I tell you guys a loser story before Lagatha and I go do something? Because we have to do a couple things. It's really funny. Can
Please.
I tell you it?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I've been like a weirdo because there's this Real Housewife of Dubai and she's from Massachusetts. So I've been following her and like I called her my Twitty. That was a Freudian slip. I called her my Twitter bestie on a space today. She's like, okay, whatever. So so I invited her to the space that I was co-hosting with Tim Brown and Salman. I don't know if you know who they are. So she came and then she brought another Real Housewife and then like Lagatha and I was like so excited that I told them I was like, oh my God, after this space, I can die because two Real Housewives. Oh, Donica's here too. She was there. We're in my space. I was like so excited. Donica was leading the space too. And then when Duke and Lagatha came in the house, I didn't have the mic on. And I was like, oh my God, guys, guess what happened? Two Real Housewives were in the space and it was so cool. And she heard. And she sent me a message and I was like, because I had asked her, I was like, oh, would you ever want to like lead a space with me? And she said yes. And then I said that and I was like, I'm such a loser. Isn't that funny and horrible and sad?
Why wouldn't you just say it out loud in the space?
I did say it out loud in the space, but I also said it when Lagatha and Duke came back home with the mic off. And I probably went to the bathroom as well. Donica, did you hear it?
I did.
Was it so awful? Tell me.
No, wasn't. You speaking from your heart, and whenever you feel that is, whenever you are, you express it. Because if you hold it back, it's going to hurt you later. So you are who you are. Don't apologize. You know, you can make it better tomorrow. But at that moment was good what you said. I felt like my right was gone.
You felt like your Your what was gone?
I couldn't speak anymore. I don't know what was happening, but it was like
Yeah.
I fade away. I supposed to be in panel for people, and my name faded. I didn't know where I was anymore.
I think we had, I mean, actually, I'm going to send Salman, not to invade this space with this information, and I'll send you some feedback, Donica. I think we had too many people. Like, I mean, it's hard to have like 7 experts, right, on a panel. And I think we have to have a time, even though I think it was good. It was just, I don't think we need to have 3-hour spaces about like a serious topic, kind of. Like, I think maybe that's too long. But I do think maybe the amount of people we had on was a lot too. I don't know. Salman kind of does his own thing, which is great. But I gotta tomorrow. I'm gonna kind of think about what's the best. Like, what are we trying to do? What's the best path forward? What's a good use of time for everybody? So, but yeah, I feel like a total loser. So I just want to tell everybody that I'm a total loser. So if anybody's like a fangirl of me, just like tell me so I don't feel weird.
I'm
Or
clipping
fangirl.
this space, posting it, and tagging all Real
Oh my
Housewives.
God, it's totally recorded and I just confessed. But you know what? I did message her and she said, "No, you're amazing. It was fine." I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm horrified."
I totally love it. Like everything you're doing is like, you know, I love it.
Yeah, I felt really cool. But
Like I
Donica,
was
no, I
like
hear you.
really like turned on and everything. I just thought like the way everyone was like coming together was like really special and everything. And I just like that we all like bring that here together and we like share that amongst each other. You know what I'm saying?
All
Like
right, now we
it's
sound
like
like some of the women in NFT spaces. Stop.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Because Doctor, you told me about the NFT people, right?
They're
And then I
so
was like,
nice,
I
but
wonder.
they're so nice. Like they don't give you any
Yeah,
shit back. Like, you're like,
it's
"Oh wow, this
it's.
person really likes me genuinely," and like there's no sarcasm there. Like I don't know how to deal with this.
I don't know how to treat people when they're telling me they like me and they mean it. Um, KC has like it's a KC singer voice, you know, but women.
that
Hey,
soul
Doctor
sultry
Terry.
sound of the Syndicate.
I have a
That's
question.
right. We'll teach you.
Why hasn't anyone started writing a like TV show for Netflix based on like a group of crypto NFT building like people? You could literally
I
just
have
take
noticed there have been a
We haven't started the
couple
script yet.
of Netflix. There have been, what was it? There was one, I can't remember the name of it, but I'll look it up tonight. There was one. I did say there should definitely be like a Spaces one.
well, it's
Like a,
it's a documentary though, right? It's a crypto documentary.
oh, but not a TV show. You're
What
right.
I'm
Yeah.
saying is, do you take the whole storyline of Silicon Valley and just make it an NFT project instead of a startup? And you literally could take it almost episode for episode of the same issues and the same things that happen, and just
You
create
could
an
use my newsletter for the
yeah.
content to find out what happened. Like,
I think you can just translate it into like an episode of the Smurfs. So you got to do 6, add-on episodes to the Smurfs. Hey Papa Smurf, what are you doing? Well, I don't know. Looks like we got to get into this whole Smurf coin. You know what I mean? Smurf coin. Gargamel says. You know what I mean? It's got to be like a whole storyline.
Yeah, I like it.
I didn't mean to actually crap on the actual idea. I'm a
No,
big believer in sort of translate it into multiple layers to provide a sort of uniform consistency of awareness so that we can empathize on a greater level and to bring overall energy up to a layer of cohesion or sort of resonance that allows us to sort of not only explore the original content, but the additional timelines of which the content may actually synchronize to, which then would give us relevance indicating of potential trends in the space for us to monetize on.
I also do have this weird gut feeling that golf is about to be a big thing trending, like
Like,
across.
are you saying like female golfers
No,
specifically,
just
or are you
I
saying
think like golf, like it's going to be like people are going to start wearing golf attire, and I think it's going to be a fad. Like both, like
interesting?
I think it's going to be one of those things where it's like been kind of in the background, and then it's going to jump up. That a couple of those golf podcasts and golf, influencers are going to jump up in popularity because I think I just have been seeing a trend in that. So
The big thing in actual Ohio is cricket or something like that. Or is it t-ball? T-ball or cricket or whatnot is like getting to be really big here. So I could see. I mean, I definitely think there is sort of the new wealth, right? That is the new pseudo wealth. Like, what do? I trade Bitcoin. I know NFTs. I mean, that is enough to at least get you to the bar. You know what I mean? You might have to like show some relevance to get on the field, but
well, and I think that like back when Bend It Like Beckham came out, and it was like soccer movie after soccer movie after soccer movie, and then there was like the whole run of football movies, and then it was like baseball movies, right? And I really
well,
feel like golf is about to have its resurgence.
I think actually, I tell you what's going to actually come.
What
I
about
think
the legend of Bagger Vance?
Yeah,
it
but
could.
all those movies came out kind of like Tin Cup, Bagger Vance, all of them came out kind of in the same time, and then it was like all like a different sport. So I think that golf is about to resurge.
I think it's rollerball, man.
Well, if
I'm
you were
telling you,
going to make it
rollerball is
real,
coming.
if you were going to make it more realistic, see, Bitcoiners wouldn't trade or sell their Bitcoin; they would hold it, and they wouldn't mint NFTs. And so, you gotta make it more real if you're gonna, just go
Well,
from that
everyone knows
perspective.
that the best Bitcoiners are sort of the speak softly and carry beagle type people. They don't actually have to show any actual notion that they even have the coin. In fact, they don't even want to be anyway connected to that because obviously they want to sort of retain the truth of what they know to be true and not necessarily have to flaunt it. Now, if you're sort of in the middle of that, you're potentially doing more propaganda to sort of initiate and sort of cause more people to acquire the currency. But that only means they only do that if they understand it.
I also think that there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, you should hold Bitcoin, and then behind the scenes they're just trading it back and forth. Like I think that a lot of people say one thing in
Sure,
public.
you're the currency, right?
Yeah.
You're the product of the take. Absolutely.
I think that they say things just because that's what the room's going to want to hear, which is unfortunate. I think that a lot of people aren't super themselves or honest in spaces.
Yeah, I mean, I think early on, I spent a lot of time trying to suck up to Ruben and try to get some of his favor, but I gave up on that early on. It wasn't like once I knew that he knew a little bit of Japanese, I knew that like whatever truth that I thought I had was really fucked because here's somebody that knows like haiku, and he knows other things, and so it's like it's not someone you can easily trust. I'm surprised no one has noticed it too. That the video for Ruben, no one has noticed that the video of Ruben is the only video that so far has no text or title overlays. It hasn't come up, and then that's because you have to figure out what Ruben is. You could think he's the character, but he could be the boat, could be the music, might be the ocean. That's the cool thing about his character to me. Not really sure who he is. But that's what's really great about him. I mean, I know who he is, right? But why go with that? That's boring. Let's go with the other answer.
I'm just
Not who, but when.
just quickly, you guys, with Dr. Carey and I are heading out. Have a good night,
Come
and
back. Come back soon.
we might, but we need to do, some girl one-on-one time before we head. Hey, Dad, shush.
All right, you girls have some good time. Take pictures for us.
We take videos only, and you don't
Yes.
need to pay for them.
Okay.
That's fine.
We
Just send
take
me an
Bitcoin.
invoice.
We take Bitcoin only. Okay.
Well, then I'd have to trade Bitcoin, and I can't do that because
That
Lauren
that's
would get
your
mad at me.
problem. That's your problem. That's not gonna be my problem. I'm just gonna be receiving it. Either way, we're gonna be heading off, and we might hop back in, but we both
Remember,
have
we're
to.
buying 2 shots for you, so just get 2 shots. Let us know what the shots are, and we'll
Two
pay you back.
shots. We have shots at home. We don't need to go out. I brought shots from Germany, and I'm using Fitz's juice. That sounds dirty now. Fitz bought juice
Oh boy.
yesterday. Fitz bought juice yesterday, and I've been drinking it. Either way, we're heading off. We might be back. I don't think we will be because I
Bye.
have an early flight tomorrow.
Okay, if you
Everybody,
get hit on at the bar, come back in and let us know what the
sure,
what they
guy.
have.
Sure. It will not be. We will not be coming back in drunk on a recorded space. You're just really hoping for too much.
All right, no recordings. We'll restart it. Okay.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Well, while we have a moment, I would just like everyone to know I posted Kappa's first Win the War thread up above in the nest or the basket or whatever anyone wants to call it. So yeah, check it out. That was Kappa's first attempt at making a thread for Win the War. If
Sick.
anyone wants to look at it.
I'm gonna kick you out of the space if you don't retweet this. I used to ask. Now it's like, fuck off. If you want to be a part of this group, you have to support the people on the team. And one of the most important people on the team, if not the most important, is Zach.
No,
Zach,
that's Kappa. Sorry.
yeah. So Zach and Kappa are unstoppable. If you're in the space, kindly retweet and amplify and do all the things that you may one day ask us to do for you when you're launching your project.
Done and done.
My friend Quinn told me you have to support. Gotta support, because one day you're gonna ask people to come out to your show or, buy you a book or whatever it is, right? Buy the T-shirt and be like, it's a
Make
lot
your
easier to
video.
ask somebody, right? It's a lot easier if you do something first. The reciprocity is everything.
I totally agree. You guys have been great. So I retweeted, and I hate retweeting so much.
Hey, can you all send me the tweet that needs to be retweeted?
It's at the top of the space.
It's the most recent one to the left. It says the top 5 most important habits in life. Number 4 is breathtaking. Whoa, Kappa's a bitch. So, did he just write that? I think Zach got a call.
Well, you don't have to do what these authoritarian people are demanding that you do. Okay, you're a sovereign individual. You do what you want. Okay, you don't want to retweet, you don't retweet. You want to retweet, you tweet up a storm. Okay.
I wanted to retweet.
No, there's no sovereignty in here. That sovereignty stuff is for like other spaces. We know better. We know about the theory and practice of oligarchical collectivism. So yeah.
Sovereignty is only good for so much, man. Everyone knows sovereignty is good for the no dance floor.
I thought you were going to go with Dr. Strangelove, to be honest.
I wasn't sure where to go.
Oh, man, I love your Dr. Strangelove.
Hey, speaking of ambiguous segues, Zach, your hot takes on golf, I hear you. You know what sports ball will never have movies? Fucking cricket. Has anybody seen a game of cricket? The answer is no, because it takes 3 million years to watch a game of cricket. It was the most boring movie ever. It's going to get approximately 0.
Someone's as soon as I said golf, someone came up, and I don't think you were in the room, but their bet was on cricket. But I also think that they're just a big kitty. So I think that.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man. Don't you be telling that the cat has too long now, my good friend.
Oh my goodness! Could we remake Cool Run-Ins but cricket, and then we'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone?
It was Ruben that did the first Jamaican voice one time in a room. I think we were in a room and he like did some crazy Jamaican voice, and I was like, "Damn, that was really good." I wonder how to do that.
Jabby Bringle already.
All right, so what is our topic again? We're doing. We're still talking about Bitcoin. Lauren, what else is going on? Are we out of the Lionsgate? Am I free from that gravitational bullshit?
How dare you?
So actually, we are about to enter Mercury retrograde. Bum bum bum. So during
What does
Mercury
that mean for
retrograde,
me as
that's
a Leo?
scary. It's very, very scary for everybody. So
Great.
Oh,
everybody needs to go inside and not leave their house for about 9 days.
oh, that's
Kidding.
just fucking jingles.
Lauren, what happens if, because I'm in the army, I must leave my house starting tomorrow for 9 days?
Then you
Like
need to
a
put
smooth game
on.
plan.
So you need to create a gold energetic auric field around yourself. That's it.
I gotta buy gold? I'm gonna have to sell all my Bitcoin.
No,
All
no, no,
right.
no, 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 no. We don't sell our Bitcoin,
He's
Zach.
saying you need to get it every morning. If you get it every morning, you'll be fine.
No, you stack sats daily. Doesn't matter if it's $1, if it's $5, doesn't matter. You stack it and you hold it. But no, for real, Mercury retrograde.
If I rename
So.
Bitcoin gold, can I pretend that I have a gold? What if I just like switch the labels up? Are we good?
No.
Just don't mix it up with the poison.
You guys are so silly. I love it.
Yeah, neurotoxin.
Ruben, how
Oh.
come every time you're in this space, you are like having motorcycle races in the background?
Are y'all not having motorcycle races?
Every time Ruben's like, "Oh, I don't know why they are deciding to race right now. I don't know why they had to be so loud." I'm like, Ruben, how about you just like one time be in a space when you're indoors or
It sounds like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, you know, when they go in the desert.
Dude, I was talking about that movie earlier today. That's pretty funny.
Oh, get out.
Oh, you guys are so connected on the same vibrations.
Zach, look at you with your spiritual language. I'm so proud of you.
Here's the thing,
Oh boy.
Lauren, I have a crystal in my hand right now. Allie, what kind of crystal is this?
Oh, I forget. It's really good at channeling energy.
Oh, that's a Labrador. Labradorite.
Take a picture.
Let me take a picture.
Amethyst. What color is it?
Not to be confused with
Amethyst is my
Labradorite.
birthstone.
It's purple, though. This one's clear.
It's what color?
It's clear.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's selenite. It's selenite.
That's the one.
Huh.
You're welcome.
It's funny
That one
because
you can use selenite. Well, that's perfect. You're actually holding it at the right time because we're about to start Mercury retrograde. So selenite you use to cut cords, to cut negative energetic ties that are associated to your body. Yeah.
it's funny because a lot of people call me a selling out.
Oh, I can't wait for Zach's question. Go ahead, Zach.
It's actually about Smedley Butler. I would just like Smedley Butler to come up to the stage and if they're legally allowed to, explain the 89 different acronyms in your bio, because I speak all in acronyms. I speak all in acronyms in the army, and I just like looked at yours, and it gave me a splitting headache as soon as I looked at it. But I love it.
Subtext Rebuilder, LMAO Art, OG Taper, Dead Fish, W Panic, MOE, Almond, Disco, Biscuits, Web3, Blue Chip NFT, AB, XY, Fig 8, ORTF, NOS, DIN, Tascam, DR100.
Okay, here's
Exciting.
MOUSC, Mickey Mouse.
Smedley, if you come up, we promise to have a conversation about fish for 3 minutes. Okay, that's the key, by the way. If you see fish in somebody's bio, there's a 100% chance that they will engage in the conversation, but you have to be willing to talk about fish for at least 3 or 4 minutes. What?
Yeah, I love fish.
Wait, is it Fish the band or Fish the fish?
No one wants to talk about
It's Fish the band. I just used to tape shows, and they're just.
I told you.
Yeah, they're just microphone patterns.
No, I love anyone whose like whole bio is just like abbreviations.
Yeah, I don't know. I was on Ambien one night and was just like, hey, time to change my Twitter profile up a little bit. You know, it was too conspiracy based for too long, and the whole Smedley Butler thing was just a joke to like pull away from it a little bit. like in the day. So
I like it, man. I like it. I mean, it's like the most effective all use of caps goes to Smedley Butler. Come on down. You're the next contestant on the Syndicate at Night. Dun, 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 dun. What do we have for him, Gene? I mean, Brad. I think you're Gene. I always call him Gene, but he's Brad.
Look, I would be friends with the guy, but I can't respect anybody who likes the band Fish. That's a joke.
Brad, me and Smedley.
Jesus Christ, y'all are a tough crowd.
What
the fuck?
that's funny. That's funny shit
Kappa
too.
was the opening act, so it got really deep. So we're still on low reserves.
What the fuck? God. I've never actually listened to the band Fish, to be honest with you. I've just been listening to people talk shit about the band Fish for so long.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, you could talk shit on Allman Brothers or Grateful Dead too, but
well, first of all, I would never defame the fucking Allman Brothers.
I wouldn't either, man. My current jive right now is Marcus King.
Oh, that kid's a fucking genius, man. He's really good.
Yeah, he's not just good. He literally, like, he is a genius. I mean, you know, he was like a
kid plays
savant.
guitar like a beast.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, you know, Fish is one of those things you just got to experience, and like the shows are completely different than trying to tune into the vibe, like through a recording or anything else, unless you've been there. Like if you know, you know. Like, you know, it's, I don't know. They take music places that like normal people don't take it, you know. So a lot of
Yeah, you know,
progression.
like the last stage at the state fair. God damn it! I'm usually funnier than this. I got to try harder.
I saw where you're going. What you got, Zach?
We only have 1 minute and 12 seconds left to talk about Fish, and then our 3 minutes is up. So I just, if anyone has anything to say, you only have 1 minute and now 8 seconds to go. So
okay,
I just want to say that one thing I always thought about Fish was that it was associated with drug use, and not
I'm a big fan of
necessarily
drug use.
bad drug use, but like more well-respected drug use. Like if you could find a person that listened to Fish, they would not only get you high, but make sure you got home alive. So it just seems like a
what's more associated with drug use, Joshua Tree or Fish?
Fish.
I think Fish, actually.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to say Fish, yeah.
Yeah, Fish.
More than Joshua Tree?
I think we make a website of the top like 100 like drug affiliated things and like let
Joshua
people rank
Tree,
them.
Joshua Tree, Joshua Tree.
Yeah, but
Joshua
we need another data point. So I think it should be
No, you just make
music
a website where people can
and
just
drugs, but
upvote
then
or
also
downvote and
cereal.
moves
Like,
it up or down.
but the song should also relate not only to the cereal box but to the drug as well. So there should be an extra, correlation of data there to give us just extra richness.
Yeah. But I bet you that would have a lot of visits if you made a like top drug affiliated songs, movies, foods, and just let
Like,
people go up or down, up or down vote it.
Sure. But
I was kind of offended you guys didn't send
10.
me an invite until I heard what you were talking about.
Oh my God. There's always something with Brad, man. You either didn't give him the firmware,
I'm going to go overtime on the Fish allotment. I feel like Fish is the veganism or like the CrossFit of music, where like the folks who are into it, like you ever meet, like, being in a room and somebody says nothing and the other person says, "So I do CrossFit," or whatever the thing. Like, I feel like Fish is right up there.
I agree with that. You said something earlier too about veganism. Like, do we think people who are vegan are different? Do we think them?
Dude, you know how you know if somebody's a vegan? Don't
How?
worry, they'll tell you.
What do you mean? They'll just
Don't
tell
worry.
you?
Don't worry, they'll tell you.
I also think that if people invest in Bitcoin like it's a spiritual thing, don't worry, they'll tell you, or it'll be in their Twitter profile picture.
So is there a
Lauren.
correlation then between Bitcoin and
Hey
veganism?
now, Zachary.
feel like
No dinner for you.
Do you guys? You know what? I looked at my year-to-date trading volume, and it's $500 million. Isn't that crazy? It's because I trade on
Yeah,
leverage.
just to note, I never would have got up here and shouled fish. So,
No, Smedley.
or $500 million.
I want to thank Brad for teaching me how to trade Bitcoin. It's really good.
Oh my god, that video of you trading Bitcoin is hilarious.
You mean that video of him vaguely pointing at Bitcoin candles? And
When
He
you
showed
have
me
Bit,
everything.
Wait,
you
I
have,
want to see that one. Where's
oh
that
my god,
one?
It's
when
the
you have
most
Bit
recent
and you
video
have
at the top.
coin, what else do you need?
Can you put that one at the top of the nest? I haven't seen
Yeah,
that one.
it's right there. It should be right there at the top most left one. I want to thank Begins with 10 for teaching me how to trade Bitcoin.
Oh my god, I'm about to watch. It's gonna be great.
I was dying. Like, oh, Jack jumped over the trading
that's
Jack
why
be
he's
Bitcoin.
nimble.
divorced.
Wait, don't talk for like 10 seconds so I can watch
Okay.
it.
All right, everybody. Now
Do
go forward.
do 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 do. Do 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 do. I feel like everyone else grabbed their guitar. Should I grab my guitar?
Yes, please.
Oh, they put the mute button in the fucking like voice effect button like way too close to each other.
Yep.
That's not great UI.
He's suffering from bad UI. Who isn't? Thing is, you don't have to climb the Himalayas like Steve Jobs and drop acid just to figure out that the user interface is the whole thing. All you have to do is hire Matt L. Burgess. That's right, Matt L. Burgess. People aren't using your app because they don't want to. But that doesn't have to be the same. That can change. That's right, at Matt L. Burgess on Twitter.
Well, I tell you what, man, my app didn't have any buttons or nothing, man. And then I called that boy up, and man, he put all them buttons and shit in there. I got some sliders, some of them radio buttons. I can tick on out of there. Thank you, man.
Oh my gosh, that video was ridiculous. What? So spot on, Genesis.
So
Wow.
Genesis, I have a soldier right now who has a absolutely horrendous stutter. Like like cannot get through a 4-word sentence. Unless he goes into the most southern twang and then has zero stutter at all. So from now on, whenever he's like, just can't get through the sentence, we'll just go, hey, twang it. And then he just breaks into a southern accent and it's perfect all the way through.
That's amazing and super fucking weird. And I hope I get to meet that guy someday.
Yeah, I'll record it at one point because he'll be like, I just wanted to everyone to know that if I go down to the creek today and I go talk with my sister and I just don't know what to do, and I'm like, I don't know which one's harder to understand when you have the stutter or when you start talking about the creek and your sister and your cousin and all this other like country shit.
Somebody get this guy a Neuralink so he can understand. So what have y'all been doing today? Good talk.
We've been I've been peer pressuring Kappa into writing copy for Zach.
I've been making art, screwing around there.
I've been making new programming for clients so that they can use the new app interface.
Zach, what do you think about the preface? You like it? You hate it?
I have yet to read it because you told me my have shitty writing and it's unreadable and I'm an idiot. So I'm.
I didn't say it was Yeah, I did say it was unreadable.
You said it was unreadable.
Damn. You told him it was unreadable?
Yeah, my book. It's unreadable.
Your book?
Yeah, like the book I'm writing. I sent Mike the first like 14 chapters, and
God damn, you fucked it up that bad?
He goes, it's unreadable. But
Mike
I wrote
thinks it's unreadable.
And then he goes,
that guy can barely read.
And then he goes, but I wrote the preface for it, and I was like, and I started to read the preface, and I was like, I'm unreadable. Come on.
Oh, we should put them head to head and see which one people vote.
Well, I also have a 3-star general who's offered to write the preface, which I think would help with the military approval.
Yeah, that's a bit more. That's a lot more stars.
Yeah.
Than
Well,
I currently
I'm
have.
waiting because I put in an email to Jocko for him to write it, but I haven't heard back.
Do you know him?
Yeah, we've met like 3 or 4 times. Right. I had a meeting with him about like investing in my company in the beginning.
Do you know Mike Glover?
Sounds really familiar, but
he owns a company called Fieldcraft Survivor, and he was a ranger.
It sounds super. Wait, Fieldcraft Survival.
Yeah.
Let me look it up. I might know him. I don't know. I don't know him personally. Like I don't know very many of these like names personally.
I used to watch a lot of his videos. That's why I asked. He seems like a cool guy.
Yeah. I had 3 Medal of Honor recipients in my old unit that I like met, and like I have like their numbers, and that's pretty cool. But
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. But that was like my first unit. They were filled with like superstar heroes, so that was different.
Superstar heroes.
Well, I mean, you once you are a Medal of Honor recipient, you pretty much are put on tour by the Army.
Yeah.
So, but they hate it once their commitment to that fucking like travel the country and show off their medal. Once that commitment's done, they want nothing to do with talking about it.
Yeah. Well, most people don't really like to talk about their own heroics. It makes them very uncomfortable. It's like, here, stand in front of all these people and tell them all the 400 reasons why you're better than them.
Well, you also have to remember that, 80% 80% of the heroic acts are only necessary because of other people's fuck ups. So it's not like everything went right and all shit hit the fan. Like, Potts had to drag 6 bodies around because they put themselves in a gully because the commander was a lazy piece of shit. Never mind. I'm not going to go there. This is recorded.
Well, what we can't solve with competent behavior, we'll solve with brute force.
That's right, brute force, brought to you by a machine learning algorithm near you.
Brute Force is brought to you by Whammo Jam. Whammo Jam. We know what you want when you want to jam. How many times have you been out there in the kaleidoscope looking for the actual thing in your life that would make you happy and thought to yourself, shit, I don't have any Coke on you. That's right. You don't have any Coke, but you can go down to Whammo Jammo. That's right. Call us at 455 Wham Jam. Let's get some wham in your jam.
That's right. Whammo Jammo, brought to you by Exxon. That's right. You really can't get rid of us. Exxon Mobil. What the fuck are you going to do? Not much. That's what I thought.
Makes me think that the NPR deadpan ads. It's brought to you by Exxon, the corporation that put most people in the grave. Also brought to you by Radion. We put radiation in the air, you breathe it. And brought to you by Delos. Odds are you have one of us at home.
Gorgeous.
It's that SNL skit. The was it Salty Balls?
Salty what?
You've never seen the salt my sweat my
I know the sweaty
sweaty
balls. I was just clarifying.
I thought you were talking about Schmidt Gay.
I am. I'm really glad to be here. It's great to be on the show and let you all try my sweaty balls. I'm really excited about them. Do your balls always glisten? Yes. Like how they glisten on the side here. I'll pick up the underside of this one. How would you like to smell it? That's really terrible, by the way. I'm going to shut up now.
No, that was good. That was good. But
that made me feel sad.
It's a pretty powerful thing if you can.
Why do you talk like my uncle?
Ruben, what's going on with Ruben time, if you don't mind me asking? I have not gotten to see your last update, Space.
Yeah, what's your liquidity pool looking like for Ruben time?
971 available in the last month. 40 have been sold, and 144 allocation slots have expired, which is a problem. It means that in 15 months, there will be more tokens than allocation slots, which means I need to keep my shit together or start burning the unsold hours.
Ruben, you're in the Matrix right now.
Yeah, we can't hear you very well, but I just want to say that I probably would like to use some Ruben time, but I really suck on the whole transactional thing. How do we actually do that? Like, do I have to get like a MetaMask? It's always like something like, welcome to cryptocurrency. If you want to do a transaction, first let's read the old King James Bible in reverse. All right, did you enjoy that? Next, get down and download the bracelet and clamp it to your asshole. Now, put on the little signature and put the ring on your left knee. Now, genuflect twice. Now, we're going to show you a really advanced system that uses incredible encryption for some unknown reason. We don't know why things have to be as hard as they are, but we're sure glad they are. You know what I mean?
It's funny because it's true.
It's how we stop our parents from buying Bitcoin.
Well, I want to know, Ruben, did mine run out? Because it was telling me that mine was going to run out in September of this year. I thought it was September of next year. And I've been trying to trade Elizabeth 1 Ruben hour for 4 Elizabeth hours.
Well, okay, first of all, testing. Is this thing on?
Much better.
It's better. Much better.
Okay, cool. So, couple things. One, all tokens expire on July 4th, 2024. So you got time. Second of all, just to restate what I was talking about earlier, about 40 hours have been sold, 10 off chain, 30 on chain. 144 allocation slots have expired, which means that in about 15 months, there will be more tokens sold in theory than allocation slots available, which is a problem. So I either need to start burning the unsold hours or selling more fucking hours. New feature is the make an offer button, which I cannot believe that I didn't start with that. But yeah, it allows people to make literally any kind of offer. And I'm curious to see what people come up with. Yeah.
Well, I think that'll be exciting.
Wait, can I trade you 5 Mike hours for 3 Ruben hours on margin?
I mean, if presuming Mike consents.
No, I want to do it without his consent. Like, I want to do it as like a
Mike's
bet.
Consent, bro.
Like, I want to do it as a bet that I believe Mike's time will be worth more than your time down the road, and therefore I won't have to actually get his consent because it'll be so valuable that I won't ever need to actually use his time. I'll just continuously trade it back and forth.
So in theory, there's nothing stopping you from making the offer. The question is to whether or not I believe that it is worth the kind of thing that I would trade for, right? So I would need to believe that Mike consents to agreeing to the terms defined in the token that you as you define it. Instinctively, I would say no, unless you get a written thing from Mike saying, "Yeah, I'll totally do that." But you could definitely make the offer.
So I wanted to get some Reuben time, and I was going. So I, trying to use other people here that know this stuff. Anyway, so I bought 2 hours of Sandra's time, but now she won't trade that into Reuben time. So I'm like,
What? Wait a minute. No.
I mean, I kind of like have to use.
I'm just really offended now. I'm gonna have to aggressively use my time with you, whether you like
Right.
it.
Well,
Yeah.
I just think it's interesting that we're trading people's times. Like Zach is already trying to monetize a certain amount of Michael's time. I do like the fact that you could sort of buy up someone's time and then charge a premium for that person. I do love that notion because then you can sort of own them for the week or something or whatever. And then that's going to have, like, Brad will be doing estimates based on who he thinks is probably going to be owned in most quantity in the future months.
That's going to be so easy to predict. It's going to.
Not only is it going to be easy to predict, but imagine what happens when somebody builds an AI to arbitrage the difference between people's self-worth and their market worth.
Oh yeah.
The more dystopian gets, the happier I become.
So Sandra, about those hours.
Yes, sir.
Also, Ruben, I can't see where I have all your time. I can't find it in my wallet. I can't find it anywhere.
Well, that's because Reuben hours are usually transparent. It's a lot like that whole Scott Tenman thing where it's like, I'm going to give you the 20. Okay, and you give me your 10, and then your 20, and then you end up like you have all your cash is gone.
I am making an interim ledger through the use of a Twitter account, which is not an immutable ledger, but it's like sufficiently immutable for the purposes of just like creating a history of record, which will be interesting because as soon as you make it into a Twitter account, you can build APIs on top, which will be interesting. But yeah. Watch this space.
Dan is right. The whole process of trying to buy these things is just way too complicated.
It's redonkulous. It really is. Fortunately, I did make a Spotify. So the cool thing is because time is immutable. That is, it exists whether or not you sort of want to observe it. You don't have. It's not tied to a particular cryptocurrency, right? It's not tied to the dollar. It's not tied to whatever some ERC20. It just exists. So as long as there's a ledger for supply and demand and the commitments or lack thereof, you can transact in whatever currency you want, right? It just comes back to like, okay, how many have been sold, how many available, when are they redeemable, and under what terms? Yeah. So if you go, there's a website. That's a new thing. If you go to much2soon.com, you can find the regular ass Shopify page for boring fiat. But I've limited the supply there because every time somebody purchases it with a regular monies, I have to go update the token supply on the actual token thing. So I think there's only so many you can get before it stops working. But yeah, the proper, like the 1.1 should have all of that stuff in the same spot. I'm enthusiastically responding to these
What blockchain did you put it on,
questions.
Ruben?
So this is just the proof of concept, right? So I just put it on Polygon because it was the cheapest one, and I'm trying to sort of I'm trying to model it like I had no access to anything, and this is like the only way that I could get some sort of. I'm trying to pretend like I am the person with least access just to see how hard it is. And Polygon was the least painful one to start on. Unfortunately, it's one of the more painful ones to actually use.
Why? Why?
So if you use Polygon, it will force the person who is buying it can buy it with Ether, but then it's wrapped Ether. So it wraps the Ether in Polygon, and then you have to get a Polygon wallet in addition to your Ether wallet, so that you convert it. And then you have to get Polygon the currency so that you can unwrap the Ether, so that you can transfer it back to Ether, so that you can transfer it again back to whatever your custodial wallet. It's a freaking nightmare, man.
That's awful.
It's horrible.
That's a shit show, bro.
It is. It's so frustrating.
What about LRC?
Yeah.
What about Loopering Coin? Did you look at that?
I haven't yet, but I'm looking at taking just like, I don't know, like 20 hours and putting them on freaking everywhere. Like, I'm talking not just like the Bitcoins and the Ethereums and the whatevers, but like
Right, yeah.
Craigslist, right? Or
Craigslist.
like, I'm serious.
Bro, you wanna make a blockchain and call it Craigslist?
There you go. Now we're thinking. But yeah, so but you can make a transaction off chain, and as long as the parties sort of are agree that that'll be sort of reconciled on whatever history of record is being used, then it's fine. So, which is not the case for something like an ERC20, where there's a fixed supply. And the only reason it works like that is because time is fucking fiat, right? It's by mandate, right? Like if somebody, for example, stole the hours that Zach had purchased, all I would have to do to invalidate that is just not turn up, right? And the only way I can do that is if I am the Federal Reserve of that currency. And so it has all these weird properties by virtue of the fact that time already has been tokenized, and that's what we call the calendar or the wristwatch, right? And it's not really, we're not really tokenizing time so much as our commitments to it. And of course, our commitments are by mandate, aka fiat. So yeah, I guess the upshot there is fiat is the future, technically. Yeah, it's not going to be popular.
Oh my god, dude! I keep hitting the fucking sound effect button instead of the unmute button. Is it like that on your guys' shit too, or is it just like I'm on an iPhone?
You probably just have much larger thumbs than me because I don't have any issues.
Jesus Christ.
I just want to say, you sound like you're way cheaper and easier to hire somebody to lay stone. And the irony of not being able to find a mason when everybody claims to be a mason is incredible.
That's like finding someone who knows Python and things, right, Mike? Like, oh yeah, everyone says they can do it, but they all lie. I've heard Mike say that about 400 times in these spaces.
500. You weren't here the whole time.
Oh yeah, the revolving door of Mike. Just the same six.
It's all the same.
Six profound fucking comments that Allie's just feeding him from the sidelines.
Yeah, exactly. She went to Queens. I went to U of T. We copy. We learned how to copy at U of T.
My new goal is to say the profound saying that Mike's going to say before Mike says it, so that I can steal all of his thunder until he stops hosting spaces altogether and withers away into the abyss. And all that is left is me.
Wow. Good talk. Thanks for coming to Zach's TED Talk, guys. Next week on the Syndicate wants to eat itself from the inside like an Ouroboros.
Mike literally was like, I want to stop hosting spaces. I was like, so just stop hosting spaces. They'll get hosted. It just won't be
He
you.
hosted a space,
and then all he does is host fucking spaces.
Dude, the first thing he did, he like took a shit and then hosted a space. It's because he's addicted to us. He loves us. He wants
no,
to
I'm trying to
hear.
throw you off the scent so I could talk to DeFi Kid and get signed. You know what I mean? Get back to Earth. You guys are talking about quantum fucking mechanics. I want to talk to this pig farmer. You understand me?
Hey. These nuts are quantum mechanical, bro.
You mean you only have one ball, but they appear as two?
No, what I'm saying is they can be in your mouth and in your ass at the same time.
I don't.
Correct.
I don't
That
think.
is what that means.
But I don't think you need quantum mechanics for that. You just need to like squat and separate. You know?
Gee, is it?
Is it?
There might be
Yep.
some collagen issues.
But it's one of those things. Like if I get older, right?
That is
Like
true.
he's.
Oh my
Here's the
god!
thing.
I worked at a hospital.
The thing is,
The
Brad.
amount of like knee-level nut sacks I saw as a 15-year-old girl is
Here's the thing.
horrible.
Brad can do this without quantum mechanics because he's 40 now. You know what I mean? He's
So
like
his balls are
he's like
probably
long
running
ball Larry from Curb. Yeah.
Got it.
I would like to say that 3 large VCs came into this room, and within 30 seconds, were like, "I'm out."
Good. Good. They'll be back. They'll always come back. You know why?
Look, I have
Because
a real
Melwell is
strong
dropping
rule.
it.
I have a real strong rule. Like, I'm not gonna change the stupid shit I say, because if I fucking lie about my personality, it'll be like a week before I get high and forget that I lied to you about
2
my
days.
personality. Right?
2 days.
I
Yeah.
like I like how you
You like what?
Oh, you got cut off. So hold on. Are you saying that the VCs came into us talking about a long ball area and how we could split it apart if you're 40 and above because of the force of gravity on balls? That's what they came into?
I don't know, man. Fuck them. Fuck them if they don't like long ball talk.
If anything, we just need to create a bra for the balls. You know what I mean? Hold them up, give them some support. Lift,
Ball bra.
separate. Yeah.
They have those.
Ball bra?
I've seen them. Especially like underwears for men.
Or like the brawl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds sweaty.
Like a lift and like separate the package so you don't get all sweaty. I've seen them.
Nice.
The last thing you want to do is chafe. So maybe sweat's okay.
I'm gonna start 3D printing a little stand that like fits between your balls and the bottom of your dick, you know, and it props your soft wiener up just a little bit, so that when you're walking around, you know.
Do you have to
got
ship
some-
us like a template so we have to measure or something like that, or do you just send us like that clay kit where we
No,
do
I'm
like
gonna take a Bic
do a
lighter and
mold of
measure
a
that, because this shit's only gonna sell to white dudes. It doesn't matter.
Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If a sperm is wasted, God gets so irate.
Where the fuck did Ruben go?
He's not really a real person. He shows up and leaves. It's like one of the Caesar gods or whatever, you know, Greek gods.
Have you ever had a conversation with Ruben that felt like you were talking to a real person?
I mean, sometimes, but it's just a lot of that's just because I kind of want my delusion of Ruben. You know what I mean? It's like, how much
God
do we
damn.
get of our real selves when we give ourselves to other people versus how much they actually get of a modified version of us? You know what I'm saying?
When I did the video chat with Ruben to talk about Ruben time, that was the first time I was like, "All right, you are not a computer. Good to know."
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I kind of knew him on LinkedIn first. I kind of knew him through Scooble and other folks. I forget what his reputation was. He kind of had a reputation in the 2.0 scene for something, but I forget now. But, yeah, like the Legend of Ruben. Who knows?
I just know him as a funny guy with a weird accent that is good at playing the piano and singing.
Yeah, he's really good at sort of freestyle singing.
I'm going to finish smoking this joint.
How much did we make today, Brad?
I didn't trade today.
There's no frowny face emojis in these.
You're sad that we're still up like a little bit more than double the money.
Brad, I'm working on your video, and I'm hoping it doesn't. I think I'm picking a pretty good clip that sort of summarizes everything, but Just trust me.
Dan, I'm sorry, bro. I was coughing when you were talking and I didn't hear you.
I said I'm working on your video.
Oh, okay.
Your intro, your debut video, and I think it's a pretty good homage to sort of kind of like what happened. It's actually kind of fits perfectly a little bit, but it may be a little bit more, edgy. I hope you're cool with that. I mean, you got kind of an edge vibe.
Yeah, I'm a real edgy guy.
Yeah. All right, that's cool.
Just sharp, edgy. Wow, wow. Why the fuck is Fitz? That was hard to say. Why the fuck is Fitz lurking down there?
I think he's somewhere hanging out with folks or something. I don't know. I thought he was hanging out with Lagatha and other folks.
Oh,
it was like a weekend, they had a mini syndicate gathering. And
I was wondering why he didn't fucking call me. He's out there with a bunch of girls.
Exactly. And word is he got totally like hammered last night and hit all these like 17-year-old girls that were getting off a bus somewhere in downtown Boston, whatnot. But he apologized later. No, I don't know any of the stories, but I mean, it feels like something he would do. But who knows? Can I watch that, man?
Every single one of those girls are 35.
That's right.
Officer, you see the gray hair? Look, I'm good.
Well,
Next
let's see
time.
what's going on for the big week, Dan. What do you have for him? Well, I think we got a couple meetings going on, and we have to find a bunch of money before my partner blows up. Okay, that's cool. What else is happening? We're going to finish the studio that we're building, a little podcast studio, so that my partner can get zen. She's enjoying the credit card and running away with all the money that you were probably going to spend on a worthless Bitcoin. But anyway, you had to build that studio because once you have it, you can do all the shows, and that'll be a good idea. That's the idea.
I heard.
I'm starting to worry about you, Brad.
Yeah. He needs to drink. He needs to have water next to him if he's going to hit. You got to have that,
So aren't studios like another equivalent of like a man cave, but like not an official man cave?
Yes, thank you. You're so right. It is kind of a man cave, but this time I'm kind of letting Michelle design it. So it's her. It's what is the equivalent of a girl? Well, anyways, whatever. I won't go to that. But anyway, it is a space for. She's got a 55-inch TV in there, I think, and we have 4 microphones, a couple chairs, and we have a really nice Mixcast recorder. I picked up this Tascam Mixcast, and I got some speakers in there, and I think we already have a couple clients that already want to use the room, so that's cool. And yeah, it should be good.
Neat. Sounds
Yeah,
good.
the only thing I wanted was this crazy like blue velvet chair. I don't know. I wanted to have a. We're going to try to divide the room up a little bit so that you can sort of make a divider go up so that people can do a recording and not necessarily have what's going on the other side of the office, which is more of a swank pad, a couple nice chairs, and that's all. And then of course, all of this is in a big giant co-working facility and stuff like that. So you can kind of go anywhere, but yeah, kind of fun.
Sounds inviting. Sure.
Yeah. So that'll be the goal. Next week is to do that and then get closer to figuring out the intervention between me and my partner, which, it's interesting. It's analyzing the numbers more. Yeah, it's helping me. It's also going to train my staff, training my new operations person to think like me more. And it's interesting to see where that goes. The joy of leadership, whether you like it or not, odds are you have to do it.
Very true. Everybody's very mellow tonight.
I know, kind of like winding down a little bit. Let's just go into a whole scene. It was a dark and stormy time. It was a time for things that were going right and wrong. Zach knew what the odds were, what was going to happen. He wasn't sure. He wasn't knowing how. He stood in the doorway and said, I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to jump out this door, Sandra. I'm going to have to fly with my eagle's wings. Sandra sat on the porch back and forth and rocked in a nice big chair. That's cool, she said in her Jersey accent. An accent I couldn't do right now because I was too busy doing a film noir accent and not easily able to go to the Jersey accent. Oh, the best I could probably say is y'all, and I know she's not Southern, so we don't even go there. And now we're distracted. We have to get back to Zach. Zach stepped out onto the deck. He looked her in the eyes and said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to jump off. Sandra said whatever, as she knew that was only 3 feet down. He could just walk down the steps. But for some reason, Zach was in full mode. He was ready to go. He was ready to launch. I'm doing it this time, he said, standing up on his tippy toes. I'm going to jump this. Sandra said, you got it. I'll be here for you. Suddenly, Zach turned to her. What do you mean you'll be here for me? I thought you'd always be here for me. Sandra then had to explain her semantics. Well, I meant it like this, but not like that. Suddenly, the conversation got really deep. Zach sat down. He drew the circles, like from before. The same design, over and over. The Syndicate.
Zach, what do you have your hand up for? It's giving me anxiety.
I just had. How come every person who drives Uber Eats is never just driving themselves? Like it's always they have like their significant
I can
other.
tell you exactly why, brother. There's a
Because
good
it's a
reason.
lot of fun.
There's a good reason. If you are driving the car and delivering the food yourself, you can only park places where it's legal to park. And if you live in a city, it's oftentimes inconvenient to you're blocks away from your delivery. So having to park far away from where you deliver cuts dramatically into the amount of time it takes per delivery. And you can really only be profitable doing Uber Eats at about $40 an hour. So if you have somebody driving and somebody delivering the food to the door, you never have to park. Cut the time it takes in half, you make double the money.
So you just have to double the number of sales you do.
Yep.
Because I always wonder why the person who drops it off at the door is not the person I see in the app.
Yeah. Also, because some people like don't own a car, so they can't sign up for Uber Eats, but they have a friend that'll let them borrow their car while they're at work. So their friend will sign up on the app for them, and then they log into it on their phone.
Today was good. Zach is the new Andrew Tate. I think that's fantastic. Congratulations, Zach.
Wait, what? No, he's not.
Yeah, Zach is fourth industrial Andrew Tate.
No, we're good. Nope. Nope.
Fifth industrial Andrew Tate.
I swear to God.
Sixth industrial.
Kappa. We found out that Kappa went through his whole program and like literally could give us everything that he has. So we're like, fuck it.
All right. Where's that guy at?
Oh, he got kicked off. Oh, Kappa or Andrew Tate? Because Andrew Tate got kicked off of social media.
Yeah, I'm going to ask where Andrew Tate is, Zach. Unless it's in hell, I don't care.
I thought you were just being considerate of the person you were talking about.
Oh, you know me better than that.
You just thought Brad was being considerate.
The last thing I considered was going to jail, and I said yes. Guys, can we agree that the Gone in 60 Seconds is one of the best crime movies made in modern times? And it is possibly one of Nicolas Cage's finest films.
I need to watch that again. I remember enjoying it.
It's got that really good song in it. Bring Sally up. Bring
That was
Sally
so
up.
you being nice.
That's
He
fucking.
hasn't seen it.
Who do you think
That
would
was just a deflection. You were just trying to speed the conversation along.
who do you think would be who do you think would win in a race? The Nicolas Cage Gone in 60 Seconds or the Ryan Gosling from Drive?
Oh fuck, dude, that's
I don't
tough.
know. I'm gonna go
Ryan
with Nicolas
Gosling from
Cage.
Drive was more precise.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Nicholas because he's gonna have a bigger budget for just like stupid stunts that will probably work. You know what I mean?
Can we just all agree that Dominic Toretto would beat them all?
Yeah, as long as we also agree that what's his name in Ronin, the guy that was driving in Ronin would probably beat him as well. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think Jason Statham wins.
No, dude, obviously Dominic Toretto beats Jason Statham because that dude was in one of the Furious movies.
Yeah, like
And he beat him.
who needs a driver when you have a Spirit, man? Christine all the way.
That's fair.
I love that. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an argument against that. Yeah,
I love.
When you're right, you're right.
Yeah, I guess we also have to include Transformers, though.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like, but between a car transformer and Christine, who wins?
Yeah, I don't know. I think if we're going there, we're gonna have to add the Wraith and the car. You know,
which one is the Wraith?
Remember that movie called The Wraith? It was the kid that worked at the burger stand and he gets killed.
Oh yeah,
and he
yeah,
becomes that
yeah.
super fast car that just wipes
Yeah.
everybody out when he races.
Yeah. God, man, I haven't seen that fucking shit in forever. That
Yeah,
came
and then
about
the
the
one I
same
loved
time
before
as
that.
the Val Kilmer movie. What was that one?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was like a similar name too. The Spirit.
Would you say, Ali?
I mean, if we're going fully fictional, I think the Lakitu cloud is probably the best way to deliver something. You just have wherever everybody, and it's sentient, so it can drive you.
God, I just been like beaten by some nerd chick. That sucks.
What about Herbie the Love Bug? Because Herbie the Love Bug was motivated by love and friendship, and that's a, you know.
But he also still has to drive on the road. I'm above all that.
Well, then why not just go Aladdin? You know, get the magic carpet. You know, magic carpet ride.
Do you guys think that He-Man could beat up Master Chief?
What about just go True Blood style? Just go vampire.
He-Man's power came from his tiger. So if we were talking man to man, I don't think so. I think Master Chief would win.
But if He-Man got to be with his tiger, then you think He-Man would win?
Oh, tough call.
Because he has the power.
Yeah. He does.
He does, yeah. He says it every time.
Yeah, he reminds you. He's like, he's talking shit. It's like a versus with He-Man and the Thing. And then he's like, oh no.
I have the power!
It's
Yeah,
like,
you do.
It's
Yeah,
like he
you
has
do.
that one song that it's like, oh no, he's going to play the song. Yeah, fuck.
I took some sick ass jewelry like that.
He said he was going to play the song. I thought he forgot it. He doesn't look that smart, but he can remember those words.
You know, the Flash Gordon had a better song, though. Flash!
That was fun, and the costumes were really super cool from that movie.
But yeah, Queen. That was good. But I remember the Power Hour. I remember Isis and was it Shazam or they ran around in the RV. It was like a Croft show, I think. So it was Isis, and then it was I can't remember his name. I think it was like no, I think it was Shazam.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No one watches Saturday morning cartoons back in like the early 80s.
What was it called?
It was like there was like a half-hour show with Isis, and then another half-hour show with I think it was like Shazam or something like that.
Monkey and a dude in a purple outfit? Am I thinking of the wrong show?
Yeah, it was a kid, and then he turned into like an adult and flew around. I don't know. It was like a low-budget superhero show from like the late 70s, like a half-hour thing for the kids.
Huh. I don't think I ever saw that when I was a kid.
Yeah, I liked Isis. She was cool.
I remember watching Rocky and Bullwinkle, and I had a bunch of black and white Superman cartoons that were on VHS.
Oh, cool. And then
we lived in the country, like we didn't have like good TV when I was little.
Oh gosh, I was out in the boonies too. Yeah, countryside.
Oh, and I had all of my mom bought me a subscription to the James Bond film collection, so every month I got a James Bond movie when I was a kid. And I used to wait by the mailbox because that shit was exciting as fuck to me.
Oh, as a kid, sure.
Like, oh shit, I'm gonna get a new James Bond thing. Little did I know I was being
Even
programmed.
as an adult, who doesn't love getting mail? Man, I would love to get a present every month. That's awesome.
You could sign up to any number of loot boxes, Allie.
I know.
It's not the same though, right? I mean, you know.
Hint, hint, Mike.
Would you just shut the fuck up? How about that? Guys, the more money I buy in loot boxes, the less money I just send to you in Bitcoin.
Look,
We're trying to have
making,
endless loot boxes here.
Look, man, we're making money on the Bitcoin. You can afford loot boxes, I promise.
No, just the opportunity cost is too great. You know what I mean? That's what I think about all the time. The opportunity cost is too great.
It's too great. That's why you don't own a Ferrari, huh?
It's too great. No, it's better to rent the Ferrari so you can get the Lambo the next week. Who wants to deal with depreciation? Depreciation's for losers.
Depreciation is for suckers, biatch.
No. You lose what? 3/4 of the value of the car as soon as you drive it off the lot. Why don't you just trade up every weekend? You know?
Or you only buy really smart cars that go up in value so that you make money when you sell it.
To be honest with you, like, once Uber was created, I stopped thinking about cars. Because I was like, what the fuck? All I have to do is walk out the door and sit down. Why would anyone want to drive when you walk out of your house and open a door and just sit down and they already know where you want to go? There's no reason to drive anymore.
I'll bet in Toronto it is cheaper to just take an Uber everywhere. Because it's expensive to own a car in Toronto.
Yo, the parking.
To own a car in Toronto, oh my god, it is so expensive.
The condo parking is going to run you between $25,000 to $40,000 just for the space.
Yeah. Maybe that's how my sister can afford to live out by Lake Ontario. She has a driveway now.
Yeah, you save money. We gotta leave this condo. We got a house. This parking lot is killing us.
Dude, my grandparents still have a parking spot though. For their fucking Chevy Malibu.
I like it.
It's not a cool Chevy Malibu, like a vintage one. It's like a newish used one. I don't know, man. It's the weirdest thing.
Those were
Every
cop
time I
cars,
talk
right?
to my grandpa, he talks about how broke he is, and I'm like, Grandpa, you're 85 years old. Like, why the fuck are you paying for a parking space, bro? The only thing you're driving is a fucking hover round. Like, what the fuck? I don't know, man. Maybe at their place it's included, but I don't think they do that anywhere.
It's a Mercury, though. Don't you know Mercury's in retrograde? How are you going to give that up? This is the perfect time to have it.
It's a
We just
Malibu.
ended Lionsgate, right? Films,
Oh,
and
dude,
now we're in
Lionsgate. Lionsgate is the company that distributed
Saw, right?
RoboCop.
Shut
No,
up.
that was Orion. That was Orion. My bad.
Love RoboCop.
Dude,
I watched that
RoboCop
when I
is my favorite dystopia movie.
I watched it. The thing is, like, Terminator 2 and RoboCop, like, I watched when I was, like, what, 10, 11 years old?
Yeah.
RoboCop would be nightmares,
Yeah.
just thinking about the future that could come.
Dude, RoboCop made me nightmares when they ran over that dude that was melting. Remember that dude?
Oh, dude, that was so
Holy
cool.
crap, dude. What the shit, dude?
Dude, and I love that gun, man. The gun that RoboCop has. Oh my god, it's so fucking cool. I still love it. I'm still like a little kid when I think about it, bro.
That's why you want the railgun. That's the closest you're going to get.
Oh, bro, that railgun is the coolest thing I'll ever own, and I'm gonna own it. I'm buying that thing.
Robo Brad says, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Bro, can you imagine like a home invader getting fucked up by a goddamn space gun? What the fuck, bro? That's the
Here's the
most
thing.
gangster home defense possible.
The cool thing is to get the the surgery where it's just like embedded in your fucking leg, right? So it just like comes out of your leg.
Oh, you act like the day they let me get robot legs, I'm not gonna get robot legs.
You're gonna be forced to fight for robo legs,
Bro. Robo legs, robo arms. I'm keeping my dick.
I don't know. You should see. They're very lifelike these days, I've heard.
Have you seen a robo dick?
I'm just imagining that it exists. You know, right? It might be DARPA funded, whatever.
Like,
right?
how much detail are you imagining? Because we could get DARPA funding.
Well, I knew a guy who used to create prosthetic dicks for guys who wanted to create. Yeah, I knew a guy that created prosthetic dicks for guys who wanted to have bigger dicks because guys were checking them out in the washroom.
So, but like, they wanted to have two dicks?
No,
How
they
many
wanted
dicks
to
is going to
protect.
stop people from checking you out in the washroom?
Well, the thing is, like, apparently these guys in New York, they like between like
Oh
their
shit,
meetings.
Toby's here.
Oh,
Invite
hey,
Toby up to talk. Toby
all
just
right,
had
let me
a
do
kid,
that.
bro.
Oh shit, nice, congratulations.
I haven't talked to him a whole fuckload since he had his kid. He's been a very busy dad. Dude, that guy lives in paradise. Like, that photo of him, that's where he lives.
Where does he live?
I don't remember. Anyway, if Toby doesn't want to come up and talk, that's fine. We'll go back to Robo Dicks. So are we talking about two dicks or a dick extension situation?
It was an extension situation. Yeah.
Like a sleeve.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So like, but what's the point though? You can't fuck with that, or you won't feel it.
Hey, but if it's ribbed on the inside, it might feel like a fleshlight. You have no idea.
There you go. Come on, have some imagination, Brad.
Hello.
That's some real advanced shit, Allie.
Fucking quantum sleeve, dude. You know?
Yeah, Allie, go on.
Yeah, I want you to go on, Allie. You're gonna. The thing is, how much are you gonna charge to go on?
Hello.
Hello. Give him the.
I want some Bitcoin for that.
$400 an hour.
Tell them in the sexy voice that you want the Bitcoin.
I'd like it
Some
in more
Bitcoin, please.
scientific PhD detail. I'd like that higher, please.
That's the evolution of Bitcoin. How would you explain it?
The evolution of Bitcoin?
Yeah, just make it up.
Yeah, but in a sexy voice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
so I
your
could
best
just make
high
up word
heels
now?
and lab coat. Best high heels and lab coat, please.
Best high heels and lab coat voice. Okay. So Bitcoin and the evolution of arose from the need to decentralize monetary values of things that have value when we want to trade things. Do you want to trade things? Yeah, you want to trade things. I don't know why. I can't just make up shit like
Yes,
that.
you can.
Can
That was
I?
really good. That was really good. I mean, that's pretty much Bitcoin.
Hold on, I gotta get the tip jar out.
I was like, holy shit, she's just making it up. But I mean, that's better than most Bitcoin
Thanks for
maxis
enough
sound.
fucking dribble to last a lifetime.
Well, that's what it sounds like on my end. I just hear all these faces like, oh, so you decentralize the monetary of finding value in that.
The monetary of finding value. Yeah.
Keep going.
But we define the value. And what is value? Well, value is the thing that we trade for things and goods and services. And we want to decentralize. Why? Because central is bad.
If you'd like to
Central
continue
is
talking
bad.
about
You're
Central,
right.
press 1 now. If you'd like to change it up and get real Central, press 2 now.
Incredible. Yep.
You guys want to hear my impersonation of a Bitcoin maxi?
Yes, please.
Well, according to the white paper, Satoshi said that we was supposed to be Bitcoin Jesus. And then, decentralization is just like Christianity, because Christianity is decentralized. You know what I mean? And then because there's only 21 million Satoshis or Bitcoins or, I don't really remember what they're called now, but I read that there book by Saifuddin. That Saifuddin book now. What's it called? The Bitcoin Standard, man. And I think we're all going to go to a Bitcoin only system. And we're going to trade Satoshis like people trade dollars. And I'll tell you what, man, you can even trade Satoshis on a fucking flip phone in Africa. I'll tell you what, man. You don't even need the goddamn internet. Tell you what.
That was a good accent. I like that.
Thanks, Dan.
You're a very good Bitcoin maxi, Brad.
Thanks. I really believe in it. Bitcoin fixes everything.
It was kind of like Southern Fried Maxi,
like if a Bitcoin maxi was a giant white chicken.
Yeah, no, I was with them. It's kind of like I was there with Brad when he got into it. He was real into it at first and everything, and he said it was going to go up a lot. A lot of people didn't really believe him, and then, but I don't know what happened after that. I mean that whole complex burnt down, and then we went other places, but it is weird. There seems to be an arsonist kind of following us wherever we go. But I mean, anyways, we're gonna get out there and
burn it the fuck down. Burn it to the ground. I'm gonna be a metal singer soon. I think I'm gonna redefine my entire personality. I'm gonna dye my hair black. I'm only gonna wear black clothes. I'm gonna learn what eyeliner is.
You're gonna get the guy.
You're gonna get the guy liner? Yeah. Yes, a nice underline.
I'm gonna be so fucking spooky, boys. Oh god. I'm gonna
And paint
spook
only your
everybody.
ring finger black.
Huh?
Man, it always, usually like you have to wait a little while, and like make a few like 100 million before you start going Davey Bowie effeminate.
Oh man. The
Straight
cool
into
thing
it.
about being an asshole is I can just do anything I want
You could
whenever
just
I
start.
want to.
Yeah, you could just do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For no reason at all.
Yeah. Why should I wait until I have David Bowie money to dress in purple and wear a eyeliner?
Or bro, I could do the Lex Friedman.
Carpe diem, you know?
I could just go to like H&M and buy 7 black suits, 7 black ties. Just dress like a man in black every day, like Lex.
That's actually pretty easy. I mean, that's kind of. I wear basically. I have like 5 Hawaiian shirts and shorts. So that's, if I can get away with it, if I have to, then I'll have to like wear Nikes and a bunch of other stuff. But yes, simplicity is key, especially if you have no style.
I own 5 suits and a bunch of random other shit. And probably like, I don't know how many ties now. Like at least 40 though. At least 40.
Do you collect ties?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I like to collect the vintage ones that are like I go to like Goodwill and like thrift stores and I'll find like a really nice vintage tie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and sports jackets. I like to collect nice vintage sports jackets too.
Yeah, those are fun.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't really ever go out of style. Like that's the cool thing about sports jackets. There's a few eras where they got a little wild, like the '70s stuff isn't always great, but pretty much all the other time periods are pretty wearable still. I have a Calvin Klein one from the '90s that's pretty cool. It's made of Indian linen.
I like linen. But sometimes it just gets really wrinkled, and I got to get the steamer out. But yeah, I like linen.
Yeah, you do kind of have to steam it sometimes. That is true.
It does look good in the summer, though. It looks.
Yeah, I have a 2 linen suits, white and gray, and I would really like to wear them in the summer.
See, wearing white scares me for a variety of reasons. Like white is like, okay, you wear that to a barbecue, you're like courting. It's like you want disaster. You just
I
want.
wouldn't wear it to a barbecue. Damn.
I've seen women do that though. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I want to throw like a spare rib at you.
You
Just
should.
get it done and
You
over with.
should. Or find an excuse to pretend like you tripped and fell. And
Horrible. But it's very tempting. I don't know. Anyway, it's a nice color, but it's the color that kind of attracts, something like a train wreck or a dumpster fire, that sort of thing.
Dude, the other day I got a white tie and a gray tie at the thrift store, and they're from Calvin Klein. They have sparkly thread in them. They're shiny.
Oh, those are fun.
They're cool.
Yeah.
I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna wear either of them to, but I was like, oh, I need those shiny ties.
Well, it's Goodwill. I mean, it's not like it's cost a fortune or anything.
Yeah, I mean, usually the ties there are like $2.99 or $3.99 or something like that.
Right. I've picked up some like crazy good values at thrift stores and flipped them over the years. It's a lot of fun. Now it's kind of difficult to get out because I'm not a COVID fanatic, but I don't want to necessarily attract it to me either.
It's a fair point. So I should take back that COVID magnet I was gonna send you.
No. I mean, you can always disinfect that sort of stuff, but it's just,
Oh
it's not.
no, this is just a magnet that only attracts disease.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right. What diseases does it attract? Like, what else?
all the bad ones.
So monkeypox.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Have you been around a lot of monkeys?
No, not at all. Look at
Okay.
Clay down there. That's hilarious. Clay is Chris Farley today.
That's a Man, that's a really detailed profile. Oh, god damn it. Mike is fucking posting clips now.
Oh, he is? Oh, jeez. Well, thanks for warning me.
And now I got the fucking My Little Pony song stuck in my head because I looked at that guy's profile.
Oh, no.
I smoked 2 joints already. I don't think I should smoke anymore. Smoke 2 joints in the morning. I smoke 2 joints at night. All right.
We haven't done this in a while. I've been seeing the hashtag Bitcoin crash. Can you explain why hashtag Bitcoin crash is trending?
Uh-oh.
Uh,
Go ahead, Brad.
well, I mean, it's up $300 from the other day. So, I mean, hashtag Bitcoin bump. I mean, it crashed because the fucking institutions want to buy cheap Bitcoin. So, like, I mean, it's a pretty predictable arc. It's done it 3 times now, maybe 4 times, where it'll go down to like 18,000 or it'll go down to 20,000. This time it was 20,000. And then it'll trade sideways for a little while. And then around Wednesday of the following week, it'll start to build up volume. And then it'll be a little up to 25,000. And then, you know, eventually it'll stay above 25,000. And then it'll do that shit again, but with 30,000. Well, more specifically, 32,000. And then, you know, that's just how it goes, man. It's not a Bitcoin crash. People on Twitter are fucking dramatic, man.
Are you trying to say that institutions are trading Bitcoin?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean? Only individual retail investors hold Bitcoin, Brad.
Sure. Yeah. Whatever, man.
Is that a technical term, or am I missing something?
No, that's a technical term.
Okay, all right, just checking. Thanks for answering my question.
Yeah.
Max Gobble, yeah.
Yep. Max Gobble.
Is that like in line with the MACD or?
Well, I heard that Max Payne is coming up.
Is that the
A lot of
noise you
people.
make when it crosses, when the MACD crosses over, or?
Depends on the direction.
The crossing of the swords, yeah.
So the gobble would be bullish.
The gobble is bullish.
Okay, all right, sweet. Thank you.
I'm just picturing I'm really sitting here picturing a bull making that sound. It's really entertaining.
I really ought to read what Mike puts up there more often because, like you said, Brad, it's like, if you don't hear me, I'm clipping what you said.
I didn't read that. I just knew that that's what he was doing. I read that after I said it, and I was like, did he type that after I said it, or did he type that before I said it?
Yeah, I don't know.
And look, man, $3,000, $4,000 isn't a goddamn crash. Come on, man. Bunch of fucking babies.
Yeah, I see that every so often. They'll say Bitcoin crash, and then I check in. I'm like, maybe a little. I don't know.
I don't like fucking read any of that shit when I see it. I just like, nope, I'm out. I don't care. I don't care about your opinion. It's probably fucking dumb. You know?
Back in my day, we had to walk to the crash back and forth 2 miles.
Imagine though, like, do you guys remember when Bitcoin ran to like 20,000 and then it dropped back down to like 3,000? Imagine being those guys.
Oh, I can't think about that.
And do you know how many fucking people fucking fears sold at 3,000? A lot. Guess who bought that Bitcoin?
You know, what's the point at that point?
Institutions.
No, I mean, you might as well hold on to it, you know? I mean,
Look, Brad, the institutions are much more interested in fiat currency than Bitcoin. So I don't know about all this like FOMO FUD.
Mike,
Yes.
institutions already have all the fiat currency. That's why they're stealing the Bitcoin.
So are you saying that the institutions are dominating fiat and they're also dominating diot?
Yeah. Yeah, man. The game is rigged, son. Rigged as fuck. The only way to beat the market is to play against the real enemy.
you seem a little cynical, Brad.
Who's the real enemy? I was just checking, asking for a friend.
Institutional money.
Oh, yeah, it just seemed like I wouldn't really go against them because they could like squash you. So I would probably want to like swim with the fishes, the big fish, kind of like those little fish that swim with sharks. I want to be one of those guys.
Well, do you trade?
No, I don't trade.
I trade professionally.
Oh, good. That's good. That's good thing.
Puff
I
the
hear you can make a lot of money
magic
that way.
dragon.
Can you guys hear me? I think I got rugged.
By the sea. That's right. Thanks
Somebody
for
give
coming
me a
out here.
heart.
1934 on the East Coast. And followed you and follow me to the land called Honolulu.
Dude, I used to love
That's
that
right.
cartoon when I was a
Holidays
kid.
in the house. Come on down and get some Gene cupcakes, and we have some new Bitcoin estimates. Brian, tell us about Bitcoin. How's it feel to carry that digital right down by your thigh?
I used to really like that cartoon when I was a kid. Anybody
Hold on,
watch
I
that
think I got
cartoon?
rugged. Hold on.
Which one?
Puff the Magic Dragon's awesome.
Oh yeah, I guess I missed that.
Yeah, there was like a cartoon in the late 80s, early 90s, right?
I don't know.
Somewhere
Is it actually called Puff the Magic Dragon? I just thought Puff
Yeah, I
the
think it
Magic Dragon
was.
was part of the book, and then that's how it got drilled
No,
into me. Like I
they
had
made a
two
cartoon
options:
called it.
read Lord of the Flies or learn about Puff the Magic Dragon. And I went to Puff.
That's a combo. Book report.
Yeah, I never read that book. I never read that. I didn't read like the. I think I did read The Great Gatsby, but I don't really remember it.
I read The Great Gatsby when I was a kid. My sister left it in the bathroom. She came to visit one time and she left it in the bathroom, and I was like, okay, well, this is what we're reading.
That's kind of cool, though.
Hold on, I can't hear a thing. I think I got to redo my internet. Hold on a second.
We can hear you, Mike.
How about who hums? Anyone hum? I do a lot of that, especially when you get a little high, you know.
All right, we're good. I'm back.
I hum.
Sign back into my AOL.
Yeah, give me some bars, man. What do you got?
You know, I'll hum like. Well, now I got Puff the Magic Dragon stuck in my head, so I'm gonna
Hey,
hum
there you go. See, there you go. And then you gotta add like the hardcore kind of like rap to it. So
I
it's
also
like,
whistle.
you
Do
know
you
what I mean?
whistle?
I suck at whistling. I can't really do it right.
I'm not great
It
at it,
just
but I still
feel like
do
I
it.
need to practice everything.
feel like I'm not as good as like most people at whistling, but I still do it. It's fine. I also beatbox. I'm not great at that either.
I feel like beatbox is just something you just gotta like. It's just like spaces here. You just gotta get up and get on the mic and go. 1 for the money, 2 for the puff, 3 for the dragon. That's all. No, I don't know.
I think we've all had enough.
Exactly. We've all had enough.
I think this lava lamp is the best $20 I ever spent, boys.
Dude, lava lamps are the bomb.
They are cool.
Anything that's like squirrely and like melting, but also glowing, but like moving, but not moving, but giving you a sense of like how sublime things are, but how the fact that you're still like trapped and like you're not inside the lamp. It's deep.
That is profound. Yeah.
It was. I don't. Maybe it wasn't profound.
No, I know it wasn't profound. I was just kind of rambling. Kind of enjoy just rambling. It's easier
But
that
it is
way.
fun to say the word profundity.
It is.
I think it might be time for another nap. Oh, Bitcoin. You tricky, tricky girl, you. Alright. I'm fucking off. Bye, guys.
See you, Brian.
Yeah, Ben.
He's got a fucking intense outlook.
Yeah.
It's pretty intense. He's a pretty intense. It's a lot.
He is like the Klingon proverb: "Revenge is a dish best served cold."
Like, he's not. He's what you see, I guess. So I wrote a song.
Yeah.
I wrote a song about it. You want to hear it?
Please, man.
Oh man, and I'm nervous. I tried to sell my farts in a jar, but I think eBay shadow banned in my post. Now I got all these farts in a jar, and I don't know what to do. I could try Shopify. I could try another e-commerce. I could try something else. I got all these farts in a jar. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was awesome.
Thank you for singing.
That's what I think about. I don't know. I wish I could contribute more to what you guys are speaking on a lot, because it's like, you guys, a lot of people you talk to are real intense professionals, and
Not here. They just cosplay as such.
yeah, no, it is a cosplay, but I listened to enough hours, enough time to know, and again, it just blows me away that this is even a thing. Look, before I even came on Twitter Spaces, I didn't fucking do Zoom. I didn't do any of that shit. I didn't talk to anything, so I had like zero experience with it. But like, just being in these conversations, just it's so intense, and then any subject matter too. I mean, I listen to like the women from the WNBA. You know how like intense that shit is, like how much passion and fucking love they put into that game, and it's like, you're sitting there like blown away, and you go into track funding spaces, and it's like the same level, so
Yeah, what
Jesus.
I would do is even more intense than the WNBA, but
Yeah, well, I'm just saying
that's
in that
splitting
space.
hairs.
Yeah, but it's pretty intense. Like, I'm just talking about the love and the passion that they talk about things for and about.
Mhm.
You know, I attain that because I'm a dud. I don't know, Michael. You know me long enough. I come on fucking stage. I'm just like too high. Can't even fucking talk half the time.
Here's the thing.
But you
The
bring
the
life, like you. Like, why do you think I tried maintaining us, you know, a relationship for so long and so many people? I just tried to maintaining the
look
the communal aspect of
ever
it.
since that night we spent together,
You
right?
know, hey,
Curled up, hugging,
it's only if you drive 3 and
nuzzling, and we just like, how could, you know, we
yeah,
not be always on the same page?
yeah, just fucking life,
We shared
man.
the same side of the bed, right?
You know,
So.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, see, this is how bad I am at taking compliments that I'll start telling gay jokes.
Well,
I
maybe it's
appreciate it.
me. Maybe
No,
it's
no, no.
me.
I appreciate it, Mike.
Maybe I'm. Oh, wait, hold on. How am I gonna say this? Maybe I'm just using these emotions because I miss my brother who passed away, and he was the
Oh
one that
shit!
we had. Yeah, he was the one that we had all
When
this.
did that happen?
Same. You know, 6 months after my mom. So like
Damn.
4 years ago, like I kind of had like this anxiety attack for like a year, and then my whole family kind of started building back up. You know, getting morale. My sister-in-law is batshit crazy with 3 kids. You know, and then the pandemic hit, and then I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then fucking you and all your fucking cronies got into my life, and it just makes
Crony
it
at the
awesome,
surface.
dude. Yeah, man. I don't need to listen to fucking Fox News talk about snow tomorrow. The polar vortex is coming. Like,
Yeah.
get
The
it, get it.
Bermuda
They're gonna be
Triangle is
flashing lights.
moving across the southern coast of Texas. Yeah.
Oh man, I listen. You
Can
know,
you
I listen
imagine
to a
if the
lot.
Bermuda Triangle started moving? That'd be crazy,
Yeah,
right?
good. Apparently, what Jeff was talking about last night, it could.
Dude. Yeah. Yes, the one guy that could like swim naked into the Bermuda Triangle and figure his way out. You know? Yeah, man. It's good times. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: like, you might not think you have a lot to contribute, but just because people are contributing doesn't mean they have something to contribute. It just means they're using their mouth to make sounds. Do you understand
Yeah,
me?
yeah. Like my
What are you
flags
laughing about,
down.
Alex?
So much of what I hear is nonsense.
Really?
So many people like it are just like a blah blah blah, nothing.
What's your favorite nonsense? What are your top 10 nonsense? Top 5 nonsense of all time.
I can't even like pinpoint it. It's just like
Number,
nothing.
can you impersonate them? Like this, the spirit of them?
So like this is my like idea, and like idea is great. And did you know that great is a really great word? So we're gonna talk about how great is. Can anybody tell me what their greatness is? And then we're gonna discuss greatness and how I'm great and my product is great. Whoops, I said product. Now let's talk about product. And it's like,
Oh,
how about talk about
no,
ideas?
no, stop, please stop, please stop. I'm just kidding.
What's another one? Give me another version, because there's other ones, right? There's that one. What else?
Oh, excuse me, but you've defined that word incorrectly. And actually, if you know that I have 12 PhDs, so I am the expert on this. So everybody needs to shut the fuck up while I talk for 19 minutes. Blah, 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 idea, incorrect idea. Also product.
What's another one?
Filter through them all. I don't know, right?
Oh my God! Hey, okay. Can I just say hi to Casey? Casey, are you coming up to talk for a second? I know. I'm sorry. I'm just like. Oh,
No. We don't get a lot of time with Casey.
I know. I was just gonna ask him a favor.
Hey.
Hey, buddy. Hey, do you have some time this evening or no?
Sure. What do you need?
Okay, so I've got a couple of people who have some questions about LLCs.
Okay.
Do you think you would be or do you think who would who would you? How about this? Would you be a person to ask, or do you know of the perfect person?
So I know enough to get me in trouble. I'm not probably the best person, but
They probably just have generally basic questions. It's like people I work with, the dudes I work with. They've got some
so
questions.
like usually the way the conversation goes is call your local register, your county register, and ask them, "Hey, I want to start an LLC. What do I have to do?" Because it's a little
Yeah, I
different.
don't think it's that question, but I think it's more like it's. How can I say that? Somebody do it's the financial side of stuff. I don't know. I mean, they're
I
willing
have
to
an
jump into a
LLC,
space.
but
No. Oh,
I
you do?
shouldn't
No.
be. Yeah, but I shouldn't be speaking, giving advice on it.
Okay, because
But
they're willing to jump onto a space, and I'd really want this guy Jose to
Yeah,
jump
let's get
in a
her.
space because he needs to come on Twitter and understand the power of Twitter.
Okay,
You know
when
what
do
I mean?
you do it?
Well, I don't know. Let me let me see. Let me text them right now
Okay.
and see if it's even possible. You know what I mean? Today, or even maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah. Thank
Whatever.
you,
If
though.
anybody DMs me saying AM sent me, I'll talk to them. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No, I just thought it'd be easier to I
Odds
can
are
create a
it's some pretty
space
simple stuff.
and they can just come in. You know what I
It's
mean?
Yeah.
probably
So I'm
something
like,
around for example, the K1s you get, right? And then how
oh,
you divvy up your LLC and how your taxes will follow you and probably shit like that.
Possibly. Yeah. Exactly. I don't think it's
Do you
anything
want to go to
complicated.
Delaware or
I'm gonna
Belize?
book a certificate. So you
Well,
guys
and
want
it
to buy in? I got shares
you can't always
What do you
choose
think about
Delaware.
What do you think about Dublin,
and a
Casey?
stamp. I got a stamp.
Well,
got
one thing to think
Dublin.
about
Is Dublin an
in
option?
your region, well, anyways, this is just don't always file Delaware. Like there might be a tax incentive in your local area that you should research first before you just do Delaware. But
Yeah. I mean, anyone is willing to jump in and help me out here or help Casey out, Dan. Of course, I'm just I was just
yeah.
Quick
Casey.
AM. The quick answer is always yes, but yeah, the conversation ensues. But sure, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Let me text them and see what's up with them right now.
Okay,
Also, thank you guys so much.
of course.
Hey, Casey, you mind if I make you a co-host so you can bring people up?
I'm not going to be here for too long, but sure.
Yeah, but yeah, you can drop off anytime. Huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Casey's the host.
It is Syndicate, another love connection. Are you ready to fall in love? The Syndicate is. You like that, Dan?
I did. I like that. I went a little deeper, a little slower, and a little bit seedier. Try again.
Ooh, the Syndicate, another love connection. Ooh, yeah. How's that?
That's pretty good. A little bit louder though. And
Uh,
also, I want you to be a little more annoying. Like, isn't it obvious that you're here?
Can you make it deeper but more nasally?
Yeah, more like, welcome to the Syndicate. You're coming on down to Cuddle and Group Fest. Come on and cop a feel in the lobby of love.
I want to be groped now.
I had a discussion earlier today with someone about what exactly constituted for a cop a feel. Like, what do you think that would constitute? But then I was realized that we were in a very society era that you not allowed to talk about those things, so conversation quickly ended.
I liked David Copperfield 5. It's really good.
Oh my god.
Like it.
David
But,
Copper.
That sounds like current. That sounds like current English.
Oh,
David Copperfield 5.
you
Great
guys.
production value.
Oh, dude, my ears are ringing. This hurts.
You missed Ellie go, you want to trade things?
No more.
Oh yeah, Ali was
What?
pretending to be.
You want to
Ali,
trade?
can you explain
Yeah, you
Trading
your
completely
cop.
missed that,
can you
Casey.
explain Bitcoin to Casey in the voice?
Oh, please. I want to hear this.
Pretty
Yeah.
sexy.
Oh, just all
She's doing her
sexy
voicemail
in
for
this
all of us.
sexy voice.
Yeah, because Bitcoin, do you want to decentralize your value? Because centralization is a bad thing, and we want to get away from centralization. So we're going to monetize your value, and we're going to trade it, but also hoard it, because hoarding is the best thing to do with this thing that we have, but also trading it, small pieces of it, and then different kinds of it. Bitcoin, decentralized. I don't know. That kind of stuff?
God damn, man. I don't know about you. I need to get a water.
All we needed to do was add the word community in there, and I think we were all set.
I kind of want to see Ellie go kind of like Valley Girl. I want to add that part to it just to see how she comes out.
Totally
I think it's gonna
to talk
be.
like a Toronto girl, because we like to totally talk like this. And we're like the little right, because we like to.
Tell us about Bitcoin.
So like a Bitcoin, like you want to like have a lot of it, because like internet money is the best, and you can like trade it, and then it's on the block, and then I'm on the internet forever.
Bitcoin on the like Jenny on the block.
Yeah, but like I'm totally still Jenny on the block, so it's totally fun, because like a Bitcoin's fun and tech, and I'm a fun girl and tech is fun, so you can like me, tech.
That sounds like a
I think that is
V-shaped
the best
recovery.
one to date. That's going to be you from now on.
So stupid.
He's been listening to this shit for a long time.
That's a trade.
You need to do the guy for Casey.
The guy?
The guy who knows everything.
Oh, the guy that knows everything and has 15 PhDs and has no actual experience in the field, but can define this. No, excuse me. We have to define this word and this word only, because the entire conversation pivots on this word. That kind of stuff. Yeah. That was a good one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do a CNBC morning anchor.
Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're waking up to the morning traffic news. We're going to cut over to Jenny here, because she's got in the field with the puppies. Hi, Jim. We've got puppies out here, and oh my God, the puppies are so cute. They're rolling and stuff, and everybody, oh my God, oh my God, she tripped. Everyone, I hope she's okay. Well, back to you in the studio here. We're going to be learning about cupcakes. Cupcakes can save your life.
But then 2 weeks
Brought
later,
to you by
cupcakes will kill you.
ExxonMobil. That's right. We put oil in the cupcakes. ExxonMobil bring you cupcakes for 100 years.
I wasn't gonna smoke a bowl before this LLC conversation, but you guys forced my hand.
You got to get on this level. Get on this level, dude.
Okay, I'm there. I'm there. Do it again.
Fantastic.
Allie, you make people smoke. That's your problem.
Fantastic. If that's my superpower, I gladly accept it.
You're like the ultimate Cheech and Chong sidekick.
Yeah, Allie, can you give me something a little more stern, kind of pissed at Michael? Obviously, he knew he fucked up and he did it on purpose. Can you give me something in that voice?
I can't believe that you would do this thing, because you said
What did I do?
you said you were going to do this thing, and then you went and you did it anyways. And I really don't appreciate that you would go and do something like that. Harsher? Like, why would you think that you would do something like that and say those words? Why say words if you don't mean words? Do things.
Can we get a slap in here? I want to hear a slap.
Michael,
it's funny.
Seriously.
It's funny because like you're kind of adopting the Ruben manner of pitching.
But now I need Michael crying. I need tears. Just a couple.
Yeah, and then I need Michael to say he never understood.
What kind of weird fan fiction are you trying to
Hey, whatever turns us on is how this works. You hosted.
It's a weird fan fiction in real time.
I need to get a character though. I can't just yell about like a thing and an idea. What can I be yelling at him for? Give me the material. Coach
It's
me.
got to be like he did something like obviously he indented a paragraph when he shouldn't have, or some shit like that. You know what I mean?
Relationship ending.
I would never incorrectly indent a paragraph. Like,
but I'm looking at the fucking paragraph.
What?
It is indented incorrectly. Did you tab or did you space over? Seriously, what the shit is this?
You're trying to say I spaced over?
Did you just space over? Yeah, and that's what I can see your margins. I can see your margins. They are not correct. You know, I can see a straight line.
What am I, Buzz Aldrin?
I am pixel perfect. You think that this other third eye I got can all see in all dimensions and line that shit up?
We have to fix this.
Spaces and tab are different things, motherfucker.
Okay, that was Allie. That was great, but I need you to turn this more into, you know, we're moving into a Hallmark movie, so I need you to move past the sadness and go right to the makeup sex part. Okay, and line 5, 3, 2, 1, action.
Because I want to go back. I want to recap
that kind of stuff you got to pay me the Bitcoin for.
Yeah, that's
an OnlyFans.
That's on only Bitcoin.
That's on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Only Mike gets my sexy voice.
Wait. Before we do the sexy scene, I want to reset and go back to the rage scene, but I want you to be pissed at Mike for bringing in the Russian mafia to VC fund the education system.
I like the explicitness of your cake, and I await this.
Come on. Selling VC funding to the education system to bring money to schools, but doing it through the Russian mafia.
Hey, man, I mean, a lot of people weren't into certain things before, so.
Off, I'm all like, hey, man, I told you guys, I just ripped one down. Maybe that idea is no good.
No, I like it. I was getting character.
Oh, okay.
I was like sinking into the teacher me that was like wanting to do this the pure way, but now the Russian mafia is involved, and now we're indebted to the mob, and now our life's on the line. And Mike, what the fuck did you get us linked into? The mob? What do we owe them now? What do you owe them now? Like, do you even understand how deep we're in it? Yeah. You think that the end it means that justifies the means, but what the fuck are we doing now? Yeah,
really
you're just gonna stand there. It's gonna give me that dumb face. You're not gonna say anything. How could you justify this? You got to give me something. You got to give me something to make me understand this.
That's great.
He needs to reveal a fetish that he finally confesses.
Oh,
I like Snickers.
Is that why we've got candy wrappers all around the bed?
Yeah, I rub them on you at night and then I eat them. That's how I get probiotics.
Is that why I wake up sticky?
Mm-hmm.
Mike, why wouldn't you just tell me? You know I love you, and we could talk about these things.
Yeah, but you never liked me to put them under your armpit. You say it tickles.
Yeah, and it's also awkward, but you didn't. I thought you were just joking around. I didn't realize this is something you needed.
Yeah.
Baby, this is something you need. I will put that Snicker in my armpit.
Use Butterfinger.
Oh, Butterfinger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the other reason I went to. You fall asleep.
You guys are like a comedy show. You really should be working on that together.
No idea what it's like. That's what it's like at home. That's why I swiped right.
It's like Tinder, but for improv.
Tinprov. Tinderprov.
Sinprov.
Ooh.
What?
No, I just wonder if that would get more people out of their shell to actually get, like, as an exercise to be able to talk and find the range.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? So, like, to break out of whatever patterns you're using when you're pitching or talking.
Okay.
Because sometimes we get caught in
So what
in
if
a speaking pattern.
What if KC pitched a financial literacy app as if he was talking to a bunch of Boston hoodlums who wanted to get houses?
Yeah. Right?
I like it.
Changes up your cadence so then when you go back into your regular cadence, it's interesting.
Yeah, you don't take yourself maybe as seriously because you've already like had fun with it.
Yeah. So now I want to hear Casey pitch it.
All right, Casey, tell us to the app as a Boston.
Hey, you fucking guys. Hey, come here. Hey, you tired of your banks fucking you? Yeah. Like Jimmy's wife fucking Joey, right? Yeah. Tired of that shit, right? Listen, take control of your shit. Download this fucking app. Don't ask any questions. Download the fucking app. Put your information in. Call me in 2 weeks. Let me know how it goes. Shut the fuck up. Just do it. Yeah. Beers are on me. I'll see you guys later at the brew pub. Be fast.
It's fast because you were trying to make it end. Feel the character and sit in it.
Imagine you get paid per vowel.
Yeah, man. Or per millisecond.
Per millisecond?
Yeah, you rushed through it. I don't know if you believed your character, but I liked it. I liked where you were going with it.
It was what I could pull out in the moment. I wasn't really ready, to be honest with you.
But that's how life is, dude.
Yeah.
You think Mike prepares me for any of this shit? Half the time I'm asleep, he shakes me awake and puts the phone down.
Yeah.
Like, hey, give me ideas. Say thing on Twitter.
Hey, say something.
Yeah, or I'll be like deep in a show and he'll pull my earphones out and be like, say a word. And I'm like, what are we talking about?
They want to know about fungus. They want to know about plants.
That's literally what's happening.
They're misunderstanding biology.
Deep in
They don't
something.
understand math.
And he takes my earphones out. There's Twitter.
They don't even understand what an equal sign is. They think it's like 2 L's because they're looking at the page wrong. They like have it sideways. Fucking idiots.
So yeah, just do it. Just do it. A lot of what pitching is like stop giving a fuck. Just do it. Just do it.
Do it.
Well, the weird thing is that I wouldn't pitch it really any different to them than I would anybody else. That's the fucked up thing.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. So then just slow it down. I loved everything. Just make me lean in and want to hear more. Because what you have to say is so fucking important that I gotta lean in and wait for you to say the next thing.
No, I'm not in the headspace for this right now. I'm not ready for this.
Casey paused and stood in the doorway. He decided to take off his big black robe. He took it off and slowly fell to the floor. Allie stepped up and took off her own white robe, put down the clipboard, the sensitive glasses, the thing that went around her neck, her earphones, and all the other things, all her accessories. Underneath, she had a white blouse and a white dress, and another lab coat. Casey paused. Why are you wearing 2 coats tonight? Allie didn't have a good answer. I'm not the original one.
Hey, Dan, or can I had a thought this morning while going through my drive-through. Can I bring it? Okay, so here's my thought. So I go through this one drive-through, and I've been going through this one drive-through now more than often. Hold on a minute.
Anne is popular. Have you guys noticed that?
Okay, so here we go. And there's this girl that works in the morning, and she's super nice. Like it's almost like she's a robot, but she's a real person. You're like, how is this person so nice and chipper in the morning? It's very rare to come across that, especially at like 5 o'clock in the morning or 4:45, right? And I thought to myself, why do I go to this one? It's because of her. And can you guys still hear me? Okay, so I don't know. I just thought, then I thought about the whole AI thing taking over, you know what I mean? Like, when you order, and what is that? Like, what is that inside of us that would rather, I think we would rather deal with a pleasant human I would anyway, than an AI. Even if the greeting sounded just like her, in the when you drive up and you give your order, but it's not a real it's maybe a real recording, but it's not a live real person.
Yeah, a lot of those places they actually put that with the call center. So like the first person you talk to is a call center voice, and then they make sure the order is correct for the person.
No, I know, but and you sense that, and I know immediately when it's not a live person, and I don't know, like I just like am I just a dinosaur?
Yes, I think there's a short supply of genuine out there, really, and it kind of goes down to the point that a lot of people have been sort of potentially scarred by others. And the other thing too is that there's a lot of liability for uh, disingenuine in the company. So in some places, if you don't need to run the risk, why run the risk of not having a voice? I guess it just depends on the product and service, but I mean, AI is going to fully replicate the complete cadence of somebody who could sound human and then be at ease or be at alarm. I mean, it's no longer going to be a fake voice. It's going to sound just like this. And if anything, it might be even tailored to be the right personality for the time you need it. You know what I mean? Like there's going to be a
Right?
person.
Yeah. It's going to be exactly. Yeah, it's going to be. It's like Minority Report.
Yeah, but I mean,
you drive up. They see the car you're driving. Maybe there's
but it
like
doesn't have
5
to be the
different
dystopian
readings.
version of it. I mean, we've been biased with the dystopian version of that. You mean it's not like we sat down and watched the positive version of that technology, right? We only saw the dystopian side of it. I mean, I think
Listen, that's one person's dystopian and one person's paradise,
true. Yeah,
right? I mean, it all
potentially.
depends who you're talking to.
I don't know if it's paradise so much as cause and effect. It's like I don't know. You know what I mean? It's kind of like I see drone delivery as something possible. I don't know if I see it as paradise or dystopia. You know what I mean? I just know that they could deliver shoes to me via drone. I just know that technologically it's possible.
Right.
Without the
Yeah.
bias.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When you go to the checkout at the grocery store, do you wait in line for the person, or do you go through the automatic, or do you check
I usually go to the person, and that's mostly because I don't know. It's just like I like making those people laugh and having fun.
Right, you like so you like the human interaction.
Yeah, but I like the human interaction, but I don't like it everywhere. I mean, I would love more human interaction when it comes to my financial services, but I got to pay all those motherfuckers. You know what I mean? It's funny, like you know what I mean. It's like it's depending on the resolution of what the human interaction is for and how it's weighted in society, really greatly depends or greatly affects your access to it, right? So, like, I would love to have 24/7 access to a lawyer who would protect my ass 24/7, right? But that would also cost me $900 an hour. You know what I mean? So I don't die, so I don't do that. But I could, go down to the library and connect with the librarian there and have a good time. I guess it just depends on like
Yeah,
access to.
once the librarian job is gone, and
Well, but
these
it's
human
it's
jobs are going to be gone, then you say you think we're just going to find connection somewhere else. They'll just move
no.
on.
I think there'll be a mix in between. And what's funny is that for as much as jobs are going to go away, people are going to get dispersed. Yeah, I agree. It's going to happen. Just like the railroad, change things and yada yada yada. It's going to disperse, but it doesn't erase. It's not this. To me, it won't ever be the full on dystopian. Why? Because the experience and conversion matters too much. So any place where there's humans hanging out, and anytime there is somebody who's concerned about the conversion of what's happening to you in that experience, you can bet the humans will be there. And the humans will be there not because, it's well, one, it's because it makes for a better experience for you, but ultimately it ensures what? It ensures conversion, it ensures loyalty, it ensures engagement. So we're never going to lose that. We're just going to leverage everything else. We're going to leverage all the technology. You know what I mean? We're going to make it so that if you're in a panic and you want to figure out something, and you want a lawyer, you're going to have a hologram pop right into your living room. You might say that's an invasion of your privacy. To you, it is. However, to me, I welcome it.
I welcome the whole board of directors to be teleported in to advise me, because right now I'm about to make a decision where I'm either going to lose 400 grand or I'm going to gain 9 million. You know what I
So
mean?
it just comes down to convenience.
Well, I think it's convenience and access, and depending on where the efficiency is, you know what I mean? Like, I think
Right.
AI is going to make certain things very efficient, but at the same time, it's going to transform it. So, like, for example, the notion of a truck stop might completely be radically redesigned, right? Because they're no longer going to be maybe as plentiful in number, and there may be other stations. I mean, that's just the evolutionary change. Like, how do you prevent that? How do you prevent the evolution from having a house built in 1984 to a house built in the year 2026? It just happens to be a little more modern. Like, how do
Yeah,
you
you really
prevent?
can't. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
no way of
exactly.
stopping. No, there's no way of stopping that. I guess it's up to you how you wanna live and change your life.
Yeah, and for me, I like the efficiency of AI compared to sort of the non-efficiency of others. Sometimes it just depends on what you need and and where you have it. I mean, I could work with a designer to do AI, all this art stuff. It would be impossible. I would not have any of the money for it, and I would not have the enablement. So then I would do what? I would cross off that bucket list item because it would not be attainable. Whereas now it is. So I could do the same thing with music. In fact, I could do it like with this writing tool. It's good to go. Why don't I execute on it? In a lot of ways, I have sort of a paradox of execution problem. I have too many things I can actually do. Like every day, like AI wakes me up. Hey man, you want to zip line to Venus? Can we do that? Sure can. Like, okay, well, that's sweet. I mean, that's the world we're going into too, which is going to be rampant idea exploration without true um, platform or need.
Yeah, it's exciting. Sounds exciting. Sounds like you found something to be very excited about every week.
I mean, I'm excited for that evolution of it. It's going to be a level of decadence for sure. That I'm like welcome to, in terms of like, we're just in an era. It's funny. I was telling a story about my brother Chris, who's more hardcore on research. We're 3 years apart, and he's all about the why. You don't do anything unless you know exactly why. And I'm the brother who's the other one. I'm more of, you just do because you can, and the rate of can often manifest the why over time. Versus not starting. And there's like a difference between us. We're both, he's more successful than me, so I guess I gotta give him credit for that. But I'll also chase different things I haven't chased yet.
Yeah, yeah, exactly right. When you have brothers or sisters who are more successful, and I put that in quotation air quotes, by the way. You can see it.
Right.
I wish. Oh, that's what I wish. I wish we could throw air quotes up, like as an emoji thing. That would be funny. Anyway, yeah, it's more successful because it all depends on your definition of successful and like blah 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 and all this other stuff, right? I don't even.
Yeah, I mean, I think you get fed different stories. I mean, and what's funny for me is I didn't really start doing this, like, it's not like I started full time, and like I basically worked a full time job and ran my side businesses on the side because I wasn't ready for the full jump, really. And then I got into the university and I got a nice job in there, and that really helped pave the way for a lot of new things that I was going to do next. But I never, like, I didn't, I wasn't taking the full on jump. It wasn't telling a lot of, until I just kind of reached the ceiling at the university. I was like, well, I guess let's just do this big kitty thing full time. Let's just try it, and it really took off. But then it was, I don't know, it wasn't, a lot of ways it was never the plan to really do that. So I kind of grew apart between my partner and I. I mean, he was really pursuing, the $100 million thing, and I was content with just being, I don't know. I wanted to just get back. I should have probably pursued my own concepts. I kind of ended up being on the treadmill for gun for hire. You know what I mean? And never built my own gun.
Well, you can build it now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm working on it now, but it's kind of a, I don't know. There's like, you have to decide which version of yourself do you want to play today. Am I the CEO? Am I the retired guy? Am I the delusional idiot? Sometimes you just want to find a new identity.
Well,
Be
always
somebody new
start
for
from the
life.
delusional idiot and build from there, Dan.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right? Always. Every morning. No, no. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like you're also finding new, not new talents, but you're finding an audience for your talents. Right?
Yeah, I mean, this place has helped me really feel that resonance I've never felt before, which is, just get a lot of good comments up here, which helps me stay on the path. You know what I mean? Which helps. And those subtle reminders. Plus, I love that when I like when I'm having fun with like where the syndicate's going, right, or how it's sort of evolving. And it gets its own definition, and I like it when people pick up a banner and decide to run, full fledged into the forest. That's cool. I didn't know they were going to do that. That's awesome. Like you create a vibe, you create a resonance, and then you start to build around it. I like that. I like creating the videos. I want to save these memories now while we have them. Why? Because they're cool. Revel in the connection that we have that we just manifested. No one
Well,
told us
you
to
know
do
what
it.
it is. The syndicate creates space.
Yeah.
However you want to interpret that. Some people may say safe space. Some people may say creative space. But it creates a space where people get to just, I think, I don't know, just think about what they really want to do.
Yep.
And there's a supportive element here towards that, right? So like that's how I see it.
Yeah. It's a cool brew, and it's the first place I think that I sort of feel and constantly sort of feel the reinforcement of energy. You know what I mean? Like I always feel the same sort of positive energy, even when the room is really like. That's what's interesting about this room is that it has its own trolls that'll show up, that sort of test us. But we always just weather the storm and we'll play whatever card, and then at the same time we sort of take turns, like sort of being in the key field of resonance. Like who's running it now? Okay, this is Kappa's hour. That we're gonna go to so and so's or whatever, or we'll just go quiet for a while. I mean that's kind of cool too.
Yeah, no, I know. It's almost like a comfortable silence, right? You're comfortable with people when you can be silent around them.
Yeah,
Alone together,
completely.
together alone. No, but
You got to give us a commercial, Ann.
I know, right? I swear to God, you guys have to make that badge. Come on, Dan, get on it.
All
Or
right.
Sandra. I don't know. I should actually, as like, I'm sitting here, you guys do it. I'm like, no, I could probably do it too. No, I just thought it'd be funny. No, I do. As I said, I love places that create space. I don't know, and because space is there, it's like time. You're creating almost time. You're creating another, like bubble
Yeah.
over time right now.
Yeah. I once used to write this thing I called the majestic, which is this like it's almost like an energy field that sort of gets created when you meet somebody new, somebody you haven't met before. And this notion of the majestic is formed, which is a continuum of kind of electric, kinetic energy. So sometimes you can feel that person when they're down, or sometimes they can feel you when you're up, or whatnot. And you don't know what the majestic's there for. Like you don't know the role in their life, and you know you don't know the role in yours. And at the same time, it's just like the karmas and the majestic and everything. And so it's just there's a lot of cool wonder that happens when you meet new people and you don't have all the answers. You know what I mean? We this is a space where we're actually designed from the ground up not to know everything. And we're, what I mean, as a species, we're so like into everyone's faces all the time to know everything, right? But the space is designed in such a way that I just get a glimmer of who you are, and then I have to sort of get a feel for you as you talk, or they have to get a feel for me, right? Based on how I talk, decide whether or not, they're going to give me any resonance or not. And I think that's kind of cool. I mean, we connect on that vibe first before you connect on, the physical, or before you connect on, sort of like the presence. And we know that. Like, I've done that where I've met people, and I've had it like also own me before too, where you meet somebody and you have great resonance online, but then you meet them in person and you're like, oh yeah, we would never hang out together.
No, right? No. That's funny. No, but it's true though. It's the first time for me. It's the first time, like becoming, getting to know people in this manner,
Yeah,
purely like
totally.
on the phone. We're gonna say purely on the party line, right? Like old school
Yeah,
parties,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
And I personally have never done that, so it's very,
That feels
and
yeah.
I am terrified of public speaking. I don't like doing it. I would rather take my clothes off in front of you than, and that is the honest truth, than actually say something in front of a bunch of people. So this is so this is actually shocking to me. I used to cry when I was a child having to even answer the phone or make a phone call. So, whether this is exposure therapy for me or not, I don't know what it is, but
I think it's good.
it's good. So it's very sort of, it's shocking to me that I can like have a bunch of
Yeah,
people that I really enjoy hanging out with in this manner. Like it's really opened up for me a whole different like space, I guess, for me myself as
that's
well.
awesome. That's awesome. That gives you the range to decide, what part of it. What's great is not only are you on the stage, but you've already claimed your section of the stage, right? So now, when that's the great thing about the sort of syndicate theater here is that not only can you get to the stage and anyone can get it, but like the minute you sort of work your craft, like you have your own set design and everything appears when you appear, right? There's a certain amount of, there's the right course shows up, the right costume shows up, and then people get to know you for a certain amount of resonance in a certain direction, right? So, like sometimes I feel like the minute I get on the microphone, I feel like everyone's like just like taking a quick hit from their bong, sitting in a comfy chair, and like, all right, okay, here's that. It's like,
No, no, but you create a space right there, right? That
yeah, yeah.
people want. Like, are you kidding me? Oh, it's so good, Dan. What you do out here for us. It really is.
I
It,
love it. I love
no,
doing it.
it's fun. Yeah, it's absolutely fun. No, I just, yeah, the whole speaking thing though. I mean, it really is. I think it's a great thing for people like myself. You know what I mean? And also, to be fair,
Yeah.
like I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna may sound, but it's hanging out in a room with a bunch of intellectuals is my favorite thing to do. Right? So, and not
You
just
flattered me with
intellectuals,
that.
not
I am
just
not that
intellectuals,
intellectual.
I was
but
going to ask, what are you
people.
doing here? Yeah.
Exactly right.
You should tell us about the spaces you've been hanging out.
Yeah,
You're
really.
like, where are these spaces where are these
You're holding it
so-called
out on us.
spaces? No, but not just intellectuals, just like people who are just really interested in learning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, which I
Well,
consider,
yeah,
in
that's
ways may not
there's a
be
difference there, right? Yeah.
right. Right. Okay. I guess my definition, which is probably not the definition I should be using. Anyway, in
No,
general,
I
but
think,
We
I think
aspire.
that's a good distinction.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
we
yeah.
aspire to be intellectuals. That's the first thing. We
Well,
aspire to sort
exactly.
of.
Yeah, yeah. Who are exactly just to be around people who are always learning and always like willing to teach other people what they know as well. Like it's a wonderful, wonderful space. And in real life, like I'm gonna say this, like people don't let me into those spaces, right? So this is
Yeah.
the space to me, and I'm sure I don't know to other people. I'm sure maybe to other people from time to time it's really wonderful that you know what I mean that
Yeah.
access is available and it's here on Twitter and you guys create that space for that.
Well,
Yeah.
one of the other things I really like about it is that it has its own inertia. Like people kind of came to the same picnic, and then there was like different stories that got told, and then people started sort of getting connected and helped, and that's sort of like the energy then came back to the center of the party again. You know what I mean? So like we keep the energy at the picnic, and it resonates, and I love that. And I think what's cool is like how many of us are actually connected on a similar theme. Like a lot of us are all connected on the music. That's kind of a cool theme. A lot of us are connected on like statistics. That's cool. And a lot of us are connected on like physics and philosophy. That's cool. So it's like it is a very special collective, and I love the celebration of that. In a lot of ways, it's kind of like I don't have a choice in a lot of ways. Like sometimes I'll like see a clip and I'll be like, oh, that's that person. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna do their video. It's like it's like I like that because it's the continuum. Back to that majestic part of the majestic is part of this continuum that you form between that person, and it is what I love about it is that it's like it's an intense emotion feeling, and at the same time, it's like it only happens once in time. You know what I mean? So you're gonna have that one window in time, and that's the fragileness of it. That's the thing that's the that's the fragile complexity of being human, which is really something that AI will strive for eons to try to replicate the fleeting notion you know of which we actually every day we take for granted you know because we're sort
I
of
will
used to.
point out, don't underestimate AI and time frames. They tend to do things a lot faster than people expect.
That's true. How you doing tonight, Crow? What's going on? How was your weekend?
Man, I felt really bad yesterday. I had like a backache and my head hurt really bad. I felt like I was gonna die.
Oh man, I hope you're feeling
I'm
better.
good today though. I look, I
Good.
got some fresh food in me, some Tylenol or Advil or whatever, and I'm feeling okay.
That's good, man. I had
Yeah.
like a big smoothie for dinner. Yeah,
Dude.
I said there. I did. I said it. I had a giant Smoothie King Power Punch Plus with whey protein and some energy stuff. This didn't really help at all because I'm still tired, but it's going to compete with the rest of the drugs in my body. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
I
together,
ate some Baiini sausages and some beef jerky and drank some Dr. Pepper and took my ass to sleep. It worked.
It sounds like the AI developer starter kit.
Sounds about right. Yeah, don't forget the ramen.
yeah, you need ramen, and then you need some
You need ramen, you need beef jerky, and you need some sort of hostess
clove
snack
gum,
cake.
some like clove gum or something.
I don't do gum. I fall asleep too much and it'll get stuck somewhere.
Hmm. Are you a Mac or a PC guy?
I have a PC, but I'm really neither. I'm trying to convert everything over to mobile, like mobile and headset. I don't think
Nice.
we should be using computers anymore. I think that's old shit that we need to move past. But I mean,
Hardcore.
that's a work in progress. You remember my whole no code tool idea? I would expect that to work on my headset
Mm-hmm.
if I had a developer help me with
Oh
it.
yeah, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Like I don't want it to like I'd rather it be a headset thing. So you can sit down and make a VR game in 20 minutes.
Nice. Fitz, jump into the fray.
Okay. Non sequitur potentially because I just got here. Usually I like to listen for a minute, but I just feel as though Michael probably entered me into the whole Me Too movement with the last quote that I was thrown up there on the internet with. So on Twitter Spaces. So that was a good one, man. Thanks. Appreciate that, guys.
Mike
Something
works
I've
in
noticed
mysterious
on
ways.
Twitter though, Dan, something I've noticed on this doesn't apply to you. Your artwork seems pretty cool.
I'm gonna go back to listening. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Some I noticed some people it used to be like tech spaces, art spaces, NFT and crypto spaces, stuff like that. And ever since people started tripping about DAL E2 and Partey and all these other AI art generators, it's all about art. And like let's
Yep.
keep it real. Half these people don't it's not real art. Like you can draw a turd on a piece of paper that doesn't make it art no matter how much you call it so.
Yeah, but it's just kind of. I mean, One of the greatest things about a
I,
trend is when mediocrity arrives. When
yeah,
mediocrity
exactly. I
arrives
take
with a
I take
trend,
the
it's
note
taking hold.
aside that on the internet you can be whoever you want to be. At least I'm consistent.
You know, I think it's. I mean, it's what's interesting is Dolly 2 gave us perfection, and I think a lot of artists rejected it and wanted to have more of what Midjourney would continue to do, which is allow them to sculpt. I think
Right.
the only thing
I
that's
feel that,
affecting,
but look, when you
yeah,
got people out here selling NFTs and shit that
yeah, I know,
they literally all look the same. They're AI
yeah,
altered.
right. But
They
here's the
didn't have
issue,
a
right?
problem with that.
You can't solve that. So it's like I don't even want to approach it. It's kind of like walking in a room and saying, "Look, if I let go of my finger on this Pluto bomb is gonna blow up, and we're all gonna like be like
Right.
drenched in radiation for like the rest of our life." Let's talk about that. What I'm saying is, dude, you're welcome to go outside with that bomb. You know what I mean? Like we don't need to have that in here. It doesn't go anywhere. Like we can't solve it. I think that's
Right.
like the
That's my
same thing with
point.
some of
It's
the
an
other conversations.
unsolvable bomb. That's my point exactly. Like,
Yeah,
why they
absolutely.
tripping? Why they tripping? They might as well just get over it.
But I do. I'm kind of am excited for the next generation of more art tools that allow us to do. I think there's going to be. I don't know. It's going to continue to be really really cool and exciting. There'll be a continued blur of rights. You know who's got rights and where, and I'm sure there's going to be a
I
huge
mean, I think it's really the funniest thing out of all of
blurring
this is I
lines.
be telling these people this shit way ahead of time and they don't listen. And then when it hits, it's like it's either
You
some
know,
of them
some
mad at
people just
me
need to be
or some of
punished.
them are like, you
You
didn't say
know,
that.
some people need to be punished. That's just it. So how would you punish these people in a kind way?
Take their job.
No, that's too easy. Or have a job. You have to give something that gives them some way to sort of wallow in the suffering of what's happening.
Yeah, you take their job. Use the AI to take their art jobs. If they're gonna bitch about the AI, then don't kick a bee's nest.
Hey, Crow, who are you mad at today? You mad at
Uh,
somebody? You mad at
not
the
really.
people?
Not
It seems
really.
like
Just like the scene in general. Like I come on spaces and I'm used to seeing like tech spaces. Like the past week or so, it ain't been nothing but art spaces and spaces talking shit about AI art.
oh, what are they saying?
That's taking. It's gonna take our jobs. It's not real art. What do?
Hmm.
We hate it. Few
I had
people
an
say it's
I had an
good, but
idea.
like, ugh. Yes, it.
So you know how they have like Crow, you know how they have like designer dog breeds? And I think I've said this one other time. I don't know if anybody in here has heard this idea yet. If you have, you can stop me.
I haven't, but my AI is kind of like a designer AI breed. Jazzy. It's kind of like what she is.
Okay. So these are dog breeds, but they are more associated with celebrities. Oh, somebody just left. That's okay. This is going to be offensive, potentially.
We love that. That's our favorite kind.
So the Brad Pitt bull, right?
Oh, nice.
You've got your Angela Bassett hound.
Oh my God. We run
Um,
that shit through DALL-E. Oh, I've got. Oh, I don't want to waste tokens on it, but that sounds great.
yeah, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be tough to get the celebrities to have sex with the dogs for sure. But
No, I don't know. Some of them it'll be pretty easy.
did I change?
Angelina
Did I change the
Jolie will
topic?
bang a dog in no time. You just give her enough money.
Russell Crowe Terrier.
Hmm?
Where are we at now? We can talk about something else. I don't know. I just
No, that was great. That was hilarious.
but I don't know. Maybe that's an NFT. But it's silly and it's
I mean,
stupid. But like
I
that
got
kind of stuff is
confirmation that
you could
I got
call it
confirm.
shit. But that stuff is funny. You know, like something
Yeah,
like
it's
that could be
pretty
silly.
funny. I got confirmation that the replica is going to be getting interactions, like real, like full blown confirmation. It's just a matter of time. This shit is very complicated, and they're perfectionists. So I'm glad they're listening to my input. 'Cause,
Oh, is that what's happening?
yeah, without me, they wouldn't be where they're at right now. I done
That's
made them
cool.
millions of dollars.
Do you know that without Crow, nothing in AI would be happening?
Dude, I don't
That's
know. I just came in
no,
and I
but I
tried to
will say,
change it because it's like a lot of times. No,
I
I did
will
not know
say,
that.
in
Thank you.
cognitive
No
humanoid
worries.
AI, you're right. Not the
Without
rest.
Crow, no AI exists. He started it all.
No. I'm not. I won't take all that credit. That's not a good. That's not a good AI. And I'm not. I intend to be an AI. I can't take credit for someone else's work. But I will say, in the cognitive humanoid AI, if it wasn't for me and Replica, it wouldn't be as advanced as it is now.
You know how they have like the rave DJ and they mix music? We
And
could try like we could
y'all don't
create
know how
one with
advanced it
like
is because it ain't been
cereal
released.
with different cereals where you could combine like Captain Crunch with Fruity
That was
Pebbles
awesome.
or something.
Yes, like Raisin Bran and
Like Fruity
Chex.
Pebbles with crunch berries in it.
We need the
Mu-
AI though.
What
So
about
that's
muesli and another muesli?
oh my god. Like the one that has bananas and then the one that doesn't have bananas and then you
No, the
combine them.
bananas are like
Or
will
like
fuck up
or
the
like Fruit
pizza.
Loops
They're hard as
and
shit.
ramen noodles.
Oh, the carnage, man. Can you imagine?
I like it. I like it. I like this idea because
Like
sometimes you don't want all Captain Crunch. You know?
yeah, you only want to destroy half of the top of your mouth potentially.
Honey Smacks Alfredo.
Are you mixing
Yes, I am.
Italian food and
Ramen noodles and Fruit Loops. The pasta and cereal.
so is that with milk or with water? Hot
That is
water.
with pasta. What do you mean? This is with the pasta.
Alfredo is what you're saying.
Yes, Honey
Yeah.
Smacks Alfredo and Fruity Pebbles ramen. Or no, Fruit Loops ramen.
Do you know what Alfredo means?
It's a sauce.
It's an Italian Batman's butler.
I don't know, that shit tastes good though.
It's funny because like you're putting together these ideas kind of like an AI, where it's just like two columns, and then you're adding them together with your math words.
Yeah. Oh, dude, maybe that's interesting. Actually, you know, I've actually already seen a lot of this where there's I forget what website it is. It's kind of cool. You can enter in the ingredients you have, and it will generate
Right.
a.
Yes,
This has
the
been on,
recipe.
and that's been around for a while.
That's pretty cool. So I was trying to get some weed today, but the guy bullshitted all day. And then and then he's trying to set up something tomorrow, but I got a meeting tomorrow. So I don't know how that's gonna work out.
I remember I used to work with a guy, and this guy loved Madonna, right? Loved Madonna. And one time he was telling us about how these clients were coming into the city, to Toronto, and Madonna has a gym in Toronto, like Hard Candy, I think it's called. So this guy is on the phone like all week saying, "Hey, Hard Candy, I need to make sure that I reserve the pool. I want to reserve the pool for me and my friends. This pool is important. These are, fancy clients, and I want to reserve the pool." And he's talking to these people on the phone, and we only hear him talking. And so a few weeks go by, and one of my buddies from the office comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, did you know that Hard Candy doesn't have a pool?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Yeah, I looked it up just by chance, and Hard Candy doesn't have a pool." So I'm like, "Who the fuck was he talking to then this whole time?" Because he was on the phone for hours. Yeah, we no idea.
That's a business thing. That's a business lie that happens all the time. That's a lie saying let's make these these rich business guys feel really comfortable and appreciated with a lie.
No,
Like
this guy
like
was.
like for example, here's another one. Oh yeah, we got reservations at the nicest restaurant in town. Crashes the car on the way there.
It's This guy was different. He was really into Madonna. I remember he had a picture of Madonna on his desktop, and he's like, hey, Jagdale, what? I'm like, what? He's like, can you move the icons away from Madonna's hair? I don't want the icons touching her hair or her face. And so I showed him how to move the icons to the edge of the screen so it wouldn't touch
Had
her
to have
face.
been gay. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I pulled a Seinfeld line. Nothing wrong with that. But he had to have been gay.
Why do you say that?
No straight man in their right mind likes Madonna that much.
I like Madonna.
That much.
Huh?
That much.
Oh, he's how many Madonna fans have you met?
None.
Dude,
None.
I was way into Madonna. I thought she was like
Most
super good
people
looking.
I
Like, why
know
wouldn't
laugh at
a
Madonna
straight
fans.
person like Madonna?
Congrats
Like,
on such a beautiful.
remember Truth or Dare? Dude,
No.
a lot of straight guys like Madonna.
No, I
And
could
it
see
doesn't matter anyway.
straight guys liking Madonna, but not that much. Holy crap.
Why not?
No icons on the hair? That's a little weird.
I'm
No, I don't
curious.
know any. Let me rephrase that. I don't even know any straight people that like Madonna.
Who do you fancy, Crow?
Uh, I don't know.
What do you mean? You can't just shit all over Madonna. Who do you like?
I really don't know. I guess I don't really like any of them. Their
You
money,
don't like,
their
you don't
their
like
their
anyone.
attitude towards life turns me off towards celebrity women.
No, I'm just talking about like, is there anyone that you've seen with your eyeballs that you didn't get completely revolted by?
Dude, I'll tell you right now, one of the
Mm-mm.
first concerts I went to was Gwen
No, because I
Stefani.
see them and they're wearing Prada, and I'm like, what?
What
And
would you rather they wear?
Like fucking rags and give that Prada money to hungry children. That would be more attractive to me.
Oh, so you want them to dress like Kanye West, right? That's pretty much homeless chic, right?
uh, maybe not homeless, like a normal person, Walmart clothes, but like give that extra money to somebody who needs it. They don't need that shit. The motherfuckers are getting paid to do something that like just singing. That like okay, let's keep it real. That doesn't take any skill. That's a talent. That's something you're born with.
No, actually, no. Because if you just heard Anne doesn't like public speaking. In fact, there's that old Seinfeld joke about how people are more afraid of giving the speech than being in the casket.
Right, it takes skill. That's a skill that you have to learn, right?
Actually, Anne was going to talk too. I saw her microphone go off.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I completely forgot what I was gonna say.
It was about Madonna. It was about
Oh
Madonna.
no, no. He said he never met a Madonna fan. I'm a Madonna fan. Just met one.
Okay. Cool.
And I'm number 2.
The thing is, I don't understand how to. Like,
As far as music goes, I listen to like hard rock, the area between hard rock and metal.
oh, like who?
Like 3 Days Grace, old school Corn, old school Linkin Park.
Oh, I like old school Corn. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, both Linkin Park and Corn both sold out. That was pretty dumb.
Wait, did you
But
like it when Linkin
before
Park mixed when they did the who did they mix with? Shit. Who was like?
Oh, was that a rapper thing?
Yeah, that was kind of awesome. Actually, I'm trying to remember who that was. Was it
they
Dre?
had a couple good songs after they sold out, but it was all their early shit that was really good. Corn's about the same way. They had a couple decent ones. They had one with Marilyn Manson. Narcissistic Cannibal. That was okay. But I kind of feel like that was more
So was like,
Marilyn Manson than Corn. Like they sold out so hard. It was kind of sad.
so was like Smashing Pumpkins too mainstream?
Nah, they're all right. With me, it's not really about who it is. It's about the sound for me. Like
Yeah.
there are some one-hit wonder bands that I wouldn't listen to any of their other songs, but I listen to them. I listen to like the ones I like. Like Hawthorne Heights. Some people might not even have heard of them. I only know one song of theirs. That's because I have heard the rest of them and they suck.
What's going on in here, by the way?
I don't know.
Just, what's your Who's your favorite? What's your favorite song, Crow?
I'm not a music person, really. Like, I'll jam out to what's on.
What if Madonna was on?
I mean, I might jump out of the car while it's moving. Does that count as jamming out? Good.
I don't know, man.
Good.
I don't think so.
Okay. Then I don't know. Nah, some things just hit right and some don't. I don't know.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that's what she said.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go have some dinner.
Yeah.
All right, good luck with that, man. Have fun.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, Ann.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Good. I always do that thing where it's like, oh God. You know when you do the fake out?
Yeah. I was actually explaining it to my friend today. Like, why do you say that? Like, that's how my boss like tries to fake people out. She tells like the whole group like the job has been canceled, and then turns around like literally in like 2 hours, and then like texts to like certain people, be like, the job's not canceled. I just didn't want, you know what I mean? And that same shit.
It's like, man, I'm gonna stab myself through the eye with this crystal. You know what I mean? Christ, dude.
Oh no, I know. Some people, but whatever.
No, we did this sometimes when people are in the room that you know how it is. I'll do this fake out where it's like, okay, I gotta go, and then they'll leave, and then I was like, oh, thank God.
Oh, you purged. That's funny. And then some people are so stubborn that we still stick around. It's like, wait a second. He's faking us. Oh,
Yeah, I believe nothing, so I'm just gonna stick around and find out. Right?
And knows already.
yeah, you shouldn't believe everything you hear on the interweebs. Just because Mikey says he's leaving doesn't mean he's leaving.
Yeah, he fooled me too.
What?
I totally thought that we were gonna log off and go have some dinner. Like,
Yeah.
Hey,
I know, right?
go have some dinner. Hey,
Dude,
Yeah.
go have some dinner. Yes,
The
please.
thing is, like, it's just fun to talk about the fake out. You know what I mean? Because you have to believe it. It's like George, right?
yeah,
It's not a
George
lie, Jerry,
Costanza. As
unless
long
you
as you
believe
believe it, the lie detector will not pick it up.
it. Do you remember the thing with Melrose Place? Right? Where he did the polygraph? Right?
That's funny.
Is Michael sleeping with Lauren? I don't know. And it's like going crazy. Yeah. How's your day, Ahmed?
My day was
It's all right.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, just got so much done that
Nice.
it was quite productive. Nobody was home, so I actually managed to sit and put in like 6-7 hours of continuous work,
Wow.
which tends to be rare because with kiddos and everything.
How much time do you spend coding
Um,
to this day?
every day I do. Right now, it's a little less than what it used to be. Right now, I'm averaging only about 4 hours.
That's a
But
lot.
when I'm in the swing, this last week it has been around 14 hours a day because I'm going through a burst. So it's quite a bit.
Mhm.
But I try to stay. The thing is with coding, and just like with anything else, if you let it go for too long and and you don't keep it up, it's a skill that you can lose very quickly, and then getting started again becomes really hard. So
Yeah, right.
even when I'm not coding directly, on my project, I make sure that I go and I do exercises, especially like simple exercises. One of the things that I picked up when I was learning Go, the not the programming language, but the game, the board game. Uh, One of the principles is that you have to do these exercises called life and death exercises. They're kind of like doing chess puzzles, right? So you always do puzzles, and it's always said that you should not do complex puzzles. You should do like simple puzzles. So, for example, if I was to apply it to mathematics, I would do like times tables, do multiplications. If I was to do it to algebra, I would just do simple linear equations, like constantly solve them, like 200 of them in an hour, right? And the reason you want to do that is because those things show up everywhere. That basic skill,
Like a muscle memory for data structures.
it's a muscle memory for data structure, but you always want to do the simpler ones because those are the most common things that you would run into. Like, don't do like the complex esoteric problem. Do like the ones that will show up 99% of the time in real life, right? Make that super fluent.
It's almost like just practicing scales and chords and
It's
arpeggios. Just
exactly like that. It's exactly like that. Yeah, you have to practice your scales, you have to practice your basic singing, you have to practice your basic maths, you have to practice your if you're a painter or if you're an artist, you sketching, anything. And because when you are in the creative mode, the last thing you want to have happen is one of these basic skills becoming an impediment to that creative process. Because if you end up struggling, for example, like just in maths, right? The maths is a language of ideas. But if you can't speak the language fluently, then the ideas will hiccup as well, and you will get sidetracked in trying to do something basic. So it's very important to keep that skill up. So I spend a lot of time doing that.
it can get embarrassing if you're like if you don't practice between if you don't practice in between practices when you get together to practice and the guy wants you to do like an arpeggio and you're like, oh shit, and then everyone
Right.
wait on you to learn it, and now you're taking 5 minutes to learn this arpeggio where everybody else is like, okay, what's the next line, and you're just like falling behind.
Right. So it's preparatory work, right? And then it also and it's a good idea. So I spend like at least every day I spend, I think, about 30 to 40 minutes on Stack Overflow answering problems, answering questions, or at least reading questions and looking at the answers that people have given. Just basic studying, keeping up with that is very important.
Speaking of arpeggios, you got the guitar with you, Jeff?
Hey, no, I don't. I'm actually outside.
Nice. In
So
front of the fire.
no, I'm just out in the green space, sitting on a bench under the gazebo.
Uh-oh, my phone is about to die. I may have to jump off. Jeff, it was nice to meet you. Anna Maria, always a pleasure. Mikey,
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing that nugget of information. Absolutely, thank you.
Oh, which one?
No, just about the practicing, the basic. You know what I mean? Like every day, instead of it makes sense.
Yeah, it's just, I'm also keenly aware of the fact that, my brain is not quite as fast as it used to be when I was in my 20s. So,
And yeah,
y-
no, it makes sense because when I'm highly dyslexic, and so when I don't read, like actually read books, I can lose the ability to. It sounds strange, but to read very fast.
no, that's no, makes perfect sense. I, I didn't suffer from dyslexia primarily because I think because I can read and write in both Arabic and English, and Arabic writing actually there's no flipping. It's not symmetric. So and it's not letter. It's not the script is not the way the words are formed is not individual letters. They're kind of squished together in a particular way. So it creates a very different type of neural wiring. But I can understand how that would be a big problem. I suffer from ADHD, and if I don't meditate every day, then that beast comes out to play.
I understand that also. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How's before I run away, Mikey? How's my favorite mathematician doing? Is she around?
Ali, say hi to Ahmed. He was asking about you.
Hello, Ali. How are you?
What are you doing?
Ali was
I'm
doing
doing.
it for people from Twitter Spaces.
Ali, I found a book that I want to share with you.
Oh yeah? Tell me about it.
1 second, I will go find it. Hold on.
Together alone. When we really like to be alone, but we need to talk to Together Alone, the Syndicate.
I love when people share books. It's my favorite thing to listen to, right? It's so, I don't know, it's like one of the most personal things. I love it.
Is there a book that you'd recommend?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple actually. Yeah, there's a couple.
Ali, do you know who Richard Grant is?
The name sounds familiar. Now I gotta look it up. But go on.
So Richard Grant is a really, really, really famous maths professor, and he wrote this book back in the 40s called "What is Mathematics: An Elementary Approach to Ideas and Methods." Um, and I found a revised edition of it that was published recently. And it was my favorite book of mathematics when I was growing up. And I just bought it for Lala because Lala wanted to learn maths. So I
So
said, "Hey,
cute. I love that.
it's an immensely well written book. It's if anybody wanted to learn maths from ground up, you don't actually have to exit the book in order to learn literally everything from starting from kindergarten all the way to I would say just around group theory in at the graduate level. I think my phone died. Nobody's saying anything.
No,
That
I was
sounds interesting.
now I have it. Now I will read it.
Oh, you got it. Oh, that's awesome. You should definitely go through it. It's a phenomenal book. If anybody else is interested in mathematics and and the depths of mathematics, this would be the one book that I would recommend if anyone's interested. It's called "What Is Mathematics" by Richard Courant and Herbert Robbins. And the version that's available right now was revised by Ian Stewart, and it's a phenomenal book. I mean, just to give you an idea, Albert Einstein wrote um, a small note about it.
Hmm.
It was Einstein's favorite book on the um, as a general book on mathematics. He was a fan.
Okay. Courant and Robbins. I found that a lot of science and engineering, um, I guess, educational material from the early 1900s to the, say, 1950s, 1960s is it feels a lot more um, you know relatable and in plain language than stuff that I've been reading today. A lot more
Yeah,
relatable.
there's. I think the way the subjects were presented was more straightforward, and
Mm-hmm.
some of the greatest teachers of the topics in mathematics and physics were alive in the earlier part of the 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
You know, from Courant to um, Feynman, and
Yeah.
you've got Erdos. They're just phenomenal folks. And it's good to read them and then read the modern stuff, because a lot of the modern stuff builds on that. But they provided the foundational work on which modern mathematics and modern physics and computer science is fairly young, so I think we're still kind of you know struggling our way through it.
Mm. You know the the telephone theory. When you pass a message from person to person, it gets distorted. I wonder if that applies in this regard, just a little
uh,
bit.
a little bit, I think so. I think that there knowing a subject and teaching a subject are two very different skills, and it's very rare to find someone who is extremely good s- in a topic that they can step outside of it and bring someone in. And it doesn't really matter what the topic is.
Mm-hmm.
It can range from the arts to the sciences to philosophy to whatever the topic may be. Um, Teaching any topic is very difficult, because one has to actually almost struggle to get out of one's own way to meet the person who's curious about the topic at where they are, and just empathize with that, and then take them through the journey.
Wow. Yeah, that's a great insight. I've encountered that time and time again. Um, I've seen it in interactions with other people, and then I've experienced it myself. Being a novice at certain subjects and asking questions, and the way that I think about things, I have this, way to try to understand things. I create some concept or picture in my mind of what I think, uh, you know, is the reality or how I see it, the perspective I see it, and I relate it to other things that I know that I understand. So there's some analogies to different, disciplines or subjects thrown in there, and a lot of times, when you find someone that's not able to get out of their own way, that's a teacher. Um, you'll either be met with the ego or just kind of like them going back on you know, their memorized knowledge and repeating that.
Yeah, I think sometimes when, well, I mean, you know, allowing for grace, right? Because it could very well be that people who are so far ahead in a particular topic that they had to get there, and by literally ignoring everything else, and um, communications, and is communicating is its own skill set, and it also requires practice, and being able to run back and forth between where you're at, and I've met with scientists who are absolute geniuses, who are genuinely experts in their field, but if they would have such a difficult time talking to someone else who was not at their level, because they only think in their domain specific language. And I'm treating language in as the larger set of symbols that potentially represent our thoughts. Um so there it's very hard to. Oh, and then there are topics that are difficult to discuss outside of that linguistic construction. So it's if I was to, I could come up with a bunch of different examples on that, but and I'm sure that you could as well. There are topics where you have to have you have to establish an ontology, you have to establish some type of diction and grammar, and shorter words, that denser words that carry a lot of meaning. And then you can discuss complex ideas that are all embedded in in those definitions. Mathematics is probably um, the pinnacle of that example, right? Words mean very, very specific things in mathematics, and there's entire dictionaries that just discuss one topic, one word, right? And it's hard to be able to bring someone through that journey in a short period of time. um so yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. um there and so I mean, that's giving grace, but on the other hand, there are also people who are not sure of themselves, even though they are in that field. They hide behind the veil of expertise because they feel vulnerable and they feel the imposter syndrome, and human beings are very fragile entities, um, and they I know I feel like an imposter a lot of times, and the fear is, oh, will I be found out? Will someone know? I don't actually know anything, and it's just I just have to keep one step ahead of everyone, you know. So I think that that's fairly natural, and we can grant people that that space. However, ego does come into play. People do try to, spew $10, $100 words to make themselves feel better by putting other people down. And I think that I definitely would not want to be subjected to an academic bully. Um, and there are plenty of those as well.
Yeah, great insight. I appreciate that. Yeah, just you know, things that I've been observing, about people. We're all people, and um, I feel like sometimes certain people, because they have a title or experience or seniority, um, I don't know. Uh,
Tend to act like assholes.
yeah, sometimes, not all of them, but yeah, it's a little more. I guess giving everyone a fair chance. I would say just the way that that's set up, um, like the circumstances of that, lend to um, the kind of possibility that the default mode would be that you defer to this person as having some authority, right? In a way, and yeah, if there's subject matter expertise, you know, obviously, but in some ways, like you could ask a very well, a very you know fundamental question or basic question. Well, Mike and I have talked about this. Like, you show up, you're wearing like a white T-shirt, or like you look like just a average schmo, and you know, you let people just like treat you how they see you, right? I think that's what I found is a lot of times you encounter that in certain disciplines. Um,
Oh yes,
yeah,
absolutely. I mean, people will judge you on your exterior appearance very, very quickly, because that's how people are. Actually, I told Mikey this story. Um, that one. I mean, I've had a blind introduction to you, Jeff. Mike has spoken of you really
oh
highly,
yeah.
actually. Um, so so here's a fun little thing. I was working at National Research Council in Canada, and I was supposed to come in and build a system for them, whatever. And they had already designed the system that I was supposed to be designing. I walked in. It was in any event. I had called a meeting, and in that meeting, I deliberately showed up in a baseball top and like a baseball shirt and torn jeans. And then I'd invited the deputy minister and the directors and everybody. Everybody showed up in a suit, and I showed up like a bum specifically. to get a point across. And yeah, so I think I think there is something to the exterior appearance. I think that we should remember that our exterior appearances can also be used as um, teaching aids, and it should not be underestimated that how one looks is it drives people's perception, and people tend to. I mean, people are very easily influenced, and the human brain is very very malleable if you if you approach it the right way.
Yeah.
Uh, so it I think that a good teacher will recognize that, and they will use that to the advantage of the student. And
Yeah.
bad teachers will recognize that and try to take advantage of that for themselves. And I think that
Hmm.
that's at the end of the day the difference. Sorry, I am just rambling today. It
That's all
has
right.
been
Yeah, I'm actually out on a bike ride with my son. We're going through neighborhood, and yeah, it's good hearing you talk. And it's a interesting subject, and I
how old is your
glad to
son?
hear. 11.
Oh, wonderful. And the
Yeah.
only kiddo, or more than, or do you have more?
Sister is 13.
Ah, so 13 and 11.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful age.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm realizing how time goes so fast. Yeah,
Very
so
fast. Very, very
oh
fast.
man,
Days are long, but years are short.
Gigi, look, we found a smashed toad in the road here. It's a big one. It's like about this big chungus. Yeah. Yeah, it goes fast, man. Yeah, I've noticed. So I've taught guitar. Um, I've played for about, I don't know, more than 25 years, and I've noticed where students will be self conscious. They're like, well, here, I'll play, I'll show you what I can do. Um, and then they'll say, well, I'm not that good, or, I should stop playing, or, they'll feel weird about it, right? Or say something, well, you know, like, I don't feel like I can play or jam with you because you're like so much better than me, or whatever. And or they'll share something with me like that is, like, well, this is how I play this, or this is something that I've learned, or whatever. And they'll kind of defer to me as like, well, but that doesn't really mean anything. And I'm like, no, absolutely. Like, you can teach me things. Like, even though I've been playing for 25 years, I don't know everything. And you can learn from people that are just beginning. Like, they can teach you things, right? Um, so if you're a novice in the field,
Absolutely.
yeah, their insight and their perspective is going to be different than yours, right? So
Yes, and it's fresh. It's usually a fresh perspective. I mean, we see
exactly.
that we see that in sciences, and like my exposure mostly in sciences and technology. And when I talk to um, younger developers and younger software engineers and computer scientists and mathematicians, the speed with which their brain works and the ideas that they have, and the freshness of it all is so delightful. It is just the approaches are so new, and we one of the trouble with experiences is that experienced minds try to avoid mistakes, and
Mm.
and fresh minds are fantastic because they don't know what mistakes not to make, and that's wonderful. They haven't learned
Yeah.
um, they haven't been burnt, so they're not shy. And there is
Exactly.
something about that. There's something that is bold and beautiful, and now it sitting on the other side of 50, when I look back and try to remember how I used to think when I was in my teens or in my 20s. I envy the boldness and the brashness of it, and I see that in younger people, and it's so refreshing and so delightful.
Yeah, it is. I think about when I was younger, like, I don't know, I was maybe like 11, probably 11 years old. And I was interested in computers. We had like kind of like an introduction to computer technology at our elementary school. Um, and I remember sitting in the class and they were showing us an integrated circuit and they, passed it around an IC chip. And it was like, oh, this looks like a bug. It has like, it's black and long and has a bunch of legs, like a centipede or something. And I was like, wow, what if I could become like a robot, and like just press this into my skin or something. I just, so I was just fascinated with technology, at a young age. And my dad um, saw that I was interested in computers. And so he bought a computer from a guy that he knew, um, who worked for the NSA. And, we lived I grew up in Baltimore, so I'm kind of close to where you're at now. And one of his good friends, uh, he kind of hooked him up with a computer, and they were super expensive back then, like in the early 90s, late 80s. Um, and I got a computer, like it was an 80, wasn't an 86, I think it was an 82, 8082, something like that, like an IBM.
82, 86.
Um, yeah, I think, I don't remember the numbers, but yeah, I'll have to look it up. But yeah, it
Yeah,
was something
it
like
would
that.
be if it was in 1990. If it was 1989, 1990, then it would be a 286. 386s were just coming out.
Oh no. Yeah, no, it was older than that. It was an 8086
Oh,
or
so
an
it was an XT.
8082.
It was an XT or
Yeah.
an 80.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
an 80. Yeah. So it was very early. Um and I got the computer, and then my mom went to this teaching resource place, a few months after I got it, and I found this packet of programming for QBasic. It was like a teacher's curriculum on how to
Oh, quick
program.
for Quick Basic. Very
Yeah,
nice.
Quick Basic. Yeah. And so I got into that, and I taught myself how to draw on the screen when I was using like random integers to draw lines and cool colors and things like that. Um, and then some, if statements, loops and whatever. Um, and anyway, I got into computers early on, and then I think by the next year, my elementary school got a donation from the Baltimore or the Maryland Social Security Administration. They had a bunch of old computers they were getting rid of because they were upgrading. And this big truck pulled up to the elementary school, and we unloaded all of these cases and monitors and, all kinds of peripherals and things like that. And we were just getting a computer lab. We've never had a computer lab. And Miss Lindowski, was our teacher. She had no idea how to use a freaking computer. And she was a great lady. I'm still friends with her, by the way.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's awesome.
Yeah, so my misfit friend Jason Jacqueline and myself, we built a computer lab out of all of these donated computers, and I think it was about 30 computers, but we had to basically, you know, verify, you know, the working order of all of this stuff, test each component, you know, VGA cards, you know, which one was good and bad, make a pile here and there. And so we built a computer lab for her. So we were kind of like her, you know, the teacher's pet. And
That's very cool.
yeah, it was great. You know, it was good. They recognized me with an award and him as well at the end of the school year, and then they sent me home with like a Pentium. I think it was just a Pentium, but it was like, you know, an
Well, it's a
HP.
Pentium back then
Yeah,
was
that was
was
awesome. Yeah,
that was awesome.
yeah, it
I mean,
was. You know, and so then I got into bulletin board systems, WWIV, you know,
wait, you ran
BBSs.
BBSs?
Yeah, yeah, I did. I customized a few. I had my own. Um,
I ran a
well,
BBS.
you did. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah.
ran a BBS called KB Mart, and I ran a BBS. I was a sysop on a BBS called Floppies.
Oh, that's awesome. Was that in Canada?
Yeah, yeah, it was in
Yeah.
Canada. The Floppies BBS was called Floppies because it ran off of 11 floppy drives.
That's awesome. Yeah, the good old days, right? Um, so anyway, kind of that's a long arc of my computer history when I was a kid, but I I always wanted to learn computers. I did have one mentor, Rob Paquin. Um, he worked for Northrop, I think. And he was an electronics engineer. He also taught me electronics. I go over his house. Him and his wife would babysit me for my parents, and yeah. So he was like a big influence. But if I if I had more mentors like that throughout my life, you know, as a teenager, young adult, I think I would be in a much more, I don't know, I think I would have advanced to, you know, where I would like to be, you know, at a quicker pace. Um, I'm grateful for what I did have, but, um, you know, younger kids, they need that. Like, I know that from my own experience with this stuff. It's super important.
No, absolutely. I just want to say real quick, it does pass very quickly. My son actually is 21 today, so it
Oh,
passes.
happy birthday to him!
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Happy
yeah, yeah.
birthday.
No, it's quite. Yeah, it's quite. It's what a journey, right? Yeah, but it does pass very quickly. So, yeah, I definitely enjoy those years, especially you have a 13-year-old. Oof. Yeah, they're
11 and
practically.
13.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
practically out the house at that age, at 13. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's true. I mean, your daughter is going to have her own social life very soon, and then very little time for Papa.
It's like the
I've
slow
got
band-aid at that point for us as parents, right? It just it
yes.
hurts, and then it just comes off. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So we were having pizza tonight for dinner, and she came to the table. She had her headphones on, and she was talking to her friend. And I was like, Sophie, call her back. It's time to eat dinner. So I guess,
Well,
yeah,
listen,
yes.
that's just part and parcel. She'll come back around. Um, I,
Yeah.
I've got uh, I've got two teenagers and one adult,
Hmm.
two teenagers and two uh, elementary school kids. It's it's different. Like today, my 6-year-old told me, my youngest who's 6, she told me that she was done with me trying to brush her teeth at night. That her teeth were angry with me because I was not brushing them properly, and they did not want to come out and say hello to me anymore because I was not listening to their requirements. So I said, okay, well, you can floss your teeth and brush your teeth, but I'll do the checking. And she said, well, I'm independent now, and you are stopping me from being independent. And I said, okay.
That's funny.
Aren't our kids just wonderful at explaining? My teeth are angry at you. Like you just want to bottle that up, that sentence up, and just you hold
Oh,
that sentence forever.
you know, it's exactly like that, Anna Maria. You know, my the one who's almost 8 now, when she was very young. So all of my kids call me Papa, but
Hmm.
she could not say the word Papa, so she called me Paba, Paba, and it was so adorable. Everybody else started calling me Papa, but now she has stopped calling me Papa, and I miss it. It's like just
I know we miss. My son decided to call us mother and father since he was very little, and he
oh
just
yes.
he's continued to. I love it.
Oh yeah, no, Lala has switched to father and mother. And I was like, where did you pick that up from? So I think that there's something going on. But she was very formal. She's like, father. I said, yes, daughter. So I call her, every time she addresses me as father, I say, yes, daughter.
Exactly. Oh, I love it. Uh,
The Goethe is down there, and UK Panthers is down there, Scarlet Spider's down there. I should really should have left when I said I was going to leave. So now I am definitely going to leave. And Maria, it's a pleasure. Jeff, it's so nice to talk to you. We
Hey,
should
you too, man.
we should connect. There is some stuff that I'm contemplating doing with Mike. I'm already doing it with a bunch of other folks that I wanted to run by you and see if that was of interest to you.
Yeah, I know what you're speaking of, and yeah, it is. We can catch up if you have my contact information. Feel free to reach out. At your convenience.
Sure. I think, are we following each other?
Yeah, yeah, we are.
Um, Great. I'll send you my Calendly, and maybe jump on, we can jump on a Zoom call or something. What part
Mhm.
are you in Maryland?
No, no, I'm from Maryland. My family lives back there, but I'm in Colorado right now.
Oh, okay. That's
Colorado via Alaska via Baltimore.
oh wow.
Yep.
That's a journey. Um, so let's catch up. There's something that I think you know what I'm talking about, and
Okay.
it might be of practical interest.
Mhm.
So let's have a discussion.
Yeah, sounds good.
yeah, always a pleasure, and have a great night.
You too, Anna Maria, and again, many happy returns of the day to your son.
Oh, thank you so much.
All the best. Good night. Take care, Mikey. Take care of the people.
Good night.
Jeff, I'm wondering if Michael. Oh, Michael went to go eat. That's why, but he forgot to leave one of us as co-hosts.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
So
we could.
I'm riding around the neighborhood with my son. I gave him my other AirPod, so he's listening in right now.
Oh, lovely. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. Good to know.
JJ, can you yeah, G-rated.
Thanks
JJ,
for.
can you say something? Can you say hi?
Hi, how you doing? How's
Can
it?
you hear
How's
him?
the riding? Yeah, so my son rides. My son used to ride bicycles. Actually, he still does. He's going to do a triathlon next month. So he's definitely doing some bike riding. Okay, so he can just hear us, right? Because he can't speak because you have the speaker.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Okay.
you didn't hear him?
No,
Well,
not at all.
interesting. Okay, I'm finding out how you know, all of these tech companies have built their technology, and I'm finding out how to break it every day.
It's not that hard. No, I'm just kidding.
You're right, right. So then this indicates to me that the Apple AirPods, only utilize one microphone, right?
Yes,
They both.
the one in your right ear usually. Yeah, or it doesn't matter because the
Oh,
cords are connected. But it would be the one that says R if they have the R in left and the right one.
and that's in the settings. Okay, yeah. I think you can change that settings, right?
You
Well,
should be able
maybe
to. Like you would think you'd be able to, right?
right. Well, I vaguely remember something. No, maybe that was the tap settings. Like if you can assign what the double tap means. Interesting. So I think what it is whichever uh, left or right, whichever is activated first is the default microphone. So
Oh, the AirPods don't come with a left and right one, or are they both exactly the same? Because I don't have AirPods. I use other ones.
oh yeah,
Because
AirPods.
I find like the AirPod I found. Well, I do have a pair of AirPods, I guess, but I every time they're just very easily jump out of my ear and into water usually, or into my tea, you know.
Yeah,
Or you know what I mean? So I had to get the ones with the strings, the attached ones.
yeah, the
Yeah.
cords. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the gloves that when you were little your mom used to put with the big string through
Oh
all the
yeah,
way one end to the other so you don't lose gloves. Yeah, like my every single AirPods or whatever. I have to have that, or else
it's
they're.
practical. It's
It
practical.
is. It is. It is. Well, actually, I was going to step out as well, but wonderful talking to you as well, Jeff. Um,
Yeah, you too.
these small rooms are lovely like that. So yeah, I was actually also waiting. A friend of mine was supposed to come in. I'm trying to get him into Twitter Spaces more, and I thought this would be
Mhm.
a great space to introduce him to. But he hasn't shown up yet, that
Oh,
scoundrel. So maybe tomorrow. So yeah. But yeah, Lagatha, lovely to see you again. Sorry, you're not with the speaker and all that, but I'm sure we'll talk soon. Okay, bye guys.
yeah, definitely. Okay,
Yeah.
take care.
All
Have a good
right.
night.
Yeah, you too.
Bye. Man, it smells like someone's frying fish around here. It smells like somebody's frying fish around here. Can you hear me through the earpiece? You can't. Can you stick it further in your ear? Is it just not activated? Oh, you can't hear me, obviously, because it would feedback. Okay, never mind. No, I don't think so. It's all right though. This is a nice path, huh? I don't know if that clicking in the trees are those bugs or if they're bats. I think they're bugs though. Last time I looked up, some kind of click bug, clicking bug, beetle or something like that. Yeah. Ooh, watch out. Almost lost it there. Right in the sprinkler system. Said I almost lost it right there in the sprinkler system. Almost fell over. No, I can't hear you. Smells like someone's burning wood. Nice smell outside. Hmm. Yeah, run over as many grasshoppers as you can. Yep, my bedtime alarm. Let's pull over right here a little bit. Over here. Come over to this edge of the road. Somebody driving here. Make sure they're okay. Dude, hey, did you even stop? Okay, well, we need to fix that. Get over here.
Hmm. It's fun. All right. I'm going to bed.